In his sophomore year, Lu Yuxing ventured out for a midnight stroll, only to be struck by a motorcycle, resulting in a loss of memory. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a hospital room, met only by a pair of cold, scrutinizing eyes. The individual before him possessed striking features, yet every inch of their face inexplicably irked Lu Yuxing. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he inquired, "Who are you?" The other person stared at him for a few moments in a perplexed manner before breaking into a smile, replying, "Your boyfriend." Shang Jue received an alarming call late at night, informing him that a close friend had been involved in an accident. After dismissing the possibility of a scam, he rushed to the hospital, only to be confronted by a visage that filled him with irritation as he coldly questioned, "Who said I was his friend?" The police handed Lu Yuxing's phone to him. The contact list displayed a row of names, devoid of any indication of his parents, save for one glaringly obvious entry labeled idiot. "The only special note, I assume your relationship is quite intimate," the officer remarked. Shang Jue was left speechless. At that moment, the patient on the bed slowly regained consciousness and, with a gentle tone, asked, "Who are you?" Shang Jue responded with a cold smile, harboring a morbid curiosity for the moment of memory restoration, "Your boyfriend." In the wake of his amnesia, Lu Yuxing discovered that he had previously treated his boyfriend poorly, even exhibiting tendencies of domestic abuse. Despite currently harboring no affection for his partner, he resolved to amend his ways. When leaving, he would grasp his boyfriend's hand during meals, he would serve his boyfriend his favorite dishes, and in moments of passion, he would lean in for a kiss. On one occasion, to commemorate what his boyfriend whimsically dubbed their anniversary, Lu Yuxing battled against his reluctance. He leaned in to kiss his boyfriend. As the kiss concluded, Lu Yuxing awkwardly averted his gaze, his expression peculiar. Unbeknownst to him, his boyfriend's face across from him was even more contorted. Ji Tingfeng, who entered the acting world midway through his journey, had struggled for 7 years, only to return still as an unremarkable actor. Now, in his 8th year within the entertainment industry, he received what seemed to be a pivotal script written by a renowned director with a top-tier cast where he would play the role of the third male lead. The only drawback was that the lead actor was none other than his ex-boyfriend, whom he had unceremoniously dismissed 7 years prior. Packing away the acting skills he had honed over the years, Ji Tingfeng hurriedly arrived at the hotel where the crew was staying. The first thing he did was knock on his ex-boyfriend's hotel room door. The man who opened the door was strikingly handsome after all these years, his made-up face almost left Jit Ingfeng unrecognizable. Humbly lowering himself, he immediately launched into a self-reflection and apology. After 5 minutes, he looked up to find the man rolling his eyes at him, calling him a fool, and then slamming the door shut. Ji Tingfeng sighed, acknowledging that the past had changed. His ex was now thriving and indifferent to a struggling actor like him. As he turned to leave, he noticed a man standing silently behind him in front of the door, his expression dark. This man was far more exquisite than the one who had just dismissed him, prompting Ji Tingfeng to steal a few more glances. Ah, he seems somewhat familiar. Chapter 1. Rivals. In early September, in the mathematics department of the university, the second-year students in the calculus class appeared rather inattentive. The young professor at the podium cast a glance downward, catching sight of a large group engrossed in their phones. Despite not being a high school teacher, he couldn't help but lament inwardly. Each cohort seems to be less diligent than the last. Are they truly so audacious as to slack off in a mathematical analysis class? He could already foresee the dismal outcome on the final report card. Clearing his throat with exaggerated effort, he still garnered no attention. The professor, visibly displeased, resolved to be unyielding and grating this year, determined to rectify such detrimental attitudes that I in the last row of the classroom. Gu Zhiqing's heart raced as he incessantly refreshed the back-end page of the academic system. Unbeknownst to the professor, today marked the day of dormitory reassignments for the sophomore students of the School of Science, with the allocation list set to be published at 3:00 in the afternoon. The School of Science employed a broad-based educational model, which essentially meant that during the freshman year, students studied fundamental courses without distinguishing between disciplines. It was only at the end of the freshman year that students would be assigned to their respective majors based on their preferences and academic performance. By the end of the previous semester, their major classes had already been determined, but the dormitory assignments had been postponed to the sophomore year for various reasons. This dormitory allocation would dictate the individuals with whom they would share their living space over the next 3 years, rendering the students' anxiety nearly equivalent to that felt when awaiting college entrance exam results. As the clock struck 3, Lu Yuxing's phone momentarily froze on the back-end page. When it finally refreshed, the information displayed had changed. Student Dormitory 7. The dormitory number had shifted from 339 to 323. Oh, marvelous! Lu Yuxing exclaimed as he recognized the names above, letting out a sigh of relief. He turned to the person beside him and said, "Brother Lu, the 3 of us shall share a dormitory." After the answer was revealed, he lifted his gaze slightly, offering a calm. Originally, the reallocation of dormitories was conducted randomly by class, but after spending a year in their previous dormitory, those with strong bonds were naturally reluctant to adapt to new roommates. Many had proposed suggestions to the administration, yet their appeals went unheard. Strangely enough, just 2 days later, the instructor suddenly sent a notification in the grade group stating a collection of students' preferences regarding the dormitory arrangement. Thus, the results of this dormitory allocation, which pleased the majority, came to be. I heard someone ask the top student of our department to speak to old Wang. Lin Shuiying remarked wistfully while sitting next to him. "TSK, the top student's words certainly carry weight." Lu Yuxing responded, "Top? Isn't Brother Lu the top one?" "No, Brother Lu has the highest GPA. The comprehensive ranking of our department is calculated based on overall performance. The comprehensive score is derived from a weighted combination of GPA and activity points." Lu Yuxing replied lightly, his belief in Lu Yuxing's top status unshaken. In his view, the first place obtained solely through exam results held greater significance. With poor mobile reception, Lin Shuiying's browser got stuck on the loading screen of the academic affairs system for quite a while, prompting him to close the browser and turn to go. "Yuxing, besides the 3 of us, who is our other roommate?" "Oh, it is bed number 2. Lu Yuxing was about to respond when a young professor at the front of the classroom suddenly slammed a black folder onto the podium. The students below quickly set aside their phones and lifted their heads. The professor coldly declared, "I will call out a few names." Though he mentioned a few, upon perusing the list, he randomly selected over 20 fortunate souls. Fortunately, these students, newly admitted to the mathematics department, still harbored a modicum of respect for the dreaded calculus course, and none were found absent. The professor's expression softened slightly. Due to this brief interlude, he refrained from continuing the lecture and engaged in light conversation with the students, whose eager eyes seemed to glimmer with intellect. He imparted some seemingly valuable life advice, including matters of further education. "In the future, during your thesis, and while pursuing graduate studies at our university, I may very well serve as your advisor," he remarked, setting down the list before casually querying, "Who was the top student in your grade last year?" A name was mentioned, softly spoken, yet the professor heard it clearly. "Student Shang Jue, which one are you?" From the central seat of the 3rd row, a tall young man stood up. Lu Yuxing, who was not particularly fond of lectures but enjoyed the atmosphere, glanced up. Seated in the back row, he could only see the young man's silhouette, the slightly oversized black coat hinting at a well-proportioned physique, radiating a distinct charisma amidst his peers. There are certain individuals whose allure is evident even without a direct view of their features. One can unmistakably sense that they are undeniably handsome. The student who was called upon is a quintessential example. Lu Yuxing merely caught a glimpse of the slender, fair neck of the boy ahead and instinctively sensed that his appearance must be quite remarkable. As expected, the professor, upon clearly seeing the boy's visage, momentarily froze before breaking into a smile and teasingly remarked, "Oh my, what a handsome lad we have here." A few scattered chuckles resonated within the classroom. The boy, who had been summoned, also emitted a light laugh in response. Lu Yuxing found the name Shang Jue somewhat familiar, pondering for a while until a sudden realization struck him. He glanced down at the dormitory roster on his phone. "Bed number 2, Shang Jue." "Oh my, damn, Ingzi." Lin Shuiying responded, "What's up? Our dormitory has not 1, but 2 prodigies." Lin Shuiying was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Lu Yuxing pushed his phone towards him. "Our new dormitory's bed 2 roommate is named Shang Jue." Meanwhile, Lu Yuxing, who had been quietly focusing on his work, made an error while holding his pen. The cold steel tip grazed the paper, producing a sharp sound as it tore through 2 sheets. He paused, lifting his gaze. "Classmate Shang Jue, could you share your plans for the next few years of university with us?" The professor inquired. A voice from the front row, tinged with laughter, chimed in. "I am quite interested in academic research. I anticipate that I will continue along the path of academia in the future. The young man's voice is remarkably pleasant, characterized by a clean and deep timbre. His intonation and pauses are exceptionally comfortable, effortlessly enveloping listeners in a refreshing ambience akin to a gentle spring breeze. However, the notion of harboring an interest in academic research, such words uttered from Shang Jue's lips nearly provoke a laugh from Lu Yuxing. Upon hearing Shang Jue express his aspirations for further studies, the inquisitive professor could not help but inquire further. Some of the questions posed were quite specialized, yet Shang Jue, despite being merely a sophomore, answered most with remarkable fluency. For questions that ventured beyond his expertise, he candidly admitted his unfamiliarity. His manner of speaking was exceptionally smooth and composed, in stark contrast to the usual tension and hesitation exhibited by many students when conversing with instructors of higher standing. The professor nodded in approval, and a few minutes later, as he resumed his lecture, his demeanor had noticeably softened. Lu Yuxing, however, lowered his gaze coldly, unable to discern any semblance of sincerity in Shang Jue's words. He felt an instinctive aversion towards what he perceived as sycophantic flattery directed at the professor. As the class concluded, students began to depart in succession. "Lu Ge, are we leaving?" Gu Zhiqing called out to him. As Lu Yuxing stood, he towered over the other two. Lin Shuiying, the shortest among them, led the way, the trio resembling an ascending bar chart in height. Shang Jue. As Lu Yuxing passed the front of the classroom, he heard that name once more. That won't be necessary." Without casting a glance, Lu Yuxing strode past and exited the classroom. "Please, you must come. You visited the instructor's office several times, and we feel quite embarrassed." Shang Jue, facing the girl who spoke, turned his smiling eyes partway, glancing at the figure that had just stepped out of the classroom door. The posture was upright, distinctly prominent. "TSK, what a dreadful dorm arrangement." He sighed inwardly. For the sake of a meal that was hardly essential, he had unwittingly invited considerable trouble upon himself. Had he known, he would have refrained from playing the role of the foolish Good Samaritan. Upon returning to the dormitory, adhering to his meticulous principles, Lu Yuxing, after hearing the list of roommates from Gu Zhiqing, still took the time to check the academic SY. STEM. The name associated with bed number 2 glaringly appeared on the screen, and Lu Yuxing was certain that there would not be another person named Shang Jue in the entire second year of the Faculty of Science. Lu Yuxing's mood soured. This was evident even to Gu Zhiqing. Although Lu Yuxing usually bore an expressionless demeanor, today he radiated an aura that was almost forbidding. Unable to inquire directly in the dormitory, he discreetly sent several messages to Lin Shuiying. "Gu Zhiqing. Ingzi, what's up with Lu Ge?" "Gu Zhiqing. Why does it feel like he's a bit displeased since the three of us got together?" "Gu Zhiqing. I can't believe it. Is it possible that Lu Ge doesn't actually want to continue sharing a dorm with us?" Crying. Lin Shuiying, upon hearing the notification, turned over in bed. "Lin Shuiying. How is that possible? If Brother Lu truly did not wish to continue as our roommate, he wouldn't have sought old Wang's advice in the first place." Lin Shuiying peered over the edge of the bed to glance at Lu Yuxing, then began to type. Lin Shuiying. "Hiss, I heard about this from others in our grade." Lin Shuiying. The one named Shang Jue, who is the top student, apparently has quite a contentious relationship with Brother Lu. Gu Zhiqing. "Shang Jue? Our new roommate?" Lin Shuiying. "Yes, he and Brother Lu attended the same high school, and their relationship has been poor since then. Who would have thought that by sheer coincidence, they both filled out the same college application and ended up at university together?" Lin Shuiying. "Perhaps this is the unspoken understanding between rivals?" Lin Shuiying. "However, I thought it was unfortunate enough to be in the same school and major, yet I never imagined they would end up in the same dormitory." Gu Zhiqing pondered this statement and found it indeed quite unfortunate. From a probabilistic standpoint, it was exceedingly rare. To coexist with someone one despises for 3 years would surely be a troubling prospect for him as well. While the two of them engaged in lively conversation, Lu Yuxing sat alone at the desk, having already arranged several viewings with real estate agents in less than 10 minutes. As Gu Yiqing prepared to head to the balcony restroom, he inadvertently caught sight of the rental property video playing on Lu Yuxing's phone, and he exclaimed in shock, "Brother! Lu! Lu Dad!" Lu Yuxing turned his head and cast a glance in his direction. Gu Yiqing inquired, "Why are you watching rental videos? Are you planning to move out?" His voice jolted Lin, swaying awake, causing him to sit up abruptly. "What? Move out?" Lu Yuxing had been the one who provided answers and templates for assignments during the last academic year in their dormitory. With his presence, the entire 339 dormitory soared academically, and the other 3 members regarded him as their savior. "What are you saying? I won't allow it. Is it just because of Shang Jue?" Lu Yuxing cast a glance at Gu Yiqing, but remained silent, which could be interpreted as tacit agreement. He responded, "I won't be moving out anytime soon. The earliest would be the weekend." Though disappointed, Gu Yiqing understood that the decision to stay or leave ultimately rested with Lu Yuxing. Their camaraderie had not yet reached a level where they could meddle in each other's personal affairs. He refrained from pressing Lu Yuxing further. However, he was curious about the individual, Shang Jue, who could provoke such a strong aversion in Lu Yuxing that he considered moving away. Although Lu Yuxing possessed a cold demeanor, he had shown considerable tolerance toward the quirks of his dorm mates throughout the year. Gu Yiqing found it hard to fathom that anyone could irritate Lu Yuxing to such an extent. Lu Yuxing was not one to gossip behind others' backs. He merely stated, "It's a personal grievance." Of course, he held a different perception of Shang Jue in his heart. He turned off his phone, and a smiling face flashed through his mind, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. The author has something to convey. The narrative unfolds from the perspective of the protagonist, with Lu Yuxing as the aggressor and Shang Jue as the recipient. The story commences with the introduction of the male lead. 2 preliminary works are presented, requesting appreciation and support. Do not redeem the dark villain. Jingyu finds himself bound to a system that mandates him to redeem the powerful yet tragic antagonist within the narrative. The antagonist, as Jingyu perceives him, is obsessive, sinister, and capable of defeating 3 opponents simultaneously. In reality, the antagonist is vibrant, cheerful, and can take on 8 foes at once. This revelation persists until the conclusion of the college entrance examinations, upon which the antagonist, blushing, confesses his feelings. Jingyu, having lived a straightforward 18 years, finds himself in a whirl, inadvertently entangling himself in the situation. Yuxing has known his boyfriend for 4 years and has been in a romantic relationship for 1 year, their bond as solid as gold. On the eve of their decision to cohabitate, Yuxing unexpectedly overhears his boyfriend conversing with a peculiar entity known as the System. The current redemption progress of the antagonist stands at 99. After spending time together with the antagonist, the redemption value is expected to reach 100. Keep it up, host. Following this, the voice of Yuxing's boyfriend, all too familiar, resounds, "I will." Yuxing is taken aback. After a few days of observation, Yuxing learns from his boyfriend's System that he is, in fact, the antagonist destined for a dark transformation within a narrative and his boyfriend, and has approached him for the purpose of redeeming him. Their fateful encounter was orchestrated by the task at hand, and Jingyu's agreement to pursue a relationship stems from the same obligation. Every romantic moment they share is intricately linked to this so-called redemption mission. Even Jingyu's feelings towards him appear to be nothing but a facade. A friendly reminder to the host, do not invest personal emotions in the task. Of course not. I have no affection for men. Yuxing. Oh dear. The weight on his heart has completely vanished. Ji Tingfeng, who embarked on his acting career midway, has navigated the tumultuous waters for 7 years, yet he remains a mere supporting actor. In his 8th year in the entertainment industry, he received a script that seemed to signify a turning point in his life, featuring a renowned director and a top-notch cast, with J.I. portraying the 3rd male lead. The only drawback was that the leading actor was his ex-boyfriend, whom he had unceremoniously discarded 7 years prior. With the skills he had honed over the years meticulously packed, Ji Tingfeng rushed to the hotel where the crew was staying, and his first action was to knock on his ex-boyfriend's hotel room door. The man who opened the door was strikingly handsome, and after so many years, Ji nearly failed to recognize him due to his glamorous appearance. He lowered his posture and embarked on a lengthy self-reflection and apology. 5 minutes later, upon lifting his gaze, the man rolled his eyes at him as if he were a fool, uttering a sharp neurotic before slamming the door shut. Ji Tingfeng sighed indeed. Time transforms people, and his ex, now a star, was unwilling to acknowledge a struggling actor. As he turned to leave, he noticed a man standing quietly behind him, his face dark with displeasure. The stranger was far more attractive than the previous man, prompting Ji Tingfeng to steal an extra glance. He looked somewhat familiar. Chapter 2, Such Manners, Lu. On the weekend, it was time for the second-year students of the School of Science to relocate their dormitories. The corridor of the third floor in the 7th dormitory was bustling with a cacophony of voices and footsteps, intermingled with the sound of suitcase wheels scraping against theft. Lower, creating an atmosphere that was quite disconcerting. Lu Yuxing's daily belongings were mostly minimalistic, thus he had little to carry aside from his bed. Everything else was neatly packed away in a few large boxes. He was the first of the three to finish organizing his possessions and promptly wheeled his suitcase to dormitory 323. Previously occupied by fourth-year students, dormitory 323 had become vacant after the seniors graduated in July, and no new students had moved in since, sparing Lu Yuxing and Hisk companions a great deal of hassle in their dormitory transition. The interior of the dormitory was quite spacious aside from a layer of dust on the desk and bedboards. It was generally clean. The large tiled floor was particularly accommodating for those with obsessive tendencies, aligning perfectly with the preferences of this group of mathematics students. A central seam in the flooring bisected the room symmetrically, dividing the space into two evenly proportioned halves. Upon entering, Lu Yuxing immediately noticed this remarkably comforting axis of symmetry, until his gaze fell upon a sleek black suitcase at the far end of this line. The owner of the suitcase was absent from the dormitory. On the already occupied bed, a handwritten name tag was affixed. Mathematics Department, Shang Jue. The handwriting was vigorous and elegant, with a row of digits his student ID inscribed in a similarly attractive script. Despite having few belongings, the high temperature inevitably caused Lu Yuxing to perspire as he completed his moving. His black shirt bore the marks of sweat, a testament to his exertions. He felt a slight discomfort and unbuttoned a row of buttons on his shirt, retrieving a garment from the box to change into. As the dormitory door swung open, a warm September breeze wafted towards Lu Yuxing, dampening the nape of his neck with sweat. He turned to glance at the newcomer. The boy who entered was clad in the simplest black and white ensemble, a white t-shirt paired with black trousers, topped with a thin black jacket. A rather hefty backpack hung from his right shoulder, pulling tightly at the fabric. His short black hair was neat and tidy, his complexion a cool alabaster, with thin eyelids that lent an air of aloofness to his features. Fortunately, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint, insincere smile, preventing his visage from appearing unapproachable. Shang Jue's hand rested on the doorknob. He had yet to fully step into the dormitory when his gaze fell upon Lu Yuxing, standing opposite him, the expanse of skin revealed by the button front of his shirt showcasing well-defined muscles. He greeted him with a smile. "Hello, classmate Lu." Lu Yuxing frowned and turned away, disregarding the greeting. Shang Jue lifted his chin slightly and remarked in a tone of feigned admiration, "Such politeness." Lu Yuxing was by no means an advocate of violent behavior, yet each time Shang Jue employed that bland tone to mock him, a surge of impulse to confront him would well up within him. The two exchanged glances across the reflective corridor, with Shang Jue standing against the light, squinting against its glare, refusing to be the first to divert his gaze. This marked the first occasion since their high school graduation that they stood face to face in such close proximity. In that moment, they both tacitly recognized a singular truth. The other appeared even more insufferable than a year prior. The subtle curve of a smile at the corner of Shang Jue's lips dissipated amidst their standoff. "Hey, buddy," a deep voice unexpectedly resonated from behind. "What are you doing standing at the entrance of our dorm?" Lu Yuxing, holding a hefty stack of books, looked at the figure before him with a perplexed expression. As Lu Yuxing discerned the stranger's features, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Wow, this guy is exceptionally striking. It would be near impossible to find anyone in the entire city of A who could rival his looks. Well, perhaps his brother Lu could be counted among them. Shang Jue smiled and remarked, "Room 323 is also my dorm." Oh, Lu Yuxing, having never seen his face before, recognized Shang Jue's voice which had a distinct quality. He recalled hearing it in class a couple of days prior, and suddenly exclaimed, "You must be Shang Jue. I'm Lu Yuxing, the one who sleeps in the bed next to yours. We shall be roommates from now on." "Hello," Shang Jue responded politely, nodding slightly, and the smile at his lips appeared genuinely warm. Lu Yuxing was taken aback. "Ah, having such a new roommate seems rather splendid." Thus, Lu Yuxing was effortlessly drawn in by a deceptively charming smile. Lin Shuiying stood silently behind him, quietly assessing this unfamiliar new roommate. However, no matter how he looked at it, he could not associate Shang Jue with Lu Yuxing's arch-nemesis. The other party appeared rather refined. Lu Yuxing was struggling to hold a stack of books that nearly reached his neck. "Roommate, shall we add each other on WeChat?" Lu Yuxing cheerfully suggested to Shang Jue after setting down the books. Lin Shuiying chimed in, "Add me as well." The three of them exchanged contact information. Throughout this exchange, Lu Yuxing remained silent, his clothes unchanged, the unbuttoned collar now fastened again. He and Shang Jue were separated by merely a thin line, yet neither spared a glance for the other, as if even a fleeting look would be uncomfortable. Even Lu Yuxing, a notorious chatterbox, sensed the discordant atmosphere in the dormitory. After adding Shang Jue's contact information, he fell into silence. The spacious dormitory was enveloped in the sounds of clattering objects, devoid of any human voices. This atmosphere persisted until evening. Once everyone had finished moving in their belongings, Dormitory 323 finally began to exude a semblance of life. At 10 o'clock that night, Lu Yuxing tidied his bed and gathered his toiletries, preparing to take a shower on the balcony. As he passed Lu Yuxing's bed, he noticed a floor strewn with unopened boxes, the desk only adorned with a lamp and a book, while the wardrobe remained empty. Realizing that our party truly intended to move out, he sighed inwardly. Turning around, he discovered that Shang Jue's boxes were also untouched, with only his bed made. Moreover, since Shang Jue had left the dormitory earlier that evening, his chair stood empty. He spoke, somewhat at a loss for words. "Wait, are you both aiming for a minimalist and aloof aesthetic?" Upon noticing that the layout of the other bed was nearly identical to his own, he maintained a neutral expression, yet an undercurrent of subtle discomfort stirred within him. He realized, to his surprise, that he and Shang Jue harbored similar intentions. Lu Yuxing and Lin Shuiying had already retired to their beds, the glow of two mobile phones illuminating the head of their beds. Lu Yuxing remained below, his eyes unblinking at the sound of the door opening. Shang Jue, unfamiliar with the other two, had even less to say to Lu Yuxing after entering. He proceeded directly to the bathroom to shower. The environment of a university's dormitory was quite pleasant, featuring rooms with balconies and in-suite bathrooms separated by sliding doors, effectively minimizing noise during morning or late-night routines. Approximately 10 minutes after Shang Jue entered the bathroom, Lu Yuxing rose and stepped onto the balcony, closing the sliding door behind him. In September, the temperature fluctuated significantly between day and night, while the daytime heat was stifling. The evenings could be quite chilly. Lu Yuxing stood on the balcony, allowing the cool breeze to envelop him for nearly 10 minutes. At last, when the minutes on his phone ticked forward, the bathroom door finally creaked open from within. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the figure emerging from the bathroom. Shang Jue's hair remained damp, droplets cascading from the fine strands that framed his forehead. In this moment of relaxation, encountering Lu Yuxing's cold demeanor was undeniably startling. Yet, he masked his surprise, maintaining composure as he remarked, "I thought I had seen a ghost." Lu Yuxing bore an expressionless demeanor, showing no inclination to respond. Shang Jue offered a slight smile, remarking, "It would be better to encounter a ghost." Lu Yuxing. Shang Jue's gaze casually fell upon him. Compared to a year prior, Lu Yuxing appeared to have grown a few centimeters taller. Among his contemporaries, Shang Jue was already considered tall, standing at an impressive height of 183 centimeters, complemented by a pair of long, straight HT legs that made him stand out wherever he went. Yet, standing beside Lu Yuxing, he felt dwarfed by his stature. Shang Jue was not fond of feeling overshadowed, particularly by someone whose attitude towards him could only be described as abominable. Nonetheless, his disdain for Lu Yuxing was equally matched by the latter's sentiment. However, unlike Lu Yuxing, who openly expressed his dislike, Shang Jue preferred to mask his feelings. Warm, Steamy air wafted from the bathroom, carrying the fresh scent of shower gel. Lu Yuxing wrinkled his nose in distaste, holding his breath, finding the fragrance somewhat overpowering, only to realize moments later that this was a futile endeavor. His aversion to Shang Jue was unabashed, while Shang Jue, in turn, showed no inclination to feign kindness, retracting his smile and coolly inquiring, "Do you need something?" Lu Yuxing shifted his gaze towards the interior of the dormitory, gesturing for Shang Jue to observe. In room 323, beside the two beds adjacent to the balcony, lay several large boxes, with the table nearly devoid of any adornments. It was evident that the inhabitants of the two beds shared a common intention. Lu Yuxing's low, cold voice resonated in Shang Jue's ear. "Will you move out, or shall I?" Shang Jue raised an eyebrow slightly. What significance does this question hold? Regardless, we can never reach an agreement. If you move out, I can cover half of your rent. Apologies, but I'm not particularly in need of money at the moment. Lu Yuxing fell silent. Indeed, they could not come to a consensus. "What do you propose we do?" Shang Jue replied with a smile. "What do you suggest we do?" His tone was amiable, yet Lu Yuxing perceived an underlying provocation. Suddenly, he recalled witnessing Shang Jue in a brawl before, and he was quite adept at fighting. During his sophomore year, due to his brother's job relocation, he moved to Haicheng. He had always excelled academically, and the school he transferred was the finest in Haicheng High School. However, on his first day there, he stumbled upon a gang fight. More accurately, it was a group of burly adult males assaulting a slender boy clad in the Haicheng school uniform. The blue and white uniform hung loosely on the boy, whose sleeves were rolled up to his arms, and his long, slender legs swayed within the confines of his black trousers, his back. To Lu Yuxing. Despite the overwhelming numerical and physical disparity in the altercation, the odds appeared unexpectedly stacked against the slender boy. Before Lu Yuxing's call to the school's security office could connect, the fight had already concluded. The young man, barely 16 or 17 years of age, bore numerous vices. After delivering a final kick to his last opponent, he leisurely lit a cigarette for himself. Exhaling a plume of ethereal blue smoke, he turned his head as if sensing something. Upon noticing that the figure at the alley's mouth was not clad in the school uniform of the sea, he apathetically averted his gaze, showing no interest in stealing another glance at Lu Yuxing, shrouded in the hazy smoke, exchanged a fleeting glance with the boy. Emotionless, he internally dismissed the scene as a murky mess, promptly terminating the unnecessary call to the security office before departing. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Yuxing slowly rolled up one sleeve, revealing the well-defined musculature of his forearm. Shang Jue's eyelids twitched. What is this fool planning to do? Is he looking for a fight? Since his senior year, he had scarcely engaged in any physical altercations. Now, in university, his lazy disposition had completely liberated him from exercise. Yet, seeing Lu Yuxing's fluid and evidently honed muscles, Shang Jue promptly conceded defeat. He averted his gaze and, attempting to maintain an air of calm, suggested, "Let's keep it simple and settle this with a game of rock, paper, scissors." Immediately regretting his words, he mentally chastised himself. How cowardly, and of all things to say, rock, paper, scissors? Really? Does he not know his own luck? Lu Yuxing cast a curious glance in his direction before lowering his sleeve. In games governed by chance, Shang Jue's fortune had always been dismal. "Tomorrow, I will search for a place to stay." Lu Yuxing declared, "I keep my word. If you move out, I shall pay you half of the rent." Shang Jue shrugged indifferently. With his hair still damp, Shang Jue lingered on the balcony for a while, savoring the cool breeze. Approaching midnight, he quietly entered the dormitory. The other two inhabitants, typically fond of late-night vigils, were utterly exhausted from the day's move and had surrendered to slumber before midnight, abandoning their phones. As he settled onto his bed, Shang Jue cast a glance at Lu Yuxing's cot. The figure on the bed lay turned away, either asleep or merely pretending. Despite the considerable distance of over a meter that separated them, Lu Yuxing chose to face the wall. In he retired, presumably to avoid the sight of Shang Jue upon waking. Shang Jue lay down, mimicking the other's position. He was usually a placid sleeper during his childhood. He occasionally dozed in a side position during school nap time. This was his first experience sleeping on his side since growing up. It was not particularly comfortable. His right arm lay uncomfortably pressed against his body. He took considerable time before finally drifting into a peaceful slumber. Remaining in room 323 for another day felt like torment. Every morning at 7, the two would rise almost simultaneously. Lu Yuxing adhered to a natural biological rhythm, while Shang Jue relied on the vibrations of his phone alarm. In any case, upon opening his eyes each day, he would invariably find himself greeted by another pair of still drowsy eyes. Shang Jue cursed inwardly and instantly felt more alert. Two individuals were engaged in an academic competition, each striving to outdo the other. Occasionally, in an attempt to evade Lu Yuxing in the evenings, Shang Jue deliberately chose not to remain in the dormitory. However, he unexpectedly encountered him in the library. Each time their eyes met, a sense of frustration welled up within him, and Lu Yuxing seemed equally perturbed. Shang Jue hastened to search for a new residence. A few days later, the agent brought him to view a two-bedroom apartment, less than 100 square meters, boasting excellent decor and ample natural light. Although Shang Jue could not occupy such a spacious dwelling alone, he lacked the patience to continue searching. Renting a more spacious place held no significant drawbacks. The agent, a young woman, guided Shang Jue through the apartment's basic facilities, her gaze occasionally lingering on his profile. However, due to their height difference, she could only admire his remarkably defined jawline. Indeed, that jawline appeared clearer than her life plan. She resolved to etch that profile into her memory. "This one will do," Shang Jue declared. The agent was momentarily taken aback, likely unaccustomed to such decisiveness in a rental agreement. This sizable apartment came with a considerable price tag. This young man seemed to be a student. How could he commit without even inquiring about the rent? The monthly rent is $2,300 with no management fees and a 1-month deposit with 1-month rent payment up front. Sounds good. Shang Jue's pocket vibrated slightly, prompting him to lower his gaze and check his phone. It was a friend request. Friend request. Lu Yuxing. Note. Had the sun risen from the west? Shang Jue stared at the friend request for a moment longer. The avatar of Lu Yuxing is a chalk-like pattern composed of suspended mathematical equations and geometric figures, set against an abyssal black background. Shang Jue couldn't help but scoff internally. This individual harbors a profound affection for mathematics, as evidenced by the drabness of their social media account. Without hesitation, he pressed the reject button on the application. When do you intend to move in? The sooner, the better. Very well, there shouldn't be any issues with the landlord. If you're in a hurry to move, you can begin transferring your belongings today. Shang Jue's phone vibrated several times, the default notification tone somehow evoking a sense of displeasure. The agent paused momentarily, then continued to elaborate on her previous statement. Chapter 3. Countless Roads, Safety. As he stepped inside, he unexpectedly collided with Lu Yuxing, who was exiting. Shang Jue instinctively sidestepped, but Lu Yuxing pressed him against the door. With a casual drawl, he remarked, "Are you trying to enact some dramatic scene like in an idol drama?" His gaze swept past Lu Yuxing's shoulder, scanning the dormitory. The other two occupants were absent. "I sent a friend request," Shang Jue said. It was evidently a recent event. Yet Lu Yuxing's demeanor suggested he had received the message ages ago. "I thought you wouldn't take the initiative to add me. I wondered if my account was hacked." He chuckled. Lu Yuxing showed little interest in deciphering the veracity of his words. "Well then, let us proceed." Shang Jue hesitated, reluctant. "Do you need something? Once you secure your housing, transfer me the rent." "That's unnecessary." Lu Yuxing remained silent, merely observing him. The proximity between them had grown uncomfortably close. Shang Jue was unaccustomed to such closeness, his already straight neck instinctively tilting back, lightly bumping against the doorframe as he retreated. His eyes flickered, locking onto Lu Yuxing's. Lu Yuxing's pupils were a profound black, yet his eyes sparkled, akin to a dog, Shang Jue thought mischievously. He had only seen such distinctly contrasting eyes on dogs by the roadside. "Why the rush to add me? Are you secretly in love with me?" Shang Jue teased. "I've found a place to stay. I'll be moving today. As for the rent, let us forget it. If I collect half the rent, people might think we're cohabitating, which is rather disgusting." Lu Yuxing was momentarily taken aback by the notion of cohabitation. Disgusting as it was, he was even less inclined to owe Shang Jue anything. "Same as before, you accept the friend request." Shang Jue paused. Lu Yuxing pressed, "How much is the rent?" "TSK. This guy is such a hassle," Shang Jue thought. He knew that with Lu Yuxing's personality, Even if he wished to refuse, it would require considerable effort. He lacked financial need and didn't desire Lu Yuxing's money, but the current predicament needed resolution. He settled on a conventional figure. 1,000. A modest room near a university could indeed be rented for that amount. Lu Yuxing leaned back slightly. 1,000 flat. Shang Jue was about to nod when he suddenly recalled something and corrected himself. 1,040. Lu Yuxing frowned, finding the figure oddly specific and somewhat peculiar. They exchanged WeChat information. As Lu Yuxing lowered his head to transfer the money, he remained impassive until he entered the password and glanced at the number that was divisible by 2. 520. His hand faltered momentarily. Casting a dubious glance at Shang Jue, who appeared unperturbed, he resumed his focus on the somewhat ambiguous figure on the screen. Though Lu Yuxing had no romantic experience, he was aware of the connotation behind the number 520 in contemporary culture. Observing Lu Yuxing's furrowed brow, Shang Jue knew he must be feeling quite uncomfortable, nearly suppressing a grin. Is there a problem? What's the 40 for in the rent? Lu Yuxing questioned, wary that this might be another one of Shang Jue's tricks. Shang Jue responded seamlessly, management fee. Lu Yuxing hesitated, still inputting his password. You can round it down if you wish, Shang Jue offered generously. It was as if Lu Yuxing was being overly meticulous about those 20 yuan. Thus, the next moment, a transfer notification for 520 yuan pinged on Shang Jue's phone. Having just added each other, their sole message record was that of the 520 transfer, giving the impression that Lu Yuxing was Shang Jue's devoted admirer, having played his cards right. Shang Jue cheerfully accepted the payment and spent the next 2 hours moving his belongings to his new residence. Lu Yuxing was absent from the dormitory. Did he really move out? Lu Yuxing exclaimed. In the afternoon, Shang Jue had messaged him about his departure. Lu Yuxing had a favorable impression of this transient roommate, having only known him for 2 days. Before moving, Shang Jue took the time to explain his reasons for relocating. While he was glad that Lu Yuxing could continue residing with them, he felt a tinge of guilt towards Shang Jue. But surely, Lu Yuxing harbor unfounded animosity towards someone, right? Perhaps it was better to stay out of their affairs. I know. I just wish their relationship could ease a bit. With both of them being top scholars in the dorm, they might help me out. And I could benefit from a better academic atmosphere. If we get recognized as an outstanding dormitory, I could add that to my resume. Who even puts that on a resume? Lin Shuiying remarked, observing Lu Ji's demeanor. It was evident that any reconciliation was unlikely unless they knocked Lu Gu out and rebooted him. Lu Yuxing laughed. If Lu Gu truly lost his memory, I'd make him recognize me as his father. Lin Shuiying retorted, then I'll have him recognize me as his grandfather. Get lost. I'd have him call me great-grandfather. Lu Yuxing watched the two exchange furtive, conspiratorial glances. What is going on? He asked, clearing his throat. Nothing. Lu Gu. Shang Jue has moved out. Shang Jue's bed was completely vacant. The stark emptiness of bed number 2 contrasted sharply with the other 3, disrupting the previously harmonious symmetry of the dormitory, leaving Lu Yuxing feeling unsettled. After spending half an hour staring at his math book, he found his thoughts inexplicably muddled. His phone vibrated a few times, revealing several messages from his brother, Lu Yuxing. Scrolling down, he found Shang Jue's avatar, a cartoon fox. Lu Yuxing had saved Shang Jue's number back in high school, and after graduation, he had tossed it into his contacts, forgetting to delete it. Remembering today, he decided to search for Shang Jue's WeChat using the number. Upon entering, he was met with the record of the previous transfer. No matter how he looked at it, the situation felt awkward. He considered deleting the record but dismissed the thought as childish. In the afternoon, his mind had stumbled, forgetting that he could have simply transferred a semester's rent to Shang Jue without leaving behind this irksome record. Shutting off his phone, he returned to his studies. Yet after another half hour, his thoughts remained disordered. Finally, Lu Yuxing closed his book and stood. Lu Yuxing inquired, "Where are you going, Lu Gu?" "Just going for a walk outside." Typically, whenever Lu Yuxing's problem-solving thought process stalled, he would seek a quiet place to stroll. However, the school's playground was filled with couples, making it more of a distraction than a relief. Thus, he opted to venture beyond the campus. Donning his jacket, he stepped out. "And I'll take a pineapple popsicle. Thank you, Lu Dad." Lin Shuiying chimed in. With the hopes of his 2 roommates in mind, Lu Yuxing stepped outside. A university's campus was situated away from the bustling districts, and the nighttime outside the school gate offered a rare tranquility amid the city's hustle. Upon reaching an intersection, he was greeted by a red traffic light. Although the road was devoid of vehicles, Lu Yuxing dutifully stood at the crosswalk, patiently awaiting the green signal to illuminate. 6, 5. A red motorcycle roared from the far side of the street, deliberately slowing its pace as the countdown progressed. The helmeted motorcyclist swayed slightly, though the motion became indistinct from a distance. Lu Yuxing cast a glance at the rider, mildly surprised. With mere seconds remaining, the other showed no urgency to dash through the changing light. 2, 1. As the signal shifted, Lu stepped forward. The rider's helmet tilted drunkenly from side to side before his right hand abruptly twisted the throttle, transforming the engine's lazy hum into a sudden roar. Turning in bewilderment, Lu beheld this seemingly courteous rider astride his garish scarlet motorcycle, now hurtling toward him with alarming speed. The blinding headlights illuminated Lu's widened dark eyes, frozen in astonishment. So it wasn't restraint before the traffic light, but colorblindness. Chapter 4. I am your boyfriend. Shang Jue was preoccupied with moving and tidying up until nightfall. At that moment, his phone by the bedside rang. Struggling to muster some energy, he glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number from the same city. Usually, he would ignore such calls, but this local number could possibly belong to someone from school. After a brief moment of contemplation, he reluctantly answered, his voice heavy with fatigue. Hello? A few seconds later, something was said on the other end that made Shang Jue raise an eyebrow. I am not his. Before he could finish the word friend, the voice suddenly halted. A car accident? Shang Jue hurried to the hospital's emergency room. He was bewildered as to why the police would contact him, but given the gravity of the situation, he left in haste, taking a cab. During the ride, he contemplated whether to inform the other two residents of dormitory 323 about the matter, but ultimately decided against it. The circumstances were unclear, and he suspected that the call might have been a prank or a scam. All his doubts dissipated when he saw the familiar yet vexing face of the person lying on the hospital bed. The patient did not appear to be in a dire state. You are the victim's family member, correct? A nearby nurse inquired. No. Then do you know the victim? Shang Jue nodded reluctantly. Is he severely injured? He has multiple abrasions and a head injury. We will need to wait for him to regain consciousness to ascertain the full extent of his condition. Fortunately, there are no injuries to internal organs. The nurse explained before leaving the room to contact the police. Half an hour later, 2 young police officers arrived at the hospital, first asking for Shang Jue's personal information and his relationship with Lu Yuxing. We are classmates. I received a call this afternoon. One of the officers recognized his voice and said, it was us who called you. Shang Jue felt perplexed. He could not fathom why the police would reach out to him. His relationship with Lu Yuxing was neither familial nor particularly close. One could hardly consider them friends. What about his family? We have checked his family ties. He has only one older brother. Shang Jue was taken aback. He knew little about Lu Yuxing's family situation and was surprised to learn that he had only one relative. May I ask another question? Shang Jue inquired, feeling a headache coming on. How did you determine that I am his friend? The 2 officers exchanged glances and handed him a phone with a cracked screen. After unlocking it, he found a contact in the address book. Scanning through the names, he noticed a row of full names with no indication of family members, save for one glaringly obvious entry. Clicking on the number revealed it to be Shang Jue's own. The singular peculiar note read, I guess your relationship is quite close. The nature of human friendship is indeed strange. Often, the most honest remarks in contact lists are the most cringeworthy. When the young officer looked back at Shang Jue, he found his expression somewhat inscrutable. Did we make a mistake? No, Shang Jue replied, a faint smile returning to his lips, though it carried an edge of bitterness. Our relationship is excellent. That's good to hear. If possible, could you please contact the victim's brother? He has asked us to arrange for you to take care of the victim for the night. Shang Jue fell silent for a moment before accepting this responsibility. He used Lu Yuxing's phone to call his brother, Lu Yuxing. The call connected swiftly. Hello? The voice on the other end was unexpectedly different from Lu Yuxing's, warm and calm, yet tinged with urgency and a slight tremor. Hello, Mr. Lu. My name is Shang Jue, and I am Lu Yuxing's roommate. Speaking to an elder. Shang Jue maintained his politeness. No problem. I will take care of him until tomorrow. Please don't worry too much. The voice on the other end expressed gratitude repeatedly. After hanging up, Shang Jue stared at the irritating note in Lu Yuxing's contact information for a moment. He usually keeps his mouth clean in public, never uttering a curse. Yet his phone note is quite honest. What a hypocrite, he thought to himself, smirking. As the dull pain from his head injury began to fade, Lu Yuxing gradually regained consciousness. His long, dark eyelashes fluttered before slowly lifting. His unfocused gaze lingered on the ceiling for a while. You're awake. A nurse in the emergency room noted, quickly standing. How do you feel? As Lu Yuxing listened to her voice, he felt as though his life had been severed from something, with fragmented memories that could not connect. He couldn't grasp the situation, and with the limited capacity for thought, he replied, My head hurts. Don't worry, it's just a mild concussion with a few abrasions. There are no severe injuries, the nurse reassured him gently. Concussion. Abrasions. Lu Yuxing extracted key information from those words, piecing together the current situation. He had been in an accident and was now in the hospital. Are there any other areas that feel uncomfortable? The nurse continued to inquire softly. Hello, Lu Yuxing, he interrupted, his dark eyes shadowed with a hint of melancholy. Could you please call the doctor? I seem to have lost my memory. Eh? Seconds later, the nurse hurried out of the emergency room. I will fetch Dr. Cheng. The patient in bed 3 is awake. Notify the police. Another nurse, still unaware of the situation, instructed. The cold demeanor did not resemble that of a patient just roused from a car accident. He appeared to be in good spirits. Shang Jue approached the bedside slowly. Dr. Cheng, a man with a square face and around 50 years of age, was quite experienced, but now wore a serious expression. He stood at the foot of bed 3, one hand languidly resting on the railing beside the bed. Lu Yuxing noticed him, pausing his speech to look at Shang Jue for 2 seconds. The moment this person entered his line of sight, an unsettling sense of familiarity washed over him. This was the first time he felt a hint of memory stirring after awakening. He recognized the individual before him. For reasons unknown, Lu Yuxing felt an inexplicable aversion towards Shang Jue. Every nerve in his body screamed in resistance. Yet, he maintained basic politeness and decorum, nodding slightly to Shang Jue. Hello. Shang Jue's previously indifferent gaze shifted suddenly. Who are you? Lu Yuxing replied. That should be my question. Are you a family member of the patient? Doctor Cheng asked. Shang Jue expected Lu Yuxing to deny it first and waited for a few seconds. However, Lu Yuxing merely stared at him quietly. Shang Jue found it increasingly strange and replied, a friend. He was then called out of the room by Dr. Cheng. It appears to be amnesia resulting from the accident. The patient's symptoms are somewhat peculiar. Based on our conversation earlier, he seems to have lost nearly 3 years of memories. Amnesia? Shang Jue exclaimed in astonishment. In the past 3 years. 3 years ago, he and Lu Yuxing were strangers to one another. No wonder Lu Yuxing had such a reaction upon their first meeting. Is recovery possible? The injury to the patient's head is not particularly severe. There is a high probability of recovery. Although there are exceptions, you should be prepared mentally. However, there is no need for excessive concern, as past experiences indicate that symptoms of amnesia following a car accident usually improve within 1 or 2 weeks. Shang Jue felt a slight sense of relief. Thank you. Lu Yuxing leaned against the headboard, shifting his gaze slightly when he entered. Their eyes met briefly before quickly averting. He instinctively harbored a dislike for Shang Jue. Due to a lack of water and food, Lu Yuxing's lips were somewhat pale, yet his handsome face remained unblemished. Shang Jue found a chair to sit in, crossing his legs. While he certainly did not like Lu Yuxing, he did not revel in the misfortune of the other's amnesia. Fortunately, the doctor had indicated a strong possibility of recovery. Any sympathy Shang Jue had for Lu Yuxing swiftly dissipated. Suppressing his annoyance, he was about to offer the water cup to him. What is your name? Lu Yuxing suddenly inquired. Shang Jue. What is our relationship? Based on past experiences, symptoms of amnesia following a car accident usually improve within 1 or 2 weeks. 1 or 2 weeks. He recalled a note he saw on Lu Yuxing's phone the previous day, and the words hovered on the tip of his tongue. Shang Jue let out a cold laugh, holding on to the hope of mocking Lu Yuxing once he regained consciousness, and uttered a few words. I am your boyfriend. Lu Yuxing's perpetually expressionless face finally exhibited some change. What? Shang Jue had spent the night in the hospital, and the pent-up frustration within him dissipated at that malicious jest. He smiled and repeated, I am your boyfriend. Lu Yuxing's brow furrowed as if covered in frost. Shang, I appreciate your concern, but your earlier comment was not amusing. You think I'm joking? Yes. Lu Yuxing glanced at him with a hint of disdain in his eyes. I could never like you. Such words carried a tinge of condescension. Lu Yuxing, unaware of it himself, still concealed a sharp sarcasm in his tone while speaking to Shang Jue. Despite his lack of memory, Shang Jue chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further. The water cup, originally intended for Lu Yuxing, took an unexpected turn and ended up in his own mouth. He now believed that dying of thirst would be a fitting end for this person. His silence seemed to disconcert Lu Yuxing. After drinking, Shang Jue placed the paper cup aside without further explanation. Unable to contain himself, Lu Yuxing asked. Do you have nothing to say? You are injured and have lost your memory. Shang Jue feigned concern. That is irrelevant. I said I could never like you. How can you be so certain? Because I am not homosexual, Lu Yuxing replied. Shang Jue appeared disinclined to elaborate, merely nodding. I do not like men. Shang Jue laughed. Those two statements convey the same meaning. I am merely emphasizing. After a moment of silence, he lowered his gaze and said, I used to feel the same way. I did not like men. Lu Yuxing's breath hitched. This implied that he, Lu Yuxing, had turned Shang Jue, a straight man, into something else. He forced himself to take a moment, yet he could not regain his composure. Shang Jue did not reproach him, nor was there a hint of complaint in his tone, yet Lu Yuxing felt like a heartless betrayer of an unrequited love. Lu Yuxing scrutinized him closely, attempting to discern any signs of deceit on Shang Jue's face. However, in his eyes, aside from a fleeting glimpse of resentment at hurtful words directed at a lover, there remained boundless tolerance and affection. Either Shang Jue was speaking the truth, or he was a masterful deceiver. I feel a bit unwell. For the first time, Lu Yuxing found it difficult to speak, as if something lodged in his throat rendered his voice hoarse. Shang Jue inquired with concern. Do you have a headache? I will call Dr. Chang. No need. Lu Yuxing turned his face away, avoiding his gaze. He endured the discomfort. I wish to rest a while. All right. I will fetch you a cup of water. Shang Jue took a new disposable cup from the cabinet and exited the room. He did not head to the tea station, but stood facing the wall outside the ward for a while. A nurse entering and exiting the emergency room recognized him and slowed her pace, discreetly shifting her gaze to catch another glimpse of this rare beauty. Yet, she saw this handsome figure lost in introspection, his shoulders trembling. Shang Jue intentionally lingered in the tea room for over 10 minutes, maintaining a smile throughout. His appearance was indeed striking. Having spent merely a day on this floor, many had already taken note of him. He rarely displayed such unabashed joy, often merely wearing a signature false smile. Unable to tear himself away, once his emotions settled and he ensured he would not burst out laughing in front of Lu Yuxing, he slowly returned to the ward. After half an hour of psychological tug-of-war, Lu Yuxing had evidently adjusted his mindset. The overwhelming skepticism he held had diminished to 7 parts after Shang Jue's impactful assertion of, I used to feel the same way, I did not like men. He still doubted Shang Jue's claims. However, he required evidence to disprove them. You claim we are in a romantic relationship. What evidence do you have? Evidence? For instance, when did we get together? On November 1st of last year. Lu Yuxing replied ambiguously. You remember it quite clearly. Of course, one must remember the date of our union. How did you confess to me? What? Not receiving an immediate answer, Lu Yuxing pressed further. Impossible. Do not call me that. The endearment made Lu Yuxing's hair stand on end in disgust. Shang Jue pondered briefly how this extraterrestrial being might confess, and replied, You said that my place in your heart is second only to mathematics. Impossible. Then we became a couple. Impossible. Shang Jue laughed. How can you be so certain that it is absolutely impossible for you to fall for me? Lu Yuxing could not comprehend why it was impossible. He truly could not logically refute Shang Jue. The likelihood of him developing feelings for the person before him was indeed not zero. Even if it were merely 1 in 10,000, it still existed. However, impossible remained impossible. Shang Jue fell into that disquieting silence again. Do you have any photos of us together? Shang Jue casually fabricated. You forgot. You do not like taking pictures. Such a fabricated statement, nevertheless, managed to dispel a fragment of doubt lingering in Lu Yuxing's heart. Indeed, he harbored a strong aversion to photography, with very few pictures taken throughout his life. In a bid to convince him, Shang Jue embellished the narrative further. I begged you to take a photo with me, yet you refused. I even considered sneaking a picture, but you dared to scold me. Shang Jue playfully crossed his legs and remarked, However, I must admit, I do find your angry demeanor quite endearing. Enough. Shang Jue fell silent, not out of fear of Lu Yuxing's reprimand, but rather due to concern that the patient's external injuries might worsen under the strain of his irritation. Lu Yuxing's lips tightened, and he refrained from uttering a word, aware that any further discourse might jeopardize his own composure. Shang Jue lingered in the hospital room until evening, explaining the situation to the 2 visitors and advising them to return in a few days. Gu Zhiqing's demeanor was rather impulsive, while Lin Shuiying, though somewhat steadier, would likely contribute little beyond causing disruption. At 8 o'clock, a young man, approximately 26 or 27 years of age, hurriedly entered the room. Although Shang Jue had never met Lu Yuxing's brother, he recognized him instantly as Lu Yuxing. The brothers bore a resemblance in their features, yet their auras were strikingly different. Lu Yuxing typically wore a serious, expressionless visage, exuding an air of aloofness, while Lu Yuxing, in contrast, radiated an approachable warmth despite a maturity born from experience. Upon encountering Lu Yuxing, he strode forward to scrutinize him for a moment before enveloping him in a hug tinged with guilt. At that moment, Shang Jue realized that Lu Yuxing's astonishing height was indeed an anomaly. As the elder brother, Lu Yuxing stood almost at eye level with Shang Jue, perhaps even slightly shorter. After Lu Yuxing released Lu Yuxing, his attention shifted to Shang Jue. They exchanged greetings, and as they conversed, Lu Yuxing expressed his gratitude profusely. "It's nothing. I'm merely his friend. It is my duty to assist," Shang Jue replied. "By the way, I refrained from informing you about Lu Yuxing's condition during your journey for safety's sake." He reiterated Dr. Cheng's words, "Do not worry too much. According to the doctors, recovery is possible." Upon hearing of his brother's amnesia, Lu Yuxing fell silent for a while. "I understand. Are you doing well?" He smiled gently at Shang Jue. "You must have heard from the police. Yuxing has only me as his brother. Our parents passed away in a car accident, so it can be a bit complicated." Shang Jue was rendered speechless, unable to offer any comforting words. Lu Yuxing composed himself, unwilling to appear immature before someone younger. "It's quite late. I sincerely appreciate your help in looking after my brother." Shang Jue modestly acknowledged his gratitude and took his leave. "I'll see you out." "No need for that. Please take good care of him. I live nearby," Lu Yuxing replied, his concern for his brother's well-being preventing him from insisting further. Shang Jue glanced towards Lu Yuxing, and once their eyes met, he discreetly mouthed a farewell. Lu Yuxing deciphered the gesture, and his eyelids twitched. "Until we meet again, dear." The deceitful charlatan departed. The brothers spent half an hour together, during which Lu Yuxing assessed that Lu Yuxing's cognitive abilities remained intact, and his logical reasoning was normal. The anxiety that had weighed on him began to dissipate. Subsequently, he visited the police station to discuss the handling of the perpetrator. He returned Lu Yuxing's phone, which was secured with a password. Lu Yuxing attempted several familiar codes from his high school days, successfully unlocking it, which provided him with a modicum of comfort. Some things remained unchanged by time. He nearly attempted to use the date he and Shang Jue had supposedly been together to unlock it. "Let us check the photo album," Lu Yuxing suggested. "Perhaps viewing recent pictures could jog your memory." "All right," Lu Yuxing responded, yet instead of opening the album, he navigated to other social media applications. He was not fond of photography, whether of himself or the scenery around him. Aware of his own habits, he routinely cleared his album, so it was unlikely to contain many images. "Brother, have I been in a relationship this past year?" Lu Yuxing paused. "No, you never mentioned it." The name scrolling before Lu Yuxing felt foreign, except for one, Shang Jue, the deceiver. He hesitated, instinctively clicking on the Fox avatar. There was but a single message: Lu Yuxing, transfer, amount, 520. Lu Yuxing was left speechless. Chapter 5. How much do you like him? Lu Yuxing was momentarily taken aback. This transfer record was from several days ago, and apart from this, there had been no further communication between him and Shang Jue. The chat history only contained this single message, making it easy to infer what had transpired between them. It is commonplace for couples to quarrel, and when arguments escalate, it is not unusual for one to resort to the childish act of unfriending the other. Yet, Lu Yuxing never anticipated that he would be the one to engage in such behavior. He had indeed quarreled with his boyfriend and removed him from his friend list. Glancing at the transfer message he had sent, was he the one seeking reconciliation? How deeply did he truly care for that fellow? Lu Yuxing's expression twisted in an uncharacteristically agitated manner. The thought of Shang Jue's slightly frivolous face left him feeling breathless. In merely 3 years, how had he transformed into a love-stricken fool for that person? Noticing Lu Yuxing staring at the screen, frozen in place, Lu Yuxing cast a puzzled glance his way, only to be taken aback. Lu Yuxing had always maintained a stoic demeanor, and it was rare to witness any emotional fluctuation on his face as he grew older. However, at that moment, his brother's expression was remarkably expressive, unbelievable, questioning life, and slightly disdainful. Concerned, Lu Yuxing asked, "Are you feeling unwell, Shaoxing? A headache?" Lu Yuxing forcefully shut his eyes. "I'm fine, brother. I'll check it again tomorrow." If he continued to dwell on it, he feared he might unearth some terrifying memories. In the following days, Lu Yuxing underwent several brain examinations at the 4th hospital in City A. The medical standards were commendable, yet they were powerless regarding his amnesia. These matters had little to do with Shang Jue. He had played a cruel joke on Lu Yuxing and, without any awareness, left him forgotten in the hospital for nearly a week. As a boyfriend, he didn't even bother to visit or send a greeting via WeChat. His performance was utterly lacking in diligence. Shang Jue thought that, given Lu Yuxing's personality, he probably would not believe he was genuinely in a relationship with a man. Perhaps he had already sensed it. Thus, he continued attending classes and studying, occasionally encountering Lu Yuxing in the classroom. Shang Jue and the other three from dormitory 323 were not in the same class, but sometimes they would share public courses in larger lecture halls. Initially, Lu Yuxing would inquire about Lu Yuxing's condition upon seeing him, but eventually, their encounters devolved into merely friendly greetings. As for Lu Yuxing's current condition or any improvements, that was no longer of concern to him. On the weekend, Shang Jue participated in a small offline event at school and subsequently remained in his rented apartment. Later that evening, a phone call came through. Shang Jue glanced at the caller ID and answered nonchalantly. As soon as he picked up, an impatient voice erupted from the other end. Hello, hello? What do you mean, another heartbreak? I haven't even started yet. Had the junior he added last month broken up with him? Shang Jue absent-mindedly listened to the complaints, his pen aimlessly doodling long lines on the paper. After about 10 minutes of grievances, he yawned, seemingly exhausted from venting, paused to catch his breath. By the way, do you have plans for tonight? Yes. Huh? Do you have an event or class? Studying. What kind of plan is that? Aren't you the top of your department? Your graduate school recommendation is secure. Now that you're in college, do you really need everything to be so perfect? Shang Jue replied blandly, it's a habit. Stop studying. Come out later. I'll treat you to dinner. No. It was as if the person on the other end were deaf. The moment Shang Jue uttered a negative response, He Young immediately exclaimed, it's settled then. I'll drive to your building to pick you up. 5 minutes. With that, he hastily hung up, sighing in resignation. Shang Jue donned a black jacket and descended the stairs. At the entrance of the community, a discreet gray sedan awaited him. As the driver's window slowly lowered, a young man leaned his elbow on the window ledge, his handsome face obscured by somewhat ostentatious sunglasses. Upon spotting Shang Jue, he waved cheerfully. Shang Jue settled into the passenger seat. He Young resumed his incessant chatter. You see, my car is so low-key, just 200,000. How can anyone tell I'm wealthy? I thought I was being quite discreet. It's not about how low-key the car is. Anyone who can afford a car in their sophomore year is certainly not poor. Even a 2,000 yuan electric scooter is a rarity on campus, let alone a 200,000 sedan. Furthermore, the son of the richest man in City A, who chose to stay local for his undergraduate studies, is bound to be known by at least some people in the school. He Young paused, taking a moment to digest this obvious truth. Oh. Before setting the navigation, He Young turned and asked, what about seafood? Can you eat it? Allergic. Oh right, you've mentioned that a few times, I forgot. How about hot pot? Coconut chicken? They ultimately settled on coconut chicken soup. While waiting for the pot to boil, He Young continued to fret over a certain wristwatch-wearing junior. Lamenting, is it because I'm wealthy that I'm doomed to never find true love? He longed for someone to appear in his life and disdainfully declare, who cares about your filthy money? Shang Jue calmly responded, if you can't find true love, I can accompany you after death. Thanks for the offer, but no thanks. Leaning back in his seat, He Young remarked, but with your good conditions, and not being as wealthy as I am, why not date? Shang Jue chose to overlook the flaws in his reasoning, disinterested. Besides, I'm not suitable for dating. Why not? Shang Jue smiled, because I'm insecure? He Young stared silently at the strikingly artistic face across from him for 2 seconds. Insecure? Give me a break. Bringing up Shang Jue's rented accommodation, He Young probed further. Did you move out specifically because of Lu Yuxing? Shang Jue hesitated. Who told you that? No one needed to tell me. It's no secret that you two had a rough relationship in high school. Shang Jue and He Young had attended the same high school, but they had not met there. Rather, they had crossed paths at He Yang's birthday party. Shang Jue had accompanied his mother to the event. As the gathering was about to conclude, befriending the child of City A's wealthiest man could not be deemed detrimental, even if it might not carry any advantages. He chatted amiably with He Young, who was pleasantly surprised to discover they attended the same school. Initially, Shang Jue did not intend to forge a deep friendship, but he later realized that He Yang's personality was quite compatible with his own, and over the years, they unknowingly developed a strong bond. As the chicken soup boiled, the waiter arrived to add the remaining ingredients. He Young continued, and don't forget, during high school, you mentioned several times in front of me that a foolish dog had transferred to your class. Did I really have such a sharp tongue in high school? You must be mistaken. He Young glanced at Shang Jue's expression, thinking, I certainly did not misremember. Once, when you insulted him, he even heard you. I held my tongue for your sake. Moving out isn't such a bad thing. He truly cannot stand me, and living under the same roof would undoubtedly create complications. Is that all there is to it? He murmured. I thought you also disliked him, which is why you moved so hastily. Shang Jue smiled and replied, why would I harbor any dislike for him? I don't know. It's just a feeling. Perhaps your energies are simply incompatible? The notion of incompatible energies was indeed a fitting observation. Shang Jue recalled the moment she first encountered Lu Yuxing. He had transferred to their school in the second year of high school, reportedly due to his family's work relocation. In retrospect, that relocating family member was likely his brother. When Lu Yuxing first arrived, he stood at the front of the classroom, noticeably a few centimeters shorter than he was now, yet still an imposing figure at over 6 feet. With the same expressionless visage he bore today, he conducted a proper self-introduction at the podium. The girls in the classroom erupted in cheers for nearly 2 minutes before the homeroom teacher gestured for silence. Shang Jue's deskmate was the typical humorous boy found in every class, who loved to show off during lessons. He leaned towards Shang Jue, teasingly remarked, class monitor. Your position in our class might be at risk. Shang Jue merely smiled, unperturbed. She lifted her gaze to the tall boy at the podium. The new student was indeed handsome, aloof, and perfectly fit the archetype of a male lead from a romantic novel. It was no surprise that the girls were excited. However, his demeanor seemed excessively somber. Shang Jue noticed Lu Yuxing's bright, yet emotionless black eyes, and spent 3 seconds contemplating what kind of person this new student might be. Methodical, serious, uninteresting, cold, and perhaps a bit of a mathematical enthusiast lost in his own world. She rested her chin lazily on her left hand, observing Lu Yuxing and finding herself amused by her own shallow judgments based on appearance. How could those assessments be so accurate? It was a crossword puzzle after all. As she was lost in thought, their eyes met for a fleeting moment. For reasons unknown, the boy on the podium fixed his gaze on her for several seconds before lightly furrowing his brow. His expression was orderly and serious, uninteresting and cold, yet devoid of dullness. A sudden thought emerged in Shang Jue's mind, an alternative definition that resonated more aptly with this new student: anomaly. The homeroom teacher assigned Lu Yuxing to sit in front of Shang Jue. As he descended from the podium, she offered a habitual friendly smile and greeted him. Hello. I'm Shang Jue. Lu Yuxing remained silent, his gaze fixated on her with a somewhat complex expression. I'm the class monitor of Class 7. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to approach me. Shang Jue extended her right hand amicably. Lu Yuxing's emotions appeared even more nuanced. Smoking, fighting, chaos. I'm the class monitor. He seemed to think, this school is doomed. For the first time, Shang Jue faced rejection, her outstretched hand lingering in the air for several seconds before she lowered it. Squinting slightly, she suddenly had a faint yet keen intuition. Perhaps she and this new student would not get along. As it turned out, her intuition was correct. This new student, whose energies clashed with Shang Jue's, eclipsed her long-standing position as the top student in the 3rd week of his arrival. Chapter 6. Your relationship is more than. I cannot say I particularly like him. Shang Jue found herself being unexpectedly honest. Oh dear, Hio interjected, taking a piece of chicken. I remember not long after he transferred to our school, he took 1st place, right? If it were me, having held the top position for so long, I would feel quite resentful if a sudden transfer student stole my thunder. Hio indeed possessed a knack for comforting others. Shang Jue immediately lost her appetite, placing her chopsticks at the edge of her plate and taking a sip of lemon water. Hio, with a silly expression, exclaimed in surprise, are you full already? His achievement is merely a reflection of my own inadequacy, Shang Jue replied. Huh. Hio's eyes widened in confusion. Why are you suddenly saying that? I don't feel that he stole my thunder. Ah, and when have I ever given him a cold shoulder? Shang Jue retorted coldly. Am I jealous of him? No, no, no. How could someone like him evoke jealousy? It's never too late to mend one's ways, Hio, as a friend, stood firmly by Shang Jue's side, continued, I've met Lu Yuxing a few times. He is just a bookworm. How can he compare to you? Look at you. Excellent grades, high emotional intelligence, and universally liked. He added, my father often says he wishes you were his son. Humph. Does he think I want to be his son? Did I wish to be born into wealth? Shang Jue responded, feeling a bit wronged. As Hio continued to digress, he lamented, I don't think I'm that different. Even though I'm wealthy, I didn't take shortcuts like other rich kids. Getting into university, it required high scores, and I achieved that on my own. He completely overlooked the numerous top-tier tutors he had hired during his final year of high school. Naturally, He Yao indeed put in considerable effort during his last year, but he failed to consider that at over 50 years of age, with a notoriously bad temper, he remained in city merely to accompany him for a couple more years. Shang Jue found herself swayed by his tangents, feeling a headache coming on as she resumed eating, attempting to ignore the noise around her. Success. A successful diversion. He Yao exclaimed. Don't rush off just yet. Stay with me for another hour. Where to? Shang Jue inquired. He Yao stroked his chin and said, after yesterday's events, I think I might be misguided in my approach to dating. Is it true that one cannot cultivate flowers without effort? I've realized I've been looking for a pure and genuine partner, yet those who come to me seem to have ulterior motives. It feels as if the heavens are working against me. So, you wish to take the opposite approach and fish in murky waters? Shang Jue jested casually. To her surprise, He Yao nodded earnestly. Exactly. I've heard there's a gay bar near North 2nd Street, but I've never been to such places. So could you accompany me? No way. He Yao was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit wronged. I'll just go alone then. You drove here. You can't drink. Shang Jue pointed out. That's precisely why I called you. Haha, I know you have a driver's license. Shang Jue sighed. So you invited me to dinner simply to have me as your chauffeur? What a harsh way to phrase it. Just 1 hour. I only want to take a look inside. You can just circle around the area. I promise it will only take an hour. He Yao, with a carefree demeanor, displayed a fearless attitude, yet having been pampered all his life, he had never ventured into places like bars or nightclubs. Nonetheless, he had heard some alarming tales about such establishments. Thus, despite his curiosity, he had never dared to step inside. Shang Jue was about to say something more, but caught sight of He Yao's clear eyes looking at her. You wouldn't want to see me get taken away, would you? Hasten the pace, please. All right. While waiting, Shang Jue was reluctant to remain seated in the establishment, marinated in the aroma of fried food. So he casually strolled around the vicinity, passing by a shop selling frozen treats. The vibrant colors of the sign and the enticing images of various desserts presented in white porcelain bowls stirred the appetites of passers-by. Shang Jue paused, casting several glances at the prominently recommended mango ice. His heart undeniably stirred. Influenced by familial habits, he typically ate until he was about 70 to 80% full. And given that humans possess an additional sweet tooth, he could easily indulge in a whole serving. The only unfortunate aspect was his allergy to mangoes. Shang Jue had a propensity for allergies, reacting to seafood, dust mites, and occasionally even ultraviolet rays. Even mangoes, which had been his favorite since childhood, suddenly became an allergen during his high school years, leaving him covered in rashes after consumption. Though he had never been in a romantic relationship, he imagined that the feeling was akin to heartbreak. A fruit he had cherished for years was abruptly taken from him. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the shop. Hello? What would you like to order? The employee at the ordering area greeted with a smile. I'll have the mango ice. Just a half serving will suffice. The staff momentarily paused. We don't sell half servings. Internally, she thought, I have my professional ethics. I wouldn't bend the rules just because you're handsome. Shang Jue chuckled. I'll pay full price. Could you please prepare a half serving for me? The employee, blushing slightly upon realizing her misunderstanding, agreed. Sure. Please wait a moment. However, even with the half serving, Shang Jue dared not finish it. After sampling just a couple of bites to satisfy his craving, he set down the spoon, unwilling to indulge further. He had yet to reach the point where he would disregard his health for the sake of his taste buds. A message from He Yang arrived. He Yang, wow, Shang, this place has dazzling lights. He Yang, I've only been here for 10 minutes, and I've already had several people add me. He Yang, video. Shang Jue raised his eyes and casually clicked on it. In the video, a man with a prominent backside donned revealing hot pants, gyrating on stage. Shang Jue abruptly shut his eyes and turned off the video, taking a moment to expel that image from his mind. Respectful, yet bewildered. Shang Jue, is this your type? He Yang, how could it be? It's just that the visual impact is overwhelming. He Yang, good brothers must share in the trials. Another 10 minutes passed. He Yang, holy cow. After a brief wait with no further messages, Shang Jue lazily sent a question mark. The chat window flickered with typing, as if the person on the other end was engaged in a strenuous internal struggle. He Yang, Shang, someone just touched my groin. Shang Jue. Perhaps the experience from 10 minutes ago left a psychological scar. Shang Jue started the car and inquired, how did that happen? Care to share? I had a few drinks, and the noise was making my head spin, so I thought I'd rest at the bar. Then someone. Shang Jue understood. He paused, hesitating. So did he succeed? Of course not. The moment he reached in, I woke up, He Yang replied weakly. And that guy was so unattractive. Shang Jue immediately distanced himself from the male circle. Just as he pondered at a red light, a phone call came in. He glanced at the screen. It was a local number, not one of his contacts. Yet, the sequence seemed vaguely familiar. He answered it casually. He Yang turned to look, sensing a hint of recognition in the voice. Before he could grasp who was on the line, Shang Jue's friend, who adhered to the philosophy of singlehood, chuckled softly. What's up, darling? He Yang. Suddenly, both He Yang in the passenger seat and the person on the other end fell into a prolonged silence. Shang Jue, surprised, asked, You remembered? He added, About us. No. Upon saying this, as if not wishing to delve into the matter, he quickly changed the subject. Lu Yuxing mentioned you're no longer staying in the dorm. Where should I drop off your things? Shang Jue thought for a moment and replied, At the south gate of the school. I'll be passing by in about 20 minutes. He recalled that his memories of Lu Yuxing had yet to resurface and uncertainly asked, You remember the way from the dorm to the south gate, right? I don't. But I'll use navigation. The next moment, the call ended. With mere seconds left on the red light, Shang Jue turned to meet He Yang's piercing gaze. Accompanied by the intensity of that look was a voice filled with gritted teeth. What does darling mean? Could you please explain? 20 minutes later. The car arrived at the south gate of a university. The night was late, and a few orange-yellow street lamps illuminated the figures standing along the path. Lu Yuxing stood beneath a tree at the roadside, half his figure shrouded in shadow. Although he was not easily visible, his tall stature and the heavy items he held made him easily identifiable to Shang Jue. He temporarily parked the car at the school gate, leaving He Yang inside while he stepped out to approach Lu Yuxing. Without uttering a word, Lu Yuxing handed over the items in his hands. Lu Yuxing had not chosen overly extravagant gifts. Considering the high-angle coefficient of college students, he had mostly selected non-perishable snacks, quality dried fruits, imported chocolates, pastries, and a bag of seasonal fruits. He had a knack for gift-giving. On the surface, Shang Jue appeared aloof and extremely disciplined, but privately, he had a penchant for hoarding snacks, especially sweets. He accepted the offerings without hesitation. Not only had he lost his memory, but Lu Yuxing's external injuries had not fully healed either. The wound on his forehead had formed a new scab, barely concealed by a few stray hairs. I've merely lost a few years of memory, not my common sense or intellect, Lu Yuxing remarked, glancing at him. The day after Shang Jue left, two boys he had no recollection of visited him in the hospital, claiming to be his roommates. One was named Lu Yuxing, and the other Lin Shuiying. Particularly, the boy named Lu Yuxing appeared on the verge of tears upon seeing him, exclaiming to the other, Ingzi, I truly have a knack for jinxing. Lu Yuxing did not remember them, nor did he experience any emotional upheaval, yet he was grateful for their kind visit. At the very least, he was no longer entirely ignorant of his future self. He posed a question to them, one that had troubled him for 2 whole days. What is my relationship with Shang Jue? Your relationship seems rather complicated. After that, Lu Yuxing did not inquire further. A complex relationship. He was somewhat reluctant to untangle what kind of complexity that truly entailed. Lu Yuxing lowered his gaze slightly, observing the person before him. Since his so-called boyfriend had departed last time, he had not returned to the hospital to see him. Lu Yuxing certainly did not expect Shang Jue to come, but if the two of them were indeed in a romantic relationship, would it be customary to remain indifferent to a partner who has lost their memory for an entire week? However, if the individual before him is being deceitful, how then can the transaction record be accounted for? Shang Jue responded with a soft "oh," pondering the significance of attending school after the incident. Does it hold any value? Indeed. Upon hearing this unexpected reply, Shang Jue's gaze flickered slightly as he subtly probed. So, what have you recalled? Lu Yuxing hesitated for a moment and replied, indefinite integral. Shang Jue. Chapter 7. Responsibility. Congratulations, Shang Jue congratulated dryly. According to the doctor's prognosis, if all goes well, it won't be long before I can recall everything. Lu Yuxing cast a deep glance at him. Shang Jue merely smiled. That would be wonderful. His acting was impeccable, and Lu Yuxing ceased his probing, stating plainly, You haven't visited the hospital lately. Shang Jue expressed surprise. Darling, are you upset with me? Lu Yuxing instinctively denied. Why would I be angry? Oh, it's good to know you're not upset. I thought you might be displeased because I haven't seen you recently. Shang Jue fabricated a story effortlessly. Your brother is in the hospital. And I'm concerned that if I keep visiting, he might discover our situation. Each conversation with Shang Jue seemed to tighten a knot of discomfort in Lu Yuxing's heart, perhaps out of frustration. My brother, his tone was unusually hesitant. Does he not know about us? Well, after all, I am a male. Shang Jue smiled at him. At that moment, Lu Yuxing felt he should apologize to this person. Yet, he found himself unwilling, resisting from the core. Bringing something to Shang Jue was clearly a mistake. Lu Yuxing realized he could hardly interact with this individual. Even a simple dialogue could induce a pang of anxiety. He averted his gaze, wishing to avoid looking at him. However, his eyes inadvertently caught sight of the car Shang Jue had arrived in, his brow furrowing slightly. Is that your vehicle? Upon hearing this, Shang Jue turned to look. He noticed that the passenger window had been lowered, and half of He Yang's head was poking out, his dark hair dancing in the wind. Blissfully unaware that the two principal figures were watching him, Shang Jue's mouth twitched slightly as he explained, "Darling, please don't misunderstand, he is merely a friend." I am not misunderstanding anything, as he harbored no trust for this person. Wait a moment, Shang Jue called out to him. Lu Yuxing thought Shang Jue had more to say, but instead, he suddenly stepped closer, the distance between their faces shrinking to a mere 10 centimeters. Shang Jue, slightly shorter, tilted his chin upward, as if preparing to kiss him goodbye. In an instant, Lu Yuxing's breath caught. His legs reacted before his mind could catch up, instinctively retreating. His body swayed unsteadily, nearly stumbling. Seeing Lu Yuxing in such a disarray amused Shang Jue internally, though he maintained a facade of concern. Reaching out to steady him, "Darling." Before he could finish, Lu Yuxing swatted his hand away with considerable force, the sound echoing like a slap. Both were momentarily stunned. Before Shang Jue could speak, Lu Yuxing, his complexion darkened, offered a hasty apology and attempted to say something further. Yet he was overwhelmingly afraid of repeating the previous moment. Kissing a man, for him, a fellow male, was undeniably a daunting challenge. He muttered another apology and fled the scene. Lu Yuxing did not venture far. He paused beneath the cover of trees. Gazing back at the figure still standing at the school gate, Shang Jue lowered his head, gently rubbing the skin on the back of his hand where Lu Yuxing had struck him. The northern wind felt particularly harsh at night, causing Shang Jue's thin black coat to flutter like a paper leaf. Moments later, he knelt down, resting his elbows on his knees, covering his right cheek with his palm, revealing only the back of his hand and a portion of his sleeve sliding down to his wrist. He was likely feeling sorrowful. Lu Yuxing furrowed his brow. Shang Jue did not rise until he had laughed enough to regain his strength. As he stood, his legs felt slightly numb from crouching. He pinched his cheeks, relaxing the strained muscles of his face. Returning to the car, He Yang had already closed the window, his expression one of hesitation. Shang Jue, in a good mood, glanced at him. "Speak your mind." Shang Jue, given that he has lost his memory, isn't it rather unkind to deceive him like this? It is indeed unkind. I never claimed to be doing a good deed. Shang Jue interrupted before He Yang could continue. I'm telling you the truth, not to ruin your spirits. He Yang, if Lu Yuxing wakes up, he would undoubtedly want to kill you. Oh. Shang Jue pictured Lu Yuxing's expression upon discovering the truth and couldn't help but chuckle. Wanting to kill him? That is quite thrilling. He Yang, deceiving him like this is somewhat immoral. Shang Jue shamelessly agreed with a sound of affirmation. Isn't it also illegal? He Yang said uncertainly. I neither deceived him for money nor sought his affection. By your reasoning, all liars in the world ought to be imprisoned. It is merely a moral issue. Seeing that he could not sway him, He Yang scoffed. When the time comes for retribution, do not say, I did not warn you. He observed Shang Jue's flawless profile, silently mourning for Lu Yuxing for a few moments. Good luck, brother. The individual you've entangled with is a demon. In one room, two individuals occasionally cast furtive glances at him while observing and messaging each other on WeChat, their fingers nearly igniting the keyboard. Lin Shuiying, I don't know. When I went out to deliver something to Shang Jue, everything seemed fine. Gu Zhiqing, we had planned to teach Lu Gu how to use the school's academic system tonight. How do we even begin? Gu Zhiqing. Lu Yuxing suddenly turned his head. What did you mean by a complicated relationship? Gu Zhiqing paused for a moment, recalling that Lu Yuxing had asked him about his relationship with Shang Jue while in the hospital. His reply had been somewhat convoluted. A complicated relationship means that Gu Zhiqing, unwilling to lie but unable to speak plainly, carefully chose his words. It's a bit subtle. Lu Yuxing fell silent for a moment, rising to go out to the balcony for some fresh air. The sliding door to the balcony closed, isolating the sounds from the dormitory. Gu Zhiqing muttered, Ingzi, why do you think Lu Gu is so preoccupied with this? Could it be that even with amnesia, he still harbors disdain for Shang Jue? That seems unlikely. Doesn't even remember our names? Should I just tell Lu Gu directly that he and Shang Jue are actually adversaries? Gu Zhiqing pondered aloud. But Lu Gu knows nothing at all. Isn't that just adding to his troubles? Furthermore, during the days after Lu Ji's accident, it was Shang Jue who assisted at the hospital. In that light, their relationship doesn't seem to be so dire, does it? Lin Shuiying reflected. We don't truly understand the grievances between Lu Gu and Shang Jue. It's best if we remain uninvolved in this matter. If Lu Gu asks in the future, we can simply say we don't know, no need to lie. Gu Yiqing nodded, in full agreement. Outside on the balcony, Lu Yuxing leaned against the railing, lost in thought, recalling the kiss that nearly transpired. Since losing his memory, he had been unable to find any evidence to refute Shang Jue's claims. He could not prove the veracity of Shang Jue's words. What if what the other party said was indeed true? If what Shang Jue said is indeed true, and the two have been in a romantic relationship for nearly a year, then Lu Yuxing's actions over the past year closely resemble those of a cat. Initially, he confessed his feelings to Shang Jue, successfully bending the straight man towards him, yet he lacked the courage to come out to his family and friends. After the accident, Shang Jue devoted an entire day to caring for him, but upon regaining consciousness, he not only vehemently denied their relationship but also resorted to mocking remarks. Lu Yuxing took a deep breath. Furthermore, judging by his subconscious aversion to Shang Jue following his amnesia, it seems that within less than a year, he has developed a sense of disdain towards his partner. There may even have been fleeting thoughts of domestic violence. Lu Yuxing confessed that every time he saw Shang Jue's face hovering before him, an impulse to engage in a physical altercation surged within him. He cast a sidelong glance at the mirror above the wash basin, suddenly finding the face concealed in the shadows exceedingly unfamiliar. Has his transformation been so profound over the course of 3 years? The phone nestled in his coat pocket flickered in the darkness. A message had arrived. Lu Yuxing opened it and glanced. Shang Jue. Good night, darling. Lu Yuxing. He stared at the message, leaning towards the former option, convenient, swift, and more in line with his sentiments. However, the lonely silhouette he had seen in the evening breeze flashed through his mind, piercing his conscience like an arrow. Amnesia is no excuse for evading responsibility. Until he uncovers evidence proving that fellow was lying, he must shoulder his obligations. He must take responsibility. With great difficulty, he urged his fingers to move, anxiously typing a few words on the screen. Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing. Good night. He must take responsibility. Chapter 8. What arcane text? The following day, the residents of dormitory 323 gathered for an early morning session at 8. Lu Yuxing's biological clock, remarkably unaffected by his amnesia, prompted him to awaken before the other two. Last night, he had spent a few moments attempting to decipher the password for the academic system. Upon successfully logging in, he downloaded his class schedule. After freshening up, he meticulously placed several books that resembled course materials onto his backpack, guided by the titles of the courses. Just as he was about to check his schedule on his phone, a message popped up. Shang Jue, good morning, darling. Almost immediately, the next message followed. Shang Jue, it seems our two classes are together for the first 2 lessons this morning? Lu Yuxing, indeed. Shang Jue, I wish to be with you. Lu Yuxing's eyelids twitched violently. Shang Jue, just sit. It took Lu Yuxing half a minute to steady his breath. Shang Jue, typo, darling. Shang Jue, please don't be upset. Lu Yuxing glanced at the flamboyant wavy line several times. Lu Yuxing, I'm with my roommate. Lu Yuxing placed his phone face down on the table to avoid encountering any distressing messages. He sat below, waiting for the other two to awaken, and perused his first-year mathematics textbook for a while. By the end of his first year in high school, he had nearly completed the mathematics curriculum for 3 years of high school. Although he lacked the memories of the final 2 years, he found the first-year calculus not overly challenging. As for the second-year textbooks, what arcane texts were those? Gu Yiqing and Lin Shuiying, for once, did not linger in bed, descending from their dormitory merely a few minutes later than Lu Yuxing. The trio exited the dormitory early. As they traversed the familiar path of the school, which they had walked 1,000 times, Lu Yuxing found his mind devoid of any vivid imagery of it. He silently committed the surrounding environment en route to memory. The sense of losing control in life did not induce much panic within Lu Yuxing. His inherently composed nature enabled him to remain calm even in the most extreme situations. Only Shang Jue proved to be an anomaly. Lu Yuxing spent the 2 morning classes engaged in self-study. Nevertheless, he persisted in this seemingly futile endeavor, as it afforded him a sense of security. Yet, a certain individual he wished to avoid incessantly troubled him at intervals. Nice jacket, Shang Jue remarked. Lu Yuxing glanced down at his jacket, which was black, simple in style, and devoid of any particular distinction. It happens to be a couple S style, Shang Jue added. Lu Yuxing raised his gaze and scanned the classroom, easily spotting a familiar silhouette in black seated in the front row. Indeed, the jacket resembled his own. He turned his attention back to the book, feigning ignorance. You're sitting too far back, Shang Jue continued. I can't see you during class. Lu Yuxing thought to himself, thank goodness. I'm sleepy, Shang Jue complained. 5 minutes until class ends, Lu Yuxing replied, implying that Shang Jue should endure a little longer. It must be said that if Lu Yuxing were to fall in love one day, he would likely make the most dreadful boyfriend. Perpetually oblivious to the essence of consideration. Lu Gu, who are you chatting with? Gu Jiqing leaned in closer. Lu Yuxing swiftly turned off his phone. No one around. Oh. As the class bell rang, the lecturer adjusted his glasses and punctually announced that the session would conclude for today. Before his words had fully settled, students, having already packed their bags, surged out in a rush. Is it sufficient to simply swipe the student card at the cafeteria? Liu inquired about the Dao. Gu Jiqing, indeed. Well, you and Lin Shuiying can go ahead. I can make my way to the cafeteria on my own. Lu Yuxing is not accustomed to the idea of undertaking everything in a group. No, brother Lu, we should accompany you, one of them insisted. There's no need. I prefer to stay in the classroom a little longer. Gu Jiqing scratched his head, contemplating for a moment. All right then. At that moment, a somewhat slender young man from the last row of the classroom approached them, greeting the group. At first glance, he possessed a rather refined appearance, however. His downward-turned triangular eyes seemed somewhat discordant. Fortunately, the delicate frame of his glasses served to enhance his features, effectively concealing the imperfections of his gaze. Throughout the conversation, a smile remained affixed to his face, suggesting he was the type of individual who commanded a notable presence within the class. Tian Miao smiled and nodded at him, acknowledging that Lu was indeed the top student in the grade. Her attention quickly shifted to Lu Yuxing, who, upon realizing he was the one being sought, merely lifted his eyelids and cast a nonchalant glance in the young man's direction. Tian Miao had long since become accustomed to Lu Yuxing's impassive demeanor and noticed nothing amiss. Hello, Lu Yuxing greeted as per custom, then directly inquired, and you are? Who? Tian Miao was momentarily taken aback, a hint of embarrassment flickering in the triangular eyes behind his glasses. He had known Lu Yuxing for half a year, frequently seeking him out after class to discuss questions, yet Lu Yuxing had not even remembered his name? Ah, Lu Gu. Tian Miao is from class 3 of the mathematics department, Gu Jiqing briefly remarked. Lu Yuxing then inquired, a friend? Ahem. Gu Jiqing found himself in a predicament. It's not brother Lu. In front of others, how am I supposed to respond to this? He glanced at Tian Miao's expression and leaned closer to Lu Yuxing, whispering softly. It shouldn't be considered, right? Gu Jiqing recalled that before the incident involving Lu Yuxing, he had little impression of someone like Tian Miao. In fact, there was an occasion when he had finished explaining a problem to Tian Miao, and after the latter departed, he furrowed his brow and asked Gu Jiqing, is he from our class? Why do you always come to me with questions? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuxing nodded in acknowledgement. Since they were not friends, there was little need for extensive explanations. He had merely experienced a fleeting amnesia and preferred not to make it widely known. Tian Miao held in his hands the textbook from the previous class, which, in Lu Yuxing's perspective, should now be referred to as an enigmatic tome. He truly found himself unable to answer Tian Miao's inquiries. Thus he spoke calmly. I am sorry. Shang Jue. A resonant male voice suddenly emanated from the front door of the classroom, interrupting his speech. Upon hearing the name, Lu Yuxing instinctively turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. The boisterous caller was He Yang, who strode into the classroom and made a beeline for the boy, leisurely organizing his backpack in the center of the front row. Thus the boy, nonchalantly tidying up his books, stood out conspicuously. Shang Jue's movements were languid and unhurried, as if one could discern a hint of drowsiness from his demeanor. He remained unperturbed, stating, I didn't ask you to come find me. I've ordered too much takeout. I noticed your class schedule is in Building 3. Shang Jue interjected. I am dining at the cafeteria. He Yang, confident and assured, replied, but I ordered seafood. Shang Jue, how can one be so forgetful to such an extent? He had only mentioned his seafood allergy to this person yesterday. He Yang completely forgot, even failing to perceive the chilling gaze from Shang Jue, cheerfully linking arms with him. Lu Yuxing watched their figures for several moments. The person he had seen in Shang Jue's car last night was indeed this young man. According to Shang Jue, he was merely an ordinary friend. Tian Miao was taken aback. He hadn't even had the chance to ask what questions he wanted to. Student Lu forced a smile. Do you think my questions are too numerous, and have they become a source of annoyance for you? If that is the case. No, not at all. I truly cannot resolve this. Perhaps you should consult someone else. Lin Shuiying understood that Lu Yuxing genuinely could not help and interjected. Indeed. There is the top student in the class. Why not inquire with Shang Jue? He did not lower his voice, causing the two individuals at the front of the classroom to turn and glance over. Shang Jue tilted his head slightly, pointing to his own nose with his index finger, and inquired with a smile, "Were you calling for me?" He was generous with his time and, with a good-natured demeanor, asked, "What do you wish to know?" Meanwhile, Yang suddenly knitted his brows, his gaze drifting towards a few individuals in the back row, seemingly lost in contemplation. Observing this, Tian Mao forced a chuckle and expressed gratitude to Shang Jue, reluctantly descending the steps to pose a question regarding an example discussed in class. As Shang Jue explained, Tian Miao appeared to grasp the content swiftly, though his attention seemed to wander. "Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand, thank you." Shang Jue, though aware, chose not to voice his thoughts, finding it all rather peculiar. The atmosphere in the classroom grew sparse as the remaining students departed one by one. Once he exited, Yang's previously dim-witted expression abruptly transformed, akin to someone struck by lightning. "What the hell? Shang Jue, huh? What the hell? Shang Jue, speak your mind." "He is the one from yesterday." "Which one?" "The gay guy from last night at the bar that one." Shang Jue suddenly realized. "You mean?" Their voices were not low, and Lu Yuxing heard every word clearly. "A bar? While his boyfriend is hospitalized, this individual went out to a bar at night. For now, he chose to trust that his so-called boyfriend had not been unfaithful." Shang Jue, recognizing the delicacy of the situation, whispered, "Are you certain?" Yang gritted his teeth. "Damn it, it's him. He was wearing glasses last night, but I thought he looked exceptionally familiar just now." The moment Tian Miao smiled at him, his expression mirrored that of the guy from last night. Instantly, it jolted his memory. "Trust me, I would recognize him even if he turned to ashes." Shang Jue fell silent. He wanted to believe it, yet Yang's poor memory was quite the dilemma. "Thank you for earlier, Shang Jue." Lin Shuiying had barely paid attention to their conversation as he slung his bag over his shoulder and descended with Lu Yuxing. "I didn't catch the lecture, so I had to send him to ask you." Lu Yuxing added, Yes, I apologize for interrupting your meal." "Shang Jue, it's no trouble." As the two made their way outside, Shang Jue caught Lu Yuxing's casual remark. "You know, Lu Gu isn't a teacher and can't add points for Tian Miao. What else with this constant flattery towards him?" Upon hearing this, Shang Jue paused, suddenly recalling the clingy, almost glutinous gaze Tian Miao had directed at Lu Yuxing just moments ago. "No way." Yang, already irate, noticed that Shang Jue seemed lost in thought for a moment before inexplicably bursting into laughter, evidently struck by some peculiar humor. Shang Jue turned his face away, his shoulders shaking. Yang frowned, assuming he was being mocked. "We're done here." The response was a somewhat breathless good. Yang. Chapter 9. More important than me? Yang arrived at the school cafeteria, carrying a large bag of takeout, only to find that Shang Jue had already eaten half of his meal. With exaggerated gestures, he forcefully set the takeout down, still unable to shake off the mockery he had faced from Shang Jue earlier. Shang Jue, with a hint of exasperation, paused his chopsticks, insisting, "I wasn't laughing at you." Haha, losing interest in further explanations, he inquired, "What do you intend to do? Call the police?" Yang opened the takeout box, asserting, "I was asleep at that time, so I caught him with his hand reaching in before he could touch anything. I didn't think about calling the police then, but I certainly cannot let him off so easily." "You wish to take revenge?" "Of course. Pray tell. If possible, I would certainly like to give him a good beating. But we live in a society governed by the rule of law." "And?" Yang hesitated. "I could humiliate his dignity with money?" Shang Jue responded, "You might as well give it a rest." Yang pondered aloud, "But did he recognize me just now? If he did and still chose to smile at me, that's rather audacious." "Highly unlikely." "How can you be so sure?" Both roommates of Lu Yuxing are unaware of Tian Mao's preference for men. He must not have displayed his sexual orientation in the law school. Besides, Shang Jue remarked, "You mentioned that when you saw him last night, he wasn't wearing his glasses. The dim lighting of the bar, coupled with his poor vision, likely obscured your appearance." "Seriously? He couldn't even see what I looked like and yet dared to lay hands on me? Isn't he afraid I might be unattractive?" Shang Jue shook his head. "He probably just has a preference for your type." Yang and Lu Yuxing shared similar heights and builds, both possessing the physique of a broad-shouldered, long-legged silhouette. Unfortunately, one had high intelligence, while the other was somewhat lacking. The remark made by Lu Yuxing about flattering Lu Ge indicated that Tian Miao had likely harbored feelings for Lu Yuxing for quite some time. Spotting someone in a gay bar who resembled his crush, and with alcohol as a catalyst, it was entirely plausible for impulsiveness to take over. Shang Jue had no intention of meddling in others' affairs. The moral conduct of others was none of his concern. His time was not sufficiently abundant to interfere in the emotional disputes of others, even if one of the parties involved was his nominal boyfriend. I'm done eating. Resolve your own issues. Oh. He Yang thought for 2 minutes, unable to devise any satisfactory plan, and opted to leisurely scroll through his phone. After all classes concluded that day, the third class of the mathematics department held a meeting, having recently been divided into new classes. This was the second meeting for the third class since the reorganization. Shang Jue, not residing in the dormitory, had nowhere to go for the half hour before the meeting. So he arrived early at the classroom to work on some problems. Students gradually trickled in. Shang Jue, focused on his studies and wearing headphones, paid little attention to the happenings around him. Pausing his writing, he turned his head to see a face framed by thin glasses, perhaps due to overly strong lenses. The triangular eyes beneath the glasses appeared somewhat disproportionate. As he moved closer, he noticed the dark circles beneath the person's eyes. Bloodshot and evidently a sign of insufficient rest the previous night. It was Tian Miao. Shang Jue had paid much attention to the dark circles during their midday interaction. But recalling He Yang's comments now made him chuckle softly. It seemed this classmate, implicated in indecent behavior, had quite the night, having not returned home until dawn. Is anyone sitting next to you? Shang Jue raised the corners of his lips. No, feel free to take a seat. However, he was somewhat surprised to find that Tian Miao was also in the third class. Tian Miao sat beside him, saying, I don't think I saw you at the last class meeting. I had an unexpected matter to attend to. The first class meeting of the third class coincided with the day Shang Jue was summoned to the hospital by the police. As Shang Jue resumed his mathematics problems, he had barely written half a formula when Tian Miao continued the conversation. What a pity, the last meeting was for class committee elections. I remember you expressed interest in running for the academic committee in the group. Yes, but you were quite the big shot in our department, Tian Miao remarked. The few extra points from being on the committee probably won't significantly affect your standing. It appeared that he was not going to cease his chatter anytime soon. Shang Jue, though lacking the desire to converse with Tian Miao, politely removed his headphones and patiently capped his pen. I'll do the rest later. It's too noisy here. By the way, thank you for helping me with my questions at noon. Just a small favor, Shang Jue replied, contemplating the motive behind Tian Miao's initiative to engage in conversation. Could it be that he found Lu Yuxing too challenging to pursue and was seeking information about Yang from him? That would likely lead to disappointment. Shang Jue ceased his calculations and propped his chin with one hand, casually scrolling through his phone with the other. He hadn't done anything particularly special, but his every movement exuded an unspoken elegance. Tian Miao discreetly studied his profile, inadvertently becoming entranced. Shang Jue, sensing the gaze, nearly lost his habitual composure. Having been the object of admiration since middle school, he was far too accustomed to such expressions. Initially, he had found some amusement in watching Lu Yuxing's plight. But now he realized he was not so different from him. This person truly has no standards. He steeled himself against the gaze, hastily searching through his contacts for someone to amuse himself and alleviate his emotions. Shang Jue, baby, I miss you. Lu Yuxing, we just saw each other this morning. Shang Jue, that's not the same. I was in the front row this morning and didn't see you. Shang Jue, we have a class meeting now. How about we meet at Yunhu behind the dormitory after I'm done? Lu Yuxing, what do you want to meet for? With one hand holding his phone, Shang Jue typed nonchalantly. Shang Jue, to kiss. There was a long pause on the other end. Lu Yuxing, not tonight. I have something to do. Lu Yuxing, an important matter. He had even forgotten to use punctuation. Shang Jue couldn't help but laugh. He teasingly sent another message. More important than me? After half a minute, Lu Yuxing, more important than kissing you. There was a certain sense of desperation in his words. Shang Jue blinked, watching the chat window display typing flicker for an extended period. After waiting impatiently for quite some time without receiving a response, he decided to change the subject. Shang Jue, what are you up to? Lu Yuxing, studying. Shang Jue scoffed. So, this so-called important matter is just studying? In their department. To ensure students kept up with their studies, classes were required to schedule at least 2 evening study sessions each week, but attendance was entirely optional. No one ever monitored if students skipped study sessions. The class meeting was brief and rather uneventful, primarily allowing a few committee members to make an appearance. Concluding in mere minutes, Just as Shang Jue was about to decline, a girl with shoulder-length hair and an oval face approached from the other side of the classroom. Her gentle eyes and sweet voice perfectly matched her appearance. Wen Jue smiled and said, "Shang Jue, I noticed you arrived early. You haven't had dinner yet, have you?" Shang Jue replied honestly, "No, I haven't had a chance. You remember we agreed to treat you to dinner? Is tonight convenient?" During her freshman year, Wen Jue found herself in the same class as Shang Jue. As both served on the class committee, they gradually became acquainted, and to her surprise, they were placed in the same class again in their sophomore year. Previously, she had requested Shang Jue to communicate with the department advisor regarding her desire for dormitory arrangements. In this recent allocation, among the 4 girls in Wen Jiayue's dormitory, 2 were from the mathematics department, while the other 2 had been assigned to statistics. Although they were still separated, having classmates in the same dormitory was considered a fortunate outcome. When a few girls invited Shang Jue to dinner, he was somewhat reluctant to attend, not for any particular reason, but simply because he felt a bit awkward being the only male among them. However, having absent-mindedly agreed to Wen Jiue's invitation a few days prior, he felt it inappropriate to retract his acceptance and thus nodded in agreement. Wen Jiue said, "Just wait a moment. They are in the dormitory now, and I will call them over." Tian Miao's expression grew slightly awkward. Shang Jue asked, "Xiaohan?" "Well, Xiaohan is my roommate," Wen Jiue said with a smile. "She's also Tian Miao's girlfriend." "Girlfriend?" Shang Jue turned his gaze toward Tian Miao, his piercing stare locking onto him. Tian Miao, unsettled by the intensity of that direct gaze, blinked in confusion. "What's the matter?" "Nothing," Shang Jue spoke slowly. "I just didn't expect you to have a girlfriend." "Haha, what's the matter? Do I not seem like the type?" The smile at the corners of Shang Jue's lips appeared somewhat peculiar, almost unrecognizable. Tian Miao sensed that Shang Jue's gaze seemed slightly cooler than before, yet upon closer inspection, that chill had dissipated entirely, as if it had never graced his countenance. He did not dwell on it too much and remarked, "If she arrives, she will join you all. There is no real necessity for me to wait here just to catch a glimpse of her." Wen Jiayue retorted, "What do you mean by necessity? You men, once you have attained something, you immediately lose interest." TSK. Tian Miao chuckled, feigning indifference, and made his exit. The girls' dormitory was not far from the academic building, and within 5 minutes, several of Wen Jiayue's roommates had arrived. Shang Jue greeted them with composure, although internally, he felt increasingly uneasy. He followed the group of girls as they exited the building. Night had fallen, and the few streetlights outside cast dappled, swaying shadows of trees upon the ground, illuminating the path with a bright sheen. Thus, a solitary figure standing upright outside the academic building became particularly conspicuous. Shang Jue had initially averted his gaze, but the individual's towering height and remarkably striking physique drew his attention involuntarily. He found himself locking eyes with Lu Yuxing, who stood in the corner. Shang Jue hesitated for a moment before approaching. "What brings you here? Didn't you just mention that you were studying in the self-study room?" His face remained expressionless as ever, yet 2 fallen leaves rested upon his shoulders, suggesting he'd been standing there for quite some time, waiting for someone. Shang Jue froze momentarily, suddenly recalling those shamelessly flirtatious messages he'd recently sent to Lu Yuxing. "Meet me at Yunhu Lake for a kiss." Now gazing upon Lu Yuxing, who had actually appeared before him, Shang Jue was utterly stunned. "Wait, you actually came here intending to kiss me?" Chapter 10. Hand in hand, Lu Yuxing had waited here for half a day, not for the sake of Shang Jue. It was the guilt that had been plaguing him for the past few days, preventing him from remaining calm and continuing his studies in the self-study room while ignoring Shang Jue's overtures. Ever since the accident that led to his amnesia, his attitude toward Shang Jue had been consistently aloof. After much contemplation, he decided to seek out Shang Jue for a brief encounter. As for kissing a man, the mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. "Well, I helped them with a small favor in their dormitory, and they invited me out for a meal," he explained. Lu Yuxing remained silent. Possessing a striking appearance with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, his gaze, cold and piercing, often gave off an intimidating aura. When expressionless, he seemed rather fierce. Most people, upon first meeting Lu Yuxing, would liken him to a formidable and arrogant beast. Only Shang Jue, throughout the years, had persistently referred to him in private as a silly dog. Shang Jue regarded him, astonished to discern a hint of concealed displeasure in Lu Yuxing's otherwise frigid demeanor. Indeed, Lu Yuxing was displeased. Although he had little recollection of this supposed boyfriend, was it truly so difficult for Shang Jue to maintain an appropriate distance from the opposite sex, given that he was indeed his boyfriend? Lu Yuxing rarely speculated about the characteristics of a partner, yet he was certain that Shang Jue would never fit his ideal type. Being a man was one thing, but this individual seemed incapable of even fidelity and loyalty. He cast an irritated glance at Shang Jue's face, which was adorned with a beaming smile, his eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Unaware of Lu Yuxing's inner turmoil, Shang Jue, with a playful glint in his eyes, teased, "Darling, you're not jealous of this, are you? Would I of yours saw me being jealous?" Lu Yuxing retorted, uninterested in engaging. Shang Jue leisurely remarked, "Then shall I stay in tonight to keep you company?" implicitly suggesting a night at Yunhuzue together. Faced with the threat of such an outing, Lu Yuxing paused momentarily. "No need," he replied. Shang Jue's lips curled into a smile, nearly bursting into laughter. "Really don't need me to accompany you? Then I shall take my leave." Lu Yuxing gazed deeply at him, watching as Shang Jue departed. As the day waned, a group of girls chose a nearby restaurant with a tranquil ambience, not venturing too far from the school. Initially, they were somewhat reserved around Shang Jue, but as he remained taciturn, they relaxed and began to chatter about various academic gossip. Shang Jue sipped his water, glancing at a girl with ear-length hair and a bashful smile, contemplating the opportune moment to reveal the truth. "Your boyfriend is actually a promiscuous homosexual? Would that be too blunt? Moreover, could He Yang's forgetfulness be trusted? What if a misunderstanding ensued?" Lin Yihan inadvertently caught Shang Jue's gaze. Upon entering the restaurant, he had removed his black coat, leaving only a white inner garment. Under the warm light, his typically cool demeanor dissipated, his eyes intent on observing others. The allure was overwhelming. Lin Yihan nearly coughed in surprise. "Shang, is something the matter?" "Yes. We have been together for over a year." Lin Yihan's demeanor brightened at the mention of her boyfriend. Tian Miao was not unattractive. He presented himself as gentle and refined, likely attentive during their relationship. Why the sudden mention of Tian Miao? Wen Jiayue interjected teasingly. "Could it be that he has some flirtation with another girl? You must inform Xiaohan to recognize the scoundrel early and break up." Lin Yihan merely smiled, her lips pressed together, harboring unwavering trust in her boyfriend. "Shang, you mentioned you've been together for over a year. Were you high school classmates?" Now in the second year of university, even if Tian Miao had started dating Lin Yihan during their freshman year, it could only have been for about a year. Wen Jiayue looked at Shang Jue in mild surprise, not expecting him to show interest in such romantic topics. Lin Yihan nodded. Another girl added. Xiaohan and he were classmates all 3 years of high school. They started dating right after the college entrance exams. Xiaohan confessed to him. Can you believe it? She is so timid. The group laughed, causing Lin Yihan's cheeks to flush. Shang Jue, standing by, subtly smiled, choosing not to speak further. That night, the sky drizzled gently, continuing into the following morning with persistent rain. The stairwells of the classroom were muddied with shoe prints, the steps slippery from the moisture. A damp umbrella lay discarded on the ground, and the air in the classroom was thick with humidity. Today, the number of students in class seemed particularly sparse. In fact, it was indeed fewer. According to reliable intelligence from previous students, this morning's class was taught by a rather easygoing instructor who never took attendance, compounded by the rain, leading many to simply remain in their dorms. In dormitory 323, only Lu Yuxing and Shang Jue had shown up. Upon entering the classroom, Lu Yuxing immediately spotted Shang Jue sitting in the front row, causing him to pause momentarily. "I wanted to sit with you," he recalled Shang Jue saying yesterday. With Gu Zhiqing and Lin Shuiying absent, and with an empty seat beside Shang Jue, he could find no excuse to keep his distance. Despite his reluctance, he suppressed his resistance and took a seat next to Shang Jue. As he set down his backpack, Shang Jue, who had been looking at his phone, glanced up at him. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Lu Yuxing felt as though Shang Jue displayed a flicker of disdain upon seeing him. Yet that should be impossible, for he was indeed his boyfriend. The two feigned gazes at one another for a few seconds, attempting to imbue their expressions with warmth. Lu Yuxing failed in this endeavor. Far from warmth, he was merely able to suppress his inherent aversion towards Shang Jue. As for Shang Jue, his thicker skin allowed him to successfully cast a loving gaze, prompting Lu Yuxing to turn his head away. Once the other turned, Shang Jue surreptitiously rolled his eyes, repulsed by his own actions. This class lacked substantial academic rigor, colloquially referred to as a water class, and Lu Yuxing paid little attention. Halfway through the lesson, he suddenly felt a warm, delicate touch against the back of his right hand resting on his knee. A jolt of electricity coursed through him. Turning his head, he saw the owner of that hand smiling at him, the brightness of his smile more radiant than usual. His arm tensed instinctively, and he nearly pushed Shang Jue away. But upon noticing the soft dimple on Shang Jue's right cheek, he inexplicably held back. He could not fathom why he found that dimpled smile somewhat insidious. Lu Yuxing, with his larger frame and hands, enveloped Shang Jue's hand completely, his wrist thicker than Shang Jue's. Initially, Shang Jue, who had been waiting for amusement, was taken aback, and then his smile nearly broke into laughter. As if he could lift Lu Yuxing and toss him out of the fourth-floor window of the classroom. Unable to tease Lu Yuxing as he had planned, he found himself irritated instead. He couldn't help but ponder, what was he truly after? During high school, Shang Jue gazed at Lu Yuxing's expressionless face for 2 entire years, scarcely ever witnessing any emotion on his countenance beyond indifference. He recalled that shortly after Lu Yuxing transferred to their school, he achieved the top rank in the monthly exam, maintaining a calm demeanor as if all accolades were merely his due, exuding an arrogance that incited frustration. From that moment onward, Shang Jue's fervent ambition transformed from fulfilling his mother's expectations to one day surpassing the pretentious figure seated before him, ideally provoking a look of defeat akin to that of a stray dog on Lu Yuxing's face. The unattainable, when long coveted, easily morphs into an obsession. Even after entering university, he found himself unable to resist monitoring Lu Yuxing's GPA rankings and the number of awards he amassed. He had resolved to let go. Shang Jue cast his gaze down at their intertwined hands, feeling the warmth emanating from Lu Yuxing's slightly elevated body temperature seep through their contact, which brought forth an uncomfortable sensation as if he were covered with someone else's blanket. What harm was there in playing this foolish game and enduring some losses? Sacrificing 800 to defeat 1,000. For the sake of those 800, he bore with it. Thus, he composed himself and subtly adjusted their handhold from a mere clasp to their fingers interlaced. Lu Yuxing. As the class bell rang, they released their hands, both exhaling in relief simultaneously. Lu Yuxing discreetly flexed his fingers. The two parted with cheerful hearts. After gathering his belongings, Shang Jue caught sight of a slender figure and called out, "Tian Miao." With a smile, he inquired, "Shall we walk together?" Tian Miao paused, taken aback by the unexpected invitation. Sure. Lu Yuxing observed the retreating figures of the two. If his memory served him correctly, his boyfriend had only become acquainted with this Tian Miao yesterday. As they exited the classroom, Tian Miao was perplexed as to why Shang Jue had taken the initiative to suggest walking together. Tian Miao was indeed attracted to men. Yet Shang Jue had never been on his radar. Shang Jue's aura was distinctly different from Lu Yuxing's, and far removed from that of the foolish straight boys. Tian Miao felt an inexplicable notion that this person could see through him. Yet there was another reason. All the brilliance he could conceive coalesced around Shang Jue. His family background, appearance, academic prowess, and poise were all dazzlingly perfect. Such a luminary was someone he had never dared to approach, fully aware that it was nothing but a fanciful delusion. At most, Tian Miao contemplated nurturing a camaraderie with Shang Jue, hoping to expand his network. In mere seconds, Tian Miao's thoughts had traversed numerous twists and turns. He noticed that the pace of his companion had slowed, and upon turning to look, he found Shang Jue gazing intently at his left hand. Shang Jue's long lashes cast a delicate shadow, and his brow was slightly furrowed, revealing a deep focus. Tian Miao inquired, "What's wrong, Shang Jue?" "Just a moment." Shang Jue replied, lifting his head and redirecting his steps towards the restroom. "I need to wash my hands." Chapter 11. I can't understand. Shortly after class, the corridor was bustling with students searching for their classrooms, creating a scene of mild chaos. After exchanging greetings, Shang Jue headed towards the restroom, with Tian Miao hurriedly trailing behind. He couldn't quite grasp the reason behind Shang Jue's peculiar need to wash his hands, perhaps a quirk of the affluent? A few minutes later, Shang Jue emerged with a paper towel, drying his hands before discarding it into the trash. The warmth that lingered from Lu Yuxing seemed to vanish along with the crumpled paper, providing Shang Jue with a sense of relief. He had taken his time, leisurely prolonging the moment. "Sorry for the wait," Tian Miao said with a gentle smile. "It's no problem," Shang Jue replied. "Are you free this weekend?" Tian Miao paused. "Yes. Would you like to go out for some fun?" The invitation took Tian Miao completely by surprise, causing a flicker of joy to dance in his eyes, momentarily betraying his surprise. Regardless of Shang Jue's motives, this was undoubtedly a positive sign. He nodded almost without hesitation. "Of course. Just the two of us. Or will others join?" "Just us," Shang Jue replied with a teasing smile, at breeze on Bayer Street. The moment his words hung in the air, the piercing school bell rang out. Seconds later, inside the restroom, the atmosphere fell into a chilling silence. and the joy on Tian Mao's face was swiftly replaced by shock. Breeze on Bayer Street was a well-known gay bar in City A. His voice caught in his throat. He struggled to respond. If I'm not mistaken, Breeze is a gay bar, right? I think I'll pass on that. Is that so? Shang Jue said with a hint of regret. I thought we were the same kind. Haha, you're mistaken. I'm attracted to women. But if you've never been to Breeze, then who did I see there last weekend? Tian Mao's expression instantly drained of color. I really haven't been there. It must have been someone else you saw. Let us not pretend I was mistaken. Shang Jue lowered his voice. I saw exactly where your hand was on that guy. And his face too. Tian Mao's gaze shot up, his shock evident as he locked eyes with Shang Jue. The relaxed demeanor before him now felt like a deceptive facade, and the laughter in Shang Jue's eyes sent a chill through Tian Mao. He realized not only had he seen, but he was deliberately mocking him. Would you like to go out for some fun? The invitation had never been genuine. It had merely been a trap. Why so silent? Shang Jue stepped closer, the smile fading from his lips. His dark eyes, illuminated by the harsh light, seemed to delve into Tian Mao's very soul. Under that gaze, Tian Mao felt an involuntary shiver. All the charm he displayed to the world was merely a disguise. Care to share your thoughts, Tian Mao? Shang Jue tilted his head slightly, refusing to relent. Was it enjoyable? Tian Mao's expression darkened, his facade of elegance ripped away, revealing his true self. What do you want from me? Oh, are you anxious? Afraid others might discover your preference for men? Tian Mao felt exposed. Since middle school, he had only ever felt desire for those of the same sex. However, aside from some encounters at gay bars and on dating apps, he had never confided in anyone. The thought of being outed terrified him. The scorn of those around him could drown him. Moreover, he had always been seen as the pinnacle of excellence in his parents' eyes, and he had never considered revealing his truth. Over time, he began to appreciate the advantages of concealing this secret. Whenever he encountered attractive men, he strived to form connections. Straight men often shared a camaraderie that could sometimes feel more intimate than relationships with women. Embraces, sitting on laps occasionally. They share risky jokes in the dorm, and at times, boundaries were crossed. The thrill of fooling them often surpassed mere physical encounters. He was someone who yearned for love, preferring fleeting encounters over lasting commitments. He cherished his polished image far too much. But now the mask he had maintained for 20 years was easily pierced by Shang Jue's superior demeanor. If news of his inclination towards men were to leak, his life would be irrevocably shattered. How could he face his peers at school? What would his relatives and neighbors think? What do you truly want? He implored. I'm not fooling around with men while dating women, so what is there to fear? Coming out is just coming out. His nonchalant words nearly brought Tian Mao to tears. How could you be so fortunate? If you're so lucky, why not leave others a way out? Besides, Shang Jue chuckled softly. Don't you think, given our reputation at the academy, that my words would carry more weight? If I wanted to ruin you, a few words would suffice. Tian Mao felt his bravado diminish, anger reddening his eyes as he glared at Shang Jue. What will it take for you to let me go? I'll have to ponder that, Shang Jue mused. After all, you're not only appealing in appearance, but there is little else to commend. Shang Jue gazed at him with indifference, his dark eyes glinting with coldness. Firstly, starting today, you'd best behave and keep a low profile. Seeing him relent, Tian Mao felt a flicker of hope. Secondly, you must break up with that girl by tomorrow. Tian Mao froze for a moment. Breaking up with Lin Yihan. Lin Yihan was shy and introverted, attractive, and had the prestige of a university. She was someone he could proudly present. This was precisely why he had initially started dating her. If he were to end things with her, he feared he might never find someone of equal caliber again. Clenching his teeth, he asked, if I break up with her, you promise not to reveal my secret, right? Shang Jue remained silent. Fine, I'll agree. Afraid Shang Jue might change his mind, Tian Mao quickly turned and left the restroom. He collided with a solid barrier, stunned. He instinctively looked up. Lu Yuxing? Tian Mao exclaimed, unsure how much of his earlier conversation with Shang Jue had been overheard. Panic seeped into his tone. Lu, what are you doing here? Lu Yuxing replied coolly, I came to use the restroom. What else? Tian Mao scrutinized his response, but Lu Yuxing's calm demeanor revealed nothing. He awkwardly maneuvered around Lu Yuxing. Remember, by tomorrow. Shang Jue's voice trailed off as he hurried away. After he left, the two at the sink exchanged glances. Shang Jue blinked. Weren't you just going to the restroom? Planning to linger here instead? Casually uttered, merely passing by. Oh. Lu Yuxing suddenly fixed his gaze on him. North 2nd Street. Breeze? Comrade Bar? Did you not just say you were merely passing through? Has this been a thorough recounting from beginning to end? You visited such a place last weekend? If memory serves, you were still hospitalized at that time. Listening to Lu Yuxing's calm inquiry, Shang Jue found the behavior somewhat inappropriate. Was it not akin to sneaking away to dally with another man just 3 days after one's husband had passed? He initially considered clarifying that he had not been there, but upon reflection, deemed it a hassle and simply responded with an indifferent murmur. A demeanor of audacity. This is who I am. Yet who am I to deny your affection? Lu Yuxing observed this display with a growing irritation. This man is so reckless, yet who can blame my past foolishness for falling for him? Shang Jue, did you hear everything I just said? Lu Yuxing, not everything. But I caught wind of his preference for men and that he has a girlfriend. Shang Jue, indeed. Lu Yuxing then queried, are you planning to keep his secret? Keep it a secret for him? Am I that benevolent? I simply wish to avoid unnecessary trouble. Upon hearing Shang Jue's response, Lu Yuxing scrutinized him more closely. Was it merely a fear of trouble? He suspected that Shang Jue's reluctance to divulge Tian Miao's orientation stemmed not from self-preservation, but rather from a desire to spare that girl from distress. The revelation that one's boyfriend is a homosexual could ignite a torrent of gossip, turning Lin Han into fodder for countless discussions. Lu Yuxing furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a sense of pity for her. Shang Jue caught a fleeting glimmer of disdain in Lu Yuxing's gaze and paused momentarily. When Lu Yuxing eventually recovers his memories and exposes his deception, he would likely regard Shang Jue with that same expression. That would be utterly dreadful. He certainly did not anticipate such a reaction. Something more furious would be preferable. By the way, it is already past class time. What are you still doing outside? After a moment's thought, he added a term of endearment at the end. I skipped class. Shang Jue was somewhat taken aback. You, of all people, skipped class? He had always perceived Lu Yuxing as a rather rule-abiding individual, one who would patiently wait for a red light to conclude even when the road was devoid of vehicles. Lu Yuxing's gaze shifted slightly. Yes. Because I do not understand. Since the amnesia, the knowledge in his mind had become fragmented and disorganized. The old professor had only lectured for 2 minutes, and the sheer volume of information had left him with a headache. Shang Jue struggled to contain his laughter for several seconds, but ultimately could not suppress it. He had never imagined he would one day hear such a phrase as I do not understand from Lu Yuxing's lips. His peculiar sense of humor was piqued, and the more he thought about it, the more amusing it became. He turned, propping himself against the wall, his body shaking with laughter, bending at the waist like a fragile branch swaying in the rain. Lu Yuxing regarded him coolly, convinced that Shang Jue would laugh himself breathless. Is it truly that amusing that one's boyfriend cannot comprehend the lesson? Once Shang Jue had laughed to his heart's content, he slightly tilted his head to look over, offering a statement that was ambiguous in sincerity. Darling, you are far more endearing than before. Lu Yuxing had never envisioned associating himself with the term endearing. Shang Jue's eyes glistened with a thin veil of tears, illuminated under the stark white light, sparkling with mirth as he gazed at him. His eyes were strikingly beautiful, with the outer corners slightly upturned, reminiscent of a fox. Such a pair of eyes, once imbued with a hint of focused color, could easily ensnare one's attention. Lu Yuxing held his gaze for several seconds, suddenly feeling somewhat uncomfortable. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Do you have a moment now? Let us converse. Chapter 12. Unwavering commitment. The two found a spot in the campus CAF, nestled by the window, where the sunlight streamed through the clear glass, casting a warm glow upon the wooden table. The rich aroma of coffee and freshly baked pastries enveloped the space. Lu Yuxing set his backpack aside and inquired, what would you like to drink? Seated opposite him, Shang Jue replied nonchalantly, anything will do. Lu Yuxing rose and approached the counter. Hello, I would like 2 cups of... He paused, his fingers hovering over his phone, his eyelashes fluttering down as he contemplated for a moment. Is ordering at the counter not an option? The barista glanced at him, bemused. In recent years, with the advent of QR code ordering, students rarely approach the counter anymore. Typically, only older faculty members would do so. The barista set aside his tasks and approached, asking, what can I get for you? At 10 o'clock, the CAF was relatively empty. Most students were either in class or, if they had no lessons, either at the library or still in bed. With a short list of orders, Lu Yuxing quickly placed his order, and the barista soon prepared 2 cups of coffee. Shang Jue tilted his head, staring at the coffee cups before him. Did you order 2 of the same? Lu Yuxing raised his eyes, puzzled. Is there a problem? The corners of Shang Jue's lips curled into a smirk. How unromantic. No wonder you're 20 and still single. He chuckled inwardly. This foolish dog won't be single at 30. Will he? Shang Jue pondered for a moment, considering the likelihood of that scenario. Lu Yuxing scrutinized his coffee cup for a few seconds, unable to fathom why ordering two identical drinks could be deemed unromantic. If that's unromantic, so be it. What do you want to discuss? Are we breaking up? Shang Jue had an inkling that Lu Yuxing had summoned him to broach the subject of their separation. From what he knew of Lu Yuxing, this individual seemed averse to forming intimate relationships, especially with someone of the same sex. He stirred his straw, his tone casual, which prompted Lu Yuxing to steal another glance at him. Sitting by the window, Shang Jue appeared particularly favored by the sunlight, each ray accentuating his features perfectly. After observing him for a moment, Lu Yuxing spoke softly. No, not breaking up? Correct. Lu Yuxing frowned. Why would you think that? Have I mistreated you? Shang Jue fell silent for a moment, slightly turning his face away. It's not that. It's the kind of not good where you might want to kill me once you regain your memory. Lu Yuxing was momentarily at a loss for words. Reflecting on his recent conclusions, he acknowledged that his previous demeanor towards his boyfriend had indeed been lacking, neither considerate nor gentle. However, he was not particularly surprised by his behavior. He was inherently not suited for romance, and few could tolerate a partner who seemed devoid of warmth toward love. Yet, he had never anticipated that he would ever harbor violent thoughts towards Shang Jue. It seemed entirely out of character, so utterly despicable. After a brief pause, he declared, I will change. What nonsense is this foolish dog spouting? Lu Yuxing frowned. I will try to amend my shortcomings, though I can't guarantee the outcome. He mentally added. Lu Yuxing had never been one to indulge others, and he held no illusions about intimacy. To express such concessions was merely a manifestation of the guilt he felt toward Shang Jue. Shang Jue blinked in surprise, responding with an "oh." Seizing the moment, Lu Yuxing shifted the conversation. However, as my boyfriend, there are a few things I wish for you to adhere to. While he referred to him as his boyfriend, his expression was akin to that of a corporate negotiator. Shang Jue's curiosity piqued. What do you want me to do? First, refrain from calling me baby, and during class. I hope you can behave a little more. Shang Jue raised an eyebrow. Second, Lu Yuxing paused. You are not permitted to visit bars. He added, for now. Those are the only two requests. He believed his demands were reasonable. The term baby was excessively cloying, and as someone else's boyfriend, avoiding chaotic venues like gay bars was a fundamental expectation. Shang Jue remained silent. Hearing Lu Yuxing present his demands with such gravity almost made him want to laugh. How absurd. This guy, still suffering from amnesia and unable to recall the past 2 years, had the audacity to think he could dictate terms? Shang Jue set his coffee cup down, leaning back comfortably against the chair's backrest, inwardly laughing at the absurdity. Who do you think you are, to impose demands on me? His tone was less than friendly, and it was the first time Lu Yuxing had witnessed Shang Jue's temper. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, stating, I am not asking you to do this or that. I am merely reminding you of what is unacceptable as my partner. I am not demanding you make sacrifices for me. As he spoke, he regarded Shang Jue with a probing gaze, adding slowly, if you truly are my boyfriend, you should understand my nature. Shang Jue took a moment of silence before breaking into a smile. He indeed knew this man's temperament quite well. In his 19 years of life, Lu Yuxing was undoubtedly the most peculiar individual he had encountered. To others, Lu Yuxing appeared to be the epitome of the aloof campus idol, with few discerning the deeply flawed character concealed beneath his attractive exterior. He was excessively self-centered and devoid of emotional intelligence, not due to a lack of capacity, but rather a disinterest in learning or imitating. For a fleeting moment, Shang Jue contemplated laying everything on the table. Being the boyfriend of such an individual, even if it were a facade, was enough to induce frustration. Are you suggesting that because you've lost your memory, you can impose demands on me? Lu Yuxing replied, it's mutual. You may also express your expectations. My expectations? Shang Jue mused. I do have one. Lu Yuxing waited patiently for him to continue. My sole requirement is this, as my boyfriend. You cannot impose restrictions on me. What is unacceptable? Lu Yuxing was momentarily taken aback, falling silent. He suddenly sensed that his boyfriend was far less pliable than he appeared. Shang Jue smiled, his fox-like eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, exuding charm. If he could not manage the amnesiac Lu Yuxing, then what had been the point of the memories he had accumulated over the years? So, do you have any further questions, baby? Lu Yuxing, having been bested, wore a cold expression and remained silent. He realized that Shang Jue's personality was fundamentally incompatible with his own. Was there even a point in pursuing this relationship? Perhaps it was best to part ways. Since the onset of his amnesia, that thought had crossed Lu Yuxing's mind countless times. Their conversation nearly ended on a sour note. But fortunately, Shang Jue shifted the topic. Have you remembered anything in the past couple of days? It's been a week since you woke up, hasn't it? Didn't your doctor say you would recover in a week or two? Considering the current situation of Lu Yuxing, there are no signs of improvement. Do you need my company for the weekend checkup? Shang Jue asked with feigned concern, although his heart was devoid of sincerity. Lu Yuxing, unaware of the insincerity in his words, believed that Shang Jue genuinely wished to accompany him. No need. My brother is in the country with me, he replied. Lu Yuxing then inquired, what would you do if I were to forget everything in the future? Shang Jue, taken aback, replied, why bring this up suddenly? We haven't even had the follow-up yet. Discussing such matters feels ominous. Shang Jue nearly chuckled at the irony. Clearly, he longed for Lu Yuxing to take the initiative to end their relationship. I certainly am not the type to abandon someone in times of crisis, he declared, gazing intently into Lu Yuxing's eyes. Rest assured, my dear. Even if you were to lose your memory from a car accident or find yourself incapacitated and unable to care for yourself, I would never forsake you. The weight of the word never lingered in the air, a testament to his unwavering loyalty. Shang Jue then flashed a radiant smile, proclaiming, I will always stand by you. Through thick and thin. Suddenly, Lu Yuxing felt his tongue grow dry, and the coffee in his mouth tasted bitter. Chapter 13. I followed him. The only note read, it's over. You promised to keep it a secret. Shang Jue had given Tian Miao a deadline of tomorrow, but unexpectedly, Tian Miao, fresh from class, swiftly broke up with Lin Han. Shang Jue observed the friend request with a sardonic expression, dismissing it without a hint of emotion. Ending a year-long relationship in less than half a day was quite the efficiency. Following Shang Jue's instructions, Tian Miao kept his distance from Lu Yuxing, clearly understanding the weight of momentary affection versus future prospects. The other two roommates in dorm 323 expressed concern for him upon hearing the news. As Lu Yuxing packed his belongings, Gu Zhiqing and Lin Shuiying stood nearby, eager to assist but unsure how to help. He Yao often referred to Lu Yuxing as a bookworm in front of Shang Jue, yet that term hardly suited him. Apart from academics, Lu Yuxing possessed talents in other areas. He had performed publicly after only a few years of learning the cello as a child. Had it not been for the untimely death of his parents, he would have had options beyond mathematics. In their freshman year, his dorm mates referred to him as Dad Lu for good reason. Lu Yuxing zipped his suitcase with precision, locking it securely. He planned to visit his brother tonight and depart for the airport early the next morning. How long will you be gone, Lu Gu? Gu Zhiqing asked. 2 or 3 weeks, Lu Yuxing replied. A frown crossed Gu Zhiqing's face. What if the best neurology hospital can't help? Lin Shuiying interjected, Gu Zhiqing, could you refrain from being so pessimistic? He was genuinely weary of Gu Zhiqing's morbid remarks, which seemed to have an uncanny knack for coming true. Remembering that Lu Yuxing had suffered a car accident after Gu Zhiqing's last ominous comment, he promptly covered his mouth and silenced himself. A newfound respect flickered in Gu Zhiqing's eyes. Indeed, Lu Gu remained composed even after memory loss. If it were him, he would likely be inconsolable over the loss of 3 years of memories. Moreover, Lu Yuxing muttered something cryptic. In any case, someone will stand by me unwaveringly. Lin Shuiying was left bewildered. Gu Zhiqing misinterpreted Lu Yuxing's words as a hint towards his own bond with Lin Shuiying. Deeply moved, he realized just how significant he must be in Lu Yuxing's eyes. With misty eyes, he immediately pledged, Lu Gu, Linzi, and I will definitely stand by you. Lin Shuiying protested, wait, I have a feeling Lu Gu wasn't referring to us. He scrutinized Lu Yuxing's expression, still unable to decipher the meaning of unwavering loyalty. Once finished packing, Lu Yuxing picked up his phone and opened WeChat. He would be gone for at least half a month, so he needed to inform his so-called boyfriend. With that thought, he entered the chat with the Fox avatar and sent a brief message. Lu Yuxing, I'm leaving tonight. Shang Jue now? Lu Yuxing, yes. Shang Jue, do you want me to walk you to the school gate, darling? Lu Yuxing frowned. It was Sunday, and Shang Jue had no classes, so he shouldn't be at school. Lu Yuxing, are you at school? Originally intending to decline the offer, Lu Yuxing felt it would be inappropriate to do so now. After all, they were a couple. It seemed unreasonable to refuse even a simple walk together. Lu Yuxing, all right, thank you. Shang Jue, no need to be so polite with your boyfriend. Shang Jue, just wait, I'll be there soon. Shang Jue, winks. GIF. The emoji depicted a flamboyant animated character winking, yet Lu Yuxing imagined Shang Jue making the same expression in person. He turned off his phone and grabbed his suitcase, preparing to head downstairs. Lu Gu, we'll see you off. No need. Someone is coming with me. Huh? Gu Zhiqing paused. He had no idea that Lu Yuxing had such a close friend at a university. Lu Yuxing was well liked, yet it seemed he had no particularly close brothers there. Moreover, wasn't Lu Yuxing suffering from memory loss? Could it be a friend from before his high school years who also attended a university? He had never heard Lu Yuxing mention anyone. Exchanging glances with Lin Shuiying, they both registered the same look of confusion on each other's faces. They were just planning to head to the cafeteria for dinner, so they decided to follow Lu Yuxing downstairs. As dusk approached, several couples lingered at the dorm entrance. Embracing affectionately, the sound of suitcase wheels rolling across the ground grew closer. "Hey, Shang Jue, what are you doing here?" Lu Yuxing asked. Upon hearing his name, Shang Jue looked up, stowing his phone and smiling at him. "Waiting for someone." "Oh." Lu Yuxing refrained from probing further. Shang Jue had a wide social circle. Knowing many friends at school, even if he asked who he was waiting for, he likely wouldn't recognize them. Shang Jue's gaze shifted to the person holding the suitcase. "Is it that quick from the library to the dorm?" Lu Yuxing asked. "The library is just across the street from the dorm. Haven't you been since your memory loss?" "I haven't." The two conversed as if oblivious to the astonished expressions of the two behind them. Shang Jue took a few steps forward and playfully tapped Lu Yuxing's arm, announcing to the pair behind, "I'm taking him with me." Lu Yuxing, Lin Shuiying. Lu Yuxing and Lin Shuiying. What the heck? Has Lu Go lost his mind? How did you two? Lu Yuxing stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Lu Yuxing responded, "How about it? Weren't you two previously?" Lu Yuxing gestured animatedly, his hands flailing in confusion, while Lu Yuxing looked on, puzzled by his gestures. At that moment, Shang Jue interjected with a smile. "Oh, we've reconciled." He shrugged, appearing entirely at ease. In truth, Shang Jue had little to be anxious about, at worst. The deception would be unveiled prematurely, and the prank's impact would be somewhat diminished. Lu Yuxing stared blankly, uttering, oh, hadn't there been a fierce conflict just days ago, with tensions running high? Yet, here they were, reconciled in such a short span. Lu Yuxing maintained a calm demeanor, harboring no suspicions. He had already surmised that he and Shang Jue had quarreled, leading him to remove the other from his friends' list, only to send a red envelope later as a gesture of peace. Only Lin Shuiying's expression was peculiar, her brows knitting and unknitting in a rhythmic dance. After exchanging pleasantries, Shang Jue and Lu Yuxing departed side by side. "Ingzi, am I seeing things?" Lu Yuxing pondered aloud once the two were out of earshot. Weren't they at odds? And now they've made amends in just a few days? Lin Shuiying suppressed her thoughts for a few seconds. "Zicheng, I can't help but wonder. Could it be that our brother Lu is being played?" Lu Yuxing took a moment to process this. "You mean Shang Jue is deceiving him?" Lin Shuiying fell silent, tacitly agreeing. "Surely not." Lu Yuxing scratched his head. Even if Shang Jue wanted to toy with brother Lu, there would be no need to feign a friendly relationship, right? What could he possibly gain from pretending to be good friends? Lin Shuiying contemplated briefly before shaking her head. "I can't make sense of it either." The two straightforward young men from dormitory 323 had never entertained the thought of ambiguity, their minds firmly anchored in the shallow waters of brotherly camaraderie. "How can you have the audacity to criticize me when you spend your days obsessively chasing anime and calling fictional characters your wife?" Lin Shuiying still sensed something amiss. She cast a glance in the direction where Shang Jue and Lu Yuxing had departed, suppressing the unease that stirred within her. Chapter 14. Remember to take your medicine. As Shang Jue and Lu Yuxing approached the fork outside the 7th dormitory, they realized their paths diverged unexpectedly. Lu Yuxing said, "Thank you." Upon exiting the north gate of a university, a subway station lay not far ahead, resulting in a significant influx of students entering and exiting the area. The traffic was bustling, and the footfall on weekend nights surged several times more than usual. With only a suitcase in tow, Lu Yuxing had no need for an escort and felt it inappropriate to have Shang Jue accompany him into the crowded subway. Shang Jue nodded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lu Yuxing. The intensity of this gaze caught Lu Yuxing off guard, causing him to tighten his grip on the suitcase. He uttered a farewell and turned to leave. However, just a few steps away, he suddenly heard a cough from behind. Shang Jue was still watching him, his eyes filled with unspoken meaning. "What do you want?" Lu Yuxing couldn't decipher the hint. Shang Jue replied nonchalantly, "Darling, after not seeing you for weeks, I will surely miss you." "Thank you," Lu Yuxing replied, suppressing his conscience as he added, "I will miss you too." After saying this, he glanced at Shang Jue's smiling face, attempting to fathom his thoughts. Yet, Shang Jue's intentions were far more intricate than any mathematical problem, leaving Lu Yuxing perplexed after much contemplation. Dragging his suitcase, Lu Yuxing hesitated and turned back. Just as he had taken 2 steps, he heard another cough behind him. Growing somewhat irritated, he thought, What is it that you want? Can't you just say it directly? Shang Jue sighed and tilted his chin slightly. Lu Yuxing felt Shang Jue's gaze traverse his face, scanning him from head to toe, the teasing look igniting a slight itch on his skin. Ultimately, the focus settled on his lips. Lu Yuxing understood. He wished he did not. He chose to feign ignorance. Cough. You should head home early to take your medicine. Damn it. Leaving this remark behind, Lu Yuxing turned away, his stride resolute. Shang Jue had initially anticipated witnessing Lu Yuxing's flustered reaction, but, upon seeing his unyielding demeanor, found it rather dull. Beneath the rising tide of his immunity and adaptability, Lu Yuxing had grown immune to the once shocking term darling. After going through the trouble of escorting someone this far, only to receive an unexpected outcome, Shang Jue stood in disappointment for a moment before recalling that his most anticipated drama would soon unfold, instantly revitalizing his spirits. On his way, he passed a pastry shop beside the cafeteria and, in an effort to console himself for the energy wasted on a foolish endeavor, he bought a small cake to take away. Exiting the shop, his phone vibrated. It was nearly 8 o'clock. Typically, the only one who would contact him at this hour was He Young with his incessant chatter. Shang Jue opened his phone, only to find that the message was not from He Young, but from the class group of their high school, Class 7. Having never been separated during their 3 years of high school, and with Shang Jue serving as the versatile class leader, the atmosphere had always been harmonious, even after graduation. As everyone scattered to distant places, the group remained active, with conversations popping up frequently. Finding the barrage of messages overwhelming, Shang Jue had muted notifications, only checking them at night. The recent vibration was due to someone mentioning him in the group. As he scrolled through the numerous messages, he raised an eyebrow at the unexpected liveliness of the group post-graduation. Quickly skimming through the earlier messages, he reached the top, where someone had posted a picture. Instantly, he understood the commotion in the group today. The image displayed an official announcement of a romantic relationship, featuring 2 members from Class 7. The girl, renowned for her beauty, had often been affectionately dubbed the class flower. However, Shang Jue recalled that during high school, these two had sat far apart and had little interaction. He contemplated this and flipped through the album of Class 7, finding a photo documenting the universities the students had been accepted to. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that the newly announced couple was indeed attending the same university. Excited by the fresh gossip, Class 7 erupted in chatter, particularly the boys, who had much to say. Wang Yuanzhou, class leader's guardian. So you were hiding this from us? Sun Sheng, Li Jiaoyang, you rogue. Have you just taken away our class flower? Sun Sheng, what happened to the vow we made in the dorm to remain single for life? Have you forgotten? Did only you believe it? Wang Yuanzhou, class leader's guardian. Sun Xing, the jester is you. Sun Xing. What followed was a string of similar banter. Shang Jue casually continued scrolling until he unexpectedly spotted his own name. Jiaoyang and the class flower are from the same school, right? Who else from our class is at the same university? Let's crush these evil forces and snuff out love in its infancy. Seems like no one else. I checked the album. There's also the class leader and Lu Yuxing. I remember the class leader and Lu Yuxing are in the same department, right? That's a bit eerie. I'll support this pairing out of respect. Question mark. Laughing my head off. Why ship anything else when we can ship the class leader with the big shot? Isn't there also the little B? She is at a university too. Both the class leader and the big shot study mathematics, right? Little B studies biology. They're not in the same department. Calling for the B. Shang Jue genuinely did not expect the conversation to veer towards him and Lu Yuxing. During high school, although he and Lu Yuxing had their differences, they maintained a semblance of civility, especially since Shang Jue was the class leader and could not lead his classmates into conflict. However, the students of Class 7 noticed the two sitting in front and behind each other for an extended period, rarely speaking, and when forced to interact. Their exchanges were laced with sarcasm, eventually leading to a mutual understanding that they were not fond of each other. Sun Sheng, the ones above need to be added to the assassination list of the class leader and the big shot tonight. Xiao Mifeng, not little B. Just finished eating. Xiao Mifeng, not little B. Why are we discussing the class leader and the big shot? Is my CP finally heating up? Wang Yuanzhou, class leader's guardian. Huh? Is there really someone shipping this? How can this even be a thing? Xiao Mifeng, not little B. Time to bring out this picture. Xiao Mifeng, not little B. Image. Wang Yuanzhou, class leader's guardian. What the hell? Where did this picture come from? Wang Yuanzhou, class leader's guardian. This is too bizarre. My deskmate is coming over with his giant sword. As Shang Jue walked down the street, he stumbled slightly, nearly tripping over himself. He stared at the picture for a long moment, bewildered. When was this edited? How had he never seen it before? Wang Yuanzhou, class leader's guardian, little b. I advise you to delete this. You and my deskmate are in the same school as the big shot. If they see this, they might come after you tomorrow. Xiao Mifeng, not little b. The class leader is probably in the library studying at this hour. Wang Yuanzhou, class leader's guardian. No way, even in college. They're still this crazy? Shang Jue. Where did this picture come from? Wang Yuanzhou, class leader's guardian. Damn, my deskmate saw it. Little b, you're finished. Wang Yuanzhou, the class leader, noted a throng in the back row, heedless of Xiao Mifeng's plight, fervently engrossed in their own affairs. Shang Jue, intent on unraveling the origins of a particular image, was composing a message when an indistinct voice, tinged with sorrow, reached his ears. Why did you suddenly bring up breaking up? Can we talk after you come down from the dorm? The voice struck a familiar chord. Shang Jue lifted his gaze and realized he had unwittingly wandered to the fork near dormitory 7. The speaker was Lin Han, hiding beneath a tree along the path, who had recently been unceremoniously dumped by Tian Miao. It appeared that Tian Miao had failed to provide a plausible reason for their breakup, as requested. Shang Jue halted his steps, lowering his phone to regard the short-haired girl with her back turned to him. Lin Han had uttered a few words before Tian Miao abruptly ended the call. The abrupt termination sent her emotions spiraling into despair, her initial quiet sobs escalating into audible weeping. Shang Jue bit his lip, waiting for her cries to subside before approaching her. Xiao Han. Startled, Lin Han hastily wiped her tears and turned around. Upon recognizing Shang Jue, she was taken aback. Shang Jue? He offered her a reassuring smile. Lin Han raised a hand to her eyes. She had barely slept over the past few days, her eyelids swollen from incessant crying. The embarrassment of being seen in such a disheveled state by someone she barely knew washed over her. I broke up with Tian Miao, so. Yes, I know. But breaking up with a scoundrel shouldn't be this distressing. Lin Han was momentarily stunned, staring at Shang Jue in disbelief. Yet, he showed no inclination to elaborate further. She couldn't help but ponder if Tian Miao had developed an interest in someone else. If that were the case, her feelings would shift from sorrow to disappointment. The sound of wheels rolling across the ground drew closer from behind them. Initially, Shang Jue paid little attention until the sound ceased, replaced by the steady breaths of a man. Did this fool forget something? Shang Jue was surprised to see Lu Yuxing's face. How did you? Before he could finish his question, Lu Yuxing's gaze shifted to the tear-streaked Lin Han beside him and then back to him. She is Lin Han, from the physics department. Shang Jue discerned the weight of Lu Yuxing's gaze and felt compelled to clarify. Don't misunderstand. She is Tian Miao's ex-girlfriend. Lin Han. Shang Jue. You are remarkably blunt. Lin Han was momentarily taken aback by their synchronized responses, tears lingering on her cheeks, suspended in time. Lu Yuxing remarked, breaking up is for the best. His words, though few, carried significant weight. Shang Jue concurred. Indeed, there is no need to lament. Lin Han fell silent. After Tian Miao's proposal to part ways, he had not offered her the same comfort that these two had provided. She understood the implications of Shang Jue and Lu Yuxing's words. Tian Miao was likely not as admirable as she had once believed, perhaps even lacking in character. Moreover, standing before her were two tall, handsome figures, renowned for their striking looks within the college. Surrounded by these two dashing young men, she found herself at a loss for tears. Would you like some cake? Shang Jue extended a piece to her. Lin Han shook her head in refusal. No, thank you. Take it, Shang Jue insisted, placing the cake in her hands. Thank you. I will think carefully about what you both said. She murmured, forcing a smile that, albeit strained, appeared more resolute than before. Only Shang Jue and Lu Yuxing remained, exchanging glances. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuxing relaxed his grip on the suitcase handle and, before Shang Jue could react, stepped forward to embrace him. Before entering the station, he considered that a farewell kiss might be too daunting, but a hug would suffice. The embrace, though somewhat stiff, was genuine, his arms wrapped around Shang Jue's waist, hand pressed firmly against his back, holding him tightly. They could feel each other's heartbeats, hear each other's breaths. Shang Jue distinctly sensed a faint scent emanating from Lu Yuxing, unsure if it was the fragrance of his skin or his clothing. Caught off guard by Lu Yuxing's unexpected embrace, Shang Jue instinctively held his breath, avoiding the intrusion of Lu Yuxing's scent. The hug lasted approximately 10 seconds before Lu Yuxing released him, their eyes locking for a brief moment. Shang Jue remarked, "You really ought to consider seeking help." Lu Yuxing replied, "Let us go." Oh. Chapter 15. I'm fond of boys. Was it merely for a hug? Surely that foolish dog wouldn't go that far. The discussions surrounding the unconventional pairing of Shang Jue and Lu Yuxing have vanished. Shang Jue remained perplexed. The wedding photo shared by Xiao Mifeng had genuinely astonished him. Had he seen that image before, it would surely have left an impression. After much contemplation, he decided to message Xiao Mifeng privately. Shang Jue B. Xiao Mifeng, class monitor. Xiao Mifeng, are you here to hunt me down? T. Shang Jue, let's take a breather. Shang Jue, where did that picture come from? Xiao Mifeng, I stole it from the group chat. Shang Jue, the class 7 group? How come I've never seen it? Xiao Mifeng, no, it's from the CP group you share with the academic genius. Shang Jue's eyes widened. A CP group? He and that foolish dog were part of such a group. Xiao Mifeng, it was created by the class representative after the second-year anniversary celebration. Xiao Mifeng, you and the academic genius performed together at the celebration. And that picture was taken post-performance, though the red cloth background was edited in. Shang Jue, Xiao Mifeng, but now that we've graduated, not many are active in the group, so there isn't much content being produced anymore. Heartbroken. Still producing content. Shang Jue suddenly felt bewildered by the world around him. This picture came from the CP group that Xiao Mifeng mentioned. Was it filled with such eye-watering images? The thought of dozens, if not hundreds, of bizarre pictures lurking in some unseen corner left him rather disoriented. Shang Jue, add me to the group. He wanted to witness just how absurd the world could become. Xiao Mifeng, no way. Shang Jue, why not? Xiao Mifeng, the group rules state that the main characters are not allowed to join. How is that fair? If I can't join, then I won't care to see it. Shang Jue, remember to keep one eye open while you sleep tonight. Xiao Mifeng? Shang Jue, smiling. Xiao Mifeng, terrified. Xiao Mifeng, class monitor, sneaking into the girls' dorm at midnight will get you labeled a pervert. Shang Jue, I never said I was going. Xiao Mifeng, then who? Shang Jue typed Lu foolish dog but reconsidered and deleted it. Shang Jue, Lu Yuxing. Xiao Mifeng, I'm shipping it. Shang Jue, Xiao Mifeng, why him? Shang Jue, he is quite eccentric himself. Being labeled a pervert suits him perfectly. Xiao Mifeng, class monitor. Does the academic genius know you speak ill of him behind his back? Meanwhile, Lu Yuxing, after boarding the subway, also noticed the messages from class 7. However, without memories from after sophomore year, he found the chat records rather confusing. Wang Yuanzhou and others didn't directly mention the discord between Shang Jue and Lu Yuxing. While Xiao Mifeng's whimsical comments muddied the waters, Lu Yuxing was momentarily at a loss regarding the nature of his relationship with Shang Jue during high school. As he scrolled through the messages, he instinctively grimaced upon seeing the wedding photo posted by Xiao Mifeng. In an attempt to jog his memory, Lu Yuxing casually browsed through the class 7 photo album. However, after viewing just a few images, he found the faces within them rather unfamiliar, prompting him to stop. The following morning, Lu Yuxing arrived at the airport to fly out of the province, accompanied by Lu Yuxing. They visited 2 renowned neurology hospitals in the country and underwent several treatment plans over 3 weeks. Yet, Lu Yuxing only managed to recall some fragmented memories, mostly disjointed mathematical knowledge. After that, it felt as if a small stone had lodged in the gears of his memory, bringing everything to a halt. At that moment, Lu Yuxing realized that his condition was not as he had initially anticipated. Shang Jue, not too promising, is it? Shang Jue, darling, have you remembered anything at all? Lu Yuxing, how did you know? On the other end, Shang Jue looked at the message and thought, of course, if you remembered anything, you would be confronting me with a dark expression rather than tolerating me calling you darling. Lu Yuxing, it's somewhat troublesome. Somewhat troublesome? Shang Jue chuckled. What a resilient mouth. What kind of plastic bag are you that can hold so much? Lu Yuxing stared at what seemed like a comforting remark and fell silent for a moment. He didn't feel particularly panicked or unable to accept it. As for the rest, remembering would be ideal, but if not, he would have to confront reality. However, it seemed that his brother and his 2 roommates in room 323 were far more anxious than he was. Lu Yuxing sent a simple acknowledgement. Lu Yunsheng was beside him, chatting with a classmate. "Oh, the one who took care of me in the hospital. Xiao Shang," he chuckled. "I had a feeling that name sounded familiar. And just remembered it a few days ago. He is your classmate from high school, right? The one who sat behind you and constantly competed for the top spot?" Lu Yuxing raised his eyes. "Competing for the top spot? Indeed. During your 2nd and 3rd years, you stayed up late studying every night, afraid that he would surpass you in an exam one day. I found it rather strange. You were never one to be overly competitive." Lu Yuxing, impossible. There is no way he studied for such childish reasons. His tone was nonchalant. "I studied to get into a university. Lu Yuxing didn't want to argue with a fellow amnesiac, nor did he broach the subject again. After all, Shang Jue had spent an entire night caring for him, and he hadn't even properly thanked him. Last time, he was too rushed and only bought some snacks and fruits, which felt inadequate. It would be ideal if they were merely good friends. Lu Yuxing fell silent, inviting him to dinner with his brother. How was that different from introducing Shang Jue to his parents? Lu Yuxing noticed the complex expression on Lu Yuxing's face and thought his brother's expression seemed to have become more varied since his amnesia. Lu Yuxing, forget it. He'll probably feel uncomfortable. Lu Yuxing contemplated that today's youth seemed to dislike such gatherings. Then I want to go. You can find a time to treat Xiao Shang to a meal alone. All right. Lu Yuxing felt relieved. Brother, there is something I want to tell you. What? Lu Yuxing. I'm fond of boys. Lu Yuxing was unsure what he had been concerned about in the past, always hiding his relationship with Shang Jue from his brother. However, his previous assurance to Shang Jue that he would change was more than just an empty promise. Regardless of whether Shang Jue was willing to come out, he believed it was necessary for Lu Yuxing to know that he had developed feelings for a man. Lu Yuxing. Chapter 16. Returning to school, Lu Yuxing spent nearly half an hour grappling with the revelation that his younger brother was homosexual. After the initial shock, confusion began to take precedence. After all, he had watched Lu Yuxing grow up, and there were no indications of his brother's preferences for the same sex. When did you realize you liked boys? I have a boyfriend. We've been together for the past 2 years, but I have amnesia, so I'm not sure when I discovered my attraction to men. With each word Lu Yuxing uttered, Lu Yuxing's pupils seemed to tremble. Not only did his brother prefer men, but he had also concealed a romantic relationship from him. It seems I hadn't heard you mention this before. He was not the sort of parent who lacked understanding. He had acquaintances who were also attracted to the same sex. Yet, the notion that his brother was in this situation was difficult to accept at once. I'm sorry, brother. Upon hearing this apology, Lu Yuxing sighed silently within, placing a reassuring hand on Lu Yuxing's shoulder. I understand your character. As long as you've thought this through, that's what matters. You should also know that this path is fraught with challenges. Just treat him well. Lu Yuxing swallowed hard, a hint of bitterness swelling within him. At present, his recovery from amnesia seemed entirely a matter of chance. Thus, the plans he had made to break up with Shang Jue upon regaining his memory were now uncertain. Moreover, as someone who struggled to keep pace with the modern world, even forgetting how to scan QR codes for ordering, it was perplexing that Shang Jue had vowed to remain by his side, while he himself was contemplating ending things. I understand, brother. The treatment had not yielded satisfactory results. So Lu Yuxing contemplated taking Lu Yuxing abroad again, but this was declined. Furthermore, he feared that if they delayed his studies any longer, he might have to apply for a leave of absence. Upon returning to school, Shang Jue happened to have class and could not meet him immediately. As Lu Yuxing entered the dormitory, he caught sight of his roommates packing their bags, seemingly preparing to go out. Gu Zhiqing turned upon hearing the door open and exclaimed, Lu Gu. I came to pick you up at the school gate. Lu Yuxing dreaded such complications. How did your medical appointment go? Lu Yuxing shook his head and briefly explained the situation. The two roommates had eagerly awaited news for several weeks, and upon hearing that the treatment had been ineffective, they felt a twinge of disappointment. However, considering that Lu Yuxing was likely feeling worse, they refrained from expressing their emotions. Gu Zhiqing cautiously inquired, So, what are your plans moving forward? Will you seek treatment at other hospitals? No. If luck is on my side, perhaps someday I will remember everything. Luck? That sounds rather mystical. Anyway, Ingzi and I are heading to the library. Midterms are approaching, and we've been struggling in your absence. If we don't study now, we might fail. In the past, during their freshman year, Lu Yuxing had single-handedly upheld the dormitory's academic performance. His roommates had relied on him for group projects and quizzes, mindful not to slack off too much to avoid incurring his wrath. Gu Zhiqing, a sturdy northern lad standing at 6 feet tall, was momentarily intimidated by Lu Yuxing's presence and remained silent, enduring a scolding. Midterms. Lu Yuxing repeated the term. His memories of university were limited to the brief week he spent at a university after his amnesia. He had not realized that midterms existed in university. Gu Zhiqing suddenly remembered that Lu Yuxing would also be taking the exams with him. Oh no, Lu Gu, can you even take the midterms? Our major has 3 subjects that require exams. At this moment, Lin Shuiying suggested, perhaps you should inform the instructor. They might make accommodations for your special circumstances. Not only midterms, but in 2 months, we have finals. Without the foundational knowledge from freshman year, we won't be able to pass our major courses. There is no way to catch up on a year's worth of material in such a short time. I'll ask about it later, Lu Yuxing replied. Lu Yuxing and Lin Shuiying, backpacks slung over their shoulders, hesitated to leave, seemingly worried about Lu Yuxing's situation. You two go ahead, I can manage on my own, he assured them. Perhaps it was due to Lu Yuxing's previous prowess as a freshman that he had instilled in them a sense of confidence in his ability to handle everything with ease. After a moment of indecision, Lu Yuxing conceded, then we'll head to the library. Lu Gu, if you need anything, please let us know. Once they departed, Lu Yuxing closed the dormitory door softly and began organizing his belongings. He retrieved a long-ignored course group chat and perused the notifications one by one, systematically listing the tasks he needed to complete, even estimating the time and effort required for each. In the end, he realized he was utterly insufficient in terms of time. Ultimately, he decided to call his academic advisor. The advisor, Mr. Wang, in his 30s, was known among students as Old Wang. Lu Yuxing had received several scholarships last year, consistently ranking among the top students. If all went well, he was destined to continue his studies in the mathematics department at a university. Given the stakes, Mr. Wang was quite attentive to his situation. After a thorough discussion, Mr. Wang suggested that perhaps the final exams could be postponed to the next semester, along with the supplementary exams. Despite his absence for several weeks, he acknowledged that this was a special circumstance and would discuss attendance grading with the respective teachers to see if they could provide a reasonable score. However, midterms could not be rescheduled. There had never been a precedent for creating a new exam for one student, nor could Lu Yuxing be arbitrarily awarded points, as it would be unfair to his peers. Either he would have to take the exam despite everything, or he would have to apply for a leave of absence. Your attendance this semester is nearing a third of the total hours allowed. If you miss more classes, I want to be able to assist you, Mr. Wang continued. Discuss it with your family and consider whether you want to apply for a year's leave of absence. Lu Yuxing leaned on his desk, pressing his fingers against his brow. Thank you, but I'll forego the leave of absence. I intend to take the exam. Would he really resign himself to a life of never recalling anything? Lu Yuxing despised being passive. After ending the call, he pulled a mathematics textbook from the shelf and casually flipped through a few pages. The pages were filled with unfamiliar mathematical symbols, lengthy formulas, and bewildering matrix transformations. For the first time, he found himself utterly at a loss when confronted with mathematics. This sensation was new, yet it was certainly not a pleasant experience. The pressure of completing an impossible task in a limited time frame was both despairing and overwhelming. Lu Yuxing had never anticipated that he would find himself troubled over exams one day. As midterms approached, the diligent Shang Jue spent almost all his free time immersed in study at the library or in his own apartment, preparing for the impending tests. His studying was intense, bordering on delirium. Coming from a strictly disciplined family, Shang Jue had been instilled with the ideals of perfect elite education from an early age, which hindered him from liberating himself from this mindset even in college. He still pursued excellence in every endeavor. Additionally, he was troubled by the presence of an individual he found particularly irksome, making his university life scarcely easier than during high school. However, it is somewhat peculiar that after Lu Yuxing began to believe in the authenticity of their romantic relationship, he would take the initiative to engage in conversation with Shang Jue. Although the messages he sent were evidently akin to fulfilling a task, such as "Have you eaten yet?" it was the first time that such a prolonged silence of several days had occurred. Shang Jue pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand. Have you been busy lately? Shang Jue inquired. I've been reviewing over the past couple of days, Lu Yuxing replied. I'm sorry, I've been so busy that I forgot about you. Shang Jue glanced at the thick stack of draft papers beside him, densely filled with calculations, while the blue UI interface of the question bank on his phone had already begun to make his head spin. The relentless study had left him somewhat fatigued. He leaned back in his resilient chair, which contorted slightly in response. He propped one leg on the edge of his desk, pushing off with his calf, causing the wheeled chair to bounce backward, gently colliding with the study room door. After indulging in this playful distraction for several rounds, Shang Jue picked up his phone and made a call. Hello? Darling, could you save me a seat at the library this afternoon? Why? Of course. It's because I miss you. Balancing work and leisure, he believed that after a taxing study session, one ought to venture out for some amusement. Shang Jue hastily resolved his lunch, preparing a packet of instant noodles and complementing it with some snacks. Since moving out of the dormitory, he had taken to eating at school during classes, while on weekends, he typically resorted to snacks in lieu of proper meals. The takeout options near the school were rather limited and paled in comparison to instant noodles. Although Shang Jue came from a comfortable background, it did not extend to the extravagance of ordering seafood from across the city like Hyang. Afterward, he proceeded to the library, locating Lu Yuxing according to the seat number he had sent. The person seated at the desk was engrossed in a book, oblivious to the throngs of people around him. Lu Yuxing had chosen a two-person table, flanked by partitions, providing a serene environment. Such spots were difficult to find, especially during midterm review week, when they were typically claimed early by couples. As Shang Jue pulled out the empty chair beside him, Lu Yuxing finally noticed him and turned his head. His complexion appeared somewhat paler than usual, and his lips lacked color. Upon noticing, Shang Jue instinctively furrowed his brow. He leaned closer for a better look and asked, "Darling, are you unwell?" "It's nothing, just feeling a bit off." "I'm not sick," Lu Yuxing replied. "How can you be in pain and not be ill?" Shang Jue remarked. "Your breathing is heavier and much slower than usual." This was a subconscious reaction to pain, where one instinctively breathes deeply to adjust. "How did you pick up on that?" Lu Yuxing questioned, surprised that he hadn't noticed any difference in his own breathing. "Your powers of observation are quite impressive," Lu Yuxing commented. Shang Jue retorted casually. "Not really, I just know you too well." Lu Yuxing paused, momentarily taken aback. "So where does it hurt?" Meeting Shang Jue's focused gaze, Lu Yuxing remained silent for a moment before, unexpectedly, he spoke the truth. "My stomach hurts." Shang Jue, completely clueless about medical diagnostics, lacked the confidence to proceed. He lowered his eyelids and reached out to examine Lu Yuxing's upper abdomen. The unexpected nature of Shang Jue's touch caught Lu Yuxing off guard. He was not accustomed to being touched and instinctively tensed, his muscles bracing defensively from his waist to his thigh. When Shang Jue's palm met the firm warmth of Lu Yuxing's muscles, he hesitated for a moment, then convinced himself, this cannot be muscle, it must be a colossal stone. Competing academically with Lu Yuxing was exhausting enough. He had no desire to embark on a fitness journey to add to his burdens. Seeing Shang Jue treat his stomach ailment with the same casualness as a common cold, as if a mere touch could determine the severity of his condition, left Lu Yuxing somewhat speechless. Fortunately, Shang Jue did not lift his gaze and thus failed to notice the incredulous look Lu Yuxing cast upon him. Lu Yuxing understood himself well enough to know that he was not truly ill. The stomach is an organ of emotion, and he was merely experiencing physical repercussions from the emotional turmoil of the past few days. However, he would never divulge such an embarrassing reason for his stomach pain to Shang Jue. Yet, witnessing Shang Jue earnestly assess his upper abdomen for diagnosis, Lu Yuxing's tightly wound nerves inexplicably began to loosen, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "What have you diagnosed me with?" Lu Yuxing's dark lashes fluttered slowly. His gaze fixed intently on Shang Jue, as if seeking a form of twisted warmth hidden beneath the latter's calm demeanor. He swallowed hard. "In a couple of days. I have midterms, and I haven't been able to comprehend the material, hence my lack of rest. The stomach pain is a result of this." Shang Jue's eyes widened with genuine disbelief. Your stomach pain is self-induced by studying?" Lu Yuxing misinterpreted Shang Jue's incredulity as concern from his partner and softly replied, "I suppose so." Shang Jue's hand unconsciously gripped the fabric of his own abdomen, lost in thought. "I've never studied myself into a stomachache." Taking a deep breath, Shang Jue was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of intense self-doubt. How could I have never pushed myself to such an extent? Chapter 17. Grandpa Shang takes you to past. Lu Yuxing could not fathom the twisted thoughts occupying the mind of the person seated beside him at this moment. Shang Jue remarked casually, "How could I possibly worry about you?" He idly solved a couple of problems, and upon hearing the faint scratching of a pencil beside him, he was suddenly reminded of their high school days when he and Lu Yuxing would often linger in the classroom after everyone else had left, engrossed in their studies. In the hushed silence, the sound of pencil gliding across paper would emanate from the desk in front of him. However, this time, the sound came from his right. He lowered his eyelashes and shifted his gaze, catching sight of Lu Yuxing's prominent veins coursing through his hand, which gripped a somewhat heavy black pencil, its durable metal casing unmistakably the same one from their high school days. A smile threatened to break out on Shang Jue's face. He then glanced at the sheet of paper beneath Lu Yuxing's hand, frowning at the numerous black lines that had been crossed out. "Hey!" Shang Jue nudged Lu Yuxing's shoe with his own. Lu Yuxing paused his writing and turned to face him. "Are you keeping up?" Shang Jue inquired. Lu Yuxing replied calmly, "It's manageable." "Manageable?" Shang Jue quirked an eyebrow. "But darling, at this rate, your midterm scores are likely to be dismal." He fixed his gaze on Lu Yuxing's eyes, secretly hoping that if Lu Yuxing were to plead with him, he might show mercy and helped the foolish dog pass the exam. Yet, Lu Yuxing maintained his unflappable demeanor, responding with a simple, failing is inevitable, Shang Jue asserted. I don't mind, Lu Yuxing replied. Seriously, which brand of plastic bag are you? Shang Jue mused, for if he truly didn't care, he wouldn't be in such a distressed state. Shang Jue couldn't help but recall how. During their high school days, Lu Yuxing would wear a blank expression each time he aced an exam. He had always assumed that Lu Yuxing's inner thoughts mirrored his expression, utterly undisturbed. But observing Lu Yuxing's reactions now, it was evident that his temperament was far from placid. Shang Jue pondered, could it be that Lu Yuxing felt particularly proud when he received accolades on stage? Just as this thought surfaced, Shang Jue dismissed it. Surely not. He lifted his gaze slightly, landing on Lu Yuxing's straightened lips and pale complexion, noticing how his usually bright eyes seemed dimmer than usual. Why should I care? He thought, turning away after a brief moment. Hand me the book. Lu Yuxing said nothing, but his cold gaze held a hint of confusion as it met Shang Jue's. Shang Jue forced a gentle smile. Darling, pass me the book. I will ensure you pass. Shang Jue was an excellent teacher, and Lu Yuxing was the most reliable student. With just a little guidance, he could easily extrapolate further. Even though Shang Jue found him distasteful, he had to admit that Lu Yuxing's comprehension skills were astonishingly high. Their thoughts aligned seamlessly, almost to the point of tacit understanding. While Shang Jue felt discomfort at this synchronicity, he also found it somewhat amusing, likening it to the joys of parent-child teaching. If all parent-child interactions could flow as smoothly, there would be far fewer parents driven to despair. As Lu Yuxing worked through problems, Shang Jue sighed. I hope my future child will be as easy to teach. Interrupted. Lu Yuxing paused to glance at him. We want to have children. Who said anything about your child? Do you like kids? Shang Jue asked. Generally, Lu Yuxing replied. He resumed his calculations, but his pace had noticeably slowed. After a while, he looked up. We can't marry, nor can we adopt. What does that even have to do with anything? Shang Jue questioned. Lu Yuxing stated calmly, it's not possible. You might consider getting a dog. Let us focus on the problems. The two remained in the library until it closed for the night. Lu Yuxing's study method was one of thorough exploration. Instead of applying formulas directly, he preferred to derive them step by step, a method suited for academic advancement. In contrast, Shang Jue had no inclination for such depth. He excelled at recognizing patterns in problem-solving and could achieve commendable scores even with a superficial understanding of the principles involved, making his approach quite effective for exam preparations. With Shang Jue's guidance, their progress had indeed accelerated significantly. As they exited the library, Lu Yuxing walked quietly beside Shang Jue, revealing little of his thoughts. Ever since Shang Jue began teaching him with his own methods, Lu Yuxing had maintained this reticent demeanor. Shang Jue teased, What is wrong, darling? Do you look down on my pragmatic approach to studying? Lu Yuxing regarded him with disdain. But Shang Jue was well aware of this. His own lack of enthusiasm for mathematics stemmed from a mere convenience. Having chosen the mathematics department from a list of unappealing options, a far cry from Lu Yuxing's genuine passion for the subject. No, it consumes your time, Lu Yuxing responded. Shang Jue paused, turning to meet Lu Yuxing's earnest gaze. He genuinely believed this. If you help me, it will slow your progress. I don't mind. You don't care? Why? Shang Jue observed him, inwardly thinking, my goal is you. With you in this state, what need do I have for further review? A mere 90 on the exam would suffice. Yet he feigned innocence, asking, what reason is needed? Just as they reached the fork near the 7th dormitory, Shang Jue's crisp, clear voice cut through the air. I am your boyfriend. That should suffice. By the end of the month, after completing his final exam and submitting his paper, Shang Jue emerged from the examination hall. The corridor was filled with excited chatter as students discussed their post-exam plans for relaxation. As Shang Jue stepped out, he spotted Lu Yuxing leaning against the wall, his tall figure standing out distinctly amidst the crowd. Shang Jue was somewhat taken aback. They had finished their exams and didn't need to go to the library. Why was he here? Just as he was about to approach, a shadow darted past him. Shang Jue felt a sudden pressure on the back of his neck as someone yanked him playfully. Turning around, he found himself face to face with Yang, that golden-haired troublemaker. Shang Jue ruthlessly pried Yang's arm from around his neck, as Yang laughed and attempted to drape his arm back around him. His eyes inadvertently met Lu Yuxing's from a distance. Cough, cough. Yang hurriedly leaned in close to Shang Jue's ear, lowering his voice. Why is he here? You're not done having fun yet? Shang Jue chuckled. Not yet. Yang quickly glanced at Lu Yuxing again. Compared to a month prior, the person now waiting quietly for Shang Jue seemed to exude a more complex aura, a quality befitting a boyfriend. He-young felt a chill run down his spine. No way, straight guys don't bend that easily. Lu Yuxing spoke slowly. It's fine. I'm just waiting. What else up? Did you need something from me? Shang Jue inquired. Although they had only met twice, He-young left a profound impression on Shang Jue. Being the one who had taken him to a gay bar previously, going out, to a place filled with men dancing fervently, they were all acquaintances. And after a moment's contemplation, Shang Jue replied, All right. Lu Yuhang's jaw tightened slightly. He addressed Lu Yuhang, saying, Darling, I'm going to the small pavilion with He-young to wait for someone. Lu Yuhang interrupted, I'm heading to the cafeteria, it's on the way. I'll join you. Very well. Shang Jue thought little of it and followed Lu Yuhang. Throughout the journey, He-young dared not glance at Lu Yuhang. The thought of the latter being played by Shang Jue made him feel immensely guilty. Meanwhile, Shang Jue keenly sensed that the atmosphere around Lu Yuhang was somewhat tense. He turned to observe Lu Yuhang's expressionless face and couldn't help but feel a sense of schadenfreude, speculating. He must have flunked the exam. Surely, it can't be bad enough to fail outright. I wouldn't want my teaching abilities to be called into question as well. The small pavilion at a university was not small at all. It resembled an ancient-style pavilion corridor, surrounded by various eateries, established to cater to students seeking snacks nearby. Upon arrival, however, Lu Yuhang did not rush to the cafeteria, but suddenly mentioned he wasn't hungry and suggested they wait a few minutes. Thus, the three of them sat together in the pavilion, awaiting their companions. After a few moments, Shang Jue stood to fetch some drinks, leaving He-young and Lu Yuhang alone. Despite the absence of verbal communication, He-young felt a subtle sense of suffocation. The person across from him was entirely disinterested in engaging, lost in thought with lowered eyes, occasionally glancing up with a cold stare that seemed to pierce through He-young. He-young felt as though that gaze could cut him to the core. He stiffened, thinking, Why are you looking at me? It was Shang Jue who deceived you, not I. If you wish to take vengeance, let it be upon my brother. Unable to endure the pressure any longer, He-young hastily messaged Shang Jue for help. Having just arrived at the shop and ordered a drink, Shang Jue pulled out his phone to make payment when he was bombarded with messages from He-young. He-young, help me, help me. He-young, Shang Jue. How much longer? He-young, can you hurry up? Tears. He-young, damn it. Your boyfriend's expression is too terrifying. I truly cannot withstand it. Shang Jue, clarify your words. What do you mean by my boyfriend? Shang Jue, I am not even in character, yet you have already begun to act. He-young, all right. My apologies. He-young, this bookworm's gaze is quite fearsome. He-young, what is wrong with him? Could it be that due to amnesia, he submitted a blank exam? Lu Yuhang was lost in thought. Perhaps his boyfriend would soon be consorting with unsavory individuals in questionable places. And he believed he had the right to demand that his partner refrain from such activities. As my boyfriend, you cannot impose restrictions on me, declaring. There are things that are off limits. The image of Shang Jue smiling while saying those words flashed through his mind, causing Lu Yuhang's tension to deepen. He-young hastily typed on his keyboard. He-young, I feel like I'm about to freeze to death because of your boyfriend. Shang Jue could no longer be bothered to correct him. Internally scoffing, he thought, this foolish dog, it's merely one exam. Is it truly that significant? Classmate, your fruit tea is ready. The staff member handed him a packaged drink. Thank you. Do you have anything with a nutty flavor? Shang Jue regretted asking immediately. Why must I indulge him? The staff member hesitated. How about pecan milk tea? Shang Jue made a face. That works. Please make it hot and not too sweet. Chapter 18. Thank you, Brother Shang. Lu Yuxing paused for a moment before taking the cup. He-yin was even more astonished and asked Shang Jue, What about mine? You didn't say you wanted to drink. He didn't say he wanted to drink either. Shang Jue replied, speechless. Why was this guy trying to join in? Was my drink so essential to him? Of course, He-yin didn't need it. Yet, he regarded Shang Jue as a close friend. While the latter bought something for his rival, completely forgetting about him, he felt a pang of heartache. Thinking, would one choose a man over a brother and still claim to be unaffected by the drama? Lu Yuxing lowered his gaze to the label on the cup, pistachio milk tea, 5% sugar. After a moment of silence, he turned to Shang Jue and remarked, You seem to know me well. He enjoyed foods with nutty flavors, yet aside from his brother, no one else would know. Shang Jue chuckled lightly, his gaze on Lu Yuxing imbued with profound meaning. Lu Yuxing's heart raced under the weight of that intensely focused stare. Then he heard Shang Jue say, That's because I've been watching you for too long, darling. Shang Jue's tone was low, laced with a hint of intimacy, akin to a tender love confession. Lu Yuxing was momentarily taken aback. He then exclaimed, What the hell? Yin was dumbstruck. Only he understood the true implication behind those words. But when they came from Shang Jue's lips, they took on a completely different flavor, seductive and heartfelt. As the saying goes, to know oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in 100 battles. He knew that Shang Jue had indeed been observing Lu Yuxing's back for 2 years. He stared blankly at Lu Yuxing, whose expression mirrored his own, lost in thought as he gazed at the milk teacup in his hands. Turning back to Shang Jue, he found the latter's fox-like eyes glinting with the unmistakable mischief of a predator, utterly unaware of the gravity of his own words. Yin was torn between wanting to speak and holding his tongue. Ultimately, his face contorted into a shade akin to that of liver, burdened by a myriad of complex emotions. Brother, a straight man shouldn't flirt like this. He hastily messaged Shang Jue. The phone tucked against Shang Jue's thigh vibrated, and he pulled it out to take a glance. He and Shang, tone it down a bit. Shang Jue read it 3 times without grasping its meaning. Shang Jue, tone down what? Be clear. Yin, straight man turning gay, heaven strike me down. Shang Jue, who was trying to turn him? Was I just grossing him out? Yin found it amusing that this was what he was worried about. Had he witnessed Lu Yuxing's reaction upon learning of his homosexuality, he would understand that such concern was entirely unfounded. Shang Jue, don't worry, this silly dog is as straight as they come. It won't be so easy to bend him. Yin felt a mix of emotions. With your approach, even steel could be bent like incense sticks. He suppressed his urge to comment. Yin, take care, brother. 10 minutes later, a girl with a high ponytail approached from the end of the corridor. Her hair dyed a striking golden hue, waving at the group from a distance. As she drew closer, Xiao Mifeng was surprised to see who was sitting beside Shang Jue. The academic deity is here too? And with the class monitor? Haven't these two always been at odds? Shang Jue replied. He'll head to the cafeteria later. With Xiao Mifeng present, Shang Jue reigned in his earlier playful demeanor. The fact that he and Lu Yuxing were pretending to be a couple was known only to Yin. Shang Jue was still mindful. If Lu Yuxing embarrassed himself in front of others, he feared a confrontation would ensue. Xiao Mifeng blinked, grinning as she joked, academic deity. You're not helping the monitor chase me down, are you? Lu Yuxing, bewildered, began, sorry, who are you? His lips were abruptly covered by the hand of the person beside him. The question of who are you was forcibly swallowed. Xiao Mifeng observed the scene, her mind racing with 4 words, physical contact. Lu Yuxing quietly closed his lips, remaining still. Confirming that he wouldn't impulsively ask again, Shang Jue slowly released his grip. Xiao Mifeng struggled to suppress her upward curving lips, feigning seriousness as she said, what's going on? Monitor, why are you covering the academic deity's mouth? Only then did Lu Yuxing speak. Sorry, what did you just ask? I asked if you were here to help the monitor chase me down. Xiao Mifeng inhaled sharply. Shang Jue. He quickly glanced at Xiao Mifeng's face and, unsurprisingly, found it plastered with a look of shock. Shouldn't the academic deity join us for a bit? Lu Yuxing had never been particularly interested in such activities, and Shang Jue remained silent beside him. Xiao Mifeng had initially asked without much hope. All right. Xiao Mifeng, huh? Lu Yuxing glanced at Shang Jue. I said all right. In the end, the 4 of them neither went to a bar nor to any chaotic places. They simply enjoyed a regular meal and played a round of a murder mystery game together. By the end of the evening, Xiao Mifeng surprisingly hadn't realized he had amnesia. Before closing the door, Shang Jue paused, leaning down to glance into the back seat. He felt a twinge of concern about leaving Lu Yuxing alone with Xiao Mifeng. If she asked a few more questions, she might uncover the truth of his memory issues. Lu Yuxing shared this worry. All night, he had been subjected to Xiao Mifeng's enthusiastic gaze, though she had restrained herself from speaking in his presence. Lu Yuxing had a premonition that if Shang Jue weren't around, he would undoubtedly find himself ensnared in conversation with her. He was particularly adept at handling such girls. The two exchanged a glance, and Lu Yuxing said, I'll go with you. After speaking, he opened the car door and decisively followed Shang Jue out. Xiao Mifeng exclaimed, huh? Her eyes sparkled as she sat in the front seat. What is happening? Why together? Didn't you two avoid the same path after school and high school? What did she miss this year? She trembled slightly, asking, academic deity. Why are you getting out too? Shang Jue was quick to react but was momentarily at a loss for words. Why? Yin immediately pressed the accelerator, and Xiao Mifeng's voice dissipated in the wind. The two, faces covered in exhaust fumes, sighed in relief. Right. Just before leaving, Shang Jue suddenly thought of something and said, next time you encounter someone you don't remember, refrain from asking who are you. Especially when it's someone like Xiao Mifeng. A classmate for several years, and yet she forgot my name. How disheartening. Whatever they say, you can just respond with a casual or two. Shang Jue smirked, subtly mocking. Aren't you usually like that with others? Detecting a hint of sarcasm in his tone, Lu Yuxing paused, replying, Is that how I treat you too? Shang Jue, pretty much. I try to change it when I'm around you. Let us leave it at that. I'm not accustomed to your changes. All right. Lu Yuxing hesitated, then conceded. Upon hearing the intentionally altered phrasing, Shang Jue turned his face away, stifling a laugh. This fellow was indeed far more entertaining than he had been before his amnesia. Thank you for your help these past 2 days, he said, smiling. Such words are rather formal. You are my treasure. Who else would I assist if not you? Lu Yuxing had not been caught off guard by Shang Jue's endearing flattery for quite some time. Yet this individual always seemed to possess a knack for provoking him with an overly sentimental tone. Given the kindness he had received over the past few days, Lu Yuxing made a concerted effort to refrain from simply turning on his heel and leaving. Shang Jue felt he was at a disadvantage in this exchange. Then, Lu Yuxing gazed thoughtfully at the person opposite him for a few seconds, as if a brilliant idea had suddenly struck him, his eyes curving into a smile. How about you say, thank you, brother Shang? He suggested. Lu Yuxing fell silent. What a peculiar inclination. Moreover, had he not just stated that there was no need for such formality? Nevertheless, it was merely a simple phrase, and he had no reason not to utter it. Yet, just before he spoke, an inexplicable instinct tugged at him. Eventually, Lu Yuxing did speak. Thank you, brother Shang. Shang Jue chuckled, thoroughly pleased by the response. Seizing the moment, he opened a recording app, aiming his phone's microphone towards Lu Yuxing, pressing for more. Once more? Lu Yuxing hesitated. He stepped forward a couple of paces, leaning down so that his lips hovered just a few centimeters from the microphone, casting a glance at Shang Jue before softly repeating, Thank you, brother Shang. His enunciation was remarkably clear. Huh? Why be so polite with brother Shang? Lu Yuxing retorted. Didn't you ask me to say it? Shang Jue switched off the recording app. As Lu Yuxing prepared to rise, his hair was suddenly tugged by the person before him. Although he stood a few centimeters taller than Shang Jue and typically refused to bow his head in his presence, the sight of his usually pristine crown now appearing shorter than Shang Jue's prompted a momentary impulse to playfully tug at it. Lu Yuxing initially intended to recoil, but upon seeing Shang Jue's cheerful demeanor, he chose to remain still, allowing him to play with his hair for a while. However, he was not fond of such contact, especially as Shang Jue's manner of touching was neither affectionate nor gentle, but rather akin to petting a dog. As he straightened up, Lu Yuxing found his brow involuntarily furrowing, a slight agitation brewing within him. He stole a glance at the dimples on Shang Jue's cheek and forced himself to endure the moment. Chapter 19, on November 1st. As Lu Yuxing stepped through the door of room 323, he was jolted awake by a biting gust of wind. The balcony window stood wide open, and the sliding door between the dormitory and the balcony was ajar, allowing the frigid northern wind of late October to surge in, particularly cold on such a night. Upon entering, he was immediately met with accusations from his 2 roommates. You went out tonight, and didn't check your phone. What did you send? As he spoke, Lu Yuxing moved to close the balcony window. He glanced at the messages they had sent him earlier, 2 hours prior. They had inquired whether he wished to join them for dinner, followed by another message just minutes ago. Why did you leave with the class monitor? For a walk. After sending the message, he promptly exited the chat. Sorry. I had my phone on silent before the exam and forgot to turn it back on afterward. Once the room was sealed, Lu Yuxing distinctly detected the lingering scent of hot pot. Self-heating? He inquired. We cooked it on the stove, Lu Yuxing replied. Using prohibited electrical appliances? Don't get caught. Though Lu Yuxing rarely broke the rules himself, he was indifferent to the actions of others. Hey, we were just ventilating, right? By the way, how did your exam go? Lu? Not too bad. Lu Yuxing nodded with relief, genuinely impressed by Lu Yuxing's capabilities. Had it been him, with a mind blank before the exam, he would surely have crumbled into tears. There was someone guiding me, so it went smoothly, Lu Yuxing explained. Lu Yuxing paused mid-nod, bewildered. Huh? Who? Shang Jue. Who? Shang Jue. Lu Yuxing exclaimed in surprise. Ah, that Shang is quite the nice person. After all the tension between you two, he actually helped you. Lin Shuiying, overhearing this, couldn't he help but reflect deeply on her previous misjudgments. Lu Yuxing casually adjusted himself, feeling the wind. Is Friday good? Friday afternoon works for me, he replied. About to agree when Lin Shuiying interjected. What date is it? I have a club activity on the evening of the 31st. Lu Yuxing flipped through his phone calendar. November 1st. Oh, then I'm free. November 1st, the date sounded vaguely familiar. Lu Yuxing pondered as he pulled out a chair and casually placed his backpack on the table. The weighty logistics textbook thudded against the desk, startling him awake like a stone splashing into a serene lake. He remembered. November 1st was the anniversary of his relationship with Shang Jue. What about you, Lu? I might have something that day. Might? Lu Yuxing was uncertain about Shang Jue's views on such commemorative days and what his own plans might be. But he knew he needed to clear his schedule. This ambiguous response, if not for Lu Yuxing's understanding of Lu Yuxing's character, knowing he would refuse outright if reluctant, might have been interpreted as mere excuse-making. What about the weekend? That works. I'm okay too. With plans established, Lu Yuxing sat in his spot, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. If he hadn't suddenly recalled the date, he would have completely forgotten about the upcoming anniversary. Shouldn't he buy a gift for such an occasion? But with it already being the 30th, and a full day of classes ahead, he had no time. Moreover, he had no memory of Shang Jue's preferences. Lu Yuxing began searching keywords related to couple anniversaries online, only to be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. After a long moment, he sighed heavily. I must find a way to remedy this. He buried his face in his pillow and chuckled softly. Having taken advantage of Lu Yuxing, Shang Jue was in high spirits, reluctant to sleep even past his usual bedtime. The room was eerily quiet, devoid of lights. Lying on his side, half his face nestled in a soft pillow, he aimlessly scrolled through his phone, his mind blank as he drifted through the chaotic world of notifications, drowsiness gradually enveloping him. A notification at the top of the screen jolted him from his stupor. Are you asleep? Shang Jue blinked, becoming slightly more alert. What's up, babe? What are the plans for the day after tomorrow? The fatigue made Shang Jue's thoughts sluggish. It took him a moment to realize that the day after tomorrow was Friday. What plans could there be? Okay. 2 minutes later. Aren't we celebrating our anniversary? After pondering for a while, Shang Jue remembered that their school had an event celebrating its 61st anniversary next month. Last year, for the 60th anniversary, a grand celebration had been held, and every student received commemorative gifts, with the Faculty of Science even distributing cartons of milk. Let us celebrate. How? Shang Jue rolled his eyes. Was Lu Yuxing really seeking entertainment at this hour? During last year's anniversary celebration, Shang Jue had also participated in planning for the Faculty of Science. He patiently typed his response. After last year's grand celebration, this year won't be too extravagant. The faculty will probably just make a promotional video for material. A few days ago, when Jia Yue asked if I wanted to be in the video, Old Wang said this year they might at most give students some fruit. A whole carton of milk is out of the question. Why was Lu Yuxing so concerned about this? When he had offered to share half of the rent, he had seemed quite decisive and should not be lacking for a carton of milk. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Go to sleep. Good night, babe. Good night. Getting fruit sounds nice. Shang Jue lingered on the last somewhat unnecessary message, switched off his phone, and set it aside, preparing to rest. As he closed his eyes and let himself drift for a few minutes, he found himself repeatedly jolted awake just as he was about to fall into a deep slumber. Shang Jue opened his eyes, sensing something was amiss, and replayed the earlier conversation in his mind. Anniversary, how to celebrate, what plans for the day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow was November 1st, wasn't it? That date sounded somewhat familiar. 2 minutes later, the silence in the bedroom was shattered by a loud exclamation. Damn! Shang Jue sprang up from his bed, fully awake. He flicked on the lamp beside his bed, rummaged for his phone, and without waiting to type a message, cleared his throat and dialed Lu Yuxing's number directly. As soon as the call connected, Shang Jue adopted a playful tone. Hello? Babe. Lu Yuxing must have stepped out to the balcony to take the call. The background was quiet, devoid of Lu Yuxing and Lin Shuiying's voices. Didn't you say you were sleepy? Yeah. Shang Jue licked his lips, pondering what kind of words could be employed to avoid revealing the truth. However, the more one attempts to explain such matters, the more futile it becomes. Thus, Shang Jue decided against making excuses and instead sought a way to remedy the situation. My dear, what cuisine do you enjoy? I can make a reservation at a restaurant. The voice on the other end replied nonchalantly, no need. I am fine with just fruit. Shang Jue. Chapter 20. Anniversary. Leaning against the bed, he fell into deep contemplation. Why did I get out of bed in the middle of the night to listen to this ridiculous dog's absurdity? He pretended to be Lu Yuxing's boyfriend to annoy him. Now, what was the situation? He had merely forgotten a non-existent anniversary. Yet it felt as if he had committed an unforgivable sin. Shang Jue pressed his forehead, feigning reflection for half a minute. Then he lowered his voice to explain. I'm sorry, babe. You see, with exams lately, I've been studying so long that my brain is all jumbled up. When playing the role of Lu Yuxing's boyfriend, Shang Jue never learned to speak in a serious tone, often adding casual interjections like la, ma, and ah, uttered in his soft voice. It came across as frivolous yet alluring. When he admitted his fault, his voice became lower, tinged with a hint of coquetry. It sounded somewhat insincere. Fortunately, Lu Yuxing decided to let it go and did not press the matter further. Having forgotten the anniversary, Shang Jue surmised that Lu Yuxing probably had not prepared a gift either, which alleviated some of his anxiety. Lu Yuxing always felt that their emotional investments were unequal. If his boyfriend had prepared something serious for this anniversary, it would only amplify his guilt. He said, "I've made a reservation at a restaurant, if you don't like it. I can change to another one." Shang Jue replied, "I like it, babe. How could I not like what you chose?" After saying this, he shivered slightly, touching the back of his neck, feeling goosebumps rise. To effortlessly utter such greasy and cringeworthy lines, Shang Jue found himself somewhat impressed. The person on the other end of the line clearly felt the impact of his words, pausing for 2 seconds before saying, "Then good night." Good night, babe." After hanging up, Shang Jue pondered, what should one do for an anniversary? He opened his browser and searched for ideas for couple anniversaries. Candlelit dinners. Watching a romantic movie. Proposing on the anniversary. While he had no intention of going that far, he could not help but imagine Lu Yuxing's expression if he were to be proposed to. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Why was he bothering with a non-existent anniversary? Wasn't that contrary to his original intention? He pretended to be Lu Yuxing's boyfriend to tease him, not to make himself anxious. With a cold smile, he thought, was he really going to be the perfect boyfriend for Lu Yuxing? What was there to prepare? Just showing up was enough. A little perfunctory effort would suffice. With this in mind, he decisively tossed his phone aside and fell asleep. Shang Jue indeed carried out his perfunctory approach to the fullest. On Friday, he dressed no differently than usual and had no intention of buying a bouquet to feign sincerity. Clad in a clean black and white ensemble, he met Lu Yuxing empty-handed. The anniversary was rather peculiar. The one who had forgotten could not recall any of the moments shared with his boyfriend over the past year, while the one who had not forgotten also had no related memories stored in his mind. The place Lu Yuxing had chosen was one he led the way to. Shang Jue assumed that, given Lu Yuxing's character, he would likely select a quiet and elegant restaurant, until they were escorted to their reserved table. The restaurant's lighting was warmly dim, and a gentle melody flowed from the ceiling speakers. On the table, a bouquet of dew-kissed lisianthus rested, and a bottle of red wine was securely held in a rose-gold wine rack. It looked quite presentable. Shang Jue felt a sudden wave of awkwardness, which he had not anticipated before arriving. Lu Yuxing sat across from him, handing him the menu. Unaware of Shang Jue's tastes, he ordered several signature dishes that appeared quite appealing. The restaurant had 2 other tables occupied, both by couples, one pair gazing deeply into each other's eyes, while the others sat on the same side, whispering and flirting. While waiting for the dishes, Shang Jue's gaze met Lu Yuxing's, and their eyes locked in an uncomfortable proximity. The atmosphere, heightened by the music, made the air thick with an electric tension. However, at that moment, it was not appropriate for either to leave, so they were left to stew in the awkwardness. Shang Jue was so uncomfortable that he could not even muster a flirtatious remark. Their table was the only one that remained eerily quiet. Just as he was pondering an excuse to momentarily escape, Lu Yuxing broke the silence, saying softly, "I need to use the restroom." Shang Jue watched in a daze as Lu Yuxing stood and left. Observing Lu Yuxing's retreating figure, he suddenly felt a sense of relief wash over him. He chuckled to himself. He had nearly forgotten that he was not the only one feeling restless. If it meant making Lu Yuxing uncomfortable, what could he not endure? He even found the inclination to joke, "Babe, are you nervous?" Lu Yuxing only regretted not lingering on the terrace for a couple more minutes. Shang Jue adjusted the bouquet beside him, angling the blooms that were in full bloom towards himself, then took out his phone to snap a picture. After this series of preparations, he aimed the camera at Lu Yuxing. The latter immediately furrowed his brow, raising a hand to shield his face, stating, "I don't like taking photos." Shang Jue moved the camera away and smiled at him. "All right." He mumbled softly, "Not even for the anniversary? Yet." He considerately set his phone down. The black phone rested inverted beneath the white bouquet, just like the person sitting across from him, a visual blight. Lu Yuxing. He struggled for a few seconds before reluctantly saying, "Go ahead and take it." Shang Jue smiled gently. "It's okay, babe. I don't want you to force yourself to do something you dislike. Let us take it." Shang Jue raised an eyebrow. "Should we take a video too?" Lu Yuxing inhaled deeply. Sure. The screen revealed a handsome yet expressionless face, lips pressed tight and silent. Babe, don't look so stiff. Say something. Lu Yuxing, feeling helpless, glanced at the camera. What should I say? Shang Jue, at a loss for words, effortlessly commanded, anything will do. Just say something I like to hear. He tilted his head, his eyes peeking from behind the phone, sparkling in the warm light, betraying his anticipation. Lu Yuxing remained silent for a while. He had no idea what Shang Jue liked to hear. He only knew what Shang Jue loved to say. He remained motionless for so long that, had it not been for the seconds ticking away on the recording, Shang Jue might have thought he was merely capturing a still image. After a long pause, the figure on the screen finally parted his lips slowly. Babe. The two syllables hung in the air, and Lu Yuxing immediately fell silent, his ears flushing hot, followed by his cheeks. Shang Jue was momentarily stunned, his eyes curving into crescents as he struggled to suppress laughter, but he couldn't help but gasp, hey. Lu Yuxing's eyelashes fluttered down, and he did not look up again. Soon, he felt the tabletop trembling lightly beneath his palm and returned his gaze to Shang Jue, who was laughing so hard he had collapsed onto the table, his face buried in his arms, only his ears and a hint of his fair skin visible. He chuckled softly, stifling his laughter to avoid disturbing the other tables, causing his shoulders to shake even more. The phone clutched in his right hand was askew. The recording already stopped, yet the camera stubbornly remained focused on Lu Yuxing, the image shaking in tandem with Shang Jue. Nevertheless, despite this, Shang Jue was still keen to observe Lu Yuxing's expression. He tilted his head slightly, peeking out from the crook of his arm with an eye resembling a crescent moon, listening with moisture from unshed tears. The waiter brought the dishes to the table. After a brief interlude, the dining atmosphere became considerably more relaxed. Shang Jue was not particularly picky, and the restaurant's offerings were neither peculiar nor avant-garde. Several signature dishes were quite palatable. However, upon tasting a milky white soup, he set down his spoon and asked, "What kind of soup is this?" Shang Jue nodded, refraining from further comment, merely pushing the spoon aside and leaving it untouched. After getting out of the car at the school gate, Shang Jue waved goodbye to Lu Yuxing. I'm a grown man. What is there to see off? Lu Yuxing remained silent. For the first time, having returned to school from the hospital, he remembered nothing and had yet to come to terms with the fact that he had a boyfriend. His instinctive reaction to Shang Jue's sudden closeness was to push him away. The second time, as he left the university, he hoped that by the time he returned, his amnesia would be cured, and regardless of whether they broke up or continued their relationship, he could follow his true feelings. Ultimately, it was still an escapist mentality. His amnesia was a bomb without a detonator. It was unlikely that he would be unable to cure it and would have to suspend his studies for life. Shang Jue was no different. He would have to face it sooner or later. Perhaps I should see him off. Shang Jue smiled and said, all right. He walked toward home, slightly ahead of Lu Yuxing. The night air was chilly, and Shang Jue tucked his hands into his coat pockets, clutching his phone, his stride notably buoyant. Lu Yuxing followed behind, conflicted. Before long, they arrived at their destination. The neighborhood where Shang Jue rented was pleasant, with several streetlights illuminating the path. However, upon reaching the ground floor of the building, the light was obscured by greenery, and the night reclaimed its true essence. The hallway was equipped with motion sensor lights. Shang Jue stepped on the ground but failed to activate the lights, so he chose not to disturb the peace further. He turned to Lu Yuxing and smiled, darling. I'm heading up. Seeing him about to ascend, Lu Yuxing steeled himself and called out, Shang Jue. Shang Jue's response shifted in pitch mid-sentence, abruptly sealed by a soft, warm kiss that pressed against his lips. The motion sensor lights flickered on a beat too late, likely triggered by Lu Yuxing's call. The closeness made it difficult to focus, and he could not discern Shang Jue's eyes nor grasp his current emotions. In Lu Yuxing's perception, the kiss stretched out, yet in reality, it lasted only 2 or 3 seconds. Rather than a kiss, it was akin to a gentle brush of their lips, a mere touch akin to holding hands. A simple friction of skin against skin. Despite this understanding, when Lu Yuxing pulled away, he still could not bring himself to meet Shang Jue's gaze immediately. He felt a tingling sensation on his lips, as if electrified, and quickly turned his eyes away. Before him, Shang Jue's mind buzzed, his expression slowly contorting. Just now, that foolish dog. How dare he touch my lips? Lu Yuxing, with his equally unnatural expression, clearly conveyed the answer to Shang Jue. The first kiss was with a man, and Shang Jue felt a surge of despair. Shang Jue numbly nodded. See you? See you, he replied, not hearing the affectionate term darling at the end. Lu Yuxing felt a twinge of discomfort. He turned and walked away. Shang Jue forcefully wiped his lips, turning his face aside and mouthing, "Phew." "Shang Jue." Lu Yuxing, puzzled, asked, "What are you doing?" Shang Jue replied, "Nothing, I was just." Lu Yuxing interjected. Shang Jue continued, "After all, it's been a while since we kissed." He managed a strained smile, his eyes slightly reddened, looking downward, avoiding Lu Yuxing's gaze, as if feeling a bit wronged. Lu Yuxing fell silent, his conscience pricked by Shang Jue's expression. He walked back toward Shang Jue, and in the midst of his bewildered stare, leaned down once more, pressing his lips against Shang Jue's in another fleeting kiss. Chapter 21. There was always something peculiar about him. As Lu Yuxing straightened up, he glanced at Shang Jue's face. There was no discernible emotion on Shang Jue's countenance, but if one were to describe it, it might be characterized as an expression of utter speechlessness. Assuming Shang Jue was still dissatisfied, Lu Yuxing hesitated and lowered his head again. His mother was coming. Shang Jue, unable to endure any longer, raised his hand to cover Lu Yuxing's mouth. Lu Yuxing looked down at his slender, pale fingers, feeling somewhat perplexed. Wasn't he hoping for a kiss? After a moment, Shang Jue released his hand and fixed his gaze upon Lu Yuxing. He kept his hand suspended in the air for a few seconds, ensuring that Lu Yuxing would not make any other suspicious movements before finally lowering it. Lu Yuxing pressed his lips together and said, regarding kissing, "I will try to improve in the future." Shang Jue's expression shifted dramatically. "No need." Lu Yuxing insisted, "I will change." "Really, you don't have to." The motion sensor lights behind them flickered back to life at this exclamation. Shang Jue took some time to regulate his breathing, then returned to his previously gentle tone, "Darling, I understand that you have lost your memory and find it difficult to accept me." Lu Yuxing interjected, "I have already accepted it." "You have not." Shang Jue's voice suddenly turned cold. At that moment, Lu Yuxing hesitated as he spoke, caught off guard by Shang Jue's piercing insight, feeling a twinge of guilt. He had indeed managed to convince himself to accept the reality of being in a relationship with a man, and his initial thoughts had undergone a transformation. It seemed that developing feelings for Shang Jue was not as impossible as he had once believed. However, he was still not at the point where he could comfortably kiss Shang Jue. "Proceed at your own pace and do not accommodate me." Shang Jue's words almost erupted from between clenched teeth, but then realizing the harshness of his tone, he closed his eyes and softened his stance, adding, I just don't want you to feel wronged. I don't want you to feel wronged," he reiterated. Lu Yuxing swallowed hard, and after a long pause, he replied with a faint hum. Upon realizing that he had absorbed those words, Shang Jue gazed at him intently. If this foolish dog was determined to change, he would resolutely refuse to comply. The two stood outside, buffeted by the biting wind for what felt like an eternity. Shang Jue tugged at his collar, the cold air causing a slight itch on his skin. "I need to go upstairs and rinse my mouth out." "Wait." Suddenly, Lu Yuxing grasped his wrist. Shang Jue instinctively attempted to retract his hand to shield his mouth. Lu Yuxing lifted Shang Jue's collar slightly, scrutinizing the small red spots on his neck, and frowned as he inquired, "What happened to your neck?" Shang Jue was taken aback, touching his neck and indeed discovering several small, grain-like rashes. After scratching at them, he realized they were itchy. He recalled the soup he had tasted during dinner, which had likely caused a mild allergic reaction. Standing downstairs, the wind had chilled him to the bone, causing his skin from his neck to his back to feel stiff, and he had been oblivious to the itchiness until now. He was rather severely allergic to seafood, but since he had only consumed a small amount at dinner, it should not be serious. He would simply have to endure the itch for a few days. Lu Yuxing, still holding his hand, did not release it. "Are you allergic? Was there something in that meal that you reacted to?" Shang Jue felt annoyed by his grip, and after being kissed, his temper flared despite his usual patience. In the moment before he lost his cool, he clenched his hand tightly, his neatly manicured nails digging into his skin. After enduring the pain, he turned his face. Forcing a smile, "Darling, please let go." Lu Yuxing studied him for 2 seconds before releasing his grip. Recalling the remnants on Shang Jue's plate when they left the restaurant, he noted that the seafood bisque had hardly been touched. Allergic to seafood? Shang Jue thought to himself, admiring Lu Yuxing's keen observation. "Yes, but I only had a little." "It's not serious, darling. I'll take you upstairs." "Is that inconvenient?" "It is indeed inconvenient." Lu Yuxing did not even check the time. It's still early. The elevator door emitted a soft hiss as it opened, and a resident carrying a child emerged. The resident cast a curious glance at the 2 young men lingering by the security door. Shang Jue felt that their late-night dalliance was rather conspicuous. He stepped aside to allow the resident to pass, and once they were gone, he tilted his chin towards Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing noted his reluctant demeanor and thought to himself that gaining access to Shang Jue's residence was indeed a challenge, then silently followed suit. Shang Jue lived on the 7th floor, and the two ascended in the elevator. The northern winter was cold, and the heating in the apartment complex had been turned on since November. Today marked the first day of the month, and the elevator was filled with a warm breeze. As the warm air met his skin, the numbed nerves began to awaken, and Shang Jue felt a prickling itch on his neck. Unable to resist, he subtly moved his shoulder beneath the loose fabric of his coat, but the friction did nothing to alleviate the itch. Frowning, he ushered Lu Yuxing into his home. It was Lu Yuxing's first visit to Shang Jue's apartment, and he quickly scanned the somewhat cluttered yet overall clean space. "Is there a pharmacy downstairs?" Lu Yuxing inquired. Shang Jue paused. Yes. The delivery takes too long. I will go buy it." Shang Jue felt it was unnecessary. No matter how slow the delivery might be, it should arrive in about half an hour. However, at that moment, he was eager to use the restroom and wished for Lu Yuxing to disappear quickly from his sight. So he nodded absent-mindedly. "All right, thank you, darling." Lu Yuxing suddenly fell silent. Shang Jue turned to him in confusion, only to meet Lu Yuxing's calm gaze. "No need." Lu Yuxing stated, "I owe you an apology." Shang Jue closed his eyes. The sensation of Lu Yuxing's lips lingered in his mind. He feared he would never forget it. A pang of frustration welled within him. Who could he blame? Was he at trouble of his own making? He resigned himself to the fact that once Lu Yuxing regained his memories, the level of discomfort would likely be no less than his own. After this self-soothing thought, Shang Jue still found it impossible to quell his turmoil. The sweltering temperature of the room exacerbated the itch on his back. The house was eerily quiet, and he felt he was teetering on the brink of collapse. He raised his hand to cover his eyes, took a deep breath, and ultimately decided to retrieve the long-neglected suitcase. Opening the suitcase, he rummaged through the inner compartments and extracted a pack of cigarettes. With a flick of a lighter, a flicker of orange flame illuminated the space. He hadn't touched a cigarette since finishing high school, yet he often kept a pack stashed in places he could not easily reach. After taking a few steps, he opened the door to the balcony, but his footsteps suddenly halted. "Wait, this is my home. Why should I care if that foolish dog wants to come in?" He stood there, momentarily stunned, before noticing that Shang Jue had opened the door for him, a cigarette perched between his lips. The hazy blue smoke interposed between them, and Lu Yuxing found the scene eerily familiar. However, when he attempted to reach for a similar memory, he found nothing but emptiness. Seeing him silent for a while, Shang Jue smiled and asked, "Aren't you going to stop me from smoking, darling?" Lu Yuxing followed behind, pulling out the two types of medicine he had bought from the bag, an external ointment and an oral medication, his eyes involuntarily drifting toward Shang Jue. It surprised Lu Yuxing to learn that Shang Jue smoked. It is not that I deem it entirely negative. Certainly, smoking is detrimental to one's health. Yet what holds greater significance is that it does not quite align with the essence of Shang Jue himself. Shang Jue languidly sank into the sofa, his eyelids heavy, exuding a sense of despondency rarely seen in him. His profile appeared cold, suggesting a reluctance to engage with others, despite having just moments ago smiled warmly and affectionately referred to him as darling. Lu Yuxing found himself at a loss, standing there awkwardly. Noticing his gaze, Shang Jue lifted his eyes, meeting Lu Yuxing's stare, perhaps wondering if he disapproved of him as a smoke machine. Inwardly, he berated this troublesome individual. Yet he removed the cigarette from his lips, preparing to extinguish it. "Go ahead and smoke," Lu Yuxing urged. "Oh," Lu Yuxing glanced at the coffee table before him, where a paper cup contained a small amount of water, along with a discarded cigarette butt. The absence of an ashtray suggested that smoking was not a frequent habit. Feeling unwell, he asked, regretting his own foolish inquiry. Who could maintain a cheerful disposition while suffering from allergies? Without further delay, Lu Yuxing retrieved a cup to fetch water for Shang Jue, assuming the water dispenser would naturally be in the kitchen. Upon discovering that there was not even a pot on the stove, only some instant food items lining the shelves, he proceeded to search the refrigerator, which yielded only snacks and no water. Among the remnants, he stumbled upon some items that Lu Yuxing had asked him to bring for Shang Jue, most of which had vanished, leaving behind a bag of dried mangoes and a few miscellaneous bits. Watching Lu Yuxing scurry about his home like a lost squirrel, Shang Jue was taken aback, unsure of what to say. "You really treat this place like your own home, don't you?" Lu Yuxing had to pause and ask. "Where's the water?" "In the bedroom." Shang Jue had never anticipated guests, so the water dispenser was merely for his convenience, relocated to his bedroom. "May I enter?" Lu Yuxing inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Shang Jue remembered a few unkempt articles of clothing draped over a chair, but deemed it acceptable. He nodded yes. Upon entering, Lu Yuxing was enveloped by the fragrant textiles that filled the room. The bedding on Shang Jue's bed was unmade, with only the area where one would sleep slightly disturbed, while the rest lay unnaturally neat, indicative of a remarkably disciplined sleeping posture. Lu Yuxing couldn't resist glancing at the rumpled corner, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. After finishing a cigarette, Shang Jue discarded the butt into his makeshift ashtray and reached for the pack on the table. Lu Yuxing was quicker, handing him the water, then opening another box of medication, extracting 2 pills as per the instructions before passing them over. Shang Jue, momentarily bewildered, accepted the pills without even touching the cigarette. Lu Yuxing proceeded to open another box of topical ointment, tearing through the foil seal. As the ointment emerged unbidden, Shang Jue felt an odd discomfort at being cared for, extending his hand. "Allow me." Lu Yuxing remained still, stating, "There's also your back. Is that convenient for you?" With ointment still on his fingertip, Shang Jue, feeling too lethargic to refuse, turned and lifted his shirt, exposing his back to Lu Yuxing. Given that they had already shared a kiss, applying some ointment seemed trivial. Shang Jue's boundaries had dulled considerably. The cooling ointment swiftly alleviated much of Shang Jue's discomfort. As he continued to apply it, he did not shy away while reaching from his neck to his chest in front of Lu Yuxing. The more generous Shang Jue became, the more Lu Yuxing found his thoughts drifting deeper. "Have we been intimate before?" Lu Yuxing ventured. Shang Jue set down the ointment, confused. "What do you mean?" Lu Yuxing, typically unreserved about such matters, decided to be straightforward. "We have shared a bed." Shang Jue replied softly, "Yes." His gaze was fixed on Lu Yuxing's face, scrutinizing the slightest change in expression. Yet, Lu Yuxing merely nodded, maintaining his composure. Shang Jue opened his mouth, suddenly missing the version of Lu Yuxing who had just awakened from a hospital room. The individual before him had evolved far too quickly, swiftly draining the enjoyment from their playful exchanges. "I was merely joking." He then urged, "Darling, if you don't leave now, it will truly be past curfew. Do you mind if I stay?" Lu Yuxing countered, "Severe allergic reactions can lead to shock or even death. What if you? Who are you cursing?" Shang Jue couldn't help but respond, "Aren't you afraid I might sleepwalk and leap from the balcony at night?" Lu Yuxing rephrased, "I am worried about you." Shang Jue fell silent, meeting Lu Yuxing's bright, sincere gaze. After a moment, he averted his eyes and replied, "I do mind." Lu Yuxing fell quiet. Shang Jue awkwardly cleared his throat. "I tend to be conservative." Lu Yuxing replied, "Conservative, yet you ran off to a gay bar with someone?" With a cold demeanor, he turned away. "I'll sleep on the sofa. You can lock the bedroom door." Shang Jue replied, "Darling, you're too strong. I can't help but worry." Lu Yuxing shot back, "You have knives in your kitchen. If you're worried, keep one under your pillow." Shang Jue exclaimed, "Are you seriously determined to stay? I don't have extra blankets. Be careful not to catch a cold or wake up with a stiff neck. Watch out for sudden death during the night." "All right. Good night," Lu Yuxing responded. Shang Jue smiled, "Good night, darling." As the bedroom door closed, the distinct sound of the lock echoed from within. The items on Shang Jue's desk were arranged haphazardly, prompting Lu Yuxing's obsessive-compulsive tendencies to kick in. And he tidied them up. He refrained from rearranging anything else in the living room, respecting it as Shang Jue's private space. That night, Lu Yuxing made do on Shang Jue's sofa. His tall frame felt cramped in the small space. He wished to remain not solely out of concern for Shang Jue. Lu Yuxing pushed back his hair, recalling how earlier, Shang Jue had lied about the allergic reaction on his neck being merely hives. The lie stemmed from his belief that he was unworthy of Shang Jue's trust. As Shang Jue's boyfriend, he had indeed been quite inadequate in the past. The following day, Shang Jue was roused early by his biological clock, groggily emerging from his bedroom, only to find himself locking eyes with an equally awake Lu Yuxing. The only difference was that Lu Yuxing's expression bore no trace of the previous disdainful mockery, but rather a sense of calm. Living in Shang Jue's home seemed to have relaxed him, the once frigid edges of his demeanor now softened. "Feeling better?" Shang Jue inquired, nodding in response. "May I take a look?" Lu Yuxing rose to approach. Shang Jue was clad in loose loungewear, the neckline low enough to expose a significant expanse of skin from his neck to his collarbone. The few red spots on his neck had faded somewhat, but not entirely. Notably, one particularly pronounced mark caught Lu Yuxing's attention. Lu Yuxing lowered his gaze, remarking, "It seems to have worsened." Following his gaze, Shang Jue looked down. "Oh, that's a mole." Lu Yuxing paused, observing closely. Indeed, that small, crimson dot was rather conspicuous, located slightly to the right, aligned with Shang Jue's dimple. Lu Yuxing found himself drawn to it, captivated by the pristine skin that was visible, while the areas concealed by fabric held a peculiar yet beautiful allure. His gaze traveled down the row of buttons on the loungewear. Last night, he had observed Shang Jue's waist and back, slender yet remarkably proportionate. Shang Jue possessed an aesthetically pleasing frame. His slimness did nothing to diminish his allure. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, the fluid lines tapered elegantly from top to bottom, cinching at the waistband. At the final segment of his waist, two gentle dimples graced his skin. Amused, Shang Jue quipped as he assumed the other wish to see the allergic rash on his body through the fabric. "Darling, do you need me to take it off for you?" To which he replied, "How conservative of you." Chapter 22. Thoughtful Lu Yuxing. No need. Shang Jue had no intention of genuinely revealing himself, merely responding with a casual "oh." All he had was a new toothbrush, as Lu Yuxing's morning routine had been rather hasty the previous night. Irresponsibly, Shang Jue had tossed him into the living room without even a blanket. And after a night's sleep, his once pristine shirt was now creased in several layers. Fortunately, the warmth of the heating last night spared him from catching a cold this morning. However, his current disheveled appearance was more than he could bear. Goodbye, darling." Shang Jue could hardly wait for him to leave. Just before departing, Lu Yuxing inquired, "Aside from seafood, what else are you allergic to?" Shang Jue looked at him, puzzled. Lu Yuxing continued, "Tell me, and I won't forget this time." After a brief moment of distraction, Shang Jue regained his composure and, with downcast eyes, replied honestly. After seeing Lu Yuxing off, he glanced at his phone. "Dad, your mother and Xiaoyu are here." Since the end of his first year in high school, the Shang family's rule, established by his father Shang Xinrong, mandated a family dinner once a month, presumably to showcase familial harmony. Scrolling up, he noticed another notification appearing at the top. "Lu Yuxing, I almost forgot to say, remember to take your medicine again." Shang Jue blinked, sent an emoji, and went to take his medication. The family meals had a fixed schedule, and Shang Jue arrived home just on time. Upon entering, he greeted the three cheerful individuals lounging on the sofa. "Dad, Mom." Shang Xinrong sat in the center, every wrinkle at the corner of his eyes exuding authority. Slightly overweight in recent years, with 10 extra pounds of indulgence hanging over his belt. The woman nestled beside him, though aging, had a well-maintained face that appeared considerably younger. She greeted Shang Jue warmly upon his arrival. On the opposite side of the sofa sat a young man, in his 20s, distanced from the couple, engrossed in a game on his phone. While not as handsome as Shang Jue, his stylishly dyed and permed hair, along with earrings, combined to create a decent appearance. Shang Jue's gaze shifted to the young man, his fox-like eyes narrowing playfully. "Xiaoyu." Shang Yu glanced up at him, dismissively rolling his eyes. Shang Xinrong's expression darkened, while Min Hong, with a slight frown, felt exasperated, only able to advise, "Xiaoyu, your brother is greeting you. Why are you being so inconsiderate?" Shang Jue smiled indulgently. "Xiaoyu is half a year younger than me. It's normal for him to be a bit thoughtless." The group on the sofa fell into silence. Shang Yu, having miscalculated, prematurely unleashed his ultimate move in the game, his face flushing a deep shade of crimson, wanting to curse but unable to find the words. Shang Xinrong motioned for Shang Jue to sit beside him. Shang Jue remained where he stood, merely asking, "Is dinner not ready yet? I'm feeling a bit hungry after the journey." A rare softness appeared on Shang Xinrong's serious face, and Zhang has had it ready for a while. "We were all waiting for you." With that, he released Min Hong and stood up, wrapping an arm around Shang Jue's shoulders as they headed toward the dining room. Min Hong shot a glance at the young man on the side, who remained oblivious to her. At the dining table, small talk was inevitable, even if Shang Jue was hardly familiar with two of the attendees. Min Hong was Shang Xinrong's wife from a few years back, while Shang Yu was her son. Shang Jue's biological mother, Chen Xuerong, divorced Shang Xinrong when Shang Jue was in his first year of high school and remarried a couple of years ago. However, Shang Jue and Shang Yu were not entirely unrelated. They both carried Shang Xinrong's blood, one being a legitimate son and the other a love child from Shang Xinrong's affair during Chen Xuerong's pregnancy. "You changed your major last month, yet you didn't mention it to the family?" Min Hong asked while serving Shang Xinrong a bowl of soup, carefully arranging the utensils. Shang Jue observed this scene with curiosity. As if after Shang Xinrong's remarriage, his family status had suddenly soared to that of an emperor. In the past, when Chen Xuerong was around, he had merely been a bold eunuch, unable to voice his discontent. "Yes, I'm studying mathematics," he replied with a smile, "a fundamental subject. It's all the same." Shang Xinrong replied sternly, "Back then, I suggested you choose business studies, so that once you graduated, you could learn to take over the company. Shang Jue smiled inwardly, thinking, what is so worthy about your pathetic company to take over? It has no scale, no prospects, and no talent. Only Min Hong treats it like a treasure. Min Hong interjected, Shang Jue is clever. The major in university doesn't matter. Just like the executives in your company, not all of them studied management. What do you know? Shang Xinrong frowned, launching into a lengthy analysis. Shang Jue was suddenly pricked by this patriarchal statement, biting his lip to stifle his laughter at the dining table. His shoulders shook despite his efforts, as he quickly shoveled food into his mouth to mask it. Across from him, Shang Yu glared at him coldly. He misinterpreted Shang Jue's suppressed laughter as mere annoyance. Shang Yu met his warm smile, and an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. What about the school he got into? What could it possibly be? Shang Xinrong's tone darkened. At first, I wanted to send him abroad, but he made a fuss over a guy, a worthless dog that can't even stand up straight. His harsh words changed the expressions of both Min Hong and Shang Yu at the table. Shang Jue chimed in. Oh, that blonde one. The one with tattoos? Shang Yu. Shang Xinrong's face darkened. Ah, not that one? Shang Jue, adopting a brotherly tone, added, if Xiaoyu likes men, let him be. But if he is going to date, he should stick to one, especially in college. Constantly switching partners, what happens if he gets sick? What partner? Shang Xinrong slammed his chopsticks down heavily, causing Shang Yu to unwillingly fall silent. Shang Xinrong, who valued reputation and had an extremely strong vanity, had diminished his affection for Shang Yu upon learning that his youngest son was gay. The meal was devoid of flavor, with each of the four individuals lost in their thoughts. That evening, Shang Jue was set to leave, and Shang Xinrong invited him downstairs for a chat, while Min Hong tactfully followed him upstairs. She entered her son's room. As soon as the door closed, Shang Yu's face was contorted with anger. Mom, can't you see? He is clearly staying here to annoy us. Min Hong's expression soured. You liking Min is not a lie, is it? Shang Yu fell silent, increasingly frustrated. His preference for Min should not have been so publicly known at this early stage. He was a year younger than Shang Jue, and when Min Hong had just married Shang Xinrong, he had followed suit to Haizhong for his first year. Who would have thought that during a moment with his ex-boyfriend, Shang Jue had caught sight of them? That hypocrite had smiled at him then, said nothing, and promptly reported back to the family. Shang Xinrong had exploded with rage on the spot. Min Hong had only been in the Shang family for a few months, and because of that incident, Shang Xinrong's attitude toward her mother had taken a sharp downturn. Min Hong coldly remarked, the day before, he saw me, and your dad said a word, and he could start calling me mom. If only you learned a fraction of his tolerance, your dad would not be so biased toward him. Min Hong's lips parted several times, only to close again, left speechless by her son's accusation of being a mistress. Yet she had to admit, Shang Yu was right. When she first entered the Shang family, Shang Xinrong had introduced Shang Jue to her. In front of their son, Shang Xinrong had struggled to find the right words. Ultimately discarding his pride, this is your Aunt Min Hong. She will be your mother from now on. She was well aware of how she had come to marry. And even when naming Shang Yu, she deliberately chose a name that provocatively mirrored the character Jue. Thus, she never expected Shang Jue to treat her with any kindness. However, a voice, neither too heavy nor too light, resonated in the air as Shang Jue called out to her. Startled, she looked up and saw the boy, no more than 16 or 17, with a smile on his lips, yet his gaze remained calm and composed. Min Hong contemplated. No wonder Chen Xueran chose to keep this child within the Shang family. He would undoubtedly disturb the peace of both her and her son. Downstairs, Shang Jue glanced out of the window, noting that dusk had begun to settle. Shang Xinrong's expression fluctuated, ultimately freezing into a rigid scowl. Your biological mother. No, she isn't in a city. Why would she contact me? Shang Jue, lacking patience, rose to his feet. Shang Xinrong inquired, will you not be sleeping at home tonight? No. Said casually, there is a competition tomorrow morning. S expression softened slightly as he replied, just don't overexert yourself. Your father is counting on you to take over. Smiled faintly but remained silent. He had witnessed firsthand the shift in S attitude towards, and he was indifferent to the value placed on something so trivial. Allow me to have the driver take you, he offered. The gathering at dormitory 323 was scheduled for tonight. A couple of days ago, had enjoyed a hot pot meal within the dormitory. But stepping outside into the frigid air triggered his craving for hot pot again, prompting him to seek out a restaurant. Who does not enjoy spicy food? Ordered a inyang pot. Added a portion of shrimp paste, asking, where did you go last night? You have been elusive of late, leaving both Ingzi and me in search of your presence. Last night, I lingered briefly at Lu Yuxing. He cannot honestly disclose that he resides at Shang Jue's. Yet he harbors a disdain for deceit. I am spending time with my brother, who is akin to a brother in spirit, Shang Jue as well. Oh dear. Lu Yuxing was momentarily taken aback. Lu Yuxing silently picked up a large portion of vegetables from the spicy hot pot and took a couple of hearty bites, only to be overwhelmed by the heat, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead and his lips to flush a vibrant red. Noticing his inability to speak due to the spiciness, Lin Shuiying quickly handed him a bottle of yogurt without a second thought, interrupting their previous conversation. On their way back to school, the trio hailed a taxi, during which Lu Yuxing received a call from Shang Jue. The interior of the car was dimly lit. Lin Shuiying, seated beside him, instinctively turned her gaze toward the sole source of light emanating from the back seat, as Lu Yuxing subtly angled his phone screen and put on his headphones to answer. Darling, darling? Shang Jue's voice sounded clearer than usual, with a hint of cheerfulness lingering in his tone. Lu Yuxing, Lu Yuxing, it's my brother calling. Lu Yuxing, oh, I see. A soft chuckle echoed through the headphones, sending a faint shiver down Lu Yuxing's spine. Shang Jue then murmured the word darling in a teasing manner, and Lu Yuxing's ears immediately burned with warmth. The voice in the headphones carried amusement as it repeated, darling, 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 I miss you. The relentless endearments left Lu Yuxing thoroughly flustered. Trapped inside the crowded train compartment, surrounded by people, he couldn't respond freely. He simply asked in a low voice, where are you? I seek you. The voice wavered. No need. It's troublesome. Lu Yuxing, not a bother. Are you at home? After the call ended, Lin Shuiying inquired, Brother Lu, are you planning to seek out Brother Yuxing? As Lu Yu disembarked, a sense of guilt weighed upon him. The vehicle came to a halt right at the school gate, and a few individuals stepped out, their attire imbued with an unmistakable aroma of hot pot. Lu Yuxing inquired, Lu, do you have anything else to retrieve? No, I'm going to take a shower and change clothes. He reeks of unpleasant cooking fumes and doesn't want to overwhelm Shang Jue with the odor. Lu Yuxing stares blankly. Oh, Brother Lu, you even shower before meeting your brother? Lu Yuxing was deeply moved. Brother Lu, you're so incredibly thoughtful. Chapter 23, Matcha, Milk Candy, Mustard. Shang Jue hung up the phone and waited at home for nearly an hour. As the clock approached 9 and he still hadn't received any news from Lu Yuxing, he assumed that his friend had been delayed by some matter. Having changed into his attire and prepared to indulge in a peaceful slumber, he was suddenly interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. Moving at a leisurely pace, he made his way to open it and welcomed the visitor inside. Upon Lu Yuxing's entrance, Shang Jue was immediately struck by a distinct fragrance that wafted from his friend's hair, leaving him to ponder. Had he just taken a shower? The fragrance is so pronounced that it is almost as though one has just emerged from the bathroom after a soothing bubble bath. Shang Jue finds it peculiar. Why would someone come to see me after bathing? Then, as I raised my gaze to behold Lu Yuxing's face, my attention was immediately drawn to his lips. Lu Yuxing, who cannot tolerate spicy food, had attempted to divert the conversation by shoving several pieces of vegetables, briefly immersed in the spicy hot pot, into his mouth. After swallowing them, his lips had remained crimson for over an hour. Even after consuming cold yogurt and taking a hot shower, the redness had yet to fade, rendering it particularly conspicuous. Just yesterday, those very lips had pressed against mine, and while Shang Jue was reluctant to gaze upon them, he found himself unable to avert his eyes. Had that foolish dog scavenged food from the roadside before arriving? Her lips were so red. Noticing his gaze, Lu Yuxing slightly lowered her eyes, contemplating the thoughts of Shang Jue. Did he wish to kiss? Yesterday, Shang Jue urged Lu Yuxing not to indulge him. Yet, being the understanding boyfriend that he was, Lu Yuxing couldn't help but contemplate Shang Jue's feelings. With this thought in mind, he hesitantly leaned forward. Just as their noses were about to touch, Shang Jue froze, instinctively turning his face away to evade the moment. Lu Yuxing paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes, but Shang Jue smoothly stepped forward into his embrace, transforming what could have been a fleeting kiss into a solid hug. Shang Jue, still apprehensive, gently patted Lu Yuxing's back. It was not just Lu Yuxing who had evolved. Shang Jue had also come to accept physical contact with him. As long as they didn't kiss, holding hands, or embracing was hardly worth mentioning. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Lu Yuxing took a moment to respond, finally resting his hand on Shang Jue's waist. The fabric of his loungewear was thin, and his palm lightly cupped Shang Jue's soft, resilient waist, providing a delightful sensation. He lowered his gaze, taking in the curve from Shang Jue's prominent shoulder blade to the gently indented small of his back, noticing how easily his arm encircled Shang Jue's waist. After a moment of observation, Lu Yuxing tightened his embrace slightly, almost measuring Shang Jue's waist as one would gauge the thickness of their own wrist. Just as he began this thought, Shang Jue playfully slapped his back with a firm, almost brotherly manner. Lu Yuxing, gently really Shang Jue was momentarily taken aback. Before Chen Xueron was born, he was originally named Yu. Shortly after his birth, upon noticing the dimple on Shang Jue's right cheek, reminiscent of an ancient piece of jade with a small imperfection, the name was changed. The jade, once full, bore a flaw, serving as a reminder to him to avoid complacency. Little did he know that before Shang Jue could become arrogant, someone outside had boldly named her son Shang Yu. Later, Chen Xueron discovered the existence of Min Hong and her child, which infuriated her to the point of nearly falling ill. She did not divorce, instead enduring mutual torment with Shang Xinrong for over a decade. Although they pretended for several years to maintain a harmonious facade in front of Shang Jue, their approach to his upbringing noticeably shifted thereafter, becoming increasingly strict and harsh. Shang Jue tilted his head slightly to the left, liberating the soft flesh of his cheek from Lu Yuxing's grasp. He chuckled coldly, "Darling, you're mischievous." Lu Yuxing felt somewhat provoked by this description and withdrew his hand, refraining from touching him again. "Darling, did you come today to apply lipstick?" Shang Jue still lingered on Lu Yuxing's crimson lips. Lu Yuxing sighed. Dinner was too spicy. Shang Jue nodded in understanding. He was well aware that Lu Yuxing could not tolerate spiciness. During their high school days, it was a common practice for classmates to share snacks, and despite Lu Yuxing's aloof demeanor, his academic brilliance ensured that he was never overlooked. With an air of solemnity, he casually slid a green-wrapped candy toward Shang Jue's notebook, nonchalantly proposing, "Classmate, would you care for a piece of matcha milk candy?" Matcha, milk candy, and sweets. When these three elements converge, they form the most enticing bait for Shang Jue. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore open the packaging and tossed it into his mouth. Within seconds, he abruptly closed his eyes, overwhelmed by the spiciness that brought tears and a runny nose. Turning his head, he encountered the comically flushed face of his foolish deskmate, whose cheeks were puffed up like buns. Shang Jue regarded him for a couple of seconds in silence, saying nothing. With an expressionless demeanor, he expelled the candy from his mouth, wiped away the tears that had been provoked by the spice, and blew his nose without uttering a word. Then, he silently gestured towards Lu Yuxing's back, prompting his dim-witted deskmate to quickly regain his composure and call out, "Lu God." Seated directly in front of Shang Jue, Lu Yuxing turned his head and cast a fleeting glance at the two individuals at the back table. Wang Yuanzhou, with an exuberant smile, exclaimed, "Lu Shun, would you like some candy?" Meanwhile, Shang Jue, with his head bowed, exhibited a faint redness in his eyes for reasons unknown. His demeanor cold and detached as he diligently worked on his problems, showing no inclination to acknowledge Wang Yuanzhou's presence. Lu Yuxing diverted his gaze from Shang Jue's face and replied with a simple thank you. Without further contemplation, he unwrapped the candy and consumed it immediately. Moments later, Lu Yuxing felt a rush of emotions, his eyes moistening. The one who had previously feigned concentration on his studies now lifted his head, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Shang Jue's leg shifted beneath the table as he swiftly kicked Wang Yuanzhou, whispering in an urgent tone, "Cover his mouth. We can't let our esteemed Lu University scholar spill anything." Wang Yuanzhou could manage to cover Shang Jue's mouth, but to do so for Lu Yuxing? He lacked the audacity for such an act. He wore a face full of hesitation, caught in indecision. Thus, Shang Jue had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He crumpled the half-empty pack of tissues on his desk, the paper bag rustling under his grasp, and called out ahead, "Lu Yuxing." As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, a throng of onlookers gathered around, drawn by the spectacle. With the class leader, Shang Jue, taking the lead, Wang Yuanzhou grew bolder, gripping Lu Yuxing's right arm with both hands. In their high school days, Shang Jue possessed considerable strength, rendering Lu Yuxing unable to escape, as he had only one free hand. Shang Jue watched, wide-eyed, as Lu Yuxing's face flushed a deep crimson, the fiery sting of mustard igniting from his ears down to the nape of his neck. The pungent heat surged toward Lu Yuxing's forehead and nostrils, causing beads of sweat to break out on his skin. Before long, tears, provoked by the spiciness, began to cascade uncontrollably down his cheeks, landing on Shang Jue's hand, startling him momentarily. With red-rimmed eyes, Lu Yuxing fixed a fierce stare at Shang Jue, as if flames could erupt from his very pupils. There was no moment more humiliating than this. He would later regard it as the pinnacle of his life's misfortunes. Shang Jue did offer an apology later, but the mere phrase "I am sorry" would never escape his lips in front of Lu Yuxing. During the long break, he procured 10 mustard candies from Wang Yuanzhou and subsequently poked Lu Yuxing in the back with a book. Yet, Lu Yuxing chose to ignore him. Shang Jue's apology was merely a means for his own peace of mind, indifferent to whether Lu Yuxing acknowledged it. He swallowed all 10 candies in one go and used the remaining half-pack of tissues on the table to wipe away his tears and runny nose. It was tea until the break was nearing its end that Lu Yuxing stood to fetch water from the classroom, casting a fleeting glance at Shang Jue's swollen eyelids. However, the act of weeping in solitude was entirely different from shedding tears in the presence of someone he despised. The essence of dignity rendered forgiveness impossible. Nevertheless, Shang Jue was too disinterested to speculate on Lu Yuxing's inner turmoil, choosing instead to move on from the incident altogether. Chapter 24, The Straight Man, Not So Easy. He did not conceal his emotions. Lu Yuxing could not help but inquire, "What makes you smile?" "Well, it reminded me of something from the past. You accidentally ate the mustard candy and ended up crying from the spiciness." Shang Jue's eyes curved, genuinely stating, it was quite adorable. Yet he refrained from mentioning his own cruel antics towards Lu Yuxing. Mustard. Regrettably, he could recall nothing. A sudden emptiness surged within Lu Yuxing's heart. As a chilling breeze seeped through the void, the sense of alienation from Shang Jue spreading through his limbs. The amnesia caused by the car accident a month prior suddenly felt tangible at that moment. He disguised his feelings, even managing a slight smile to avoid dampening Shang Jue's spirits. Shang Jue leaned against the wall, observing him, slightly puzzled by the faint curve of his lips. This foolish dog cannot remember anything, yet he still smiles? How insincere. Such a forced smile on Lu Yuxing's face felt utterly out of place. Shang Jue, feeling a bit disheartened, lightly nudged Lu Yuxing's calf with his foot. "What are you thinking about?" His voice was low, tinged with a caution he was unaware of. Shang Jue did not recognize it, but Lu Yuxing did. Lu Yuxing was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Shang Jue's keen perception. He was overly attentive. Accompanying this trait were often excessive tenderness and a softness that was hard to ignore. At first glance, few would associate such descriptors with Shang Jue. Most would merely perceive him as a well-bred scion of a wealthy family. However, upon a second glance, especially when he smiled casually, one might involuntarily attribute less flattering terms to him. Lu Yuxing had to admit he had done so. From the moment he awoke in the hospital bed and first laid eyes on Shang Jue, his gaze had been perpetually hunting for his flaws. Shang Jue was oblivious to Lu Yuxing's instinctive desire to retract his leg, as the gentle pressure felt oddly uncomfortable, a tickling sensation. The hollow void seemed to be gently filled by a soft, fluffy cloud. After prying open a part of Shang Jue, an inexplicable urge to explore surged within Lu Yuxing. Intensely so. He focused on the toes that playfully danced upon his knee, attempting to discern whether the frivolity or the so-called conservatism resided with Shang Jue. He lifted his gaze to regard the person before him. Clad in a dark azure silk loungewear, the muted hues of the fabric cast a soft glow around Shang Jue. Since the beginning of the term, Shang Jue had not cut his hair. His short locks had grown slightly over the past month. The hair at the back of his head pressed against the wall, creating a small tuft that stuck up. Lu Yuxing reached out, gently tousling his fine hair, then lowered his head to kiss him. Just as Shang Jue was about to protest, "A man's hair shouldn't be messed with." His words faltered as a heated tongue slipped in. At the moment their tongues met, both were momentarily stunned. Lu Yuxing was electrified by Shang Jue's touch. Every muscle in his body tensed as if struck by a jolt. He had not intended for the kiss to be so intimate. After a brief pause, he lifted his hand to cradle the back of Shang Jue's neck. Shang Jue's entire spine felt as rigid as a piece of wood. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yuxing realized it resembled a piece of mahogany. Shang Jue's entire being flushed crimson. He pushed Lu Yuxing's tongue away, clenching his teeth, turning his head forcefully to the side, gasping for air. Still recovering, his gaze met Lu Yuxing's bewildered eyes. The latter, with his bright eyes wide open, inquired earnestly, "Did I kiss you incorrectly?" Shang Jue responded, "How the hell would I know?" He felt as if Lu Yuxing had stuffed him with a mustard candy. His eyes stung, and his teeth ached. Not Lu Yuxing. It was rare for him to hear his name, and Lu Yuxing simply replied, Shang Jue wanted to say something, but hesitated, rephrasing his question. "The last time you took a few weeks off to see a doctor, what did they say? Did they mention your amnesia could recover on its own?" The doctor had never said such a thing. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuxing replied, I didn't think it was necessary before." Shang Jue pressed, "And now?" He felt Lu Yuxing's hand gently caressing the nape of his neck. Lu Yuxing gazed at him, biting his lips slightly. Now, I want to remember you. Shang Jue was taken aback, his heart skipping a beat. His gaze intertwined with Lu Yuxing's calm eyes for a brief moment before he looked away, his lips trembling as he pressed down on his chest. Are you uncomfortable? Shang Jue's voice sounded unexpectedly faint. It's nothing. Perhaps it is just my conscience aching. Lu Yuxing lowered his gaze, no longer meeting his eyes. I mentioned before, if you wish to break up, feel free to bring it up. I can understand. He had said the same thing before. Previously, he had wanted to push Shang Jue out of his life. This time, he did not want to be a burden. Shang Jue turned his face, his jaw tensing then relaxing repeatedly, the strength drained from him. No, I want to break up. He inhaled deeply. Not, my dear. Shang Jue excused himself to the bathroom in the bedroom. Lu Yuxing remained alone in the living room, flipping through the high school class group album. Previously, he had skimmed through it carelessly, but now he regretted not examining it more closely sooner. The album for Class 7 contained several hundred photos, and Lu Yuxing perused them one by one. Most were snapshots from class activities, team-building exercises, sports meets, New Year's celebrations, each filled with vibrant yet familiar faces. As the class monitor, Shang Jue appeared in numerous photos, mostly facing the camera, but there were also clearly candid shots where the angles were peculiar, yet he managed to hold his own. In one photo, he was playfully pinned down by a fair but slightly plump boy, their shoulders linked. Lu Yuxing could not recall the boy's name, yet instinctively associated him with Wang Yuanzhou, who bore the title of class monitor's guardian. In nearly every photo, Shang Jue was surrounded by people, both male and female. Though he was the class monitor, he often appeared to be the one being teased. To say he was bullied might be an exaggeration. It was just that he frequently seemed to be the target. In contrast, Lu Yuxing had far fewer appearances in the photos, most of which were in group shots. His boyfriend was indeed very popular. The more he scrolled down, the stronger that feeling became. For some reason, seeing Shang Jue in these images felt more familiar to Lu Yuxing than seeing his own photos, bridging the gap to the memories he had lost. It was as if, within the confines of his blocked memories, he had once gazed at Shang Jue for an extended period, the emotions he felt then now obscured. The bedroom door creaked open, and Shang Jue emerged, his lips glistening from rinsing. He had brushed his teeth, covering his mouth with his fist to prevent Lu Yuxing from noticing. At that moment, the guilt he felt overshadowed all other emotions, stifling any spark of feeling. Shang Jue thoughtfully offered, "Let me walk you down." The elevator was rather slow. The 7th floor was not too high, so Lu Yuxing opted to take the stairs. Shang Jue stood by the half-open door, leaning against it as he watched him leave. This guy was certainly not this way towards him a month ago. I want to remember you. What does that mean? Shang Jue's gaze drifted momentarily through the air, and the anxiety he had painstakingly subdued began to resurface, bubbling up like effervescent foam. A straight man. Is it truly so effortless to bend? Chapter 25. Shang Jue thought to himself, what the hell? After closing the door, he hurried back to the bathroom. Standing before the mirror, he opened his mouth slightly, extending his tongue to examine the areas that had been licked. His heart was a tumult of emotions: embarrassment, a touch of shame, and a hint of defiance, but predominantly, a sense of guilt. He mechanically lowered his head, turned on the faucet, and bit into the stream of water, gargling before spitting it out. Damn. Shang Jue felt exasperated, his mind swirling with complex thoughts. Had he really changed? Surely not. It had only been a month. Was that even significant? Not really. Just a couple of days ago was their anniversary. No, fake anniversary. During dinner, that silly dog had called him baby so unwillingly. Filming a video felt like a life-or-death situation. Shang Jue reassured himself, almost relieved. He took out his phone and scrolled through the video from a few days prior. Baby, don't be so stiff. Say something. What could he say? Anything would do. Just something he liked to hear. Bye. Gazing at the red-eared figure in the frame, Shang Jue mused, I really am quite the sinner. While lost in thought, he heard his own sultry voice echoing from the video. Shang Jue felt a wave of heat rush to his feet, causing him to kick off one slipper and bounce nervously in place, feeling a tad anxious. Suddenly, he recalled Lu Yuxing's gaze when he looked at him, bright, with dark pupils fixated on him. I want to remember you. Damn, must it be said so seriously? If you want to remember, then go ahead. Just don't end up shocking yourself. Shang Jue raised a hand to touch the nape of his neck. A lingering sensation of someone's hand resting there, the warmth of their palm too intense. When the time comes, if that silly dog wants to beat me up, then so be it. He slowly blinked, then glanced at his phone again, locating He Yang. He had a deep familiarity with He Yang. who was the only friend who understood him completely, even the less savory aspects of his family. Thus, Shang Jue had never intended to conceal his deceitful actions towards Lu Yuxing from him. However, this time, he found himself at a loss for words. He lingered in the chat window for a while but eventually turned off his phone. After this internal struggle and subsequent resignation, Shang Jue felt utterly drained. He exited the bathroom and rummaged through his suitcase for a cigarette. Before going to bed that night, he recalled He Yang's advice from a week prior: straighten out your feelings before the heavens strike. Restrain yourself. At the time, he hadn't taken it to heart. But now he resolved to heed it. As for phone harassment, that was the last thing on his mind. Lu Yuxing was dragged to the back of the classroom by two roommates. Shang Jue always sat in the front row. They lived in different accommodations and were not in the same class, often not even attending the same lessons, leading to a lack of face-to-face communication over the past few days. Lu Yuxing sat at the back of the classroom, a half-read textbook beside him, not paying attention to the lecture as he busily tried to catch up on the knowledge he had forgotten, avoiding the same embarrassing situation he had faced during midterm reviews. He flipped through a couple of pages, jotting down notes on scrap paper. Occasionally, he glanced up, his gaze drifting over the rows of students in front of him, some dozing off, others lost in thought, finally resting on the serious figure in the front row, eliciting an indescribable feeling of unrest within him. After class, as the students scattered, Shang Jue always took his time packing up, waiting until most had left. He leisurely closed his book and saw Lu Yuxing leaving with two others through the front door, feeling a sense of relief. "What is keeping you so busy these days?" Lu Yuxing asked, his tone calm and patient. "I've been quite occupied lately. Our class representative, Wen Jiayue, asked me to help record a video for the school anniversary celebration." How long could recording a video possibly take? Shang Jue quickly added, "There are other miscellaneous tasks, so I can't find the time." He donned a cheerful expression and feigned curiosity. "Baby, have I been neglecting you lately?" Lu Yuxing replied, "Not really." The one who had changed was actually himself. Since leaving Shang Jue's place a few days prior, he had been longing to see him again. He pinched his palm twice and approached the front row, leaning against the desk. Lu Yuxing was tall, and the desk barely reached his thighs, his long legs stretching out before Shang Jue. "Is there any task I can assist you with?" he inquired. Shang Jue smiled. "Thanks, baby, but I can manage." "That is not what I meant." Lu Yuxing's palm itched, and he absent-mindedly ruffled Shang Jue's hair. Shang Jue's back stiffened, anticipating the events of that night might repeat themselves. But then he remembered they were in a classroom, and Lu Yuxing likely wouldn't act on it. "I just want you to have some free time to rest." Free time? Shang Jue thought with a smirk. What would he do with that time? Kiss this dead straight guy who had given up his boundaries in just a month? "Baby, really, no need. You focus on your studies. You have a lot to catch up on." His phone on the desk vibrated twice. Shang Jue glanced at it. It was a delivery notification. His brow furrowed. Seeing his expression, Lu Yuxing asked, "Whose message is it?" "A package. But I shouldn't have ordered anything recently. Plus, why is it at the school delivery station?" Ever since he moved out in September, his address had changed to off-campus. "It might be a gift from a friend. Aren't you celebrating your birthday next week?" Lu Yuxing suggested. Shang Jue was somewhat surprised. "How did you know?" Lu Yuxing placed his hand on the desk. "Is it strange that I remember your birthday?" Shang Jue felt a wave of inadequacy wash over him. He didn't even know when Lu Yuxing's birthday was. Lu Yuxing hadn't shared that information on his personal account, and Shang Jue had never seen him celebrate a birthday at school, leaving him oblivious to the date. "When is it?" Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuxing said. "Then I'll accompany you." "Sure." Upon exiting the classroom, Lu Yuxing asked, "How do you want to celebrate your birthday?" Shang Jue casually replied, "What is there to celebrate? I'm turning 20. Do I really need people fussing over me?" This sentiment mirrored Lu Yuxing's thoughts. Then, he would send Lu Yuxing a red envelope and remind him to buy a cake to share with his roommates. But back then, they were both poor students, relying solely on scholarships and part-time work. Lu Yuxing usually begrudgingly saved the 200 yuan for the cake as living expenses. Now, things had improved. The A scholarship program had expanded, and Lu Yuxing's expenses as a first-year student were fully covered, with some leftover. Lu Yuxing was exceptionally capable, nearing the pinnacle of his career at just 26 or 27. As for how he had spent his birthdays these past 2 years, Lu Yuxing couldn't recall. He himself didn't care much for birthdays, but seeing Shang Jue's indifferent attitude, he felt that his boyfriend's birthday should still be celebrated. "Shall I order a cake?" he asked. Shang Jue cast a glance at him, dismissing the need for any precious items. Lu Yuxing inquired, "What flavor do you desire?" Reluctantly, Shang Jue replied, "Black Forest, but please, do not procure a large one." As Shang Jue ambled forward, an unsettling thought suddenly struck him. Wait a moment. Could this be construed as fraud? Although it was not a direct act of deception for monetary gain, he had recently enjoyed a commemorative dinner at Lu Yuxing's expense, the chosen restaurant likely being quite costly. Would a few thousand yuan constitute a case of fraud? Was it 2,000 or 3,000? Lu Yuxing remained silent. Meeting Lu Yuxing's expression of self-doubt and complexity, Shang Jue awkwardly stowed his phone away. Chapter 26, he was uncertain about something. Haha, I was just joking, darling. Shang explained. Lu Yuxing remained silent, his gaze betraying a lingering self-doubt that had yet to dissipate. Upon arriving at the school's parcel station, Shang retrieved a package. The insurance alone for this parcel exceeded 1,000 yuan, and its contents were undoubtedly valuable. Without hesitation, he tore it open before stepping out of the station. Inside lay a light gray Jaeger-LeCoultre watch. Noticing Shang's furrowed brow, Lu Yuxing sensed that this watch was likely quite expensive and inquired, "Is it costly?" Shang estimated, "Fairly pricey. At least several tens of thousands. It could even reach 6 figures." Although his family was relatively affluent, the most extravagant birthday gift he had ever received from Shang Xinrong paled in comparison to this. He touched the cool gray dial, appreciating its design, which suited his tastes and complemented most of his attire. Who could have sent this? Lu Yuxing quietly awaited Shang to gather his thoughts, his gaze also falling upon the watch nestled in Shang's palm. The gray of the watch contrasted elegantly with his pale skin, creating a simple yet noble aesthetic that matched him perfectly. Shang suited such cool tones well, reflecting on a time he had seen Shang in the Class 7 album. Clad in a bright blue and white school uniform, he recalled how the vibrant colors enlivened Shang's presence. Shang looked good in anything. Yet Lu Yuxing preferred him in bright clothing, which exuded an indescribable, gentle vitality. Shang lowered his head to snap a photo of the watch in his palm and sent it to Yang. "Shang, did you buy this?" Among his circle of friends, Yang was the only one who could casually afford such a watch. "Darling, you take care of your business first." Shang quickly raised his head, displaying a half-hearted smile. But his eyes avoided Lu Yuxing's, and he quickly lowered his gaze again, saying, "I'll check with the list later." Lu Yuxing observed Shang's gentle smile. His lips pressed tightly together. He recognized Shang's intention to dismiss him. He was aware that Shang had been preoccupied lately, yet he felt a twinge of disappointment. Just a short while ago, Shang had sat beside him, studying, and called him at night expressing how much he missed him. Now he seemed distant, replaced by this gentle and amiable Shang who felt far removed. After a brief silence, Shang looked up when he received no response from Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing was staring down at his shoelaces, his expression devoid of emotion. Shang instinctively withdrew his foot as Lu Yuxing's gaze bore into him, causing his white and green sneakers to inch back slightly. Shang opened his mouth, but inexplicably fell silent as well. As they approached the school gate, Yang called, asking where he was. Shang shared his location, and within moments, Yang appeared, sprinting from the direction of the playground, still catching his breath upon arrival. Seeing Yang's eagerness, Shang frowned and asked, "So that watch was really purchased by you?" Yang chuckled, "How could that be? I saw your picture and came over to check it out." "Where's the watch? Let me try it on." Shang's lips twitched. "What watch could you possibly want that you cannot afford? A Jaeger-LeCoultre is what lured you here?" Yang sighed. "My dad doesn't let me go out too ostentatiously. The last watch I bought was 2 years ago." He tried the gray watch on his wrist, commenting, "It must be a gift from Aunt Xirong, right?" He raised his wrist, admiring it from various angles. It was indeed a beautiful watch, but the ultra-thin dial and slightly delicate silver gray strap made it appear mismatched on his sturdy wrist. Shang replied, "No, it was you. It must have been my mom." Being friends, Yang detected a hint of discontent in Shang's tone and curiously asked, "Why the long face? Your mom remembered your birthday, and the gift arrived days in advance. Shouldn't you be happy?" "It's not about that." Shang lifted his hand, waving it in a dismissive manner. "Who upset you? Your brother? Or your stepmother?" Shang fell silent. Often, when he was reluctant to speak, Yang instinctively refrained from prying. Yet today, he sensed that Shang was not merely unwilling to share, rather, it seemed he found it difficult to articulate. A fleeting image of a silent figure with a backpack crossed Yang's mind, and suddenly he cautiously probed, "Is it your boyfriend?" Yang's expression turned knowing. "So you really have managed to sway him." "What do you mean by that?" Shang's voice trembled slightly. "Did I say he was bent?" Yang replied, "If he is not bent, why are you trembling?" Yang, puzzled and helpless, asked, "So is he still straight?" Straight. Definitely straight. He-Yong swiftly retreated under Shang's murderous gaze. Shang sighed deeply, pulled out his phone, and forwarded the watch's photo to Chinshiro. He typed a message but hesitated for 2 seconds before silently deleting it and directly calling her instead. As the ringing subsided, Shang called out, "Mom? Did you receive the package?" Chinshiro's voice, reminiscent of Shang's, was as clear as snowflakes falling from branches, imbued with a hint of coolness. "Yes. In a few days. I'll come to City A to see you, but I'm afraid I won't make it for your birthday." Shang replied, "How long will you stay?" Chinshiro lightly hummed, 2 days, just to check on you." Shang smiled, "All right." The cake ordered by Lu Yuxing arrived rather early. Lu Yuxing carried the cake upstairs first, placing it on the table and inspecting it for any damage. Just then, he heard Gu Ziqing's boisterous laughter in the corridor. In a flurry, Lu Yuxing pushed the cake box behind his bookshelf, grabbing his backpack to shield it from view. Once the deed was done, he felt an odd tension building within him. Why did dating feel like an act of thievery? Gu Ziqing and Lin Shuang entered, each carrying a shopping bag filled with yogurt and instant noodles. Once inside, Lin Shuang keenly wrinkled her nose. "What's that smell? It seems to have a hint of sweetness." Lu Yuxing remained silent. Gu Ziqing exclaimed, "What sweetness?" "Oh no, Engzi. Your nose is too sharp." He bashfully covered his collar. "I just switched my shower gel to cherry a couple of days ago." Lu Yuxing merely stared. Lin Shuang shot him a look. "You're quite the character." Gu Ziqing protested. "How does changing shower gel make me a character?" Lin Shuang raised an eyebrow at him. Gu Ziqing sniffed again. "Wait, that's not my scent. It's too sweet." Lin Shuang, seeing that they could no longer hide it, prompted Lu Yuxing. "Did you buy a cake?" He moved his backpack aside. "Oh." Gu Ziqing peered in and exclaimed, "It's huge. There's enough for Engzi and me too." Lu Yuxing, feeling cornered, insisted, "No, I bought it for someone else." The dormitory fell silent. Buying it for someone else? That meant it was a gift. Lin Shuang asked, "Who did you buy it for, Brother Lu?" "It seems that today is Shang Jue's birthday. This morning, I saw Wen Jiayue from their class bringing him a birthday gift." Gu Ziqing pondered for a moment. The two of them are quite close and both single, a match made in heaven. Perhaps there is something brewing between them. "What are you rambling about?" Lin Shuang interrupted Gu Ziqing's train of thought. "Lu Gu, did you really buy this cake for Shang Jue?" Lu Yuxing paused in silence for 2 seconds. "Yes." Uncertain of how to continue the conversation, he stood up, picked up the cake, and walked to the balcony, placing the box outside to keep it cool. The weather was chilly, and the outdoor air in the north served as a natural refrigerator. He lingered on the balcony for a moment, realizing that there was no need for him to be discreet. After all, buying a cake for Shang Jue was trivial. Even if Shang Jue were to wake up naked in his bed tomorrow morning, no one would question their relationship. Far less than if a girl simply exchanged a few words with him. When the school bell rang, he texted Shang Jue. "Lu Yuxing, are you out of class?" "Boyfriend. Just finished. Coming over soon, babe." This was far more liberating than the prior secret of concealment. He descended the stairs, waiting for Shang Jue by the door of the 7th dormitory. Before long, he heard a soft voice from the side calling out, "Babe." Lu Yuxing turned to see Shang Jue's smiling face, which sent his heart racing. He handed the gift and cake to Shang Jue, and then fell silent. After all, he had been quite busy lately. Yet, after a brief pause, he remembered he still had something to say and softly added, "Happy birthday." Shang Jue replied awkwardly, "Thank you, babe." After saying that, he paused, observing Lu Yuxing's seemingly indifferent expression, feeling a surge of frustration within. He was genuinely angry with himself. Why was he so affected by that expression? Hadn't he, this foolish dog, just wished that he would ignore him? What was he doing now, pretending to be hurt? Shang Jue realized that no matter what he did, it felt wrong. Being close felt wrong. Keeping distance felt wrong. Revealing his feelings felt wrong. And continuing to hide them felt wrong. Everything felt off. He wanted to grit his teeth and confront Lu Yuxing. "What the hell do you want from me?" But in the next moment, his anger deflated. "Ah, damn it, haha. I guess it's my fault." The two stood there, locked in an inexplicable stalemate. Devoid of reason, Shang Jue lifted his right leg slightly, only to put it down immediately, as if his calf had cramped. 2 seconds later, perhaps cramping again. His toes lightly nudged Lu Yuxing's shoe. The kick was gentle. "Come celebrate my birthday with me." Lu Yuxing almost thought he had been playfully nudged by a cloud. "Sure." Shang Jue turned around nonchalantly and walked ahead. Lu Yuxing quickly caught up. Taking the cake from Shang Jue's hands, "Let me carry this." The cake box, fragrant with cream and cherries, nestled between them. After a while, Lu Yuxing switched it to his right hand. Once they exited the school, he took Shang Jue's hand with his empty left hand. Chapter 27. spicy stir-fried dog's mouth. As Lu Yuhang approached the bottom of the apartment building, a thought crossed his mind. There are no ingredients at home. Shang Jue replied. Why? We don't even have a salt shaker. He gently responded, Darling, I don't cook. I'll cook. Haven't you had dinner yet? Shang Jue remarked. My stove has never been used. It's too troublesome. Let's just order takeout. Lu Yuhang countered with a question. How did you celebrate your birthday in the past? Well, receiving gifts, of course. And then? There is nothing more to it. He had forgotten when Chen Shuerong and Shang Xinrong stopped pretending to be a loving couple in front of him. From then on, every year on his birthday, he would receive gifts from both of them at different times, yet the family never gathered amicably to celebrate together. He didn't mind much. As this was the norm in his household, at least there were gifts to receive on his birthday. Whenever a tinge of sadness threatened to surface, he would take out the exquisite gifts that other children could only dream of, and his mood would gradually settle. He constantly reminded himself to be less sentimental. Shang Jue asked, and then, you open the gifts and go to bed. Do you want to hear more details, darling? All right, first extend your hand. Untie the ribbon of the gift box, open the packaging, and then... I understand. Lu Yuhang interrupted his rambling. However, when we celebrate birthdays at my house, we prepare a grand meal in the evening. His words were half-truths. He had indeed experienced such birthdays before, with longevity noodles and cake. The table filled with the aroma of delicious food and the laughter of his father, mother, and older brother. However, that was many years ago. Now, those warm memories only emerged as vague silhouettes in his mind. Then let's have a nice dinner, he suggested. If you find it too troublesome, I'll go buy the ingredients. After saying this, he paused for a moment, surprised by his own words. He realized he was not entirely the person he thought he was. He had, in fact, been yearning for the warmth of those childhood dinners that made one want to hold their breath in awe. Shang Jue pouted, finding the person beside him, who was dragging him along for dinner, quite bothersome. Lu Yuhang felt a sense of satisfaction. The two ascended the stairs, and Shang Jue placed the cake in the refrigerator before heading to a nearby supermarket to buy meat, vegetables, and various kitchen supplies. Lu Yuhang inquired, Should we eat the cake first? Shang Jue contemplated for a moment and decided against it. Let us have it after dinner. If I eat something sweet now, I can't stop myself, and the cake can wait until tomorrow. If the dinner is left until tomorrow, I might not want to touch it. All right then. Lu Yuhang agreed. The cake will have to wait. Lu Yuhang then caught sight of a bag of dried mangoes that his brother had asked him to bring to Shang Jue a month ago. The unopened package still lay quietly in the corner. He took it out, opened it, and ate a piece, treating it like a piece of trash to be disposed of. Shang Jue noticed and, feeling displeased that he treated this place like his own home, remarked, You're eating my dried mangoes. With the piece of yellow fruit still in his mouth, Lu Yuhang was taken aback by the reprimand. He pulled the half-eaten piece from his mouth, turned his head, and innocently replied, Aren't you allergic? Shang Jue gasped in surprise. You really remembered. He was momentarily at a loss for words. The bag of dried mangoes had remained untouched, as he feared his own gluttony yet couldn't bear to throw it away, so it had been gathering dust in the corner. He reached over to take a piece from Lu Yuhang's hand. Noticing Lu Yuhang frowning at him, Shang Jue explained, My mango allergy isn't that severe. I'll just have a taste. Lu Yuhang thought that Shang Jue was aware of what he was doing, so he let him be. Shang Jue picked out a thick piece of meat, took a bite, and realizing he should be cautious, tossed the rest aside. Lu Yuhang, thinking he didn't want it anymore, picked it up, pondered for 2 seconds, and stuffed the remaining half into his mouth. Shang Jue was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, he felt that the dried mango in his mouth had lost its flavor. No, was he insane? He stood before Lu Yuhang, dumbfounded. As Lu Yuhang raised an eyebrow, he saw Shang Jue's astonished expression, a hint of embarrassment blooming on his neck and cheeks, a rare sight on Shang Jue's face. Lu Yuhang couldn't help but smile, not realizing that such a display was also quite unusual for him. Shang Jue remained dazed for a moment before desperately raising his arm to shield his face and eyes. I didn't mean to waste it. I had no other intentions. Are you very bothered by it? Well, a little, Shang Jue admitted. Mainly because it's unsanitary. Hearing Shang Jue earnestly utter the word unsanitary filled Lu Yuhang with mixed emotions. He wrapped his arms around Shang Jue's waist, pulling him closer. Unsanitary, he echoed. Then lowered his head slightly, pressing his mango-flavored lips against Shang Jue's. The person in his embrace seemed to turn into a wooden plank. Lu Yuhang felt hands pushing against his waist, the force not particularly strong, yet imbued with a sense of firmness. His first instinct was to think that Shang Jue might have been startled by him, so he gently massaged the back of his neck to soothe him. Shang Jue's neck retracted sharply, his jaw clenched tightly, and his breathing became hurried and heavy. Lu Yuhang's lips were soft, yet kissed with fervor, his tongue tasting of the very fruit that Shang Jue adored. Shang Jue wanted to tell the creature gnawing at his lips to back off. But as he opened his mouth, Lu Yuhang's tongue was already there, blocking his words. The hand cradling the nape of Shang Jue's neck caressed the soft skin, and he heard Lu Yuhang emit a low hum, his nose brushing against him as he shifted angles. A wave of emotion surged through Shang Jue, causing his breath to hitch, and he found himself melting into the kiss, the sensation overwhelming. He realized that the feeling of Lu Yuhang's tongue exploring his mouth was surprisingly pleasurable, but the person pressing against him made it hard to accept. He felt a sudden urge to bite down with his sharp canine teeth, wishing to leave 2 marks on that insufferable tongue. What would happen if his tongue had 2 holes? Would it leak here when he spoke? When their eyes met, Shang Jue saw that Lu Yuhang's dark eyes were deeper than usual, fully immersed in the kiss. If only Lu Yuhang had opened that bag of strawberry dried fruit instead of the mangoes, Shang Jue would have never allowed that warm, soft tongue to invade his mouth. When they finally parted, both of them were breathing heavily, their breath sweet, and a string of saliva connecting them. Shang Jue felt an overwhelming urge to vanish on the spot. Lu Yuhang held him tightly, their heartbeats racing. His lips lingered against Shang Jue's cheek, brushing against his lips, his nose nuzzling against Shang Jue's temple. The sensation of kissing was so delightful that he found himself unexpectedly craving more. They have kissed several times, and before his amnesia, they must have shared even more. Kissing, if one were to put it bluntly, is merely an exchange of saliva. He cannot fathom why Shang Jue is so troubled by the notion of hygiene when they have already partaken in far less sanitary actions numerous times. Shang Jue inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Is this what you wish to convey by kissing me? Could you not simply articulate it with words? Must you demonstrate it with your lips? I acknowledge my initial fault. Finally unable to restrain himself, Shang Jue spoke. Lu Yuxing gazed at him in confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden admission of guilt from Shang Jue. Shang Jue continued, seemingly to himself, however, I believe you cannot place all the blame on me. Shouldn't you also bear some responsibility? Look, I am, in a sense, a victim here as well. Shang Jue? Lu Yuxing was at a loss. Are you addressing me? Shang Jue thought. Yes, I am speaking to you, but not the you of this moment. No. I'm merely acting, my dear. Lu Yuxing felt a twinge of concern for Shang Jue's mental state. Are you perhaps too hungry? Shang Jue huffed through his nose. Hungry? Particularly craving dog meat. Could you kindly sacrifice your own tongue for me to prepare a spicy stir-fry? Lu Yuxing retreated to the kitchen to cook. Chapter 28. The Ghost and the Scholar in the kitchen. Lu Yuxing was bustling about, while Shouxing had ensconced himself in a chair, retreating into silence. Before long, the rhythmic sounds of frying filled the air. The range hood was on, yet a faintly pungent aroma of chili pepper wafted through the room. Shang Jue raised an eyebrow, liberating himself from the chair and stepping into the kitchen, where he spotted the minced chili on the cutting board. Glancing into the pot, he noticed a handful of small chili peppers added to the mix. He observed Lu Yuxing, who surprisingly seemed quite adept at cooking. Darling, aren't you the one who can't handle spicy food? Although City A was not as drenched in oil and spice as many southern cities, it still featured its fair share of green and red chilies in its dishes. Shang Jue was a native of City A, having lived there his entire life, while Lu Yuxing had moved from elsewhere during high school. Shang Jue was unsure of his exact origins, only aware that he had a low tolerance for spiciness, managing perhaps a hint of mild Guangdong heat. Lu Yuxing replied, But you can eat spicy food, can't you? What nonsense. Of course, I can eat spicy food, but I must cater to those who cannot. Please. No more in the back. Lu Yuxing glanced at him and said, All right. He continued to stir the food with diligence. Shang Jue leaned against the counter, lost in thought as he gazed at Lu Yuxing's profile. Throughout his life, he had seldom encountered anyone in the kitchen. His father, Shang Xinrong, was a quintessential patriarch who rarely set foot in the kitchen, while his mother, Chen Xuerong, loathed cooking even more. After their marriage, she promptly hired a housekeeper. Shang Jue had witnessed that housekeeper at work, who was efficient in her duties, embodying a sense of order amidst apparent chaos. In contrast, Lu Yuxing's cooking style was entirely different. It was methodical, devoid of disorder, yet remarkably efficient. After a while, Shang Jue felt an odd sense of unease watching Lu Yuxing work without contributing. Before he could voice his thoughts, Lu Yuxing lowered the heat and turned to him. Yes? The two were quite close. Without stepping back, Lu Yuxing leaned slightly, his arm reaching around Shang Jue's waist to retrieve the seasoning. As Lu Yuxing tore open the sealed package, he intended to say something, but Shang Jue had already turned to leave. He actually enjoyed having someone nearby, even if it was a bit in the way. As 8 o'clock approached, Lu Yuxing heard the doorbell and assumed Shang Jue had slipped out unnoticed. Without further thought, he turned off the heat and exited the kitchen. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a massive cake box thrust into his face. Surprise! He Wei's boisterous voice abruptly halted. They exchanged silent glances, each moment thick with unspoken words. Is Shang Jue home? He Wei finally asked, shifting the box from under Lu Yuxing's chin to a more polite position. Yes, Lu Yuxing replied, stepping aside. Please, come in. Yet, He Wei hesitated, uncertain which foot to place inside this unfamiliar abode, confronted by the enigmatic presence of his brother, who seemed to be lurking in some shadowy corner. At that moment, Shang Jue appeared from the bedroom, spotting He Wei at his doorstep. The expression on He Wei's face was one of a man on the verge of saying something, but unable to articulate it. Shang Jue cleared his throat, but words eluded him. No explanation seemed fitting. His gaze fell upon the enormous cake in He Wei's hands, his brow twitching slightly. How big is that cake? Was it 10 or 12 inches? Shang Jue was astounded by this extravagant gesture. You bought such a large cake. Who can possibly finish it? Feeling a bit wronged, He Wei retorted, I was just thinking of your birthday. You're my brother, and I want to make it special. Besides, what's so large about this cake? I usually have several layers for my birthday. He paused for effect, and let us not forget, you have someone else in the house. I think it'll be more than enough. Shang Jue fell silent. He Wei, reveling in his victory, beamed with delight, his spirits soaring. Lu Yuxing sensed the peculiar dynamics between the two, but refrained from probing, turning to Shang Jue instead. Should I add an egg to the stir-fry? He had prepared quite a bit, yet it was uncertain how much 3 young men would consume. Shang Jue hesitated before conceding. Yes, add it, darling. He Wei, eavesdropping, struggled to suppress a grin as his delight grew. Lu Yuxing returned to the kitchen, leaving the 2 men exchanging glances in silence. He Wei's lips quivered before he burst into laughter. Ha! It seems you've truly settled down with him. Shang Jue's expression darkened. Oblivious, He Wei laughed even louder. Their camaraderie was evident, primarily due to He Wei's exuberant nature. Shang Jue, with his amiable personality, could forge relationships with most. Yet he had formed a particularly close bond with He Wei. Lu Yuxing observed that Shang Jue seemed more relaxed around He Wei than he did in his presence, as if the carefree nature of He Wei eased his own burdens. It reminded him of Wang Yuanzhou, the class leader, or Xiao Mifeng, who had accompanied Shang Jue after the midterms, both of whom shared a similar easygoing disposition. From outside, another loud laugh erupted, causing Lu Yuxing to wince. In the living room, He Wei was in fits of laughter, while Shang Jue attempted to silence him by stuffing a large piece of dried mango into his mouth. Ha! Shang Jue, your wife is remarkably diligent. Upon hearing that phrase, Shang Jue's brows furrowed. He Wei, still chuckling, caught sight of Lu Yuxing emerging from the kitchen, and his laughter abruptly ceased, leaving him as quiet as a mouse. Yet, those words had clearly reached Lu Yuxing's ears. Both men stared blankly at He Wei, who swallowed hard, rendered speechless. The term wife applied to a man naturally evoked discomfort, and in today's world, regardless of gender, the descriptor diligent could spark unease. It was a minefield of misunderstandings. Shang Jue couldn't discern which term had struck Lu Yuxing more profoundly. Time to eat, Lu Yuxing announced, his tone surprisingly calm. At the dining table, He Wei nervously picked at his bowl of rice, plagued by self-doubt. I merely came to deliver a cake to my good brother. Why must I endure this torment? Shang Jue felt equally uneasy. The prank he had intended to play on Lu Yuxing was not meant to lead to humiliation in his own home. Suddenly, he felt a gentle nudge on his arm. He turned to find Lu Yuxing observing him, softly inquiring, is it not to your taste? Shang Jue paused momentarily and hurriedly exclaimed, how could that be, dear? Your culinary skills are exceptional. It was only after he instinctively uttered those words that he recalled the presence of He Yang at the table. He hesitated for a moment and then glanced over. He Yang, with his eyes closed, feigned ignorance and dutifully continued to savor his rice. Lu Yuxing had overcooked the scrambled eggs, and the trio barely managed to finish the spread before they divided the small black forest cake among themselves. Lu Yuxing remarked, the kitchen. Shang Jue replied, I will tidy up. It was rather inconsiderate to leave the dishes for the person who had prepared the meal. Lu Yuxing frowned slightly. No one relished the company of someone eager to burden themselves with extra chores. Yet today was Shang Jue's birthday, and it was simply unreasonable to leave the birthday star to wash the dishes. He Yang stood up, saying, then I shall. Shang Jue interrupted. Stay and wash the dishes. He Yang responded. All right. After escorting Lu Yuxing to the threshold of his home, Shang Jue contemplated for a moment, took a step outside, and closed the door, leaving He Yang alone inside. Observing this, Lu Yuxing understood that Shang Jue must have something on his mind. What is it? He inquired. Shang Jue lowered his gaze, directing his attention to the side. As for that so-called wife, virtuous and all, do not take it to heart. That fellow was merely spouting nonsense. Shang Jue. Do you believe that I hold this matter in high regard? Shang Jue gradually lifted his eyelashes, affirming with a soft sound. In Lu Yuxing's eyes, a glimmer of amusement flickered as he grasped Shang Jue's wrist and leaned down to plant a gentle kiss at the corner of his lips. I'm off now, darling. As Lu Yuxing walked away, Shang Jue slowly raised his hand, fingers pressed together and resting on either side of his nose, concealing half of his face. He stood still for half a minute, when suddenly the door behind him burst open, colliding forcefully with his back. Shang Jue nearly found himself in a state of utter disarray. Inside, He Yang was startled, exclaiming, I'm so sorry. I saw you close the door and didn't know where you two had gone. Goodness, Shang Jue, your face is so flushed. What unspeakable deeds have you been engaged in with him outside? Shang Jue sighed and turned to walk into the house. A delicate layer of powder adorned his ears as he cast a faint glance at He Yang, silently pondering the reason behind it. He Yang shook his head. Shang Jue spoke slowly. Once upon a time, there wandered a spectral entity in this mortal realm, sustaining itself upon the purest of human hearts. One fateful day, this apparition encountered a young scholar, unwed, virtuous, and untainted by worldly corruption. Perceiving the scholar's childlike innocence, the specter devised myriad stratagems to beguile him into surrendering his very heart. Can you surmise what transpired thereafter? He Yang widened his curious eyes and asked, What happened? Shang Jue's expression turned somewhat ominous as he replied. The ghost was poisoned to death by the scholar's heart. Ah? Why? He Yang. No, what exactly do you wish to convey? Shang Jue ground his teeth and remarked. Who would have known this fellow was so flamboyant? Chapter 29. Habits How Terrifying. He Yang found himself ensnared in the ghost story spun by Shang Jue, not out of fear, but rather due to a lack of comprehension. Huh? He Yang exclaimed, bewildered. Didn't you ask me to stay and wash the dishes? Upon uttering this, he sniffled, as if the task of washing dishes were a Herculean burden he must endure. It wasn't so much a matter of difficulty. Rather, it stemmed from his inexperience with such chores. Shang Jue shot him a glance. Young master, he. With your privileged upbringing, your parents have never tasked you with washing dishes. Who am I to do so? Such comparisons were unwarranted, for the sake of brotherhood. He would indeed fight to the death. This resolve, he felt, was genuine. However, Shang Jue recognized that He Yang had been thoroughly spoiled. Although his parents had scolded him often, they had never truly disciplined him, resulting in He Yang growing up exhibiting a particularly ridiculous demeanor, akin to a foolish nouveau riche one might read about in the news. He was the type who, if forced to eat hot pot alone at home, would, out of sheer laziness, dispose of the dirty pots and dishes altogether. To ask such a young master to wash dishes? Shang Jue found it utterly implausible. Sighing, he decided not to linger on the matter with this young master, urging him to leave quickly lest the cake go uneaten. He Yang hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly took the untouched cake he had brought and shuffled off. Shang Jue stacked the plates neatly and carried them into the kitchen, only to discover that it had already been tidied up, with Lu Yuxing even having washed the pots. Shang Jue mused, that fellow must be quite peculiar. What normal person washes pots before a meal? Truly strange. I certainly don't have such bizarre habits. Having accomplished nothing that morning and feeling as if he were wasting time, he promptly gathered his belongings and headed to school. By the time they reached their second year, the front row of the classroom had gradually become vacant. No matter when he arrived, the first row was always left open for him. Consequently, he no longer felt the need to arrive too early, opting instead to enter just a few minutes before class. Once the classroom was empty, he settled into his usual seat in the front row. Arriving too early, and with an extensive circle of acquaintances, he found himself making eye contact with every student who entered after him, as a sort of greeting. He spotted Tian Miao and offered a languid smile. The latter froze momentarily before turning away with a solemn expression. Shang Jue squinted. He had since ceased to concern himself with Tian Miao's personal life, hoping the individual would continue to behave himself. Abruptly, he was startled as his gaze collided with Lu Yuxing's, their eyes locking with an almost uncanny precision, as if Lu Yuxing had specifically sought him out upon entering. Lu Yuxing slowed his pace, his gaze lingering on Shang Jue's face, a slight smile gracing his lips. He rarely smiled, One might say he almost never did, but in recent days, a smile had become more frequent in Shang Jue's presence. As Lu Yuxing approached, he leaned down and inquired, "Is anyone sitting here?" "Someone. Move along, you pest," Shang Jue replied. "You can sit." Lu Yuxing took the seat to his right. After a moment, Shang Jue lowered his hand from his face, revealing a red mark left by Lu Yuxing's thumb on his right cheek. "Where are your roommates? Aren't you with them today?" Lu Yuxing caught sight of the red mark with his peripheral vision and replied, "No." In his freshman year, Lu Yuxing had maintained good relations with his dorm mates and hadn't intended to stand out. Thus, he had taken to attending classes with them. Nevertheless, he was not one to enjoy clustering with others. Outside of class, he usually preferred solitude in the library. He continued, "I mentioned that my progress in class was lacking and that I needed to sit in the front row to concentrate, lest I fail at the end of the term." Upon hearing this in the dorm, Lu Yuxing and Lin Shuiying had immediately withered, fidgeting for a while before deciding to part ways with Lu Yuxing henceforth. Lu Yuxing could have simply expressed his desire to sit apart from them, but considering Shang Jue, he opted for a more roundabout expression to avoid hurting their feelings. Shang Jue stared at him, bewildered. Wait, what does that silly dog mean by what he just said? Do we have to sit together from now on?" He opened a book and, after reading only a couple of lines, Lu Yuxing's focus drifted towards his companion. Shang Jue's lips were pressed tightly together. Appearing less than pleased, Lu Yuxing queried, "Are you unhappy?" Shang Jue instinctively replied, "Not at all, darling." His voice was not subdued, and once the words escaped, both fell silent for a moment, fearing eavesdroppers. If he and Lu Yuxing had something, then it might be acceptable for the term darling to be overheard. However, the truth was that they had no such relationship, and he was concerned that a mere jest could lead Lu Yuxing to come out publicly. Shang Jue had no desire to be so cruel. He lamented, yet it had already devolved into a rather dire situation. Beginning with the moment Lu Yuxing had pressed his tongue against his mouth, he felt a slight agitation within, sensing that he had become the one being tormented. Lu Yuxing, stirred by his small actions, felt a tingling sensation throughout, his throat itching, and his mind spiraled, failing to filter any coherent thoughts. Instinctively, he pressed his voice down, saying, "It's not your fault." After a few seconds, he gradually accepted the situation, thinking Shang Jue was remorseful for mistakenly addressing him, thus reiterating, "It's not your fault." Shang Jue merely hummed in response, opting to remain silent. Playing music for a dog, could a dog truly understand? 1 minute before class commenced, Lu Yuxing and Lin Shuiying burst into the classroom, breakfast in tow. Upon seeing the two in harmonious coexistence in the front row, they were momentarily taken aback. Lu Yuxing raised his hand in greeting to Shang Jue, while Lin Shuiying called out his name. Shang Jue returned their greetings with a faint smile. As the bell rang, there was no time for further conversation, and the tardy duo hastily took their seats in the back. Lu Yuxing and Lin Shuiying were aware of the thawing relationship between Lu Yuxing and Shang Jue, and after their initial surprise, they felt little astonishment. After class, as they packed their bags and moved to the front row, they noticed Shang Jue and Lu Yuxing still taking their time, and Lu Yuxing asked, "So, Lu Ge, are you still having lunch with us?" Before Lu Yuxing could respond, he suddenly turned to glance at Shang Jue. Lu Yuxing and Lin Shuiying exchanged puzzled looks. Shang Jue, of course, wished for Lu Yuxing to distance himself, and thus promptly spoke. Darling, the word nearly came to a sudden halt on his tongue. The remainder of his intended phrase, "You can eat with them," was swallowed in silence. He closed his lips in astonishment, feeling anxious. Habits. What a terrifying word. Lu Yuxing gazed intently at him, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Shang Jue felt as though the fellow's gaze had taken on a more flirtatious quality. Lu Yuxing turned and declared, "I'll be having lunch with Shang Jue." "Oh, that is fine," Lu Yuxing replied cheerfully, as he and Lin Shuiying exited the classroom. As the remaining students dispersed, the smile lingering on Lu Yuxing's lips did not wane. Shang Jue, unable to bear it, playfully nudged him with his knee, momentarily forgetting the fade of the perfect boyfriend, and urged, "Stop smiling." Lu Yuxing had no choice but to stifle the smile that had crept onto his lips. As Shang Jue slung his bag over his shoulder, he pondered the necessity of rehearsing his conversations with Lu Yuxing in his mind before speaking. The two walked side by side as they exited. Lu Yuxing cast a sidelong glance at Shang Jue's hand and idly mused that in a month's time, when the temperature plummeted below freezing, they would likely be unable to hold hands outdoors. They would have to tuck their hands into their pockets for warmth. Presently, they could not hold hands either, as they shared the same gender and had yet to come out, necessitating a discreet approach in school. Even a simple slip of calling him by the wrong name made Shang Jue more cautious. Lu Yuxing lowered his gaze. Yet, he genuinely did not mind the prospect of coming out. Otherwise, he would not have recently spoken candidly with his brother. He hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose to Shang Jue that he had openly discussed matters with Lu Yuxing. However, he feared that uttering such words might place undue pressure on Shang Jue, as if compelling him to come out alongside him. He had no recollection of Shang Jue's family situation. After some reflection, he decided to suppress that thought. Chapter 30. Smoke. Rumors. Girlfriend. As the two approached the entrance of the cafeteria, Shang Jue received a message. Mom, I have arrived. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. Chen Shuerong had not even sent him her flight details. Yet here she was in City A? Shang Jue, where are you? Should I come to the airport to pick you up? Lu Yuxing halted beside him, casting his gaze down at Shang Jue, whose hair obscured his crown. At that moment, he sensed a sidelong glance directed at them and looked up. Under the sprawling pine trees across from the cafeteria stood a tall woman clad in a short cashmere coat. Her gaze fixed upon the two of them. From a distance, her age was indiscernible, but her remarkable aura was unmistakable. Lu Yuxing maintained a calm demeanor, subtly shifting his position to shield Shang Jue from her sight. Chen Shuerong, anticipating her son's surprised expression, was momentarily taken aback by the obstruction, seeing that the two were about to enter the cafeteria and blend into the crowd. She reluctantly abandoned her surprise and approached Shang Jue with her hands tucked into her coat pockets. Lu Yuxing's expression softened further. Then he heard the voice of the person he had concealed behind him, laced with surprise. Mom? At that moment, Chen Shuerong drew closer, her features revealing the passage of time with clarity. Lu Yuxing felt a tension in his skin. Fortunately, his inner turmoil remained concealed, and he feigned nonchalance, greeting Chen Shuerong with a polite Andy. Chen Shuerong smiled, her tone warm. Hello. She was not the overly enthusiastic type. After the initial greeting, her demeanor turned somewhat distant despite her politeness. Have you not had lunch yet? She inquired, looking at Shang Jue. Not yet, he replied. Chen Shuerong had not visited City A in 2 years, and Shang Jue simply thought to invite her out, turning to Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing, understanding, said, I'll go to the cafeteria myself. You stay with your aunt. Okay, Shang Jue responded. After Lu Yuxing spoke, he hesitated, stealing several glances at Shang Jue before departing. Shang Jue inadvertently met his gaze. Under Chen Shuerong's watchful eye, their eye contact was furtive. Shang Jue felt a flush creeping up his face, almost overwhelmed by the inexplicable intimacy of their exchanged glances, wishing for a barrier to separate him from Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing turned and walked away. Is he Xiaohe? Chen Shuerong asked once Lu Yuxing had distanced himself. I thought he resembled him. She continued. It's been years since I last saw Xiaohe. I've forgotten what he looks like. Shang Jue thought to himself that her memory was as sharp as He Yang's. He replied, No. He was my classmate in high school, Lu Yuxing. Shang Jue nodded slightly. Chen Shuerong furrowed her brow. Does he still smoke? Excuse me? Smoke, she repeated. Didn't you say the guy sitting in front of you smokes? He had indeed told Chen Shuerong this, albeit a falsehood. The smoker was he, not Lu Yuxing. It was a habit he had picked up back then. In their second year of high school, when Chen Shuerong still resided in City A, she would occasionally visit him. By then, Shang Jue was no longer the top student. When she saw him, she rarely spoke but often wore a critical gaze. Her expectations of him had bordered on pathological, a sentiment that eased somewhat after her departure from City A 2 years ago. On one occasion, when she visited him, she detected the scent of smoke on him. Shang Jue promptly recalled the irritating fellow who sat in front of him and lied. The top student in our class smokes. He sits ahead of me, and I can always smell it in class. He was fairly adept at weaving tales. Chen Shuerong scrutinized him, noticing his smile and natural demeanor before nodding, seemingly convinced. Prior to this, she often inquired about Lu Yuxing, being that he had once overshadowed her own son academically. Such a rivalry naturally piqued her interest, as people tend to gravitate towards more polished works. However, after hearing Shang Jue's fabrications, she ceased her inquiries. Simply the habit of smoking had disqualified Lu Yuxing from her standards. Subsequently, Shang Jue spun numerous rumors about Lu Yuxing in her presence: smoking, drinking, fighting, and perhaps even early romance, each tale embellished to vivid detail. Reflecting on it now, Shang Jue found himself somewhat unwell yet oddly talented. This act of fabrication was altogether unnecessary, and he could not pinpoint why he felt compelled to malign Lu Yuxing. Yet, if a reason had to be found, perhaps it was simply for the thrill of it. It was 100 times more exhilarating than smoking a pack of cigarettes. Shang Jue cleared his throat awkwardly. I think so. I can't quite recall. Maybe Maybe he quit in the past 2 years. To be honest, I'm not that close with him now. We just happened to run into each other for a meal. Well, it's good to make friends, but don't pick up any bad habits, Chen Shuerong advised lightly. Her vigilance far removed from her initial impressions of Lu Yuxing. Shang Jue turned his face away, feeling a twinge of guilt. I understand. The mother and son exited the school grounds and sought out a restaurant. The establishments near the school tended to be affordable. But Shang Jue ventured further to find a quieter place with slightly higher prices, most importantly, one that boasted a wine cellar. Chen Shuerong had a preference for pairing her meals with wine. Once seated, he inquired, "Are you leaving tomorrow or the day after?" Having lived in City A for 20 years, she harbored a love-hate relationship with the place. Shang Jue speculated that she wouldn't suddenly change her mind. Perhaps someone had accompanied her, so he asked, "Mom, did your boyfriend come to City A as well?" Chen Shuerong, at a loss for words, replied, "What boyfriend? I got married 2 years ago." Shang Jue, usually quite sharp-witted, found himself at a loss for how to refer to Chen Shuerong's new husband, momentarily stammering, "Oh, so your husband is in City A?" Chen Shuerong exclaimed in disbelief. "I've only been gone a few years, and Chen Shuerong has influenced you this way?" Shang Jue regrouped his thoughts, recalling that Chen Shuerong's husband had the surname Qin, and corrected himself, "Uncle Qin. He.S. here. Chen Shuerong knows I'm coming to see you and is worried about me rekindling old feelings, so he came along." Chen Shuerong smiled, playfully retorting, "I'm not your father. I'm not that shameless." Shang Jue managed a half-smile. They placed their orders, and to Shang Jue's surprise, Chen Shuerong did not order any wine. When she asked for a glass of fresh orange juice, he remarked, "Not drinking anymore." Chen Shuerong fell silent suddenly. It was impractical to have driven all the way to City A. Now, she couldn't drink. "Your sister," Chen Shuerong said. Shang Jue blinked, processing her words slowly before responding. "She is doing well." Chen Shuerong smiled, a warmth that seemed at odds with her usual demeanor. Shang Jue stared in a daze. He remembered when Chen Shuerong left City A, she had appeared to be at her wits' end, both obsessive and neurotic. In just a few years, it felt like she had transformed into an entirely different person. He forced himself to raise his gaze, reluctant to delve into the topic of his sister. She might be quite adorable, but he truly did not wish to discuss her at this moment. Shang Jue pointed to his lips and said, "Mom, your lipstick isn't applied well. It's smeared above your cupid's bow." Chen Shuerong replied, "Not every lipstick needs to be applied perfectly. It's a technique called." She trailed off mid-sentence, feeling a headache coming on. Realizing her son might not grasp what she was trying to convey. She rarely wore makeup. When she did, it was generally understated and cool-toned. A palette of black and white that Shang Jue had never witnessed, making his lack of understanding perfectly reasonable. However, upon hearing the term Cupid's bow, Chen Shuerong found herself momentarily struck mute by her son's blunt wording. She let out a sigh, urging, "You should hurry and find yourself a girlfriend in college. Let her teach you." Although he had no girlfriend, he did possess a faux boyfriend. "Teach me, Lu Yuxing." He chuckled softly. "My girlfriend probably wouldn't wear lipstick," he replied with a smirk. Chen Shuerong raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Zai, are you in a relationship?" Uncertain of how to explain, Shang Jue opted for silence. "Since I'm nearby, let me meet her someday," Chen Shuerong suggested with a smile. "No need for her to see me. I'll come to your school, and you can bring her out for me to glance at from a distance." She was genuinely curious about what her son's girlfriend would be like. "Meet her?" Shang Jue's smile transformed into something more genuine, requiring him to suppress a laugh. "Perhaps it's best not to. My girlfriend is a bit too sturdy. You might not take a liking to her." How could one describe a girlfriend as sturdy? Chen Shuerong momentarily doubted whether the gentlemanly conduct she had imparted to Shang Jue over the years had been entirely forgotten. Yet, upon witnessing her son's smiling face, she momentarily lost her train of thought, swallowing back her words. "I'm not interested," Shang Jue remarked. Has he truly become so mischievous in just 2 years? Chen Shuerong felt a pang in her heart at the drastic changes in her son over the years, prompting her to gently remind him, "Don't bully that little girl." Shang Jue remained silent. He didn't bully the little girl. He merely teased the silly dog. Chapter 31. He observed Shang Jue laughing, while the class representatives from both groups resorted to various tactics to attract more attendees, purchasing snacks and gifts, and showering compliments. However, on the day of the team-building event, they were met with the season's first snowfall, and the sudden drop in temperature left everyone unprepared for the harsh winter, making it even more difficult to coax people out. Shang Jue had missed the class committee elections due to his hospital visit to care for Lu Yuxing, leaving him unburdened. All he needed to do was arrive on time. Apart from Shang Jue, all others were students from Class 4. Lu Yuxing and Lin Shuiying found the cold unbearable and remained holed up in their dorms, while surprisingly, Lu Yuxing, who rarely participated in group activities, showed up. The class representatives, likely extroverted, had devised several games that were rather mortifying. Shang Jue won the first round of Pass the Flower and was called upon to sing before the students of both classes. After finishing, laughter erupted in the classroom, and Shang Jue gracefully left the stage. Returning to his seat, he felt a warmth creeping up from the skin behind his ears. He had experienced something similar in high school when Wang Yuanzhou dragged him to karaoke. But the bonds formed during 3 years of high school were distinctly different from this newly formed class. He found himself somewhat uneasy. No one enjoys embarrassing themselves in front of others, yet when faced with such a predicament, one must simply adopt a nonchalant demeanor. After a while, he rose and headed to the restroom to collect his thoughts. Splashing water on his face and lifting his head, he caught sight of a figure standing at the door in the mirror. Shang Jue grabbed a paper towel to dry his face and asked, "Why are you out here?" Lu Yuxing replied, "Looking for you." After a moment's hesitation, Shang Jue suppressed his voice to complain, "What kind of ridiculous game is this?" Lu Yuxing immediately stepped forward and embraced him. In the crowded school environment, where public displays of affection were tricky, Lu Yuxing seized every opportunity to hold him. Shang Jue rested his head briefly on Lu Yuxing's shoulder, then lifted his chin, leaning against the sink. His delicate ears, already flushed, were illuminated by the warm light from the wall lamp, revealing the intricate network of blood vessels beneath. "But why did you come? I noticed the other two in your dorm are absent." "It's snowing today." "Yes, and," Lu Yuxing explained, "I wasn't sure if you brought an umbrella, so I came to check." Shang Jue looked at him as if he were foolish. "Of course I did. Why didn't you just message me instead of coming all this way?" Lu Yuxing, compelled to tell the truth, admitted, "Also, since there are no classes today, I didn't see you, so I missed you." Shang Jue turned his face away, unable to meet his gaze. He was curious how Lu Yuxing would feel when he recalled this moment later. "Oh, actually, you sang quite well." Lu Yuxing paused, adding, "Except for being out of tune." Shang Jue retorted, "Should I thank you for the compliment?" With a forced smile, he said, "Oh, darling, your words truly move me." He exhaled, feeling his mood lift. Throughout life, there are always a few moments of humiliation, and Shang Jue was quite accepting of this. Shang Jue found himself wanting to laugh at Lu Yuxing's earnest attempt at consolation, his eyes sparkling with mischief. What else? The qualities Lu Yuxing mentioned were not mere flattery. Shang Jue had studied piano since childhood, maintaining impeccable timing and breath control. As for his vocal tone, he possessed an extraordinary voice that could captivate anyone within earshot. Initially dismissive of Lu Yuxing's reassurances, Shang Jue felt a slight comfort as Lu Yuxing elaborated on each point, glancing up at him. "Isn't that right?" His words carried a hint of endearing self-love, to which Lu Yuxing chuckled softly in agreement. Lu Yuxing mused, "Otherwise." "Huh?" Shang Jue remarked wistfully, "Darling, are we acting in a melodramatic film about youthful heartache? You follow me, I follow you," as if eloping. In his mind, he thought, "Following you is hardly better than staying back and making a fool of myself." This fellow had been quite flirtatious lately, smiling at him during class and meals. Shang Jue weighed his options, concluding that perhaps it was slightly better. Who knew what other devilish games awaited? He had notoriously bad luck in games of chance. "Well, let's go." The first snowfall of the winter was quite heavy. As they exited the academic building, large snowflakes shimmered with a golden glow under the streetlights, and the wind was surprisingly gentle. The campus was blanketed in a layer of white, enveloped in silence. Both held large black umbrellas, and as they walked closely together, their bodies inevitably brushed against one another, the umbrella ribs rustling softly against each other. Shang Jue said, "Thanks for coming out from under my grandpa's umbrella." He elbowed Lu Yuxing playfully. "Huh?" Lu Yuxing turned his head. "Darling, hold the umbrella for me while I tie my shoelaces." Lu Yuxing, unsuspecting, took the umbrella handle from Shang Jue. He waited patiently as Shang Jue crouched down. Shang Jue stood up while brushing against Lu Yuxing. As Lu Yuxing had been tilting his head to look at him, their faces suddenly drew very close. He saw Shang Jue smiling, his dimples softening his expression. And the smile was particularly sweet. A wave of discomfort surged in Lu Yuxing's chest, filled with a light-hearted affection. The overwhelming emotion ignited a series of brilliant sparks that raced to his head, only to be abruptly extinguished by a handful of cold snow that fell upon him. The white snow, at a chilling -3 degrees, sent a shiver through Lu Yuxing, cooling him from his forehead down to his core. He trembled, staring at the person before him. Shang Jue displayed a radiant smile, now even sweeter. Lu Yuxing found himself lost in thought for too long, prompting Shang Jue to rein in his smile, fearing he had genuinely annoyed him. "Hey," he called out. Lu Yuxing remained silent. Shang Jue merely wished to tease him, considering how this guy had shamelessly nestled under his umbrella without uttering a word. Noticing the snow accumulating in Lu Yuxing's hair and the collar of his hoodie slowly melting from his body heat, Shang Jue felt a pang of concern that Lu Yuxing might catch a cold. He reached out to brush the snow off Lu Yuxing's collar, but barely cleared a portion before his wrist was suddenly grasped. Startled, Shang Jue momentarily believed he was experiencing a prelude to some sort of tackle. However, in the next instant, the black umbrella above them descended heavily. Underneath, their figures intertwined for a few fleeting seconds. On the street, sparse passers-by were oblivious to the scene unfolding. Lu Yuxing slowly lifted the edge of the umbrella. The night was too dark. He instinctively took Shang Jue's hand. Feeling a bit cold, he licked his slightly damp lips and smiled, some of the snow melting away from his hair and neck, leaving his hair damp with the icy water. His eyes, though moist, radiated warmth when he looked at Shang Jue, a stark contrast to the chill enveloping him. Shang Jue exhaled a breath of warmth, suddenly feeling the frigid ground beneath him transform into something unbearably hot. Damn, this is bad. After being single for too long, even dogs start to look appealing. Chapter 32. I will accompany you home. The snowfall was relentless. The accumulation beneath their feet was profound, and the surrounding silence was overwhelming, as if the clamor of the world had been softly absorbed into the crevices of the snowflakes. Consequently, the sound of his heartbeat became exceptionally pronounced. Shang Jue felt a peculiar unease. Instinctively, he attempted to avert his gaze. Yet his accustomed right hand remained firmly grasped by Lu Yuxing. The latter's eyes were fixed upon him, tiny droplets of water clinging to his eyelashes, as if he yearned to repeat the previous act. However, just then, a group of students emerged from a nearby building, causing him to miss the opportunity. Shang Jue withdrew his right hand and remarked, "If you're holding hands, you cannot hold an umbrella." Lu Yuxing had just shifted the umbrella to his other hand, adopting a somewhat awkward posture. Shang Jue did not look at him, his gaze fixated on the brilliantly illuminated path ahead. His brow slightly furrowed as he listened to the chaotic rhythm of his heartbeat, his expression exceptionally grave. "I am not quite right." Of course, he mused. The one most amiss was undoubtedly the person beside him. Could it be that this fool was indeed suffering from some affliction, one that could be contagious? He extended the umbrella handle towards Shang Jue, facing him directly, ready to say farewell. After the snow melted, Lu Yuxing's neck had turned a deep shade of red. Perhaps the skin at the side of his neck was also burning. Shang Jue observed the reddened skin closely, inquiring, "You want to catch a cold, will you?" Lu Yuxing was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. He replied, "Perhaps I might." At that moment, Shang Jue realized that he had merely disturbed a small amount of snow. If this could lead to a cold, then perhaps one should never venture outside at all. Lu Yuxing continued, "What if I do catch a cold?" Shang Jue deliberately adopted a serious demeanor, saying, "Then you should take medicine. I'm leaving." Lu Yuxing did not allow him to depart. He suddenly stepped forward and enveloped him in a vigorous embrace, their contrasting temperatures creating a peculiar sensation as Lu Yuxing's warm neck brushed against Shang Jue's cool chin. He emitted a low hum. Shang Jue nearly lost his grip on the umbrella, frowning as he pushed him away. "Hey, we're at school." He was truly exasperated. Could this guy possibly suffer from a condition of skin hunger? Lu Yuxing laughed. "There are no surveillance cameras." Shang Jue looked up, scanning the area. Indeed, there were no cameras in this little corner. Why not install one? What if someone stole the takeout? The vicinity was bustling with people. And Lu Yuxing released his hold after a brief moment, his gaze fixed on Shang Jue's face, his eyes radiating warmth. Resembling a loyal large dog with an unexpectedly clingy demeanor, Shang Jue found it hard to fathom that such an expression could belong to Lu Yuxing. "It's my dog." The thought surged in Shang Jue's mind, his heart seemingly warmed by the intensity of the other's gaze. Yet, almost instantaneously, he was overtaken by an inexplicable chill. "No. Wait." Shang Jue's mind abruptly cleared. "No, this is false." A sensation of vexation inexplicably blossomed within him, causing his previously warmed heart to cool rapidly. As if doused with a bucket of sub-zero snow, Lu Yuxing parted his lips, about to speak, but before he could nod, Shang Jue seized the umbrella and turned away. He felt no need to wait for the other to respond, truly wishing to avoid that face, those eyes, which seemed foolish beyond belief. How could someone appear so transformed when in love, having previously been so stoic? Shang Jue found himself questioning whether the person who had once averted his gaze from him and maintained a cold demeanor was indeed the same as the one before him now. Though his heart raced, Shang Jue did not walk quickly. In such snowy weather, stepping into the snow and pulling back required time. He walked a considerable distance, perhaps several hundred meters, taking 5 or 6 minutes. The streetlights outside the campus were not as bright, and he kept to the far right side of the road, stepping upon the mottled shadows of trees cast upon the snow. The snow crunched beneath his steps. Shang Jue's dismal mood gradually settled amidst the clean noise, only to slowly descend into a quiet, dark abyss, reaching an even more dreadful extreme. He was enveloped by a peculiar, icy sense of security. He gradually felt himself growing colder, inhaling a deep breath of the damp, cool air. As he exhaled the cold air from his lungs, Shang Jue suddenly heard a crunching sound approaching from behind, the footsteps steady, yet devoid of any voice. Shang Jue. Shang Jue nearly sputtered in rage. You bastard! How long have you been following me? He must have been trailing behind from the very beginning, silently for 5 or 6 minutes. What kind of behavior is this? Even a pervert wouldn't engage in such actions. Lu Yuxing gazed at him in silence. His features were striking, yet his eyes glimmered with a cold light, giving him a somewhat fierce appearance when emotionless. The black umbrella was folded and held in his hand. Following him all this way without opening the umbrella, Shang Jue's breath hung in his throat. Feeling too exasperated to even call him a precious darling. Why did you follow me without saying anything? Lu Yuxing furrowed his brow slightly, observing him with a tone that was strange yet eerily calm. You left without waiting for me to say goodbye. So I thought you didn't wish to hear me speak. Shang Jue, just because I didn't wait for you to say goodbye, you decided to silently follow me? And what else with that tone? Are you mocking me? Lu Yuxing, how fragile is your spirit? Countless curses surged through his mind. But at his lips only came, all right, it's my fault for forgetting such an important rule. His tone softened, though he emphasized the word important. So, darling, may I hear you say it now? Goodbye. Lu Yuxing did not respond with a goodbye. Instead, he swiftly closed the distance, taking advantage of the absence of onlookers. Leaning slightly to slip beneath Shang Jue's umbrella, his warm chest pressing against Shang Jue's back. Lu Yuxing's coat was covered in snowflakes, the fabric slightly damp. Yet Shang Jue truly felt warmth emanating from him as he leaned in. He subdued his peculiar tone, bending down to plant a gentle kiss on the slightly protruding bone at the back of Shang Jue's neck, watching as the skin quickly flushed with color. Then he moved to stand beside Shang Jue, stating, Since we've come this far, I shall escort you home. In an instant, all of Shang Jue's anger dissipated, and he opened his mouth, rendered speechless and astonished at the realization he is truly unwell. Chapter 33 Lu Yuxing escorted Shang Jue to the base of the residential building. Shang Jue did not invite him upstairs, nor did Lu Yuxing mention it. He squeezed Shang Jue's hand gently and called out his name aimlessly. What is it? Shang Jue responded. Lu Yuxing fell silent for a moment, unsure why he had called out to him. He lacked the perceptiveness and intelligence that Shang Jue possessed, unable to discern what was troubling him. Yet, he could vaguely sense something amiss. When they parted at the school gate, Shang Jue's smile did not seem entirely genuine. I am your boyfriend, he said earnestly. You can rely on me. On the day of departure, it happened to coincide with Shang Jue's free day, and Lu Yuxing intended to take Chen Xuerong to the airport. However, since he had already committed to the trip, he felt it inappropriate to retract his promise and proceeded as planned. Chen Xuerong's husband was in his 40s, handsome and well-groomed, markedly more refined than the somewhat portly Shang Xinrong. Upon meeting Shang Jue outside the hotel, he smiled and called him Little Shang, engaging in polite small talk like a typical elder, but thereafter said little. A peculiar awkwardness lingered in Shang Jue's heart, a mere threat of it. As they drove in silence, he had expected to feel reluctant when parting with Chen Xuerong, yet upon reaching the airport, he was unexpectedly relieved. Upon arriving at the airport, they first approached the check-in counter. Shang Jue stood at a distance, observing the two figures at the counter. There were no overt displays of intimacy. Yet Chen Xuerong unconsciously leaned in closer to her husband. Compared to a few years prior, she seemed to have accumulated many unfamiliar traits. Nevertheless, he genuinely felt happy for her. After completing the check-in process, Chen Xuerong approached him, hesitating slightly as she pinched his right cheek. Mom is leaving. Shang Jue smiled back and murmured, Chen Xuerong parted her lips, her eyes, similar to his, hiding a complex mix of emotions beneath her thin eyelids. She might have had many words to say, but after all these years, Shang Jue had matured from a youthful boy in a school uniform into what appeared to be a grown man. Any word seemed ill-timed. Her hand fell from his cheek to rest on his shoulder, measuring his height with her gaze before releasing him and waving cheerfully. Shang Jue stood at a corner of the airport, watching her walk to her husband, leaving together. Their figures appeared remarkably harmonious, at least more so than the warmth he had witnessed between Chen Shuerong and Shang Xinrong. Shang Jue mused, "That's quite nice." He had been raised by Chen Shuerong. While Shang Xinrong and Chen Shuerong had long been emotionally detached, their focus having shifted to Min Hong, who had scarcely taken an interest in him. Shang Jue was acutely aware of the energy his mother had invested in him. She had done nothing wrong. Leaving him with Shang Xinrong during the divorce was hardly a fault. Thus, her pursuit of happiness was unquestionably deserved, wasn't it? Yes. Shang Jue furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a sense of bewilderment. What about the others? Shang Xinrong had cheated on his wife during her pregnancy, and Min Hong had knowingly chosen to be the other woman. As for their son, Shang Yu, his very existence seemed inherently flawed. These three individuals could easily be cast as antagonists in any melodramatic narrative. Yet they had stubbornly endured for 2 decades, appearing to live reasonably well. Min Hong and Shang Xinrong seemed to have an understanding. A family of 3 that could be begrudgingly termed happy. It seemed everyone was doing quite well. Those who had committed no wrongs enjoyed a life of ease, while those who had erred escaped divine retribution, leading a mediocre existence. A voice of confusion emerged within Shang Jue. What about me? The moment this thought surfaced in his mind, he felt an eerie chill, akin to being possessed. His scalp tingled, and he stood frozen, awaiting the unsettling sensation to slowly dissipate from his being. This process seemed to take an eternity as he heard the muffled sounds of countless suitcases rolling past him. His legs, which had taken a few steps, halted again as he stared vacantly in the direction Chen Shuerong had departed, waiting an additional 2 minutes in a daze. Shang Jue. His temples throbbed, feeling foolish. Not everyone was as neurotic as Lu Yuxing. Perhaps he had indeed been infected. The human mind seems inherently inclined to dwell on the shadows. Once certain negative thoughts take root, they are relentless. Upon returning home, his chaotic emotions not only failed to dissipate, but intensified. He endured until nightfall, unable to quell his spiraling thoughts, ultimately questioning the very purpose behind his relentless pursuit of admission to a university. Was it for the promise of a bright future? But what constituted a bright future? Earning a substantial income? Or starting a company, then becoming like Shang Xinrong? That couldn't be right. From childhood, he had always strived for excellence to meet Chen Shuerong's expectations. After her departure, this behavior had become an ingrained habit, perpetuated into the present. So, was it merely to maintain this habit? Maintain a habit. Could that truly serve as his reason for existence? Shang Jue felt a sense of foreboding. Realizing he must cease such thoughts immediately, however, his mind relentlessly churned out more. He forced himself to take a quick shower, don his pajamas, and lie in bed, attempting to numb his brain through sleep. Yet, his mind retaliated, echoing a childhood classmate's jest. You look like a corpse when you sleep, lying in, a coffin. In the cold winter, Shang Jue broke into a cold sweat in his warmly heated bedroom. He sat up trembling, gritted his teeth, and pulled out his phone to message He-Yang. He felt an urgent need for stability within the chaotic confines of his mind, lest it collapse. Shang Jue, young master He, are you asleep? He-Yang zzz. Shang Jue, zzz, stop sleeping, you idiot. Your brother is about to break down. Lu Yuxing occasionally glanced at his phone in the library. He recognized the futility of his actions, as Shang Jue was not the type to frequently message his partner. Unlike other couples who shared endless trivialities, he had once found this dynamic quite pleasant. His right hand unconsciously unlocked his phone again, and Lu Yuxing felt his patience wane as he locked the screen and tossed it into his backpack, diverting it from his line of sight to refocus on his studies. At 11, the dormitory lights went out. Since their first year, there had been a rule to maintain silence after lights out. The other 2 ceased their chatter, quietly finishing their game before heading to bed. After washing up, Lu Yuxing also settled into bed. With no classes the next day due to the holiday, he took his time falling asleep and scrolled through his phone instead. A message popped up on the screen. Boyfriend. Baby Lu Yuxing nearly dropped his phone. He turned over in bed, making a bit of noise. His eyes fixed on the screen, he quietly awaited the next message. Lu Yuxing was momentarily taken aback, about to type an inquiry when the next message from Shang Jue promptly appeared. Boyfriend, I'm sorry, darling, I sent it to the wrong person. Boyfriend, haha. You must be asleep by now, right? Lu Yuxing. He sat up, moving cautiously as he got out of bed. The slight commotion caught Gu Zhiqing's attention. who peeked his head out from the bedside to see Lu Yuxing changing out of his pajamas into his regular clothes. Brother Lu, you're heading out this late? Lu Yuxing tightened his coat, replying with a simple, He took a deep breath. Darling, sent to the wrong person. Chapter 34. He was wide awake, his senses heightened. When Lu Yuxing arrived at Shang Jue's doorstep, it was already late. He glanced at his watch, which was nearing midnight, pursed his lips, and knocked on the door. Moments later, the door opened from within. Shang Jue stood there, his expression one of confusion. Why are you here? Did I send it to the wrong person? And why didn't you let me know beforehand? He looked Lu Yuxing up and down. The night air was quite chilly, and Lu Yuxing was not dressed warmly enough. Before Lu Yuxing could ask about the message that had supposedly been sent to the wrong person, he caught a whiff of a strong smell of smoke. He inquired, Is it all right if I come in? Shang Jue stepped aside, allowing him entry. Why are you smoking at this hour? Lu Yuxing asked. I just suddenly felt like it, Shang Jue replied. Lu Yuxing grasped Shang Jue's wrist, wrapping his arms around his waist, softly asking, What's wrong? He felt the dampness of Shang Jue's dark blue pajamas, as if they had been soaked with sweat. Shang Jue remained silent. But he found comfort in being held this way, as if his body had found a support, stabilizing the little house in his heart. He lowered his face, pressing his warm cheek against Lu Yuxing's neck, closing his eyes to inhale the scent that lingered on him. Lu Yuxing found the softness of Shang Jue's touch somewhat uncomfortable. He embraced him tightly for a moment, then gently pushed him against the wall, slowly kissing his cheek and lips, striving to control the desire for a deeper kiss. Solely to provide solace. The taste of smoke lingered on Shang Jue's lips, a scent Lu Yuxing loathed, yet knowing it originated from Shang Jue made it more palatable. His kisses were tender, and Shang Jue, with his lashes lowered, did not pull away. Lu Yuxing's warm breath softly brushed against Shang Jue's nose, prompting him to impulsively part his lips, hesitantly yielding for a few seconds, only to regret it moments later, tilting his head back slightly. When you sent me that message, I just happened to be looking at my phone, Lu Yuxing mentioned, a hint of displeasure furrowing his brows. Shang Jue paused, then realized the implication. Darling, it seems I sent it to the wrong person, which could lead to misunderstandings. He chuckled. Who did you think I was sending it to? Lu Yuxing replied. Someone else, darling. Shang Jue teased. Oh, do you suspect I'm cheating? No, I don't, Lu Yuxing quickly retorted. Really? You traveled all this way from school for nothing? I truly didn't, Lu Yuxing confessed. Unsure how to explain that he was suspicious of Shang Jue but had impulsively come over without much thought. He began to calm down, feeling somewhat embarrassed about his earlier melodramatic thoughts. Fortunately, he was very good at confiding in others, so he refrained from rambling about it to Yang or anyone else. Lu Yuxing settled beside Shang Jue, saying, Even if you had someone else, I would still see you in the morning. So feel free to send whatever messages you wish, share anything with me. I will never overlook matters that concern you, no matter when they arise. Oh, Shang Jue replied. Let us spend the night together, Lu Yuxing proposed. Shang Jue remained silent, realizing that refusing would be futile since the dormitory had already locked its doors for the night. Reluctantly, he spoke up. I still don't have a blanket. I should. No, it's probably best if they're ISNTA next time. It's all right. The living room is quite warm, Lu Yuxing reassured him. Shang Jue crinkled his nose. At the beginning of the month, the living room was bearable, but now, as they approached the end of November, winter was setting in. My bed is pretty big, Lu Yuxing responded, his ears flushing at the implication. You just need to sleep beside me, understand? Shang Jue said with his eyes closed. You should know that Shang Jue hesitated, laughing awkwardly. He truly wished to bite his tongue in embarrassment. He stood up and opened the living room window for ventilation. The effect was immediate, as a gust of cold wind made him shiver. Lu Yuxing frowned, saying, Close the window. Your pajamas are thin. Shang Jue complied, shutting the window, while Lu Yuxing turned off the living room lights before following him. In the end, Shang Jue still did not reveal what was troubling him, why he was upset. Lu Yuxing felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he was willing to respect Shang Jue's wishes. If Shang Jue didn't want to talk, he would simply stay quietly by his side. That was the plan. Did you send Annie off to the airport today because you were sad about it? He gently asked once they entered the bedroom. Lu Yuxing was aware that his inquiries might be a mood killer, but he couldn't help himself. In the presence of Shang Jue, he often lost his sense of boundaries, unable to refrain from probing. Shang Jue vaguely replied, something like that. The room was dimly lit by a bedside lamp, casting a soft glow. Shang Jue comfortably lay at the edge of the bed, while Lu Yuxing sat beside him, observing. If you keep looking at me like that, I might think I'm gravely ill, Shang Jue remarked. Lu Yuxing chuckled softly. Actually, Shang Jue began. Hesitating for a moment before continuing, I quite enjoy living in the dormitory, more than living alone. Then why did you move out? Lu Yuxing inquired. Because of bad luck. I lost a competition, Shang Jue explained. Lu Yuxing was perplexed. What competition? And what does it have to do with moving out? Shang Jue shifted back, resting his arms beneath his head, smiling at him. Want to play rock, paper, scissors? Lu Yuxing, bewildered, agreed. Sure. The two of them played a tedious game for a minute. And on the last round, when Shang Jue threw his fist, Lu Yuxing chose paper. He grasped Shang Jue's fist and didn't let go. Shang Jue propped one leg up, his knee pressing against the blanket on Lu Yuxing's back. Lu Yuxing leaned down to kiss him. He had taken off his coat, and the warmth from the heating made his sweater feel cozy. Half of his body was nestled under Shang Jue's blanket. Unlike their previous embrace in the frigid cold, this time their bodies were warm, pressing together through 2 layers of thin pajamas and sweaters. Lu Yuxing's goodnight kiss was restrained, yet when he rose, Shang Jue's pajama top was tousled, the collar gaping open, revealing a small red mole beneath his collarbone that stood out vividly under the warm light. Lu Yuxing was first captivated by the striking red, then lifted his gaze to meet Shang Jue's. Shang Jue's expression was almost indifferent. His lips pressed tightly together without a hint of a smile, yet his eyes shimmered with a layer of moisture, bright and focused on him. Lu Yuxing was momentarily taken aback by the contrast, his fingers instinctively gripping the smooth sheets, his throat parched. He too found himself frozen in place. Shang Jue's expression twisted with unspeakable emotions, his voice catching in his throat. He struggled to hold it together for a moment but ultimately couldn't. Gritting his teeth and saying, "Get your dog's appendage off me." Lu Yuxing was left in stunned silence, his face flushing deeply in embarrassment. Shang Jue felt the intrusion pressing uncomfortably against him. Lu Yuxing swiftly straightened his posture, turning his back to Shang Jue as he pressed his lips together. "I'm sorry." Shang Jue was taken aback, pondering whether such an apology was truly necessary. After all, they were both men. While the situation was indeed awkward, it was not entirely unusual. During the tumultuous years of adolescence, even the slightest brush in bed could provoke a reaction. He chuckled softly, saying, "No worries, darling. We're all men here. I can understand." Internally, he categorized Lu Yuxing as one who had been single for too long and was easily aroused by the slightest intimacy. Lu Yuxing remained silent. After a brief pause, Shang Jue inquired, "Do you need to use the restroom?" Lu Yuxing shook his head. An air of silence enveloped them for a moment. It was getting late, and Shang Jue felt the weight of sleepiness creeping in. With half-closed eyes, he remarked, "When I was a child, a classmate once said I resembled a corpse in a coffin while sleeping. Darling, perhaps I should demonstrate for you? I really am feeling drowsy." Lu Yuxing turned his head slightly and softly replied, "Your classmate's metaphor leaves much to be desired." Shang Jue responded with a lack of enthusiasm, "Is that so?" "Well, your sleeping posture is rather adorable." Lu Yuxing pressed his palm firmly against his knee, casting a furtive glance at the side of his pants that had been inadvertently elevated. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, he said, "I think I'll borrow your restroom for a moment." "Go ahead, darling." A new source of light filled the bedroom, emanating from the bathroom. Shang Jue lay awake, expressionless, staring at the ceiling above him. After a while, he tugged the blanket up, shifting the edge from his neck to cover his face, concealing his nose and the 2 ears that had turned a shade of pink. He closed his eyes. "Your sleeping posture is rather adorable." Shang Jue immediately opened his eyes, the remnants of sleep vanishing, his alertness akin to that of an alarm clock. "I might as well continue being a corpse." Chapter 35, Nipping the Seed in the Bud. Shang Jue had stayed awake until Lu Yuxing emerged from the bathroom. Their eyes met in the dimly lit space, each feeling a degree of awkwardness. Lu Yuxing had spent quite some time inside, yet he emerged looking presentable, casually inquiring, "Still awake?" Shang Jue chuckled softly, "Haha, not very sleepy." Lu Yuxing found it peculiar, recalling that before he had gone to the bathroom, Shang Jue had been struggling to keep his eyes open. A neatly folded set of dark blue pajamas lay at the foot of the bed. Shang Jue's voice was tinged with fatigue. "I washed these. I don't often wear them, but they should fit you." Lu Yuxing, only slightly taller than him, could indeed wear Shang Jue's clothes. He expressed his gratitude and turned to change, removing his sweater to reveal a well-defined torso, his waist lean and muscular, with striking lines. Shang Jue had touched him once before, convincing himself it was merely a stone. Lu Yuxing remarked, "I don't recall. But there is a headband and wristbands for exercise in the dorm. You must have developed a habit of working out over the past 2 years." After changing his top, Lu Yuxing tugged at the waistband of his pants, pulling it down a couple of centimeters, glancing at Shang Jue. Shang Jue's gaze fell upon the subtle definition of Lu Yuxing's lower abdomen, a pang of envy akin to biting into a lemon coursing through him. But he maintained a playful smile. "Oh, what's wrong, darling? Not letting anyone see?" Who claimed to be reserved. Lu Yuxing felt a warmth rise to his face. "No, go ahead and look." Though he spoke lightly, he had prepared himself mentally, his body involuntarily tensing up. Yet, when he truly lowered his waistband, Shang Jue swiftly turned his face away, not leaving him a single glance. Lu Yuxing thought to himself, this person really is. The fleeting, ambiguous thrill in Lu Yuxing's heart was abruptly punctured, even tinged with an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Yet, he could not suppress a smile while watching the back of Shang Jue's head, as he gradually finished changing and energetically lay on the opposite side of the bed. Pulling a corner of the quilt over himself, Shang Jue turned off the lamp beside him, plunging the room into complete darkness, and silence enveloped them both. Lu Yuxing longed to say something, but the atmosphere was too charged. He feared that if Shang Jue spoke first, he would be unable to resist the urge to draw closer. Neither of their heartbeats were conducive to sleep, and taking advantage of the darkness, they kept their eyes wide open. Eventually, neither could discern at what hour the other finally succumbed to slumber. The following day, they were both awakened unusually late, their biological clocks failing them. Lu Yuxing found himself worrying that their faces might cramp from oversleeping. Gu Zhiqing teased, "Lu Gu, have you been dating behind my back?" Lu Yuxing was taken aback. Gu Zhiqing laughed oddly. "Don't tell me you rushed off last night to find Yin Shengge?" Lu Yuxing pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Lin Shuiying inquired, "Do you have a picture of that girl?" Lu Yuxing replied, "No." "Wait, what?" Gu Zhiqing's demeanor shifted, revealing a shocked expression. "Lu Gu, you really are dating." At that moment, Lu Yuxing realized they had been fishing for information. However, denying it now seemed futile, so he simply nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes." Gu Zhiqing pressed further. "Who is she? From our department? Were you dating her before or after your amnesia?" "It certainly can't be before." Lu Yuxing paused, asking why not. "Before, you weren't like this. Disappearing every now and then, acting mysteriously. We were always in the dorm together, and you usually spent weekends at the library or gym. Is that so?" "Me?" Lu Yuxing thought, "That truly is astonishing. If he were to go several days without seeing Shang Jue now, he would find it unbearable." However, Shang Jue likely hadn't moved out yet, making their discreet relationship at school quite understandable. "Lu Gu, is your girlfriend beautiful? She must be stunning. When can we meet her?" Lu Yuxing replied, "She is very beautiful. Perhaps, in the future." He was quite ready to make it public. Gu Zhiqing expressed confusion. "Oh, so someone is dating you, but doesn't want to go public?" It was that he underestimated Lu Yuxing. Rather, Lu Yuxing had an excellent reputation in the department, excelling in every aspect except for his somewhat reclusive personality, which left no apparent shortcomings. He couldn't fathom why someone would date Lu Yuxing yet want to keep it a secret. "Lu Gu, your earlier question about why not being before your amnesia implies you were dating that girl before your accident?" Lin Shuiying suddenly asked. "I suppose so. Are you sure? We've all lived together for over a year. Unless you were exceptionally discreet about your relationship, we would have noticed something." Lin Shuiying frowned. He had always felt that the previous Lu Yuxing seemed far from being in a relationship. His life was as monotonous as a bland rice ball without any fillings. "Lu Gu, don't think I'm being negative, but there are quite a few girls at our school who like you. Perhaps there's a weirdo among them. Be careful. Don't let your amnesia lead you to be deceived." Lu Yuxing was momentarily stunned, then replied. "That one happened." Hearing his firm tone, Lin Shuiying continued, "Then she should have some proof of your relationship, right? She knows me well. Besides." Lu Yuxing lowered his gaze, realizing his cheeks had been growing warmer lately. "And he wonderful, definitely my type. Just knowing you isn't enough proof. Even I and Gu Zhiqing know you," Lin Shuiying said anxiously. "There should be other evidence, right?" "Well, we have our chat history. Although it's just one entry. The transfer record between me and Shang Jue indeed predates the accident." "Oh." Finally, Lin Shuiying let out a sigh of relief. Gu Zhiqing was somewhat taken aback by Lin Shuiying's conjecture, left speechless for a moment. As he spoke, he amused himself, laughing heartily as he looked toward Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing maintained a calm expression, yet he felt a twinge of vulnerability from being inadvertently exposed. Lin Shuiying's brow relaxed, and he chuckled. "That's true." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Shuiying scratched his face. His naturally suspicious nature was indeed a flaw. "I'm sorry, Lu Gu. I just said it casually. Don't tell your girlfriend." "Okay." At that moment, a message from his boyfriend popped up on his phone. Lu Yuxing unlocked the screen and glanced at it, his heart fluttering slightly. Boyfriend, the sky looks beautiful. Lu Yuxing leaned back in his chair, turning to gaze out the balcony. Unfortunately, facing east, he could only see a slate-gray sky, missing the sunset. Boyfriend. Image. Shang Jue commented on the beauty of the sky. Yet the image sent was not of the sky at all. The photo depicted two somewhat blurry figures of girls standing together, both holding their phones aloft to capture the sky. Lu Yuxing. Why not take a picture of the sky? Boyfriend. The phone can't capture it. Boyfriend. But the little girls passing by are taking pictures. Their angles reflect its beauty. A smile tugged at Lu Yuxing's lips as he rose to go downstairs to admire the sky. In the school south outdoor basketball court, Yang descended from the court and spotted Shang Jue, who was supposed to meet him at 6, seated on a bench in the waiting area. He waved his arms in a playful manner, reminiscent of a clown greeting the audience at the onset of a circus performance. Shang Jue glanced at him for a moment, rolled his eyes, and then mimicked Yang's gesture, perfectly replicating his silly wave. A group of nearby girls stared in astonishment at the handsome figure on the bench, earnestly engaging in his antics. Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Shang Jue had a peculiar talent for making him acutely aware of his own foolishness, prompting him to lower his hands in silence. The outdoor temperature hovered near freezing, yet Yang, having just exercised, felt warm enough to shed his jacket, leaving only a thin hoodie. He picked up a basketball that had been lying beside him, approached Shang Jue, and grabbed a bottle of water from the bench. After taking a few sips, he inquired, "What did you want last night? You even asked if I had slept." It was unusual for Shang Jue to seek him out without a purpose, and Yang found it rather odd. He even wondered if his friend had been possessed. Shang Jue replied nonchalantly, "What do you think?" "Zzz. Why are you being so sarcastic?" As they conversed, the sun unexpectedly broke through the thick clouds, painting the horizon in vast hues of pink and purple. Someone shouted in the court, and soon, everyone pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Shang Jue observed the spectacle for a while before raising his own phone to photograph the sky, focusing intently, though the beauty of the pink heavens eluded the screen's representation. Passers-by paused to take in the sight, and after a moment of contemplation, Shang Jue shifted his lens to capture the profile of a distant passerby. After taking the photo, he expressionlessly lowered his phone to send a message. Yang twirled the basketball on his fingertips and asked, "Who are you chatting with? Taking pictures and texting at the same time?" Without looking up, Shang Jue replied, "My boyfriend." Yang was taken aback. "What boyfriend? Wait, you really have turned him, haven't you?" Shang Jue's brow furrowed slightly. "Not just one." Shang Jue slowly sipped his water, falling into silence for a moment. Just as Yang felt he might burst from curiosity, Shang Jue finally spoke with a sulky expression, "I've turned too." It took Yang a while to comprehend this revelation. In a moment of distraction, the basketball slipped from his fingers and thudded to the ground, rolling beneath the bench where Shang Jue sat. He chose not to retrieve it, instead plopping down beside his friend and asking, "No way, have you developed feelings for him?" Shang Jue gave a slight smirk. "Maybe. A bit." "Oh my goodness!" Yang exclaimed, "A straight guy turned gay? The heavens must be angry." "Shang, you're in for a rough ride." Shang Jue retorted, "Am I supposed to endure my own transformation?" Yang nearly doubled over with laughter. "What do you find appealing about him?" "Nothing specific," Shang Jue replied. "But a month ago, I wasn't even interested." Shang Jue continued, "Well, I've made progress. I'm dedicated now, immersed in it." His tone turned slightly colder, which struck Yang as a tad fierce. "How can you be like this? I've never seen anyone who likes someone yet feels so reluctant about it. What do you think?" Shang Jue smirked. "Am I supposed to accept my feelings without a qualm? I'm not that thick-skinned." Yang nodded in agreement. Shang Jue gazed at the vibrant clouds above, his voice softening. "Do you think if one day he remembers everything, would we still have a chance?" His emotions were complex. He believed he hadn't developed feelings intense enough to rival the depth of Lu Yuxing's love. Yet he couldn't help but ponder the possibilities. Yang shook his head, resolutely stating, "There's definitely no chance." Surprisingly, Shang Jue seemed unfazed by this conclusion, as he had shared the same sentiment. Yang queried, "So what do you intend to do now?" Shang Jue lowered his eyelids. "I don't know. What do you suggest?" "My suggestion is to snuff out those feelings before they can grow." Yang crossed his arms defiantly, shaking his head coolly. "You too? No chance." "Very well." Shang Jue nodded, feeling dejected. "I'll do my best to extinguish it." Then, Lu Yuxing sent a message, "Beautiful." Shang Jue, emulating him, shared a photo taken beneath the boys' dormitory. The image depicted a plump, tricolor kitten sitting at the dorm door, gazing up at the pink-hued sky. The camera angle was low, capturing the shadow of Lu Yuxing's crouched knees in the frame. Shang Jue couldn't help but envision a tall, foolish figure squatting before the cat, interrupting its tranquil moment, and his heart began to race shamefully. Snuff out those feelings before they can grow. Shang Jue thought. Damn it, it's too late. My feelings are already sprouting. Chapter 36. Darling, you are quite useless. The weather is growing increasingly colder. As we entered the 12th month, the temperature in city has swiftly plummeted to below -10 degrees Celsius, and it has not risen since. During the coldest days, stepping outside from the warmth of the heating room would instantly coat my eyelashes with a layer of frost, and my moist nostrils would freeze stiff. After a shower, if my hair remained slightly damp, it would harden into a brittle mass upon exposure to the frigid air. Each day, as I ventured forth from home, walking a considerable distance to campus was akin to enduring a monumental torment, a trial I faced twice daily. Upon arriving in class early in the morning, my nose and lips would be a vibrant red from the cold. Even my eyeballs felt chilled, likely due to the thinness of my eyelids. Lu Yuxing arrived even earlier than I did. After I settled into my seat, he discreetly warmed my hands beneath the table, his gaze fixed on my frozen lips. Brimming with an unmistakable longing, I caught sight of the draft paper on his desk. Lu Yuxing had already begun studying for this semester's specialized courses. I inquired, "Will we be able to take the final exam normally?" He replied, "It should be fine," seeing that he was capable of managing the final exam independently. I nodded in relief. This course required group assignments of 4 to 6 members, and the assessment method had just been announced. Soon, my phone buzzed with several group invitation messages. Turning to Lu Yuxing, I asked, "Shall we team up?" He responded, "Sure." In the past, Lu Yuxing and I had always been the main contributors in our respective teams, but now, as we joined forces, our teammates Lu Yuxing and Lin Shuiying became the envy of others. With 2 leading figures in the group, the rest merely awaited to be carried along effortlessly. I created a temporary group chat, and as I looked at Lu Yuxing's avatar among the 4 members, my feelings were complex. I had never anticipated a day when I would actively propose to team up with Lu Yuxing. Each day, I felt an urge to lift the adjustable piano stool beneath me and hurl it at his head. And I could discern from Lu Yuxing's indifferent gaze that he too might wish to wield his cello against me. After the formal performance, I experienced a wave of insecurity. During the curtain call, as I bowed to the audience empty-handed, Lu Yuxing held his cello in his right hand, the long metallic end pin resting sharply on the floor. I constantly feared that as I turned to descend the stage, he would launch a surprise attack with his instrument. Years later, I would unexpectedly stumble upon a commemorative item from that performance, a wedding photograph. No one could fathom the anxiety that plagued my heart while I stood on stage, especially since the metal end pin of Lu Yuxing's cello resembled a fencing sword quite closely. I had organized our team early on. Although we consisted of only 4 members, I was too lazy to recruit anyone else. The teacher on stage continued with the lecture while students below were busily typing messages, seeking teams or requesting to be carried along. After half an hour, they finally found their respective groups amid the chaos. During the brief 10-minute break, a few students still searching for teams popped up in the group chat, inquiring if any teams needed members. To my surprise, I noticed an unexpected name in the chat. Class 3, Wenjie. Is there a team that isn't full? Class 3, Wenjie. I'm looking for one. Wenjie boasted commendable grades and an extroverted nature, well acquainted with many in the academy. Logically, she should have found a team within half an hour. Sure enough, someone in the chat teased, "Jiayue, why haven't you found a team? Did you skip class?" Class 3, Wenjie, smiling emoji. Class 3, Wenjie, I'm here, but someone dragged an idiot into my team. The group fell silent. This was a course group, not a casual chatting space, and encountering such direct comments was unprecedented. Class 4, Gengkaishian. Class 4, Gengkaishian. Some people shouldn't go too far. Those who had initially intended to extend an olive branch to Wenjie found themselves at a loss for words. I frowned, pushed my phone onto Lu Yuxing's textbook to obscure the question he was reading, leaned over, and asked, "Who is this person? From your class?" I replied, "I don't know why you're laughing." I picked up a nearby pen, snatched Lu Yuxing's draft paper, wrote a message, and pushed it back to him. "Darling, you are quite useless." Indeed, I fought to suppress a smile, lest I join Lu Yuxing in foolish laughter. "Shall I ask Lu Yuxing for you?" "It's pointless," Lu Yuxing replied. "I really don't remember him." I shook my head, saying, "Never mind. I'll just ask Wenjie directly." I messaged Wen Jiayue privately. Shang Jue, what is going on? Wen Jiayue, nothing. Nothing, Wen Jiayue, it's just that during team formation, someone dragged in someone I dislike. Wen Jiayue, the key is, I organized this team, Wen Jiayue. I wanted to kick that person out, but some in the group disagreed, and it turned into a quarrel. After pondering for a moment, I deduced that the person she despised likely wasn't he the one who had just spoken in the group, Geng Kaixian. Shang Jue, the person you mentioned in the group, is referring to? Wen Jiayue? Wen Jiayue, Tian Miao. Wen Jiayue, do you remember my former roommate? Lin Han? Tian Miao coldly cut ties with her 2 months ago. Wen Jiayue, that person is a long story. Wen Jiayue, the one who spoke in the group just now, Geng Kaixian, is Tian Miao's roommate and has a good relationship with him. Sweat emoji. I began to piece together the situation. Unlike Lin Han, Wen Jiayue was not the type to swallow her pride. She likely received news from Lin Han about Tian Miao's inexplicable breakup and consequently had not given him a pleasant expression. As for Tian Miao, it was evident he had likely distanced himself from the situation while explaining the breakup to his roommate. In Geng Kaixian's eyes, Wen Jiayue had become the relentless girl who stirred trouble. Wen Jiayue, but I was a bit impulsive earlier. Sigh. It was indeed inappropriate for Wen Jiayue to act that way while the teacher was still present. I refrained from passing judgment. However, I had been in the same class as Wen Jiayue before, and due to various student responsibilities, we were quite familiar with each other. Moreover, given Wen Jiayue's direct insults in the group, no one dared to invite her into their team. After mulling it over, I decided to take the side of a friend and asked, our team still has space. Would you like to join? Wen Jiayue. Really? Wen Jiayue, I heard you and Luda are in the same team. I thought your team would be full already. Wen Jiayue. Yes. I want to outshine everyone else. After reading her response, I asked in the team chat, Shang Jue, can I bring someone? Lu Yuxing, sure. Go ahead. Lin Shuiying, of course. That's fine. Lu Yuhang, seated beside me, naturally had no objections. I exited the group chat and re-entered the course group. Quoting Wen Jiayue's message about whether there were teams that weren't full. Class 3, Shang Jue, yes, come. I asked what's wrong. Nothing. Oh, it seems you helped her record a video previously? Lu Yuhang inquired. Yes, a small video for the school anniversary event. Lu Yuhang responded calmly. You seem to have a good relationship with her. Shang Jue was momentarily taken aback, a subtle sensation stirring within him, though he could not quite articulate its nature. Just an ordinary friendship, perhaps. As the two locked eyes, they each discerned a hint of bewilderment reflected in the other's gaze. Chapter 37. That transfer message was jealousy? Over such a trivial matter? He truly believed it to be trivial. Was it really necessary? Moreover, Lu Yuhang hadn't uttered anything particularly pointed. Shang Jue furrowed his brow slightly, choosing to momentarily trust that it was merely his own misperception. The two of them completed their last class peacefully. After school, Wen Jiayue approached the front row to express her gratitude to Shang Jue. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuxing and Lin Shuiying also came over to greet them, exchanging pleasantries and setting a time for their offline discussion. Shang Jue raised an eyebrow but said nothing in response. Thus, the four of them divided into two groups. As Lu Yuhang walked alongside Shang Jue, he didn't even cast a glance towards the library when they reached its entrance. It was then that Shang Jue turned his head and lightly scoffed. Why are you following me to the library? A glimmer of amusement danced in Lu Yuhang's eyes as he leaned against his shoulder. Upon reaching the 7th floor of their apartment building, Lu Yuhang wrapped his arms around Shang Jue from behind. Their thick coats acted as a barrier, and he embraced Shang Jue as though he were a warm, cozy blanket. Reminiscing fondly about the times when Shang Jue wore only pajamas. Their chests pressed together, and Lu Yuhang found Shang Jue's waist to be quite supple. Upon entering, he planted a kiss on Shang Jue's lips. Though the coldness rendered them almost numb, Lu Yuhang relished the moment. Shang Jue was only shy during the kiss, occasionally stirring his tongue before stopping in slight frustration. Lu Yuhang, lacking experience, misinterpreted this lazy kiss as Shang Jue's usual style, believing that such nonchalance was typical for couples. Unlike his own fervent kisses that left him parched. After a while, Shang Jue's hand groped along the wall until he turned on the light with a snap. The sudden brightness caused Lu Yuhang to squint momentarily. He paused, holding Shang Jue for a few minutes before stepping back. Neither of them felt particularly hungry. So Lu Yuhang expertly made his way to Shang Jue's bedroom to prepare tea, while Shang Jue heated some steamed dumplings in the kitchen for dinner. After a simple meal, they settled at the desk, each engrossed in their own tasks. Shang Jue glanced up, recalling Lu Yuhang's ambiguous comment during class. Since when Jia Yue was in their group and they would be discussing the topic together for the next month, he felt an unease in his heart, like a knot that needed to be unraveled. He paused his writing and lightly tapped Lu Yuhang's left hand with his pen, prompting Lu Yuhang to turn and look at him. Before school ended, were you jealous? Lu Yuhang remained silent, which was tantamount to an admission. Why would he be jealous? Was he worried about infidelity? Shang Jue frowned slightly, scrutinizing Lu Yuhang's warm profile under the desk lamp. Is it because I included one Jue in our group? This revelation troubled Shang Jue. Was Lu Yuhang truly the type to harbor such insecurities? Was the trust between them so fragile? However, upon reflection, it dawned on him that their relationship had never been built on trust. A bond founded on deception was inherently delicate, like a transient mirage, a precarious structure that could collapse at any moment. This thought left Shang Jue feeling somewhat despondent. Yet Lu Yuhang shook his head and replied no. He then inquired, when you celebrated your birthday, that girl gave you a gift, right? Yes, a small ornament. Shang Jue responded, puzzled. How did you know? Lu Yuxing mentioned it in the dormitory. Lu Yuhang's expression grew somewhat subdued. You both are single, handsome, and beautiful. It could be a match. While he held the cake and gift, he was merely seen as a friend. Lu Yuhang continued. I dislike it when others associate your name with other girls. Moreover, Shang Jue had participated in a course group with dozens of people. Responding immediately after Geng Kaixian's provocative comment, which could easily be interpreted as him standing up for Wen Jiayue, even if Shang Jue had no intention of flirting. Lu Yuhang couldn't help but feel concerned about how others might misconstrue his boyfriend's actions toward another girl. Shang Jue opened his lips to speak, then raised a finger. You're not any better than I am. Throughout high school, there were plenty of rumors about you and other girls. I don't recall, Lu Yuhang replied. Shang Jue sighed, recalling that Lu Yuhang had transferred schools, excelling academically and possessing an appealing appearance. Even with a somewhat sour demeanor, he attracted attention from many girls. Of course, Shang Jue had merely been an observer back then. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuhang hesitated, then murmured something under his breath. Shang Jue, intrigued, prodded. What was that, darling? His encouragement proved effective. Lu Yuhang had initially intended to keep his thoughts to himself. He gazed intently at Shang Jue, finally stating, otherwise. Let us make our relationship public. Shang Jue responded, public? Which gong? Which kai? Seeing Shang Jue's reaction, Lu Yuhang immediately realized he had misspoken. However, the momentum had been set, and he pressed on. I'm not saying we must do anything right now. The decision is yours. Where's the decision mine? Shang Jue questioned. Lu Yuhang gently dropped a bombshell. I've mentioned our relationship to my brother. Excuse me? Shang Jue exclaimed. What do you mean by coming out? He took a deep breath, jumping up from his chair, one hand pressed against his forehead while the other raked through his hair. Lu Yuhang was taken aback by Shang Jue's intense reaction and quickly clarified. The reason I didn't tell you is that I didn't want to put pressure on you. I had no intention of forcing you. How did you tell Yunxing? Shang Jue interrupted him. I said I was dating a boy. Did he hit you? Or berate you? Shang Jue's gaze bore into him. Neither, Lu Yuhang replied. Shang Jue seemed to exhale in relief, though his brow remained furrowed. He sat back down, his lips pressed tightly together, visibly anxious. When did you tell Yunxing? 2 months ago. 2 months ago. Shang Jue processed this timeline, giving Lu Yuhang a deep look. Goodness, I really have been cursed. Shang Jue's response was unusually strong and intense, prompting a strange sensation in Lu Yuhang. As his boyfriend, Shang Jue should have felt relieved that he had disclosed his sexual orientation to Lu Yuxing. Even if he were worried about being reprimanded, his current agitation seemed unwarranted. Shang Jue, lost in his own thoughts, responded absent-mindedly. What was the initial transfer message in our chat? It was the rent Lu Yuhang had sent him when they first connected. At that moment, the figure was rather ambiguous, intended to provoke intrigue. He paused, refraining from a direct answer, and instead posed a question. What do you think it is? I presumed it pertained to our previous quarrel and my desire for reconciliation. However, Lu Yuxing halted mid-sentence, realizing that his conjecture did not align with the characters within the narrative, nor with the essence of himself and Shang Jue. His inclination to apologize and seek harmony would not manifest in such a manner as offering a monetary gesture, and given Shang Jue's disposition, he would likely reject such overtures, possibly even becoming irate. Although his words remained unspoken, Shang Jue grasped the underlying sentiment, momentarily lost in thought. No wonder Lu Yuxing had initially exhibited little suspicion after hearing the fabrications I spun. There was indeed the matter of that transaction record. But why was he broaching the subject now? Shang Jue traced the handle of his mug with his fingers, aimlessly moving his fingertip up and down. Gazing at the tea leaves settled at the bottom of the cup, hesitating to speak. Gradually, Lu Yuxing grew uneasy amidst the silence. For silence itself is an answer. One that diverges from his expectations. An answer, even more disheartening than the previous one. No, my dear. That 500 was your share of the rent I bore for you. Chapter 38. Deceived. Rent. Lu Yuxing found himself lost in thought for a moment. Had they previously agreed to cohabitate? No, that was not the case. What could have led to this? Shang Jue had mentioned his disinclination towards shared living. Yet he still moved out. Why did he leave? Because of his misfortune, he lost a match. Was it my match? Did I want him to move out? For what reason? No. If that transfer record was indeed for rent, then it meant they had never quarreled before. I also did not delete his contact information. This implies that the transfer record could very well be their first message. The only compelling evidence that might substantiate his relationship with Shang Jue is that transfer record. Lu Yuxing stared blankly at Shang Jue's face. The subtle curve of his lips appeared particularly restrained. That smile made Lu Yuxing feel uneasy, and he struggled to suppress the impulse to ask further questions. Forcing a series of inquiries down his throat, Shang Jue raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. However, whether to speak or not seemed inconsequential. Should Lu Yuxing pose another question? Or should Shang Jue offer further explanation? Their relationship would reach an impasse. The study was eerily silent. After a moment's wait, with no sound from Lu Yuxing, Shang Jue turned back to his book. The two remained in an unspoken agreement, not uttering a single word until nearly 10 o'clock. When the clock chimed 10, Lu Yuxing put down his pen and began to pack his things. Shang Jue accompanied him to the door and asked, "Shall I walk you down, darling?" Lu Yuxing mechanically lifted the corners of his lips, replying softly, "No need." Shang Jue nodded and watched as Lu Yuxing entered the elevator. The moment the elevator doors closed, Lu Yuxing concealed his smile, his expression gradually darkening. Deceived. While in Shang Jue's study, the warmth of the heating nearly dulled his capacity for thought. Yet the answer was too simple, he could not even be bothered to write out the proof. Upon exiting the residential building, the biting cold of the winter night cooled his fevered mind. As his chaotic thoughts settled, Lu Yuxing bent slightly, pressing his palm against the gnawing pain in his stomach. Halting his steps. Could it be? He deceived me? Why would he deceive me? He grasped the known answer and retraced the process. Lin Shuiying's earlier remark suddenly echoed in his mind. There are quite a few girls at our school who like you. Perhaps one of them is a bit deranged. Lu Gu, be careful, don't tell me you've lost your memory and been deceived. Liked? Because he likes me? Aside from this reason, there seemed to be no other explanation. For instance, Shang Jue could have lied about being turned. Yet, which straight man would voluntarily visit a gay bar? Shang Jue himself liked the same sex, liked me? Lu Yuxing pressed his lips together, tracing a seemingly clear line through his disordered memories. As a series of peculiar coincidences began to align along this line, why did his first reaction upon seeing Shang Jue in the hospital room evoke resistance? Because he did not like boys. Why did he ask Shang Jue to move out of the dormitory? The reasons remain the same. If Shang Jue moved out of room 323 because of him, then it would be entirely reasonable for him to propose sharing the rent. The proportion of the rent sharing was never disclosed by Shang Jue, yet Lu Yuxing estimated that, given his character, he would likely bear at least half. Their campus was located in the suburbs, where rent prices were relatively low, but Shang Jue's apartment was not small, and the rent could not possibly be just over 1,000. Yet, Shang Jue had him transfer such an ambiguous amount. What other reason could there be? If not affection? Because I've watched you for so long, darling. He had liked me for a long time, thus he was well acquainted with my preferences. Having found the reason, Lu Yuxing gritted his teeth, unable to feel at ease. No one enjoys being deceived, and his tolerance for lies was lower than that of the average person. The thought that his relationship with Shang Jue commenced with one party's deception made Lu Yuxing feel as if a thorn lodged in his throat. It was as if a beautiful relationship had been ruthlessly tainted from the start by a grain of sand, unless it transformed into a pearl oyster. He would have to endure the pain for a lifetime. Lu Yuxing was incensed yet utterly helpless. It was still before lights out. The dormitory lights remained on. Upon entering, Gu Zhiqing was just grasping the ladder railing, preparing to climb into bed, when he turned to look at the sound of the door opening. Lu Yuxing's lips turned pale as he glanced at him, unexpectedly stating, "I used to really dislike Shang Jue?" Gu Zhiqing was so startled that he nearly lost his grip and fell from the bed. Hesitantly, he replied, "Lu Gu, have you remembered something? I didn't mean to keep it from you. Mainly, Shang Jue took care of you for quite a while after your memory loss. So I didn't want to say anything that might imply your relationship was poor. Besides, didn't you two reconcile? It's fine, you should sleep. Lu Yuxing had already lost the desire to inquire further. Moreover, he was not one to divulge personal matters, especially such private relationships. Gu Jiqing and the others probably wouldn't grasp the intricacies. Oh. Lu Yuxing poured himself a cup of hot water, drinking it to ease the slight discomfort in his stomach. He lay down on the bed, but found himself unable to sleep until very late. In the early hours, Lu Yuxing finally slipped into a light sleep. Perhaps due to the unsettled nature of his dreams, he experienced a long-forgotten dream. He dreamed of Shang Jue's study, the conversation from the previous night replaying within his dream. However, in this version, he chose to pursue the inquiries to the very end. And upon Shang Jue's honest admission of his lies, he promptly proposed a breakup. Shang Jue accepted calmly, offering no apologies, but instead lightly chiding him for being a more difficult catch than a stone. Lu Yuxing remained indifferent, simply watching him. Then, the warmly lit study began to distort and warp, transforming into a bizarre array of fragments. The very next second, the person who had just scolded him turned to kiss another faceless man in a bar filled with flashing lights. Lu Yuxing's heart ignited with sudden fury. He did not know where he was, nor did he recall that he had just broken up with someone. He instinctively reached out his hand, furiously pulling Shang Jue from the embrace of the faceless man. The scene shifted once more. The world turned pure white, as if blanketed by fresh snow. He found himself in the snow, cradling a body that shone brighter than the snow itself, his face nestled in the person's neck, the only vibrant color in his gaze being the crimson mole on the right collarbone of the other. Lu Yuxing lowered his head, biting that beautiful red mark. Hearing the other's breath-catching confusion, followed by a teasing voice, darling. Unable to resist, he lifted his head, locking eyes with a pair of glistening, fox-like orbs. Those eyes regarded him for a moment, then suddenly crinkled into a smile. Sorry, I called the wrong person. Lu Yuxing likely awoke in a fit of rage. For the first time, he realized he could indeed experience morning anger. His lungs ached from the dream's erroneous address. Awakening, he found his stomach feeling even worse than before sleep. He gasped in pain, turning his head to see two individuals standing at the bedside, looking at him with curious expressions. Lu Yuxing. In an instant, Lu Yuxing became alert. Gu Jiqing and Lin Shuiying gazed at him as if he were a rare specimen, leaving Lu Yuxing momentarily convinced he had yet to awaken from slumber. Upon noticing Lu Yuxing's open eyes, Gu Jiqing exclaimed in astonishment, Wow, brother Lu, it's the first time I've seen you oversleep. Lu Yuxing blinked in confusion, glancing at his phone to realize he had merely a few minutes before class commenced. He rubbed his face vigorously, feeling a disarray both internally and externally, as if his very order had been disrupted. Gu Jiqing remarked, I called out to you 10 minutes ago, but it seems you didn't hear me. Ingzi and I nearly thought you had. Well, you know? Lin Shuiying interjected with concern. Brother Lu, surely you aren't running a fever? I am not. Lu Yuxing replied, his voice gravelly. Gu Jiqing was incredulous. Not yet? Your voice sounds like smoke. Lu Yuxing awkwardly cleared his throat, though it proved futile. Lin Shuiying, ever considerate, offered, the professor will take attendance in this class. How about we help you request a leave? You should rest properly. Shaking his head, Lu Yuxing stubbornly replied. No need. You two go ahead to class. I'll arrive a bit later. They still needed to visit the cafeteria for breakfast, and time was of the essence. Exchanging hesitant glances, they reluctantly stepped out. Only then did Lu Yuxing throw off the covers and rise, with no time to allow his body to recover. He hurriedly dressed and washed up, sensing that something was indeed amiss within him. On the first night of discovering the betrayal of his emotions, he had unwittingly engaged in a chaotic dream. Experiencing the frenzied sensation of rising in haste for the first time, Lu Yuxing rushed through his morning routine, barely making it out the door in the final minutes. However, upon entering the classroom, he found himself tardy, receiving a piercing glare from the professor who had already begun lecturing. Shang Jue, propped up on one hand, was surprised to see Lu Yuxing enter. He had assumed that the latter, having been disturbed the previous night, would opt to skip class altogether. With only the front row offering available seating, Lu Yuxing chose to sit beside Shang Jue. Whether this was a conscious decision or merely a reluctance to search for a seat under the professor's watchful eye, Shang Jue could not discern. He noticed Lu Yuxing's disheveled hair and slightly reddened eyelids, suggesting a state of fatigue that bordered on overstimulation. Shang Jue blinked and, with a bold demeanor, flashed a playful smile. Lu Yuxing felt an instant surge of complex emotions, his stomach tightening further. His lips remained gently pressed together, the pallor of his lips persisting since the previous evening. Shang Jue scribbled on a piece of paper. Feeling unwell? No. Shang Jue twirled his pen between his fingers and wrote again. Did you not sleep well, darling? After a moment of silence, Lu Yuxing responded with a simple, He had spent the entire night awaiting a breakup message from Lu Yuxing, enduring a sleepless night, and now his head throbbed painfully. Chapter 39, I Never Thought of You. As dawn approached, Lu Yuxing finally succumbed to sleep, while Shang Jue had remained awake throughout the night. Both were severely sleep-deprived. And after more than an hour of class, they could no longer contain their exhaustion, openly dozing off in the front row. The professor, known for his strict demeanor, frequently cast glances in their direction before ultimately calling out their names in exasperation. Despite his fondness for the duo, he showed them no leniency in his admonition. Lu Yuxing, however, remained unfazed, pencil perched between his fingers, lost in thought as he stared blankly at the draft paper before him. Engrossed in their respective worlds, they failed to notice the curious stares from students seated behind them. Back in their freshman year, before specialization, Shang Jue and Lu Yuxing had been renowned figures within their cohort, often discussed in hushed tones. Both had since entered the mathematics department, where they comfortably held the top 2 ranks. Recently, their tendency to sit together in class had drawn even more attention. It was rather peculiar that these usually vibrant individuals were now caught napping side by side, prompting rampant speculation among their peers. Some students, fervently invested in their imagined romance, directed heated gazes that could almost pierce through the backs of the 2 dozing figures. A clandestine photograph was even taken and posted anonymously on a university's forum, embellished with exaggerated tales before the poster pretended to add a disclaimer for removal. Originally designed as a platform for students to voice their opinions anonymously, the forum had devolved over the years into a haven for gossip, trivial chatter, and sharing of various tidbits. By the time class concluded, a veritable skyscraper of comments had arisen. The earlier exchanges were lighthearted, with few taking the notion of a romantic liaison seriously. However, as the discussions progressed, some began to analyze the relationship between Shang Jue and Lu Yuxing, their speculations surprisingly aligning with reality. Oblivious to the unfolding drama, Shang Jue forced himself through the day's classes, utterly drained. Exhaustion had its silver lining, as he felt he could collapse onto the floor at home and drift into slumber. After school, he habitually lingered to organize his backpack, not out of procrastination, but to avoid the crowded hallways and staircases of the academic building. Additionally, he was waiting for Lu Yuxing to speak up. Having held his thoughts for an entire day and night, he wished for any potential breakup to be addressed promptly. It was then that he noticed a few students departing the classroom, casting peculiar glances in his direction. His brow furrowed slightly in confusion. Lu Yuxing and Lin Shuiying were heading out to play basketball and did not accompany Lu Yuxing. Shang Jue shot a sidelong glance at the latter, uncertain of his current intentions. Wen Jue, for reasons unknown, also lingered, approaching them from the back row to offer a greeting. She seemed to have waited for the classroom to empty before seeking them out. Looking at Shang Jue and the still unmoving Lu Yuxing, she inquired, "Why haven't you 2 started packing up yet? Is Lu Yuxing slow too?" "Indeed," Shang Jue replied. "Lu Yuxing is currently contemplating his breakup speech." When Jue fell silent for a moment, then cautiously probed, "Did you not see the post someone made on the school forum this morning?" Shang Jue, disinterested in forums, found it peculiar. The number of students engaging with the platform had dwindled, and its atmosphere had deteriorated in recent years, leading him to uninstall it after a brief foray during his freshman year. "What was posted?" he asked. "Don't you both play on your phones during class?" As she spoke, she handed her phone to Shang Jue, revealing a post published that very morning. Upon reading the main entry, he quickly grasped the situation. He chuckled in disbelief. "Removal request? How am I supposed to contact the anonymous poster to delete it?" Lu Yuxing, glancing over, also noted the text and the accompanying photograph of them from behind. Shang Jue skimmed through the comments, initially finding them frivolous, but soon encountered more serious analyses of their relationship, some surprisingly accurate in their deductions. "Is this what people do with their free time?" Shang Jue mused. Among the comments, he recognized a familiar username. Not the little bee. Hee, though just 2 words. They exuded an unmistakable thrill. "Why are you meddling? Are you truly a little bee, flitting towards any source of sweetness?" Amidst the towering commentary, some unsavory remarks surfaced, including insults directed at the poster and brazen expressions of homophobia, emboldened by the anonymity the forum provided. Shang Jue noticed several comments disparaging him, with one user's post receiving multiple replies. Anonymous user 2B4227. "Haha, Shang Jue is gay, but Lu Yuxing might not be." Is Shang Jue actually gay? For real? I'm a fellow student in the science department, same year, and I've never heard that. Am I really that out of the loop? How could Shang Jue possibly be gay? Anonymous user 2B4227. My friend saw him at Breeze. Just look it up if you don't believe me. Breeze? I've heard of that place. It's a gay bar. Did someone really see Shang Jue there? Shang Jue couldn't help but laugh. I've never been to Breeze. Where did you see me? Huh. Tian Miao? A smirk graced his lips, but his gaze grew colder. Anonymous user 2B4227. Moreover, Shang Jue is very close to a certain gay student from another faculty. Everyone in mathematics has seen them together frequently. Lu Yuxing is undoubtedly straight and likely unaware of Shang Jue's preferences. What reasons could Shang Jue have for concealing his orientation? Could it be he, the one known for his questionable character? I've heard he is rather promiscuous. So, Shang Jue is hiding his orientation while cozying up to straight boys? That's a bit distasteful, isn't it? Do people actually believe this? Ugh. I'm reporting this post. Not the little b. Where did all this chaos come from? He Yao is from our department, and anyone who knows him understands he has good character. The rumors about his promiscuity are unfounded. He is just a wealthy second generation who attracts attention. Not the little b. As for the two in the main post, though I loathe to say it, these two had a terrible relationship in high school. They could never be together. Not the little b. To the anonymous poster above, your username suits you perfectly. 2B indeed. Not the little b. Post reported, let us disband this. As Shang Jue scrolled further, he found that the post had already been deleted. Lu Yuxing had been watching him read through the comments, unaware of the critical remark about their past relationship. Earlier, he had instinctively scrolled past that sentence, only to realize it held little significance. Lu Yuxing should have known about their previous relationship by now. It had been deleted. When Jia Yue let out a gasp of surprise before quickly composing herself. After all, the discussions inside had been overwhelmingly filled with toxic remarks. She cautiously sought confirmation. They spoke with such conviction that I almost believed. So what about you two? Shang Jue smiled and said, no, it's not true. Lu Yuxing suddenly turned his head, casting a deep, meaningful glance at Shang Jue. Caught off guard by the intensity of his gaze, Shang Jue hesitated for a moment before pressing his lips together and meeting his eyes for a brief 2 seconds. If not like this, then how would you have me answer? School should really prohibit anonymous posting. What kind of people are lurking there? Though our university forum has few users, and the post got deleted, the impact might be minimal. Shang Jue felt his sleep-deprived head ache even more. Minimal impact, perhaps, but even so, the repercussions had already exceeded the scope of the joke he initially envisioned. The small hole he had impulsively poked had now grown impossible to ignore, even risking exposure by others. If he, the one who made the hole, was seen fine, but not Lu Yuxing, though emotionally reluctant. Reason relentlessly reminded him, it truly has to end. With a practiced smile, Shang Jue returned the phone to Wen Jiyue, while regret expanded into a vast, consuming void within him. When Jiyue left, only Shang Jue and Lu Yuxing remained in the classroom, forcing himself to set aside the chaotic forum and its discourse. Shang Jue turned to the person beside him and murmured, I couldn't sleep last night, darling. Lu Yuxing, why? Shang Jue, waiting for your reply. Lu Yuxing. So, Shang Jue let out a soft sigh. If you still have something unsaid today, I'll have to endure another sleepless night. What do you want me to say? Forgiveness? Lu Yuxing is experiencing a slight heartache. He would prefer that it be expressed by Lu Yuxing himself. However, he truly needs to sleep tonight. After 2 consecutive nights of staying up, he fears he may collapse. Must I be the one to clarify this? Very well. Shang Jue could only speak. I have been waiting for you to utter the words of parting. Lu Yuxing's expression, suddenly contorted with disbelief, ultimately fixated on him in astonishment. The shock reflected on his face left Shang Jue equally taken aback. Why gaze at him so incredulously? Surely, he must have contemplated this. Last night, inquiring about that transfer record was essentially testing him, wasn't it? And he's already provided the answer. He could not fathom that someone as astute as Lu Yuxing would fail to comprehend the gravity of the current situation. Lu Yuxing, do you truly believe I intend to end things with you? Shang Jue remained silent. Yet he was deeply displeased with Lu Yuxing's pretentious attempt to feign ignorance at this juncture. Didn't your sleepless nights stem from pondering precisely this matter? What is the charade you're performing before me now? Shang Jue's temperament had soured, rendering him incapable of maintaining a cordial conversation with Lu Yu. His brows furrowed tightly, and a sense of agitation enveloped him. Are you doing this on purpose? Is this your way of coercing me into forgiving you? Are you suggesting that if I cannot forgive, we must part ways? Shang Jue, are you out of your mind? My faculties are perfectly intact. Why on earth would I think I could be forgiven by you? Even though Shang Jue did not explicitly demand his forgiveness, the mere mention of separation at this moment was, in essence, an invitation for him to declare his stance. He truly found it impossible to part ways with Shang Jue. Yet to assert that he had never contemplated such a decision would merely signify another concession. Each time he lowered his boundaries, it felt akin to trampling upon his own dignity, particularly for someone like Lu Yuxing. Anger churned in his stomach, accompanied by a profound sense of grievance. If only Shang Jue had a modicum of remorse, he would not have hastened to provoke him so soon after a single night apart, doing so without even a preliminary gesture of apology. Even the most placid temperament would be tested under such circumstances. Lu Yuxing gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, "It is you who have erred." Shang Jue, in a daze, replied, "I understand. I cannot forgive you." Shang Jue reiterated. I know Lu Yuxing swallowed his indignation, once more crushing his pride beneath his feet. "I have never thought about breaking up with you." Shang Jue was bewildered. Can one truly endure being deceived? Or perhaps this individual is simply a hopeless romantic, losing all sense of reason when swept away by passion? His sanity must have been shattered by that motorcycle crash as well, Shang Jue mused. How enviable. Pity mine remains intact. This foolish mutt claims not to mind now, because he's utterly unaware of how detestable I truly am. Should he ever regain those memories, wouldn't he be furious enough to impale me with his violin's endpin? Should I perhaps utter a word to give him a sense of the situation? How should I phrase it? Might it be, "Hello, darling. In truth, our previous relationship was quite poor. Just how poor was it? Ha. When we meet, you seem as though you would rather see me perish. I deceived you by claiming to be your boyfriend solely to provoke you. For your label of fool irked me immensely. Little did I know you would prove to be so pliable. Nevertheless, the tides of fate are unpredictable. It appears I have developed an affection for you. Therefore, might you consider remaining with me?" Chapter 40. The Cold War. Shang Jue let out a long sigh. His brows slightly furrowed, and the corners of his eyes drooping, resembling a figure overwhelmed by despair. Lu Yuxing observed him, interpreting this demeanor as tantamount to someone who has gained an advantage yet feigns innocence. He believed that Shang Jue should have felt satisfied, yet the latter's response was contrary to his expectations. His voice grew noticeably colder. "What more do you want from me?" After a moment of silence, Shang Jue finally spoke. "That post from today may be seen by someone you know." He lowered his eyelashes, adding, "If anyone inquires, do not acknowledge it." Lu Yuxing retorted, "Why should I? I have nothing to hide." Shang Jue's lips tightened slightly. "What about me?" Suddenly, Lu Yuxing lost his patience. "What about you? You lied to me." Holding my hand openly in class without any reservations. "When we went to that rundown bar, did you not consider the possibility of being seen and having it posted online to attack you? You managed to laugh at all those hurtful remarks. And now you expect me to just let it slide if someone asks? I should remain silent while they speculate about you?" Lu Yuxing clenched his hands tightly around his knees, the veins on the back of his hands protruding. As a mixture of heartache and anger coalesced into a chilling remark, "Since you have your reservations, perhaps we should refrain from walking together in public." Shang Jue frowned and turned his face away, feeling a heavy knot in his chest. "I am genuinely looking out for you. I don't want to tarnish your reputation. Do you understand? If our relationship were even a fraction true, I would stand on the stage and proclaim that my boyfriend is Lu Yuxing. But what if one day you come to your senses and the whole school learns you are gay? How will you explain that? Or if you regret it in the future and fall for someone else, you would come to blame me for it, wouldn't you?" The thought of falling for someone else made Shang Jue's heart ache. Yet, the foggy haze in his mind cleared. He was certain his approach was correct, 100% right. With nothing further to discuss, Lu Yuxing grabbed his backpack and left, no longer wanting to engage with Shang Jue. As he exited, he slammed the classroom door with a force that echoed violently. Rather than simply closing it, it felt more akin to a door being slammed shut in anger. Lu Yuxing paused at the sound, hesitating at the doorway, staring blankly at the closed door. Such a dramatic gesture was far too emotional for his liking, and he disliked expressing his feelings in such a manner during arguments. Although it hadn't been his intention, the outcome was undeniably difficult to justify. Tentatively, he reached for the cold doorknob, contemplating whether to push the door open and apologize. Just then, a thud resonated from within, causing the doorknob beneath his palm to tremble slightly. Someone had kicked the door from the other side, approximately 20 centimeters from the ground. The force was not severe, likely due to the understanding that it was a classroom door, a public facility. Nevertheless, it was a kick nonetheless. Lu Yuxing remained expressionless for a couple of seconds before apathetically releasing the doorknob and turning away with purpose. He muttered a cold HM, and Lu Yuxing, witnessing this, exhibited a knowing expression, shaking his head and vehemently condemning the rumors circulating. The following afternoon during class, Lu Yuxing noticed Shang Jue, who was once again seated at the front. Normally, he would sit beside Shang Jue, but today he inquired, "Is someone sitting next to you?" Shang Jue appeared to have had another restless night, fatigue evident on his face, his eyelids heavy. When he heard the question, he lazily replied, "Yes." It seemed he had resolved to distance himself from Lu Yuxing. The latter, confused by the situation, decided he would no longer willingly subject himself to unnecessary distress. Thus, he relocated to a different seat. Curious glances from classmates fell upon the pair, speculating that they were deliberately avoiding each other. The authenticity of the previous day's post was questionable, yet the rumors about Shang Jue having visited a gay bar held a certain credibility, especially since many students had witnessed Hyang visiting Shang Jue in class. The notion of Shang Jue being attracted to the same sex appeared increasingly plausible. Now that the two protagonists of the post had separated their seating, coupled with the sight of Lu Yuxing's icy demeanor, it was clear that he was deeply unsettled. During the break, Shang Jue stepped outside for some fresh air and encountered Tian Miao, who emerged from the restroom. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Lu Yuxing, leaving him with no inclination to engage with the instigator of yesterday's rumors. Yet, to his dismay, Tian Miao approached him. "Shang Jue." Tian Miao stood before him, his down jacket slightly damp and emitting a faint odor. Though the scent was not strong, Shang Jue, having gone 2 nights without sleep, found his senses unusually heightened. He suddenly recalled the fragrance that lingered on Lu Yuxing, an elegant aroma that had always calmed him when sitting nearby. Tian Miao feigned concern. "Did you see the forum yesterday?" "I did," Shang Jue replied, his smile devoid of warmth. "Thanks to you defending me in the post, I suppose those rumors could be built into towering skyscrapers." What an idiot. Shang Jue was unwilling to endure Tian Miao's incessant chatter. Having been sleep-deprived for 2 nights, he was irritable and bluntly stated, "I'm fine. But what about you? If you keep talking, be wary of your own secrets being exposed." This statement was a blatant threat, and a flicker of panic crossed Tian Miao's eyes, his complexion instantly paling. He believed Shang Jue could not definitively attribute the post's content to him, hence his audacity. But now, it seemed Shang Jue was entirely convinced that he was the one behind it. "How can you be so sure that the person in the post is me? You need to provide evidence for such accusations, Shang Jue." Shang Jue chuckled. "Evidence? Why should I present evidence to a scoundrel? Do you think you deserve it?" After 2 classes concluded, Shang Jue reminded the group in their chat about gathering in the classroom after dinner for their previously scheduled discussion. He had little appetite and opted to buy a box of yogurt from the vending machine rather than go to the cafeteria. Lu Yuxing arrived first, seating himself directly in front of Shang Jue with his back turned, removing his jacket. He had brought his laptop for the discussion and began working on his tasks upon entering. Minutes passed without anyone initiating conversation. Lu Yuxing leaned back, and the faint scent of his hair mingled with that of his jacket, which had begun to fade, yet it still triggered Shang Jue's sensitive nerves. He realized he had not detected any scent from the cafeteria, pondering that Lu Yuxing had not eaten either. With Shang Jue and Lu Yuxing present, their efficiency skyrocketed. Within an hour, they had determined their project topic, outlined their ideas, and allocated tasks, a significant burden lifted. Once the discussion concluded, they fell into silence, focusing on their laptops. Shang Jue leaned his forehead against his hand, staring at the screen for an extended period, as though grappling with a reading disability, the words refusing to enter his mind. "Shang Jue, are you feeling unwell?" Lu Yuxing, standing beside him, noticed that Shang Jue's eyes were drooping with fatigue, and his lips appeared slightly pale. It seemed he had not rested well the previous night. When Jia Yue remarked, "No wonder you seemed somewhat listless during our discussion earlier." Under Lu Yuxing's scrutiny, Shang Jue suddenly felt a wave of sleepiness wash over him again. Nevertheless, he managed to utter a polite farewell and departed. As he walked along the path, his mind began to revisit the troubling question that had plagued him all night. Should he be honest? How could he express himself clearly? What if, in doing so, Lu Yuxing chose to end their relationship? Conversely, what if he did not initiate a breakup? If he remained in the relationship, it could only indicate a lack of proper understanding regarding their past. Furthermore, what if he was perceived as mentally unstable? After pondering, Shang Jue concluded that, regardless of the outcome, he would likely remain unsatisfied. In that case, what difference did it make whether he spoke up or not? Perhaps it was best to keep things concealed from him. As he gradually came to a halt, His shoulders slumped as if the weight of his anxieties had been lifted. He closed his eyes and sighed softly. Ultimately, he realized he ought to clarify things with that individual, even if it meant being confined to a mental institution. Chapter 41. Half an hour later, Lu Yuxing closed his laptop and glanced around at his teammates still engrossed in their work. Once the division of tasks concluded, it mattered little when he completed his own assignment. Lu Yuxing and Wen Jiayue had already shut down their computers and shifted their focus to other coursework. Lu Yuxing was well aware of Lu Yuxing's habits. He would remain in the library until closing time, driven out only by the librarian. While Wen Jiayue consistently performed excellently and rarely slacked off, Lu Yuxing had no interest in joining their relentless pursuit of excellence. So he exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Shuiying. The two shared a light-hearted moment, crafting an excuse to slip away. As Lu Yuxing prepared to leave around 10 o'clock, Wen Jiayue, not wishing to remain alone in the classroom, suggested, "I'm ready to go too. Let us leave together." The group trailing behind consisted of acquaintances, 3 boys and 2 girls, 3 of whom she recognized, Tian Miao, Geng Kaixian, and a girl from class 3. The other 2 individuals, a boy and a girl, were unfamiliar to her, though she recalled they were both second-year students from the School of Science. The girl from class 3 spotted Wen Jiayue and called out her name. Geng Kaixian, noticing Lu Yuxing beside her, remarked, "It's our class's Lu Daolao too?" The 2 in front had no choice but to pause, allowing the tide of people to engulf them in a cacophony of chatter. Recently, Wen Jiayue had exchanged sharp words with Geng Kaixian in their course group, leaving little room for conversation now. Geng Kaixian deliberately ignored her, turning to the others to complain. "That cheesecake from that shop was ridiculously awful. I still taste the sourness." Tian Miao quickly chimed in. "I thought so too. Could it have gone bad?" Listening to them, Wen Jiayue felt a peculiar discomfort. Geng Kaixian had a tendency towards arrogance, perhaps due to his decent looks and affluent background, which led him to believe he possessed certain privileges. His comments often conveyed an air of self-importance. Tian Miao, who frequently fawned over him, contributed to an unsettling atmosphere. One girl remarked, "Taste is subjective. I've had it several times, and it was fine. Their cheesecake uses different ingredients." Tian Miao offered, "I'll grab a tub for you from the supermarket later, okay?" "Thanks," she replied, rolling her eyes at Tian Miao, teasingly implying, "When you were dating Xiaohan, you didn't accompany her on walks with such enthusiasm. I wonder if you prefer men." Suddenly, he recalled Shang Jue's earlier warning, "Be careful, or your secrets might be exposed." He blurted out, "What did Shang Jue say to you?" Wen Jiayue, taken aback, retorted, "What has that got to do with Shang Jue?" Yet Tian Miao stared at him intently, his gaze making Wen Jiayue uncomfortable. Unable to discern anything from her reaction, Tian Miao felt increasingly uneasy, his palms growing clammy. Surrounded by others, he hesitated to press further. Lu Yuxing glanced at him, his expression neutral, before the girl who had mentioned Shang Jue asked, "Did you see that post on the forum yesterday?" Wen Jiayue replied, "It's just a rumor. I asked Shang Jue about it." Geng Kaixian, however, let out a cynical laugh, saying, "If you asked Shang Jue, he definitely won't admit anything." Wen Jiayue countered, "But Lu Daolao is right here." Several pairs of eyes turned toward Lu Yuxing, who, walking at the edge, looked down for a few steps before coldly stating, "It's false. I have no connection with him." His tone was frosty, betraying an unmistakable distaste, as if the very notion of being associated with another man was repugnant. The group fell silent. When Jiayue asserted, "Did you hear that?" Lu Daolao said it's false. Geng Kaixian replied, "Yet no one can disprove that Shang Jue is gay, right? He didn't clarify anything today, did he? If it were a normal man, being rumored as a homosexual would have him rushing to set the record straight." Tian Miao pondered this. With the certainty that Shang Jue was indeed gay, he recognized that most of what was said in the forum was nonsense. However, Lu Yuxing's evident disdain for Shang Jue seemed genuine, suggesting he had been unaware of Shang Jue's preferences before. Tian Miao's tension suddenly eased. Wen Jiayue, frustrated, challenged Geng Kaixian, "Do you have proof for your slander?" Tian Miao has seen Shang Jue with a guy, all affectionate. It was quite the sight. A girl from class 3 exclaimed in surprise, "Really? I didn't hear about that in the post." Tian Miao actually saw it? A hushed excitement rippled through the group as Lu Yuxing slowed his pace, his expression darkening. His phone screen suddenly lit up, glancing down. He saw it was a call from Shang Jue. He stepped aside, donned a Bluetooth headset, and answered the call. The line connected. Yet there was a moment of silence on the other end. "Darling?" Shang Jue's clear voice seemed to dispel the tension within Lu Yuxing. "Do you have time? I need to talk to you." Shang Jue's tone was unexpectedly cautious and gentle. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuxing's previously cold demeanor softened. Are you home? Yes, Shang Jue replied. Lu Yuxing surveyed the lively group around him and said, I'll come find you. Perhaps some matters were better discussed face to face. After a brief pause, Shang Jue responded affirmatively. After hanging up, Lu Yuxing removed his earpiece, while the chatter around him continued. Tian Miao was encircled by several people. Only when Jia Yue cast a confused glance at Lu Yuxing, uncertain whom to believe regarding the speculation surrounding the relationship between Shang Jue and the boy named he mentioned in the post. It cannot possibly be as described within. Tian Miao remarked with an air of uncertainty. However, it appears that the watch adorning Shang Jue's wrist was indeed a gift from that young man. I previously observed the two of them near the school entrance, where he personally presented the watch to Shang Jue. Is it particularly expensive? Geng Kaixian scoffed. Remove the question mark. The official price is 89,000. Someone gasped. Geng Kaixian continued. However, I am aware that the individual surnamed, he comes from a rather affluent family. If this were truly a gift for her boyfriend, then that watch is indeed rather stingy. Is 89,000 considered stingy? For individuals of that caliber, such stinginess is astonishing. Upon hearing the exclamations of admiration, Tian Miao was suddenly filled with a sense of vanity. He chuckled, adopting a somewhat lewd and jesting tone as he remarked, this price might be suitable for a casual companion. Unbeknownst to him, the footsteps of the person ahead began to slow, still wearing a smile on his face. Tian Miao was taken aback when a deep and composed voice inquired, could you repeat what you just said? Tian Miao was momentarily stunned. Turning to behold Lu Yuxing's indifferent visage, the dark orbs of his eyes, reminiscent of cold stars, seemed to possess an unsettling power capable of ensnaring one's very soul. I meant to say this price includes a companion, he began, but before he could finish, Lu Yuxing's fist came crashing down. The blow struck Tian Miao's chin, sending him sprawling to the ground, his unfinished words morphing into a series of unpleasant groans. Lu Yuxing showed no intention of relenting. His expression remained impassive as he prepared to deliver a second punch. Yao Geng Kaixian, finally grasping the situation, rushed forward to intervene. Upon seeing his face, Lu Yuxing's brows remained unfurrowed as his elbow abruptly collided with Yao Geng Kaixuan's abdomen, a strike so swift that it nearly induced immediate nausea. The other girls, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen, too terrified to move. In the midst of the agonizing pain radiating from his jaw, Tian Miao managed to crack open his eyes, desperately retaliating with knees and fists, yet Lu Yuxing absorbed the blows in silence, swinging his fist with unyielding determination. His pupils, so dark, betrayed no emotion in the absence of light, reminiscent of an abyss. I might be killed by him. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped Tian Miao. His primal instinct for survival surged forth. He raised a hand to shield his face while the other fumbled through his bag and the rough ground. His fingers brushed against a hard object within the flower bed by the roadside. He unhesitatingly picked it up and forcefully jabbed it onto Lu Yuxing's head. A crimson stain dripped from Lu Yuxing's pale neck, landing warm upon Tian Miao's face. He froze in shock. The other stunned onlookers finally snapped out of their daze at the sight of blood, screaming as they rushed to intervene. Lu Yuxing possessed astonishing strength. Several people together couldn't pry him away. Geng Kaixian cursed under his breath, scrambling up from the ground to lend an extra hand. With one hand pressed to the wound on the back of his neck, Lu Yuxing was dragged back. Yet his right leg still managed to deliver a vicious kick to Tian Miao's abdomen. A girl instinctively reached for her phone to call the police. But Geng Kaixian cut in, hospital first. He gripped Lu Yuxing's collar, ready to hurl more insults. But the moment he met those dark, fathomless eyes, a chill crawled down his spine, silencing the curses on his tongue. After calling for a ride, Geng Kaixian assessed the damage. Tian Miao had taken a brutal beating. But Lu Yuxing had avoided vital areas, no intent to kill. Lu Yuxing's condition, however, was more concerning. A brick had struck his head. Damn it. Geng's stomach twisted. This could turn deadly. He glanced at Lu Yuxing, who had already regained complete composure, pressing a hand to his bleeding wound with an impassive expression. As if the rabid beast who had just unleashed violence and the injured young man before him were two different people, still the same Lu Yuxing who sat quietly through lectures. Geng Kaixuan's back was drenched in cold sweat, teeth clenched as he seethed inwardly. This guy's a goddamn lunatic. Fortunately, Lu Yuxing's wound wasn't too deep, but head injuries demanded observation in the emergency room, followed by a series of tests once his condition stabilized. The group exhaled in collective relief. Geng Kaixuan's anger had evaporated, replaced by nervous sweat. Only after the bandages were applied did Lu Yuxing finally register the dizziness from his injury. Noticing his drowsy expression, Geng Kaixin suggested, "Maybe you should call your family?" "No, absolutely not. When the time comes, if you faint here, who will sign for you?" Lu Yuxing ultimately made a phone call to Lu Yuxing. While he was unafraid during the act of violence, he hesitated for half a minute before summoning the courage to explain himself to Lu Yuxing. After hearing Lu Yuxing's account of the events, Lu Yuxing sat silently beside him, casting a gaze that made Lu Yuxing quite uneasy. Having suffered 2 concussions in 3 months, he certainly had a lot to contend with. Realizing that his brother was genuinely angry, Lu Yuxing wisely chose to remain silent. He felt a deep sense of guilt for having summoned Lu Yuxing from the comfort of his home. However, he bore no regrets for having confronted Tian Miao. Overwhelmed by dizziness, he murmured an apology to Lu Yuxing before succumbing to slumber. It seemed that he slept for an extended period. His dreams oscillated through a series of vivid scenes, from the obscured profile of a youth shrouded in smoke to the stage of a performance. He cradled his cello, as the harmonious notes of a piano intertwined with his playing, leading him to the podium where he accepted the first-place certificate from the presenter. He scanned the audience with a sense of ennui, effortlessly locking eyes with a pair that relentlessly pursued him. The cold yet focused gaze sent his heart racing with exhilaration. Lu Yuxing managed to endure a night on the narrow hospital cot and awoke in the morning. Hearing Lu Yuxing's faint, nightmare-like groan, he called out to him. The patient slowly opened his eyes, a throbbing pain at the back of his head leaving him feeling somewhat bewildered. "Are you awake? Does your head still hurt?" Lu Yuxing inquired, though it was evidently a superfluous question. Lu Yuxing responded with a somewhat sluggish Lu Yuxing then asked, "Shall we sit up?" Lu Yuxing, Lu Yuxing, have you been struck dumb by someone? Lu Yuxing mechanically sat up, gazing at the air wall before him. His expression somewhat dazed. Shang Jue, boyfriend. Lu Yuxing murmured, "Darling, I wish to remember you. I'm leaving, my love." Lu Yuxing looked at his younger brother, puzzled, as his face transitioned from a brief stupor to a swift distortion, shifting through shades of green, white, black, and red, ultimately settling on a vibrant hue of red, its saturation strikingly high. Lu Yuxing inquired, "Why such a riot of colors?" He had never witnessed such a myriad of expressions on his younger brother's face. Could he truly have been stunned senseless? With concern, he inquired, "What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" Lu Yuxing opened his mouth, his face flushed a vivid crimson, resembling a dashing tomato. In the biting chill of winter, that hue was undoubtedly startling, as if at any moment his face might emit wisps of steam. Lu Yuxing gazed in astonishment at Lu Yuxing, who had transformed from the composed patient he was the previous night into this now contorted tomato of emotions. Regardless of the inquiries posed to him, Lu Yuxing remained ensconced in his own realm, silently gazing into the void with an unblinking stare. After a considerable interval, as Lu Yuxing began to feel alarmed by Lu Yuxing's condition, he finally heard the other speak. "I want to." Lu Yuxing appeared to have attained a semblance of tranquility, his piercing eyes seemingly embodying a rare moment of composure. "I want to kill him." Chapter 42. It was only the following morning that Shang Jue learned from Wen Jiayue about Lu Yuxing's situation with Tian Miao. Without even pausing to take a breath, he hailed a cab and rushed to the hospital. The previous night, he had waited at home until nearly 11, only to receive a message from Lu Yuxing stating that he had prior engagements and would not be able to come. Upon reading the message, Shang Jue felt a pang of disappointment, for he had rehearsed numerous versions of his speech, uncertain if he would remember them upon waking the next day. Hastily arriving at the emergency ward, he scanned the expansive room and spotted a bed in the far corner, obscured by blue curtains. He strode over and pulled the curtain aside, locking eyes with Lu Yuxing, whose head was wrapped in a white bandage. There was no one else present, and Shang Jue approached anxiously, relieved to see that Lu Yuxing was still conscious. "Is it serious?" he inquired, noticing that Lu Yuxing had not even removed his backpack. After a few seconds of silence, Shang Jue grew impatient. "May I take a look?" Lu Yuxing leaned his head gently against the wall, and Shang Jue reached out to grasp his chin, tilting it slightly to get a better view of the injury. However, Lu Yuxing turned his head away just as quickly. But Shang Jue was swifter. His agitation made him overlook the peculiar nature of this small interaction. The wound was tightly bandaged, revealing only a faint trace of blood that was enough to cause Shang Jue's heart to ache. He muttered a soft reprimand near Lu Yuxing's ear, his breath warm against the latter's temple, an intimacy that felt almost overwhelming. "Where's your phone?" he asked, noting that Lu Yuxing's lips were pressed tightly together and his ears were tinged with red. "I tried calling, but no one answered." Lu Yuxing's phone was on a nearby cabinet, and Shang Jue effortlessly retrieved it, only to discover it was dead. Lu Yuxing gazed at Shang Jue with an impassive expression as the latter fiddled with his phone, taking a seat on the nearby stool. Shang Jue could no longer suppress his pin-up frustration. Why are you stooping to the level of someone like Tian Miao? Let him say whatever he wishes. Why engage with him? And to the point of violence? You've already faced consequences for that before. He continued, but Lu Yuxing remained silent, his lips barely twitching. Fixated on Shang Jue with an unusual intensity. Noticing Lu Yuxing's dry lips, Shang Jue frowned and asked, "Are you thirsty?" He quickly found a paper cup and left to fetch some warm water. After a considerable search for the water station, he finally filled the cup and returned, calling out, "Shang Jue." Lu Yuxing's face lit up with surprise upon seeing him. "It's Xiao Shang. What brings you here? No classes today?" "I was just wondering why Xiao Xing had an extra backpack. He wouldn't say anything when I asked." He pulled a chair closer and gestured for Shang Jue to sit. Then began to complain. "This brat has been to college, and now he is bold enough to fight at school. He wanted to even tell me why he got into a conflict." Shang Jue sat down, clutching the paper cup, when he suddenly felt an unadulterated gaze upon him. Looking up, he found Lu Yuxing staring intently. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Shang Jue felt a peculiar discomfort. Lu Yuxing's gaze was unnervingly intense, almost predatory. He diverted his eyes, nodding along with Lu Yuxing's complaints. "Yes." After responding, he realized he had missed something, causing him to spill half the warm water onto his lap, prompting Lu Yuxing to quickly hand him some tissues. As he dabbed at the wet spot on his pants, Lu Yuxing continued to talk for a few more minutes. "I'm going downstairs to grab lunch. Have you eaten yet, Xiao Shang?" "Yes," Shang Jue replied. "It's not even 11 yet. You can't be serious. Don't be polite. I can bring some noodles up." With a smile, Shang Jue accepted. "Thank you, Shang Jue." As Lu Yuxing departed the room, Shang Jue finished the remaining water, tossing the cup into a nearby trash bin and clearing his throat as if he had just downed a fortifying drink. Raising his gaze, he met Lu Yuxing's eyes once again. They shared a silent moment of understanding that stretched for almost a minute. The corners of Shang Jue's eyes and lips drooped slightly, his mouth opening a few times, but no sound emerged. It was a rare expression for him, almost endearing in its vulnerability. Suddenly, Lu Yuxing turned his face away. Shang Jue seemed to regain his composure, adopting a demeanor that Lu Yuxing had once found familiar and somewhat distant. "Have you recalled everything?" he asked. "Yes," Lu Yuxing replied, his eyes firmly fixed on Shang Jue's face, eager to gauge his reaction. Would it be embarrassment, guilt, unease, or perhaps an audacious laugh of mockery? Lu Yuxing suspected the latter was the most probable outcome. Since regaining consciousness, he understood that Shang Jue had deceived him for a reason. The thought that he had once fancied himself the object of someone else's affection was preposterous, utterly foolish. Lu Yuxing had to concede that Shang Jue was exceptionally adept at exploiting his vulnerabilities. Just the recollection of his foolish actions over the past few months filled him with an overwhelming sense of shame, making him wish to disappear on the spot. This feeling, he surmised, would likely haunt him for the rest of his life, only to be extinguished upon his final breath. Since morning, he had blushed from shame so often that even the doctors had been alarmed. Did he expect an apology from Shang Jue? Only someone with amnesia would be foolish enough to hope for such a thing. Throughout the morning, Lu Yuxing had been unable to devise a retort. For his own disgraceful behavior in this charade was far more humiliating than being deceived by Shang Jue. He had been utterly played. Meanwhile, Shang Jue pondered. It was rather fortunate that Lu Yuxing had remembered, sparing him the need to fabricate an explanation. A fleeting sense of regret washed over him. After all this effort, he had invested so much of himself without witnessing Lu Yuxing's reaction upon regaining his memory. Lu Yuxing was uncertain how long he had been processing this. All he knew was that now, apart from his ears being crimson, his expression bore little difference from Shang Jue's recollections. He wagered that Lu Yuxing was undoubtedly contemplating how to exact revenge on him. Whether it would be by strangulation or by using a violin to poke him to death, Shang Jue couldn't quite ascertain. His fingers aimlessly rubbed against the damp fabric of his trousers. In every version of the speech he had rehearsed the night before, he concluded with the same line. "I think I have developed feelings for you. So would you consider staying with me?" Such sentiments he could muster to voice to an amnesiac Lu Yuxing, but to the current version of him? That was impossible. Shang Jue leaned back in his chair, gripping his knee tightly, his fingertips nearly breaking the skin against the fabric. "So is it time to break up?" His voice was taut, cold, and unyielding, like a shard of ice. Placing it in Lu Yuxing's ear felt like a form of derision more grievous than laughter itself. It seemed as though the term breakup could be so casually uttered by Shang Jue, as if it were merely a word to discard once one had grown weary of it. He could not fathom what right Shang Jue had to speak of such matters. Shouldn't the initiation of such a conversation fall upon him? A tumult of anger, shame, apprehension, and conflicting emotions surged through him, suddenly pierced by an icy shard, leaving him feeling hollow, as if a wound had been opened. Lu Yuxing's eyes reddened. He thought to himself, from beginning to end, I am the only fool here. Damn it. Shang Jue pressed his lips together, an unexpected pang of emotion swelling in his nose. No way. I can't possibly cry in front of this guy. Can I? Fortunately, he did not. He chuckled lightly and said, What did the doctor say about your head injury? Is it serious? Lu Yuxing thought to himself that it was of no concern to Shang Jue, but reconsidered that it was indeed somewhat relevant. Should I tear off the bandage for you to see? Shang Jue replied, astonished. Is that allowed? Lu Yuxing, not really. Having been rebuffed, Shang Jue had little room for complaint and inquired, What did they say, then? Or should I ask Shang Jue? Linear fracture, Lu Yuxing stated. Shang Jue was momentarily taken aback. A skull fracture. After a brief silence, Shang Jue remarked, This injury, consider it a debt I owe you. Lu Yuxing suddenly felt a warmth within. Owe me? You owe me far more than that. Can you ever repay it? The two exchanged glances, both at a loss for words until Lu Yuxing's phone buzzed to life, powering on. Lu Yuxing said, It's fine. They'll think I stayed over at my girlfriend's house. Shang Jue fell silent. Lu Yuxing, surprised, asked, Doesn't Shang have classes this afternoon? Yes. In truth, he did have classes. Yet Lu Yuxing's injury was undeniably tied to him, and with his head having been struck, Shang Jue could not bring himself to leave. Shang Jue, you must have work to attend to, so please feel free to carry on. I'll be here this afternoon. Lu Yuxing was greatly moved. But he had already taken leave for the day and had no pressing matters at hand. In the afternoon, Guziqing and Lin Shuiying rushed over from school. Their news always a step behind. When they entered the ward, Shang Jue was resting against the wall beside Lu Yuxing's bed, having scarcely slept the night before. After several days of insufficient rest, he seized the opportunity to doze off. Guziqing spotted Lu Yuxing and called out, his voice booming. Shang Jue jolted awake from his shallow slumber, his eyes fluttering open. The moment Guziqing arrived, he began to bombard Lu Yuxing with questions about his condition. Distracted, Lu Yuxing shifted his gaze to catch a glimpse of Shang Jue's sleepy face. Noticing the visitors, Shang Jue instinctively rose to relinquish his seat, stepping out of the ward to check his phone. At the door, he leaned against the wall and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly, and he was met with He Yang's loud voice on the other end. Hello? Hello? Young master He, Shang Jue said, lowering his eyelashes slightly. Could I borrow your detective for a moment? I need someone to keep an eye on someone. Chapter 43. Perhaps this is. A few individuals are crammed into a small space, and Shang Jue feels somewhat out of place. The others are friends and relatives of Lu Yuxing, and he feels like an intruder among them. Lu Yuxing, lowering his eyelashes, is aware of the tall figure standing across the bed but struggles to keep his gaze averted. Suddenly, Shang Jue's phone emits a notification, and he glances down to see a message that irritates him. Shang Jue, I have matters to attend to on Saturday. Dad, let us move it to the day after tomorrow. TCH. His impatient tone draws the attention of several people, including Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing asks, Is it something at school? Shang Jue forces a smile. No, it's a family issue. If you have matters to attend to, don't mind me. I'm already causing enough trouble for you. Besides, it's the weekend tomorrow. I'll be here. Lu Yuxing responds with a smile. The doctor mentioned that if all goes well with the tests in the next couple of days, you should be able to be discharged. Fine. He deliberately lingered for a while on the way home, arriving just in time for dinner, yet he still could not escape the obligatory routine of exchanging pleasantries. Shang Jue chuckles. I've been too busy with schoolwork. Shang Xinrong's expression darkens as he shoots Shang Jue a disapproving glance. Do you think a university is the same as your school? With nearly half of the students being recommended for further studies, your brother will certainly have opportunities. Shang Yu is left speechless, opting to close her mouth rather than seek further conversation. Shang Jue asks symbolically, when? Friday night. Shang Jue pokes his rice with his chopsticks, feigning contemplation for 2 seconds, and replies, I have class that night. I can't make it. Minhong's expression turns sour. Connections, simply because her son is uninterested in girls, are of no use to Shang Yu. As if fearing his intentions were too obvious, Shang Xinrong adds, let us get to know each other first. It's good for you young people to make more friends. With this blunt refusal, Shang Xinrong's previously amiable demeanor darkens instantly. Over the years, both at work and at home, He has seldom faced opposition. Even when met with a refusal, he would carefully consider the tone and words used. At his age and position, it has been a long time since he has experienced the sting of a straightforward rejection. Shang Jue, he calls out in a low voice. Sensing the situation turning unfavorable, Min Hong quickly intervenes. Hey, we're eating. Don't get upset. Nowadays, kids don't like social gatherings. If Shang Jue doesn't want to go, it's the same if Xiao Yu goes. Shang Xinrong abruptly slams his chopsticks down. He goes? What good will that do? Shang Yu, why am I being dragged into this again? Shang Jue, feeling a headache from the commotion, swallows a mouthful of tasteless rice and calmly states, I'm in a relationship. The dining room falls suddenly silent, and Shang Jue inexplicably feels a sense of satisfaction. However, he knows that it won't be long before the noise escalates again, with questions about his partner's school and family background, followed by judgment as if the Shang family were unattainable. Thus, Shang Jue casually adds, he is a boy. The silence at the table stretches for a full minute. Shang Jue smiles, I can't go. My boyfriend will be jealous. Shang Yue's jaw nearly drops in astonishment. Yet with a half-eaten chicken wing in his mouth, he struggles to close it, dumbfounded by Shang Jue's shocking revelation. Min Hong's expression is not much better than her son's. In that brief minute, Shang Xinrong's face shifts from initial shock to an incredulous rage. What did you say? Shang Jue replies, which part? Shang Yu gulps nervously, too frightened to make a sound. Across from him, Shang Xinrong's face has turned a furious shade of red, and he points an accusatory finger at Shang Jue. Come upstairs with me. Shang Jue rises calmly and exits the dining room, heading upstairs. The remaining mother and son exchange shocked glances for several minutes, hearing the argument from above. Even the aunt busy in the kitchen peeks out, anxious about what is happening upstairs. Min Hong sits for a moment before deciding to check on the situation. Shang Yu follows closely behind her. Shang Xinrong takes Shang Jue to the master bedroom, while Min Hong hesitates at the door, listening intently. Shang Xinrong's voice rises sharply, piercing through the thick door. You're staying home tonight. If you dare step out that door, I'll break your legs. Shang Jue's voice is comparatively calm. Indifferent, this is my home. What is stopping me from staying here? Do you really think that if you confine me at home for a few days, I'll suddenly like girls? Shang Xinrong's furious tirade continues for a while, eventually morphing into a painful lament. Why can't either of my sons be normal? Min Hong hears a low laugh. It's Shang Jue speaking. Who knows? Perhaps this is just retribution? Outside the door, Min Hong's heart tightens, realizing that for someone like Shang Xinrong, who values face, this remark is undoubtedly a landmine. The bedroom falls silent for a moment, devoid of sound. 2 seconds later, a sharp cracking noise shatters the stillness. Inside, an antique porcelain vase crashes near Shang Jue's ear, hurled with full force by Shang Xinrong. He closes his eyes momentarily, and when he opens them, he sees red before his right eye. The two outside dare not remain idle any longer. They push the door open and enter, finding the bedroom in disarray. Min Hong trembles as she approaches to mediate. When Shang Xinrong sees the blood seeping from Shang Jue's temple, his fury dissipates significantly, replaced by shock. He wipes the blood briefly, examines himself in the mirror to ensure no shards remain in the wound, then presses a tissue to staunch the bleeding. After a while, there is a knock at the door. He covers his eye and opens it. At the door stands Shang Yu, holding a first aid kit, carefully looking at him with admiration. Wow, you're really something. Shang Jue retorts, get lost, idiot. Damn, I'm just here to bring you medicine. Shang Yu's admiration vanishes instantly. No need, just go. Shang Yu, so now you want to even pretend? Yet, seeing the bloodstained tissue clutched in Shang Jue's hand, he swallows his pride and steps inside. He places the first aid kit on the nearby desk and instinctively moves away. Shang Jue approaches to retrieve a bottle of iodine for disinfection, then applies a cotton pad to his temple and eyelid using his less-than-masterful skills. Shang Yu, feeling pleased, revels in the newfound reality of having a gay brother. In the future, when Shang Xinrong and Min Hong scold him, he can now have someone to share the blame. With this thought, he speaks to Shang Jue with a hint of politeness. Don't you need to go to the hospital? Shang Jue ignores him. However, the cut on his face is not deep, and he can manage it himself. Closing the first aid kit, he turns to Shang Yu and says, let me see your phone. Who do you think you are, that I should show you my phone? Shang Yu, under Shang Jue's cold gaze, reluctantly pulls out his phone and tosses it to him. What do you want to see? Are you having problems in that area and need to consult me? Shang Jue opens his WeChat, glances through, and turns the screen towards Shang Yu. Which one is your boyfriend? What is your issue with reading others' chat records? Shang Jue rolled her eyes. The pinned messages were all trivial. Shang Jue. He perused the chat logs of two individuals, and the more he read, the tighter his frown became, repulsed by the greasy dialogues that compelled him to retreat. They bore no value for reference. He returned the phone to Shang Jue, casually remarking, "Thank you, quite nauseating." At last, Shang Jue could no longer contain herself. She snatched the phone, turned, and slammed the door with a flourish as she stormed out. It was not until day 323 that he discovered he was not the only one absent during these days. Shang Jue had also been missing. When Lu Yuxing informed him, he noticed Lu Yuxing's surprise and, in turn, felt puzzled. "Has Shang Jue been with you these past few days? I assumed he was accompanying you at the hospital. What kind of relationship do I have with him that would enable him to stay by my side for such an extended period?" Lu Yuxing was taken aback by the question. Lu Yuxing replied, "No, he hasn't been here since Saturday. So where could Shang Jue have gone? Perhaps he went out to have some fun?" Lu Yuxing scratched his face, remarking that the two of them usually sat in the front row, and the teachers had become quite familiar with them. However, over the past few days, both he and Shang Jue had been absent from class, causing several teachers to turn a blind eye and refrain from calling their names. Yet, prolonged absence would undoubtedly have its consequences. Lu Yuxing inquired, "Has he requested a leave of absence?" "No. Have you asked him?" Not really. I thought he was in the hospital." Lu Yuxing promptly inquired with Shang Jue on WeChat. Lu Yuxing furrowed his brow. "Is he ill?" "That is not accurate. It has been several days." "Brother Lu, you share a good relationship with Shang Jue. Why not inquire?" Li walked with his phone in hand, enveloped in silence for a moment before finally opening the chat window labeled boyfriend. Before sending a message, he clicked on Shang Jue's avatar, changing the label from boyfriend to ex-boyfriend, only to revert it back to Shang Jue moments later. He found himself staring at the name, lost in thought. Ultimately, he exited the chat unchanged. Yet, he found himself utterly incapable of typing even a single word in the conversation that bore the label of boyfriend. The intimacy reflected in the chat history rendered any message he might send discordant and jarring. He turned off the screen and placed the phone face down on the table, sitting in his own space for a while. However, he could not remain still. After some time had passed, he rose, concocting a somewhat clumsy excuse in his mind, and stepped outside. Chapter 40, for I had mentioned that I wanted you to. The elevator of the residential building ascended to the 7th floor. Lu Yuxing stepped out, and as the doors closed behind him, the elevator began its slow descent back to the ground floor 2 minutes later. Standing at the threshold of Shang Jue's apartment, he clenched his fist in his pocket for quite some time before finally extricating it to knock twice on the door. No one answered. It was also possible that Shang Jue, having seen him through the peephole, chose to ignore him. Lu Yuxing had to concede that this visit was in vain. He lingered at the door for a moment before departing to press the button for the elevator. As the elevator ascended to the 7th floor, the doors slid open, and two individuals stepped forward simultaneously, only to abruptly halt, astonished as they gazed upon each other's faces. Inside the elevator, Shang Jue stood with one hand tucked into his pocket. Upon first glance, Lu Yuxing noticed him, and on his second look, his gaze precisely landed on the conspicuous cotton pad secured over Shang Jue's right eye with medical tape. Shang Jue's voice broke the silence with a hint of urgency. "What are you doing here?" Both individuals appeared momentarily stunned, engaging in conversation through the elevator doors. As the doors on either side began to close, Shang Jue finally reacted, taking a couple of steps forward. At that moment, upon seeing Lu Yuxing, Shang Jue felt a genuine sense of joy. "What brings you here? Are you looking to trouble me?" I was interrupted by several events, and the excuses I had meticulously crafted in my mind suddenly vanished without a trace. I attempted to articulate my thoughts multiple times but could not recall them. So I resorted to a different approach. I mentioned that I had left something behind and had come to retrieve it. After pondering for a moment, Shang Jue replied, "I don't think so. There is nothing you left in my living room or bedroom." Lu Yuxing's eyelids twitched slightly, and he simply asserted, "There is." However, he could not specify what it was. Shang Jue, feeling helpless, continued to furrow his brow in contemplation. "There is a pot in the kitchen that you purchased. Do you wish to take it?" Lu Yuxing. He deftly changed the subject. "What happened to your face?" Shang Jue remained silent, unable to formulate a response. How could he possibly admit? I shamelessly informed my family that I'd found a boyfriend, only to be lectured for it. Was he truly expected to shoulder this blame? In fact, it is quite convenient. I usually cook some noodles or something similar. Otherwise, shall I transfer the money to you? Well, your dormitory is unusable anyway. Lu Yuxing, what happened to your face? Shang Jue stepped around him and walked to the front door, taking out his keys to unlock it. The key turned, but the handle refused to budge. Lu Yuxing's palm pressed firmly against the door, barring his entry. It took Shang Jue a moment to recall the words he had spoken to Lu Yuxing just days prior. Consider this debt mine to bear. He said, no, this was an accident. Besides, the wound is so minor, hardly enough to repay you, don't you think? Lu Yuxing's voice darkened slightly. Would you rather carve a larger one into your skull instead? Shang Jue was speechless. Am I out of my mind? Shang Jue had no choice but to turn around, his back pressed against the door as he faced the other person. With one elbow casually resting on the doorknob and the other arm languidly hanging by his side, he retorted, why should I tell you? You're not my boyfriend. Lu Yuxing suddenly found himself at a loss for words, choosing silence instead. Yet even if he wasn't Shang Jue's boyfriend, he was determined to get an answer today. Shang Jue sighed and said, it was just a scratch from a broken piece of porcelain. Lu Yuxing scoffed. If you won't believe me, why bother asking? Lu Yuxing, I demand the return of my cooking pot. Shang Jue pinched the bridge of his nose, massaging away a burgeoning headache as he attempted to articulate his defense. 2 days ago, I stepped out for an errand. Upon arrival, some deranged individual hurled a bottle against the wall, directly beside me. Naturally, I was grazed by the shards. Lu Yuxing. His hand, previously braced against the doorframe, fell slack. His voice dropped to an icy timbre. Open this door. Return my property. Shang Jue, I'm not deceiving you. His expression, an unmistakable blend of reluctance and sincerity, suggested genuine distress at the prospect of surrendering the pot. Yet the absurdity of his explanation lingered like an unsavory aftertaste. Lu Yuxing narrowed his eyes. Where, precisely, did this incident occur? Shang Jue. My home. Lu Yuxing. Suppressing his impatience, he asked, and that lunatic? Shang Jue paused for a moment. My father. Lu Yuxing interjected. Where's the bottle? It's truly a bottle. Lu Yuxing said expressionlessly, open the door. Shang Jue was displeased. Do you expect me to specify which year this bottle is from? It is indeed a bottle, made of porcelain. I am aware of that. Shang Jue, then why do you still demand my pot? Shang Jue nearly laughed in exasperation. Was this person trying to exploit a loophole in my words? He cast a profound glance at Lu Yuxing before straightening up and opening the door. Upon entering, he strode directly to the kitchen, gathering all the items Lu Yuxing had previously furnished. As he surveyed the suddenly sparse kitchen, a desolate sensation akin to dividing possessions during a divorce welled up in his heart. Shang Jue bitterly regretted not having been quicker to purchase those shared items back then. Had he acted faster, such trivial complications wouldn't plague him now. Lu Yuxing followed him but didn't enter, standing outside the kitchen watching Shang Jue bustle about. Seeing Shang Jue fetch several bowls to empty the seasoning jars for him, a sudden pang of regret twisted his gut for having made such a petulant demand. Shang Jue practically turned the kitchen upside down. Apart from the few times Lu Yuxing had visited, he rarely stepped foot in this unfamiliar corner of his own home. Today, he became intimately acquainted with it. 10 minutes later, he emerged carrying a pot filled with an assortment of bottles, jars, and 2 knives. He set it down on the coffee table in the living room, scanning the area for any other personal belongings Lu Yuxing might have left behind. Lu Yuxing lingered at the edge of the living room, not letting his gaze wander. For 3 years, they had clashed, their adversarial dynamic worn into habit. Yet in this space, what they had done most was not argue, but kiss. After a cursory search, Shang Jue said, this is all for now. If I find anything else you bought, I'll message you to return it. Shang Jue froze, neither moving nor knowing how to refuse. Perhaps because the Lu Yuxing he knew would never ask to see his wounds. When he remained silent, Lu Yuxing stepped forward himself, gently peeling away the medical tape around Shang Jue's eye. 2 unhealed gashes lay exposed, the one across his eyelid particularly stark. Lu Yuxing pressed his thumb against the skin beneath the wound, leaning closer to inspect it. Beneath his touch, Shang Jue's eyeball shifted subtly, the sensation strange yet intimate through the thin veil of his eyelid. The cuts weren't shallow. Shang Jue's eyelids were delicate, giving the unsettling impression that had the shattered porcelain shard gone any deeper, it might have grazed his very eye. Your father did this? Shang Jue was reluctant to delve into the complexities of his troubling family dynamics. He raised his gaze to observe Lu Yuxing's furrowed brow. The latter's palm rested against the side of his face, warm and dry. Shang Jue slightly turned his head, causing the wound above his eye to brush against Lu Yuxing's fingertip. For a brief moment, Lu Yuxing's fingers stiffened before gradually loosening their grip. How does Tian Miao feel about this? Is he looking to create trouble for you? His family came by. They initially intended to report me to the police. But upon seeing the injury on my head, they decided against it. Has old Wang reached out to you? What did you say? Compensation is feasible, but an apology is out of the question. After Lu Yuxing finished speaking, he noticed Shang Jue's solemn expression, deep in thought with lowered eyes, and coldly inquired, "Are you suggesting that I acted impulsively?" Shang Jue gently curled her lips, pondering, "What position do I currently hold to admonish you?" He turned his gaze towards the pot on the coffee table and inquired, "Shall I fetch you a bag to carry this?" With such a myriad of odds and ends, he wondered if, while walking, one might fall, and whether Lu Yuxing's fragile mind could endure the repeated bending. Shang Jue furrowed his brow. "Are you jesting with me? Do you think I am like you?" Lu Yuxing then pivoted and strode outside. Shang Jue followed him for a few steps but halted at the entrance, refraining from seeing him off. Given the current state of their relationship, such a farewell would have seemed overly intimate. Chapter 45. In a fleeting moment, Lu Yuxing felt a pang of hunger after a long day. At home, he had a bag of knife-cut noodles, but after pondering his culinary skills with a hint of uncertainty, he opted for instant noodles instead, adding a poached egg to the mix. Although the egg ended up slightly broken, the noodles were cooked to perfection, no matter how one prepares them. Instant noodles are invariably delightful. The following morning, he appeared in the classroom, his face adorned with conspicuous medical cotton. Thus, he replaced it with a Band-Aid, which made his eyelids flutter with difficulty. His fair complexion contrasted with the Band-Aid, drawing the teacher's attention as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, how did you get injured? Did you get into a scuffle with the classmate who sat beside you previously?" Both individuals bore injuries upon their heads, and it was only natural for such associations to arise given they were no longer seated together. Shang Jue chuckled softly, shaking his head in denial. He opened the file to find photographs depicting Tian Miao entering and exiting a particular hotel. It was unnecessary to speculate about the purpose of his visits. He inquired, "What is the frequency?" "Hyang, it's hard to say. He has just begun to recover from his injury and only returned to school for the first time the day before yesterday. These photos were taken the day before yesterday, and he has arranged to meet with someone for 2 consecutive days." Shang Jue exclaimed in surprise, "So frequent? He has not yet fully recovered from his injuries, has he?" "Hyang, because we were unable to arrange it twice." Yao elucidated that such matters do not always yield success, and the likelihood of failure is quite significant. What could be the reason? Yin could not help but chuckle, for there were indeed numerous deceptive photographs. Shang Jue casually flipped to another image and beheld a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance and considerable girth emerging from the hotel entrance. Reflecting on Tian Miao's previous targets, Yin and Lu Yuxing, who were both striking in their looks and physique, the disparity when juxtaposed with this rather unflattering photograph was quite stark. Yin languidly reclined against the cushions of the sofa and inquired, "Are you planning to upload these photos online? Will that truly alleviate your frustration?" Even I couldn't vent my frustration properly. Out of nowhere, he mentioned me in that post, causing me to endure several floors of criticism. As he spoke of this, discomfort washed over him. "I've always treated my classmates with such kindness. Where exactly does this alleged lack of character come from? Is there any evidence to substantiate your claim that I'm being promiscuous?" Recalling the unsavory actions of Tian Miao at the bar, he felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. Shang Jue, lost in thought as he gazed at the photograph in his hand, neglected to offer any words of comfort. Consequently, Hyang fell into silence, his gaze aimlessly wandering around the living room. In one corner stood an open black suitcase, filled with clothing and various personal items. He casually inquired, "Are you planning to travel?" "No." "Oh." After a moment, Shang Jue raised his head and said, "Posting it online would be letting him off too easily. I'll still need you to keep an eye on him. Is there any way to prevent him from succeeding in his appointments? Just do your best." Hyang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. It shouldn't pose any significant issues, merely intercepting midway with some monetary incentives. My goodness. Are you truly intent on suffocating him to death? He guessed that Hyang must have had an idea. So he ceased to inquire further and instead asked about another matter. "What about that person of yours? Your boyfriend? Have you truly broken up?" "Shang Jue, we were never together in the first place. What is there to separate?" Hyang froze momentarily before responding. "But didn't you previously express interest in that person? Why are you denying it now?" "Shang Jue, those were not my words." Hyang suddenly realized. So it was his remark. That must have stung quite a bit, didn't it? Observing that this individual was still assisting him, Shang Jue restrained the impulse to cast Hyang out of his home. "I had always maintained that there was no future for the two of you." Shang Jue hesitantly inquired. "That day, he noticed the injury on my eye. What do you think? Could it possibly signify?" "He luo." Is he secretly gloating over your misfortune upon seeing you injured? Well, he left behind the pot he previously purchased for me. Young exclaimed in astonishment. Doesn't he even want the things you've used anymore? Oh, very well. No, you simply find my words unpleasant. Yet what I speak is nothing but the truth. Truly not. Shang Jue sighed softly. Lu Yuxing had just removed the bandages from his head 2 days prior, yet the wound still appeared rather ghastly from a distance. He consciously chose the back road during lectures to avoid startling others. After leaving Shang Jue's home that day, they hadn't spoken for an entire week. The only glimpses Lu Yuxing caught of him were during class, Shang Jue's figure wedged between countless heads in the front rows. Shang Jue carried on as if nothing had happened, chatting and laughing with others as usual. Sometimes, when Lu Yuxing spotted him walking with Lu Yuxing and the others, Shang Jue would even wave cheerfully, effortlessly indifferent. Everyone around Lu Yuxing seemed overjoyed, his brother, Lu Yuxing, Lin Shuiying all celebrating his regained memories. Only Lu Yuxing himself remained unsettled. While he had been eerily calm during his amnesia, now that his memories had returned, his emotions spiraled out of control. He woke up seething every morning. And the sight of those heads in the front row only stoked the flames, mingling with a dull ache in his chest. With only a few weeks left before finals, several courses had already concluded. After their last lecture that day, they had a stretch of holidays and free time ahead. The dormitory buzzed with relaxation. Dinner ended close to 7. The roads, slick from recent snowfall, discouraged unnecessary outings. Instead of braving the library, Lu Yuxing stayed in the dorm to study. Later, as he grabbed his cup to fetch water, his gaze fell upon the chaotic shoe prints littering the floor. Displeased, he set the cup aside and fetched a mop from the balcony. Tuck your chairs in, he instructed flatly. Don't step out until the floor dries. Dormitory hygiene had always been largely his responsibility. The two near the door promptly pulled their chairs in without protest. When a knock came, the other two froze, as if the freshly cleaned floor demanded reverence. Suppressing a flicker of irritation, Lu Yuxing strode to the door, mop still in hand. The door swung open, letting in a gust of icy wind. Unprepared, he found himself face to face with Shang Jue. A faint smile played on Shang Jue's lips, his dimples barely visible. Instantly, fireworks erupted in Lu Yuxing's mind. Yet upon seeing him, Shang Jue's smile faltered, especially at the sight of the rod in Lu Yuxing's grip. He rubbed his nose, his prepared words dissolving into awkward silence. Why was he the one answering the door? The other two beds were actually closer to the dormitory door. The two of them exchanged expressionless glances for several seconds. Lu Yuxing froze momentarily before finally lowering his lashes, averting his gaze from Shang Jue's face. It was then that he noticed the suitcase in Shang Jue's hand, and his thoughts stalled once again. Shang Jue tilted his head slightly, his eyes skimming over Lu Yuxing's hair to land directly on the ceiling of room 323. For a brief moment, he considered turning around with his luggage and leaving. Move aside, he said flatly. But Lu Yuxing remained rigid, both physically and mentally, unmoving for several seconds. Shang Jue pondered how to phrase his next words without sounding shamelessly entitled. In the end, he replied in a tone both indifferent and slightly irritated. Yeah, because someone promised to split the rent with me. Who knew that after 3 months, they'd only cough up $500? That big apartment isn't exactly cheap to live in alone. Lu Yuxing. Do you have someone living with you outside? Who is so unreasonable as to delay the rent? Lu Yuxing. How could he dare to mention that 500? After Shang Jue spoke, he lowered his gaze, biting down on the soft flesh inside his lower lip, wishing he could just crush his own mouth. Why did I have to say that? If he were to transfer the money to me right now, what reason would I have to remain here? Shouldn't I just take the money and leave immediately? However, Lu Yuxing remained silent for a moment, surprisingly refraining from bringing up the topic of rent. He pressed his palm against the doorframe with a slight force, opening the dormitory door wide. He then stepped back, allowing Shang Jue to pass. Upon hearing that the dormitory would host more members, the other two individuals excitedly conversed with Shang Jue, their voices melding together in a cacophony that rendered their words indistinguishable. Yet, even amidst such fervor, neither of them dared to place a single foot on the ground to come forth and greet him. Shang Jue, feeling tense and his mind in disarray, paid no heed to the external environment. He entered with his suitcase in hand, making a beeline for his former bed. Upon reaching it, he glanced down to see the gleaming floor reflecting the marks left by his footsteps. His shoes were actually clean, especially after the recent snowfall, which had left them pristine. However, this suitcase had accompanied him through thick and thin, and Shang Jue would never bother to wipe down the wheels that had rolled through who knows where. Shang Jue. He calmed himself slightly, casting a glance at Lu Yuxing and Lin Shuiying, who were huddled in their chairs like quails, before shifting his gaze to the side profile of Lu Yuxing, who was leaning against the door with a mop in one hand. Lu Yuxing had his eyes downcast, his profile sharply defined, devoid of any expression, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. Only his dark, cold pupils fixated on the dirt on the floor. Shang Jue. He silently turned his face away, feeling that if he looked any longer, the obsessive-compulsive individual at the door would surely explode. Lu Yuxing was indeed observing the gray smudges that extended from the threshold to Shang Jue's feet, his lips tightening, and his emotions becoming quite intricate. Surprisingly, he found them endearing, reminiscent of paw prints left by a cat on the concrete floor. Chapter 46. Do you wish for my departure? Lu Yuxing, no need. Gu Zhiqing and Lin Shuiying, noticing the floor was already quite dirty, hastily lifted the ceiling spell, gathering around Shang Jue's bed, chattering away. Shang Jue, do you have a lot of belongings? Can one suitcase suffice? Shang Jue chuckled. A couple more trips should do. Gu Zhiqing enthusiastically offered. How about I accompany you? It will save you a trip. Shang Jue paused, replying, no need to trouble yourself, and it's rather late now. Gu Zhiqing insisted, it's no trouble at all. It's precisely because it's late that we should go together, otherwise, you'll be at it until the dead of night. Lin Shuiying chimed in, I'll join too. Just in case two people aren't enough. Gu Zhiqing turned to Lu Yuxing, what about you? Lu, should we all go? Lin Shuiying added, let's leave Lu out of this. He has an injury on his head. Gu Zhiqing acknowledged, oh right. Lu Yuxing found himself reluctantly remaining in the dormitory. The relocation of items was swift, but arranging them took time. Boxes were strewn between his and Shang Jue's beds. Initially, Shang Jue wished to maintain a distance, placing his luggage within a metaphorical boundary. However, feeling constrained in his own space, he eventually pushed 2 boxes over to the other side. As he quietly organized his belongings, Gu Zhiqing rambled on about how spacious and comfortable Shang Jue's home was, highlighting the inviting mattress in his bedroom, far superior to a wooden bed. The bathroom is so brightly lit. Living outside is quite enjoyable, but it's a pity you couldn't come with us, Lu. Noticing a sudden silence from the 2 next door, Gu Zhiqing sensed an awkwardness and lowered his voice. I even took a few photos. Lu, would you like to see? Lu Yuxing pursed his lips, showing no inclination to engage, feeling at a loss for words. He had slept in Shang Jue's bed, used his bathroom, and was even the first to ignite the kitchen stove, his familiarity with certain areas possibly surpassing that of Shang Jue. What part of Shang Jue's home had he not seen? In this peculiar atmosphere, Gu Zhiqing stubbornly brought his phone closer to Lu Yuxing, displaying the photos. He sensed that since Lu Yuxing had regained his memories, he still hoped for a thaw in their relationship. Shang Jue, with his back turned to them, awkwardly pinched the bridge of his nose in the shadow cast by the bed. Once the silence behind him settled, he shook out a new towel to wipe the table. The surface was fairly clean, likely due to someone's regular cleaning. Shang Jue had no doubt it was Lu Yuxing, as he could not tolerate dirt indoors. Half an hour before lights out, Shang Jue finally finished organizing, changed his clothes, and prepared to shower. Without a word, he intended to maneuver around Lu Yuxing. But Lu closed the balcony door, blocking his path. The scene felt oddly familiar. The enclosed balcony was filled with the fragrance of Shang Jue's shower gel. And Lu Yuxing took a moment to gather his thoughts before asking, are you in need of money? Due to previous conflicts with your family? Shang Jue's demeanor shifted to one of caution. You aren't contemplating having me move out now, are you? I've already brought all my things. Lu Yuxing frowned. That is your designated space. What right do I have to ask you to leave? To pursue you? Would that be distasteful? Shang Jue replied. I will move if I wish to. Lu Yuxing found himself at a loss for words. He was reluctant to indulge in self-pity, fearing disappointment. They faced each other in a tense stalemate, and Shang Jue, with glassy eyes, lifted his gaze to meet Lu Yuxing's shadowy face, softly asking, do you wish for my departure? Lu Yuxing felt as though he could scarcely breathe, his heart aching. If I wished for you to leave, I would have transferred half of the rent to you before you even entered the dormitory. He concluded, what does it matter to me? Stay if you desire. Upon awakening, he gazed at the ceiling, which was uncomfortably close. Across from him, a bedside lamp illuminated the space beneath the other bed, where Shang Jue lay. His side profile resting against the pillow, the beige sweater on his shoulders catching a delicate glow. Recently, Shang Jue had experienced an unusual sense of tranquility. He rose to change clothes and wash up, making a gentle commotion that, though not loud, was enough to distract Lu Yuxing from his book. His phone, carelessly tossed in a corner, vibrated a few times, prompting him to glance at it. After a brief look at the WeChat messages, he turned off the lamp, donned his coat, and prepared to leave. Lu, are you going to eat? Lin Shuiying inquired. It's only 11. Isn't it early? Lu Yuxing hesitated before replying. No. Seeing his response, Lin Shuiying frowned. Is old Wang sending you to the counselor's office again? Yes. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhiqing erupted in frustration. Is this idiot ever going to stop? It's been over a week. He has almost healed yet still won't let it go. Lu's wound has only just scabbed. Shang Jue, caught peeking, was unsure of how to react, so he simply smiled brightly at Lu Yuxing, his expression radiant as the sun. Lu Yuxing felt a burst of emotions in his mind. He quickly averted his gaze and turned to leave. After a long night of sleep, Shang Jue felt quite energetic. He searched through his contacts for Tian Miao's name, discovering that he had never added the person. Thus, he sought Wen Jiayue's assistance to push Tian Miao's account and send a friend request. After a while, there was no response. The other two in the dormitory went to the cafeteria and warmly asked Shang Jue if he wanted to join them. He nodded in agreement. During dinner, he casually inquired about Tian Miao, causing Gu Zhiqing to lose his appetite at the mere mention of the name. Shang Jue smirked subtly, his eyes devoid of mirth. After their meal, as they returned their trays, Shang Jue's phone buzzed with a notification. He glanced at it, realizing his request had been denied. With a renewed determination, he resubmitted the request, adding a note. Do you want to find death? After a while, the request was accepted. Tian Miao, what do you wish to do? Shang Jue, to avert disaster through financial loss. Chapter 47. Dumplings. As night fell, Gu Zhiqing took a glance around the dormitory, only to find several individuals neglecting their studies, including Lu Yuxing, who was engrossed in his phone under the desk lamp. He then peered at the new addition to their abode, Shang Jue, who, without turning on the lamp, was examining a stack of photographs that He Yang had given him the previous day. Among them were two images that He Yang had not explicitly mentioned. They depicted an entertainment club where Tian Miao had entered after parting ways with someone. Though he quickly emerged, presumably without making a purchase. Gu Zhiqing had inquired with Shang Yu the night before, discovering that the club was not a reputable establishment, with the notable distinction of offering special services to men. Seeing that Shang Jue was also engaged in trivial pursuits, Gu Zhiqing cleared his throat and proposed. Is anyone interested in playing cards? Shang Jue, upon hearing this, tucked the photographs into the bookshelf and leaned back in his chair, curious about the game. What are we playing? Poker, no betting involved. We can play whatever you know. I also have 2 sets of board games, count me in, Shang Jue replied succinctly. Gu Zhiqing felt a surge of excitement, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Lu Yuxing, however, found such mundane pastimes uninteresting. Ever since they had moved into the new dormitory and lost a member, his collection of cards and board games had gathered dust for 3 months. Lin Shuiying naturally wanted to participate as well. The three of them squeezed their chairs together in the middle of the dormitory, using 2 suitcases as a makeshift table. Lu Gu, are you joining us? Lin Shuiying asked. Lu Yuxing turned to survey the group and replied, No, thank you. Gu Zhiqing queried. Are we being too noisy for you, Lu Gu? It's fine, Lu Yuxing responded. All right, Gu Zhiqing exclaimed. Although Shang Jue was not particularly talkative, he soon acclimated to the atmosphere, and after a few rounds, Gu Zhiqing's tone became markedly more familiar. Occasionally, Lu Yuxing could hear Shang Jue's soft laughter, which, though not disruptive, began to irk him. He stood up, intending to take a stroll around the campus. 3 pairs of eyes turned towards him, assuming he was annoyed by their merriment. I'll be stepping out for a bit, Lu Yuxing announced. Gu Zhiqing, somewhat apprehensive, asked, Is it because we're too rowdy? Lu Yuxing, not wishing to dampen the mood, replied, Not at all. I just need to buy something. Do you need anything? Gu Zhiqing sighed in relief. Then can you bring me a cup of instant noodles? I'd like an ice pop. Lin Shuiying chimed in. Eating ice pops in sub-zero temperatures? You're quite bold. Gu Zhiqing teased. The dormitory is warm, came Lin Shuiying's retort. All right, Lu Yuxing said, then turned his gaze to the last person, asking, What about you? Shang Jue hesitated for a moment. Initially, he was not particularly hungry, but the other 2's cravings had stirred his own appetite. Instant noodles and an ice pop for me as well, he finally decided. Lu Yuxing's facial muscles twitched slightly as he replied. I'll also swing by the East Gate. Ah, Gu Zhiqing exclaimed. The East Gate was home to a cluster of late-night snack stalls, brimming with culinary delights. Lu Yuxing then asked Gu Zhiqing, Would you prefer to switch? Then I'll change my order to dumplings, thank you, Lu Gu. Gu Zhiqing replied eagerly. Lu Yuxing lifted his eyelids and glanced at Shang Jue. And you? Shang Jue paused. I'll also switch to dumplings. After a moment, he He awkwardly added a thank you. With that, Lu Yuxing donned his coat and left, taking Shang Jue's gratitude with him. Before you arrived, Ingzi and I could only play mobile games, but I still think it's most enjoyable when a few of us gather to play together, Shang Jue remarked. Is Lu Yuxing not joining? Oh, Lu Gu has never participated since his freshman year. He is usually at the library every evening. He is simply not interested in such activities, Shang Jue noted, nodding. Gu Jiqing, filled with gratitude, exclaimed, Thank you, Lu Dad, and gleefully accepted the snacks. Sharing one with Shang Jue, Lu Yuxing held a small plastic bag containing a lonely pineapple ice pop, which he handed to Lin Shuiying. Lin Shuiying paused, saying, I remember Shang Jue mentioned wanting ice cream as well. Lu Yuxing replied, Did he? I have no recollection. Shang Jue, feeling slightly awkward, remained silent. Lin Shuiying scratched his head and suggested, Then why not give this one to Shang Jue? Lu Yuxing remained quiet. Shang Jue glanced at Lu Yuxing and said, No need. The dumplings, with their thin skins and generous filling, were served in a clear, savory broth that warmed the belly upon consumption. Shang Jue savored them slowly, his gaze lost in the vibrant broth. He did not wish to overthink the situation, yet thoughts of dumplings and ice pops made his heart race. What does this mean? Does he harbor feelings for me? Shang Jue felt a headache coming on, pondering, Have I become that person? Do I now interpret every little action as a sign of affection? After their late-night snacks, there remained over an hour until lights out. Gu Jiqing picked up the first card, but Shang Jue remained motionless. He felt a flicker of hope. Shang Jue turned to Lu Yuxing's back and softly called, Hey. Lu Yuxing shifted slightly, turning his head to look, his eyes tinged with a hint of cold discontent. Shang Jue hesitated for a moment before finally asking, Would you like to join us? Lu Yuxing fell silent for a moment. Eventually, he spoke. I don't. Shang Jue's heart sank. I'm not very good at it, Lu Yuxing added. Shang Jue felt a flicker of hope again. After a moment's contemplation, he lowered his eyes and thought, You could learn with just a bit of practice. I could teach you if need be. After a brief internal struggle, Lu Yuxing pursed his lips and, after several seconds of indecision, stood up and moved his chair to join them. The other two stared in astonishment. Gu Jiqing was the first to recover, exclaiming, Lu Gu, you didn't play because you didn't know how? You should have said so. I'm quite adept at teaching newcomers. Ingzi learned from me. Lin Shuiying chimed in. Then let us play a clear game this time, so Lu Gu can become familiar with the rules. Shang Jue had called Lu Yuxing over to engage in these trivial matters, but once he sat beside him, he fell silent. He stared at his hand of cards and mused, Perhaps this is somewhat interesting, right? Shang Jue bit his lip, unable to suppress a smile that blossomed on his face. Under the warm lights, his countenance appeared strikingly radiant. Gu Jiqing caught sight of Shang Jue's smile, momentarily taken aback by its brilliance, exclaiming, Shang Jue, you have the most charming smile. Shang Jue merely smiled to himself. Lu Yuxing joined them for 2 consecutive nights of gaming, and on the last day of their break, the trio finally settled down, diligently working on their group project beneath their respective beds. Gu Jiqing, feeling fatigued, tossed his computer aside and strolled over to Shang Jue's bed for some light conversation. In just a few days, their camaraderie had blossomed, and he had grown quite close to Shang Jue. Do you still smoke? I noticed a pack on your coffee table the other day, Gu Jiqing inquired. Shang Jue sensed that Gu Jiqing was not merely making idle chatter and pondered his response. Not very often. Oh, what is the matter? Can't you tolerate the smell of smoke? Shang Jue asked. It's not me. It's Lu Gu who doesn't allow smoking indoors. If you want to smoke, you can go to the balcony, just make sure to keep the window open. Gu Jiqing replied. Previously, a roommate in our dormitory had repeatedly smoked inside, despite several warnings from Lu Gu. After enduring a severe reprimand from Lu Gu, the situation became quite tense. Shang Jue, with his back turned to the two, listened intently to the conversation, while Lu Yuxing remained silent. Then, Gu Jiqing scratched his face, suddenly appearing somewhat embarrassed. There are a few rules in our dormitory, he said. I thought you would eventually find out. So it's better to tell you early to avoid being scolded by Lu Gu later. Lu Yuxing responded with a nonchalant demeanor. Shang Jue, momentarily taken aback, nodded in slight confusion. I understand. Go ahead. It's quite simple, really. Gu Jiqing continued. Maintain personal hygiene, keep quiet after lights out, and don't leave your personal belongings in the common areas. The primary concern is cleanliness. He pointed to himself, expressing a tinge of sorrow. I've been reprimanded by Lu Gu several times. At this, Lu Yuxing couldn't sit still any longer. When have I ever scolded anyone casually? Gu Jiqing retorted. Lu Gu, don't act shy now. When Shang Jue inadvertently disturbs you after lights out, you'll end up losing your temper at him. After hearing this, Shang Jue glanced at his desk. While his cleanliness was satisfactory, his organization left much to be desired. However, he believed Lu Yuxing wouldn't be overly strict. The points Gu Yiqing mentioned were merely fundamental expectations and not unreasonable. Yet, Shang Jue still felt a slight dissonance. When residing at home, Lu Yuxing had never criticized him. Even when his space was a bit untidy, Lu Yuxing would often tidy up without complaint. Now, however, speaking even a word after lights out could lead to reprimand. Shang Jue found it somewhat difficult to adapt to this shift. Furthermore, he lacked confidence in his temper. Shang Jue stole a glance across the spacious aisle at Lu Yuxing, whose ears suddenly flushed upon meeting Shang Jue's unfamiliar and cautious gaze. He felt a mix of frustration and grievance. I am not that fierce. Gu Yiqing added, is there anything else? I can't recall everything clearly. If not, why don't you write it down for Shang Jue, Lugo? Lu Yuxing fell silent, at a loss for words. He remembered how Shang Jue despised being confined by rules, and now he was the one imposing restrictions. Shang Jue, across the wide aisle, handed a sheet of paper over. However, after doing so, he suddenly felt an urge to draw closer to Lu Yuxing, rising to pretend to observe him write. Shang Jue leaned casually against Lu Yuxing's wardrobe, his eyes lowered as he watched him write. Forgot already? You can't forget the rules you set for yourself. Lu Yuxing glanced at him, having not forgotten. He wrote a dot after the first point but then found himself stuck. He struggled for several minutes. Was he unable to perform under scrutiny? Shang Jue smirked slightly, thinking it was not like. Fortunately, he caught himself in time. He was indeed quite content to be there. After waiting for half an hour in his seat, Lu Yuxing finally tossed a neatly folded paper onto Shang Jue's desk just 2 minutes before lights out. Shang Jue opened it, furrowed his brow as he turned the page, and stared at it for half a minute. He switched on the desk lamp, holding the paper against the soft orange glow to confirm he wasn't imagining things. What was this? An unintelligible manuscript? Chapter 48. I did not visit that bar. Shang Jue ultimately folded his wordless celestial manuscript and concealed it in a corner of the bookshelf. The following week was not particularly busy with classes. But despite the few lessons, not many were idle. One could observe students in the classroom retrieving their books to commence their revisions. As the end of the term approached, aside from the impending New Year's celebration, the remaining days were to be counted down to examinations. Perhaps the one enjoying life the most was Tian Miao, who had upgraded to the latest smartphone model and even replaced his once yellowed sneakers with brand-name footwear. Lu Yuxing shook his head, estimating that with medical expenses, it amounted to several thousand. However, the new phone alone would cost no less than 8,000. It was not impossible that Tian Miao supplemented the cost himself. Gu Yiqing remarked, but it seems old Wang hasn't sought out brother Lu these past few days. That fool has finally quieted down. Lu Yuxing, intrigued by the statement, felt a flicker of doubt. Just a few days prior, when Tian Miao was in the counselor's office, he had feigned the appearance of a victim, adamantly vowing to pursue the matter without rest. Yet now, not a whisper of news had surfaced. Gu Yiqing continued, Brother Lu, you haven't been to the library lately. You've been staying in the dormitory these past few days. Quite unusual. Lu Yuxing replied. Recently, the library has been rather crowded. As soon as he finished speaking, Shang Jue entered the dormitory, placed down his bag, and shortly after, left again with his phone in hand. Lu Yuxing deliberately waited a moment before stepping outside, only to find Shang Jue at the end of the corridor in the hot water room, listening intently to a phone call. It seemed to be a rather personal conversation, as he had made a point to step outside to take it. Lu Yuxing instinctively stood at a distance where he could not hear the content, and Shang Jue, catching a glimpse of him, hastened his speech. A few minutes later, upon concluding the call, Lu Yuxing approached him. The surroundings were filled with dormitories, so he spoke in a hushed tone. Have you contacted Tian Miao? Shang Jue did not respond, but instead posed a question. What purpose do I have in seeking him out? Lu Yuxing inquired. Have you given him any money? Shang Jue retorted. Why would I give him any money? There is no denial. That is indeed a concession. Shang Jue, acting recklessly and intervening in matters unbeknownst to him, has incited a measure of anger in Lu Yuxing. What relevance does my relationship with him hold for you? Shang Jue's eyes darkened, unwilling to speak. Lu Yuxing, how much did you transfer to him? I'll repay you. Shang Jue, what does my transfer have to do with you? The atmosphere grew tense, as if an argument were imminent. Lu Yuxing, aren't you disgusted as well? Shang Jue was so incensed by the repulsive words that his eyes nearly reddened, his tone growing icier. If you find me disgusting, so be it. I am indifferent. Lu Yuxing was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening as he clarified. What I meant was, you do not find him repulsive either. Ah, Shang Jue felt slightly better. How did you learn sentence compression in elementary school? Did they teach you to compress it like this? The two individuals fell into silence. After all, Lu Yuxing truly did not wish to engage in a debate regarding his elementary school skills in sentence reduction. Don't overthink it, Shang Jue remarked. I sought him out not for your sake. Lu Yuxing responded. I understand, but you needn't articulate it so plainly. Shang Jue sensed a flaw in his own phrasing and rephrased for greater precision. It's not entirely for you. The atmosphere in the water room grew still, with both parties remaining taciturn. After a considerable pause, Lu Yuxing broke the silence. If it's not entirely for me, then what is it for? Faced with his inquiry, Shang Jue found himself at a loss for words. Upon tracing the motivations behind it, he realized they ultimately stemmed from Lu Yuxing. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he managed to articulate a response. He spread rumors about me in the forum, and I am displeased. Lu Yuxing furrowed his brow and remarked, how can you be certain that the person spreading rumors about you in the forum is indeed him? Moreover, if you disapprove of him, you have even less reason to transfer money and allow him to live lavishly. What is it that you intend to do? Shang Jue, I've never been to that bar. It was He Yang who encountered Tian Miao's harassment when he went there to broaden his horizons. I merely fabricated that story to intimidate Tian Miao into breaking up with Lin Yihan. Lu Yuxing paused. You've never been there? Shang Jue expressed a hint of confusion. Did you not remember everything? Surely you must know that I am not inclined towards such preferences. It is quite unimaginable for me to visit such places. Lu Yu's expression shifted subtly. Are you not? Shang Jue parted his lips, pondering the implications of his words. He swiftly diverted the conversation. Hence, the only person who could claim to have encountered me at Breeze, aside from Tian Miao, would be no one else. Wasn't it so before? What does it mean? Has the situation changed now? The sound of Lu Yu's journey reveals no discernible emotion. Shang Jue, is it truly significant whether it changes or not? This thing has never been fixed, has it? You previously claimed to be a straightforward man, and in moments of fervor, your stance seemed to shift effortlessly. Yet, that is neither here nor there. It is not a matter of permanence. Lu Yuxing curled his lips slightly, acknowledging his own capriciousness. He never anticipated that someone would feign being my boyfriend solely to vex me. Thus, I suppose I deserve my misfortune. Shang Jue, am I not unfortunate as well? I can only surmise that you could forget for several months. Lu Yuxing, so it is my fault? I should not have lost my memory? Shang Jue curled his lips slightly, stating that while it cannot be said in that manner, one must acknowledge a degree of responsibility for failing to look both ways before crossing the street. Wouldn't you agree? As Liu walked, a dull ache throbbed in his heart, as though it might lead him to illness. He lifted his foot to exit the washroom, but Shang Jue grasped his hand. Shang Jue tightened his grip, saying, I deceived you. It was my fault. May I now offer you my sincerest apologies? Lu Yuxing, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, No. I refuse to accept this. Lu Yuxing remained silent, his right hand now liberated, yet he did not depart. Instead, he abruptly changed the subject, asking, How much did you actually give him? Lu Yuxing replied, 4,000? Shang Jue lifted his eyelids, remaining silent. It is not merely 4,000, it surpasses that amount. A week passed by uneventfully, and 2 days before New Year's Day, the school announced a holiday. The following morning, Gu Jiqing and Lin Shuiying went to the library to review. These two seldom engaged in studying, yet they proved to be quite reliable when examinations approached. Meanwhile, the other two, who had quarreled just the day before, sat back to back in their dormitory. Lu Yuhang typically kept his phone on silent while studying, placing it in a corner where it would not be disturbed. Only during his previous relationship with Shang Jue had he set it to vibrate. Observing the two individuals displaying heightened emotions, he inquired, What happened? What is going on? This is monumental news. Gu Jiqing abruptly slammed the dormitory door shut. The boisterous excitement he had just moments ago was now subdued. Tian Miao was apprehended last night for soliciting prostitution. Lu Yuxing was taken aback. Where did that come from? It was merely a rumor circulating in the group, suggesting that the one involved was a man. Lu Yuxing furrowed his brow. A man? The credibility appears to be quite high. Lin Shuiying also seems rather exhilarated. Is this what one would call instant karma? Our school's regulations stipulate that engaging in prostitution results in expulsion. Moreover, Tian Miao was caught red-handed. This fellow is undoubtedly finished. Gu Jiqing, humph. This certainly isn't his first time. Lu Yuxing, why do you say that? Getting caught in a vice raid on his very first attempt? The odds would be astronomically against such misfortune. Lin Shuiying remarked, It's not certain. It may have been discovered and reported by someone. His family is in quite a difficult situation. Last year, he even applied for poverty assistance. He probably doesn't have the means to indulge in such activities every day. How despicable. To squander his parents' hard-earned money on such pursuits? Lin Shuiying. His recent spending seems rather excessive. Has he won the lottery? Lu Yuxing abruptly halted his fingers, gripping the pin tightly as his gaze shifted towards the silent figure across from him, focusing intently on Shang Jue's back. Who knows? Gu Zhiqing glanced at the reticent Shang Jue. Shang Jue, you are more in the know than we are. Have you perhaps already heard the news? Is it true? Shang Jue turned his head, his expression not mirroring the ease of the others, and calmly replied, it seems to be true. Chapter 49. Within this confined space of the dormitory, the animated discussions of Gu Zhiqing and Lin Shuiying erupted unexpectedly. Finally, a sigh of relief escaped from Lu Yuxing, as this sensational gossip reverberated through the campus, drawing considerable attention. The arrest of a distinguished student from a university for solicitation briefly ascended to the local trending topics, although it was swiftly suppressed by the institution's public relations efforts. Given the gravity of the situation, Tian Miao could no longer continue his studies. Apart from Lu Yuxing, it was unlikely that anyone could fathom the connection between Tian Miao's arrest and Shang Jue, including Tian Miao himself. All that Shang Jue had done was provide Tian Miao with a substantial hush money just a week prior and made a phone call to a private investigator from the He family on the night of Tian Miao's incident. The official notice of Tian Miao's expulsion was released 2 weeks later, clearly stating his dismissal from the university, and it was displayed beneath the boys' dormitory as a warning to others. Lu Yuxing entered behind him, even with his back turned. Shang Jue could sense Lu Yuxing's gaze intensely fixed upon him. Unable to resist, he turned around and found Lu Yuxing frowning at him. Shang Jue, like a firecracker, was ignited by a mere glance from Lu Yuxing. He chuckled softly, tossed his backpack onto the desk, leaned back against it, and propped his legs up on his chair, asking, what's the matter? Do you have something to say? Do you think I've gone too far? You should already be well acquainted with my character. Lu Yuxing. Did I just speak? Lu Yuxing strolled over unhurriedly and came to a halt before Shang Jue's chair. With measured words, he inquired, your character remains an enigma to me. Might you illuminate me with some elaboration? He was somewhat curious about whether Shang Jue had a clear perception of himself. Shang Jue tilted his head back and scoffed. Yeah, sure, I'm the bad one. Lu Yuxing couldn't help but let the corner of his lips quirk up. That faint smile of his made Shang Jue falter for a moment, his gaze flickering away, unable to hold it. Lu Yuxing studied Shang Jue's wilted expression for a while, unable to quite discern the other's current mood. It probably wasn't guilt. Shang Jue wouldn't feel guilty over dealing with a scumbag, but a foul mood was inevitable, especially for someone as inherently sensitive and tender-hearted as him. Lu Yuxing didn't know how to offer comfort, given their current relationship. Not arguing might already count as solace. Hey, let me see that scar on your head. Who's hey? Don't I have a name? Shang Jue was speechless. Didn't I call you that all through high school? Would you prefer classmate Lu? Fine then, classmate Lu. Lu Yuxing retorted. Can't you just say my name? Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing. Suddenly, Lu Yuxing fell silent. Unable to hear his response, Shang Jue inquired, shall I address you more affectionately? Yuxing? Still no response. Shang Jue provocatively lifted his leg and nudged Lu Yuxing's arm, mimicking Gu Zhiqing and the others by calling out Brother Lu once more. Suddenly, Lu Yuxing moved, his palms swiftly clamping down on the back of Shang Jue's knee before sliding slowly downward to his ankle, encircling it firmly. Shang Jue frowned and instinctively drew his leg back slightly, the sensation of Lu Yuxing's touch sending a faint ticklish shiver through him. Shang Jue, I want to see. It'll put me in a better mood. You're in a better mood by looking at my scars. Lu Yuxing, feeling quite displeased, decided against indulging Shang Jue and ultimately refused to grant him a glimpse. When the other two descended from the bulletin board downstairs, Lu Yuxing inquired of them. Do you wish to go out this evening? I shall treat you. Recently, I have taken several professional examinations, and the upcoming tests will be somewhat more relaxed and spaced out. It would be quite beneficial to venture out for a bit of well-deserved relaxation. Lin Shuiying, Brother Lu, are you treating us? What is the occasion? Of course, it is because Tian Miao has received his just deserts, Gu Zhiqing remarked. Lu Yuxing merely glanced at the last individual who still appeared listless, with drooping eyes, and inquired, shall we go? Shang Jue casually replied, go ahead, thanks, Brother Lu. Lu Yuxing glanced at him, his palm itching slightly once more. Apart from his allergy issues, Shang Jue wasn't particularly picky with food. Assuming that among the dishes the others ordered, there would surely be something he could eat, he lazily dismissed the menu and said, you all decide. I don't have any dietary restrictions. After the menu had circled the table, Lu Yuxing handed it back to him. Add 2 more dishes. Shang Jue flipped through the pages, hesitated for a moment, then selected one dish before adding another mild-flavored option that Lu Yuxing could enjoy. Once the dishes were finalized, he turned to the beverage section and skimmed it briefly. Lu Yuxing remarked, "Order if you want a drink." Shang Jue felt as though his thoughts had been seen through. Truthfully, had Lu Yuxing not offered to treat him tonight, he would have gone drinking with He Yang instead. Shang Jue flipped through the menu again, eyeing the uniformly selected dishes, all his favorites, and wondered with slight uncertainty, could it be that he is trying to appease me? Shang Jue couldn't fathom the situation. So he lowered his head and uncorked a bottle of white liquor. Lu Yuxing parted his lips slightly, having assumed Shang Jue would merely drown his sorrows with a couple of beers at most. Instantly, regret washed over him as he inquired with concern. "Are you certain you can handle this?" "Shang Jue, I'm better than you." Lu Yuxing. Shang Jue quietly finished nearly an entire bottle. And as it neared the bottom, Lu Yuxing's eyelids twitched in alarm, genuinely fearing something might go wrong. He swiftly confiscated the bottle. The two across the table were left dumbfounded, only able to clap in stunned admiration and exclaim, "Incredible." Yet Shang Jue appeared remarkably sober, though a faint flush crept onto his cheeks toward the end. Lu Yuxing's heart nearly stopped. He swiftly snatched the teapot from Shang Jue's grasp, relieved to find it still warm. Turning his head, he caught the mischievous smirk Shang Jue could no longer suppress. "Did you really think I was drunk?" Lu Yuxing gazed at him with an impassive expression. Shang Jue continued to smile at him. "Darling, you are so easy to deceive." Lu Yuxing replied, "Darling." He turned to the 2 dazed individuals beside him and calmly stated, "He is intoxicated. I will take him downstairs. You two go ahead and call for a car." Gu Zhiqing inquired, "Brother Lu, can you manage alone? Perhaps I should stay as well." "Fine." Lu Yuxing genuinely feared Shang Jue might utter something utterly outrageous again. As the two descended the stairs, Lu Yuxing lowered his gaze to study this exquisite drunken fool with quiet exasperation. Shang Jue's face was flushed a delicate pink from the alcohol, his lips glistening with moisture, a vivid vermilion hue. His eyes, too, shimmered with an intoxicated brilliance, so bright they appeared almost dazed. Lu Yuxing observed him for a moment before pressing his palm against Shang Jue's cheek, the warmth of his hand meeting the scorching heat of Shang Jue's skin. Shang Jue offered no protest, merely tilting his head slightly with a faint smile before lowering his lashes and pressing a kiss to the center of Lu Yuxing's palm. The damp brush of lips against his skin sent a visible flush creeping up Lu Yuxing's face. He withdrew his hand from Shang Jue's cheek, sliding it down instead to support the other's waist, half dragging, half carrying him upright. Shang Jue tilted his head, his lips nearly grazing Lu Yuxing's ear. With a slight backward tilt, he put a sliver of distance between them and murmured, "Darling, I can walk on my own." Lu Yuxing's ears burned, yet his voice remained icy. "Darling, the genius trusts you." He assisted Shang Jue to the stairway, and just as he took a step down, a soft chuckle echoed in his ears. Lu Yuxing's pace halted, and he turned to meet Shang Jue's tranquil gaze. The eyes, misty yet bright, were also remarkably clear. Instinctively, Lu Yuxing felt the urge to release his grip, but with Shang Jue's weight heavily leaning on him, letting go could potentially lead to a fall. Shang Jue grasped Lu Yuxing's hand that was clasped around his waist, looking at him with a hint of trepidation. Lu Yuxing inhaled sharply. "Are you still intent on toying with me?" Shang Jue pressed his lips together and after a few moments, mustered the audacity to say, "What if I were to say yes?" Shang Jue silently released Lu Yuxing's hand, cautiously inquiring, "Are you intending to let go and cast me down from here?" Lu Yuxing replied, "I do not engage in unlawful acts." Shang Jue's nature flared up, "Oh, yet when you struck Tian Miao, you did not utter such words." Chapter 50, I really might be played to death by him. Lu Yuxing has truly let go. His hand, which was resting on Shang Jue's waist, loosened, causing Shang Jue, who was held by Lu Yuxing, to lose his balance and nearly fall. Gazing into Lu Yuxing's pair of bright, watery eyes, an overwhelming sense of panic and disbelief emerged. How audacious! Does this fellow really dare to break the law? The lingering palpitations still haunted his body. Shang Jue was momentarily dazed before closing his eyes to compose himself, lest foul words escape his lips. When he reopened them, his gaze darkened as he uttered through clenched teeth, "Are you toying with me?" Lu Yuxing displayed the other hand clutching his sleeve to Shang Jue. "Your right hand is holding on too. I won't let you fall." Lu Yuxing added, "First of all, I wouldn't even go bungee jumping with you." Shang Jue had no rebuttal, nor was there any reason to be upset over such a trivial matter. Steadying himself, he no longer needed Lu Yuxing's support and took a step down the stairs. His footing was firm with each descent, while Lu Yuxing followed at a leisurely pace, finally confirming that Shang Jue showed no signs of intoxication. His demeanor could even be described as dignified. That bottle of wine, Shang Jue had consumed over half a pound, far exceeding Lu Yuxing's expectations. Just before stepping outside, Shang Jue halted. Lu Yuxing and the others were out there. He had feigned drunkenness earlier. After all, even calling Lu Yuxing darling, the act had to be convincing. Noticing his pause, Lu Yuxing wordlessly took hold of his arm, bending slightly to drape it over the back of his own neck. Shang Jue remarked, "You're taller than me. This feels awkward." Lu Yuxing replied, "Who told you to pretend to be drunk?" Shang Jue tightened his grip around the other's neck, slumping his shoulders and feigned drunkenness as his chin nestled against Lu Yuxing's shoulder. His entire being exuded the intoxicating aroma of liquor, cheeks flushed crimson with heat. "Switch sides," Lu Yuxing murmured, his pulse accelerating wildly, pounding so fiercely it threatened to burst from his chest. He dreaded the possibility of Shang Jue detecting it, fearing the merciless mockery that would surely follow. At this, Shang Jue straightened, scrutinizing his shoulders for a lingering moment before inquiring, "What's wrong? Do you have uneven shoulders? The right one seems slightly lower?" "There is no need to switch sides. I can hardly perceive a difference of 1 or 2 centimeters." Lu Yuxing took a deep breath and decided to move on. Just as he was about to step outside, Shang Jue lowered his hand. "What's wrong? Are you no longer pretending?" It suddenly occurred to me that Yuxing and the others hadn't witnessed my gait. Each drunkard has his own way of stumbling, and I thought I might as well babble some nonsense in the car later. Maintaining this facade was exhausting. After performing for so long, I'd lost confidence in myself. The scent of alcohol faded, leaving an abrupt emptiness in his embrace. Lu Yuxing tucked his hands into his coat pockets. "You don't have to speak, just pretend to sleep." Shang Jue found the suggestion quite reasonable. "Fine." They walked side by side to join the other two outside. Shang Jue moved with deliberate composure, silent. Yet neither of the men hailing the car suspected he was drunk. That single utterance of darling had been deafening enough. Before long, a sedan pulled over, their right. The driver was meticulous, the car's interior immaculate, even equipped with an air freshener. But the fragrance was overpowering, almost pungent. Shang Jue was prone to motion sickness. But the alcohol had unsettled his stomach, and the jolting ride combined with the cloying scent made him nauseous. The nighttime temperature in City A was unbearable, but the car's heating was relentless. Unwilling to subject the others to the cold by opening a window, he endured the discomfort the entire way. Miraculously, he didn't vomit. The moment they stepped out, Shang Jue hurried to the roadside, bracing against a tree as he dry heaved, gulping in the crisp night air. Lu Yuxing approached, assuming the alcohol had finally hit him, and patted his back before slipping an arm around his shoulders to steady him. Before he could exert any real support, Lu Yuxing reached out and pulled Shang Jue away. As Shang Jue leaned into him, his vision darkened. "Your clothes reek of that scent too." Lu Yuxing hesitated, unsure whether to let go. The sting of Shang Jue's rejection was unexpectedly bitter. In the end, he released him, allowing Shang Jue to walk unassisted. Back in the dorm, the dizziness and nausea persisted. Shang Jue longed for the bracing cold to clear his head. But the frigid air was too harsh. If he opened the balcony window, the pipes would likely freeze and burst. So he left the dormitory alone. At this hour, the campus was eerily still. No one in their right mind would venture out into a night cold enough to freeze snot into icicles. He found a secluded path and perched on the curb, watching his shadow under the street lamp blur into the silhouettes of surrounding trees. The alcohol dulled his senses, and he stared blankly for a long while, until someone stepped into the shadow his gaze had been fixed upon. Shang Jue looked up and met Lu Yuxing's half-lidded eyes. Blinking slowly, he asked, "Why are you out here?" "Lu Yuxing, you, a drunken man, are running outside. I fear you might frighten others." Shang Jue, speechless. "I am merely nauseated from the jarring of the vehicle. You know I am not intoxicated." "I am aware, yet others are not." Lu Yuxing assumed you were about to cause a scene on the street and insisted on coming down to look for you, but I stopped him. Ultimately, it was he who came down to search for you. Shang Jue lowered his head, pressing his palm against his eyelids, applying pressure. "Alas, I forgot to mention that. Having consumed alcohol does indeed affect the response time of the brain to some extent. In the past, he would never have silently inconvenienced others." He gazed at the coat worn by Lu Yuxing, the gray cashmere fabric appearing particularly warm and soft under the orange streetlight, surely delightful to embrace. Shang Jue listlessly inclined his head, his lips tightly sealed. Unable to fathom his thoughts, Lu Yuxing stepped aside, allowing Shang Jue to continue admiring the shadows of the trees. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Shang Jue's fuzzy hair whirl, feeling both unsettled and irritable. Just an hour ago, they had been teasing one another in the restaurant, and now, why was he suddenly playing mute? Lu Yuxing thought. He is doing this on purpose. The 3-month-long game did not satisfy him. He still desires to explore something new through me. With his eyes cast downward, he noticed Shang Jue's fingers and nose, both reddened by the cold, and inquired, "How much longer do you intend to remain outside?" Just as Lu Yuxing was about to explain that he hadn't meant to appear impatient, he heard Shang Jue continue in a cold tone, audible enough for him to hear. "Just say you truly lack patience, couldn't wait, and left a drunkard alone by the roadside to frighten people." Lu Yuxing. Now he genuinely felt tempted to do just that. Lu Yuxing froze for a moment. "I wasn't unwilling to wait for you. If you're unwell, take your time." Shang Jue studied his face for a while, wearing an expression that seemed torn between hesitation and sullen displeasure. In any case, Lu Yuxing couldn't decipher his thoughts. "What scent is your laundry detergent?" Shang Jue inquired. "Why do you ask?" Shang Jue continued. "What about the shampoo? The mint one. And the body wash?" He added. "It is also peppermint." Shang Jue sniffed lightly and remarked, "Peppermint is quite beneficial for motion sickness, isn't it?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps." Lu Yuxing gazed at him with a complicated expression and murmured, "I could lend you some shower gel to wash your brain." Shang Jue remained silent. Unable to contain himself, Lu Yuxing pressed further. "Then why couldn't it be your hair?" Shang Jue lifted the corners of his lips and slowly advanced 2 steps towards Lu Yuxing, raising his hand to encircle the latter's neck. He exerted just enough pressure. Fearful of holding too tightly, Lu Yuxing's breath instantly transformed into a delicate and elongated rhythm, cautiously easing. Shang Jue buried his icy nose into the crook of Lu Yuxing's neck. The chill sent a shiver down Lu Yuxing's spine, sharpening his senses. He was acutely aware that he was teetering on the brink of a premonitory infatuation, his mind raising alarms, urging him to take decisive action to halt this progression. Perhaps there was still time. Should he continue to play the fool? Shang Jue inhaled the faint minty fragrance that lingered on Lu Yuxing's skin. A pair of hands resting lightly on his waist, their grip suggesting an easy means of pushing him away. Yet, they lingered only for a fleeting moment before firmly grasping his lower back, drawing him closer and erasing the distance that Shang Jue had been too hesitant to bridge. Lu Yuxing gently brushed his lips against the stray lock of hair that had been tousled by the wind, his heart racing in desperation. He tightened his embrace around Shang Jue, thinking to himself, "I truly might be played to my demise by him." Chapter 51. If you're unwilling. After a long while, 2 indistinct figures emerged from the distance, their silhouettes resembling a couple. Upon noticing them, Lu Yuxing was the first to release his grip. Shang Jue lifted his face from the crook of Lu Yuxing's neck, taking half a step back as he hooked a finger under his nose. "Still warm from the contact. Seems it really was quite effective." "Thanks, Lu Yuxing." The collar of his shirt, loosened by Shang Jue's nuzzling, now allowed the cold wind to seep in. Lu Yuxing adjusted it wordlessly. The warmth lingering on the fabric where their chests had pressed together soon dissipated as well. He felt utterly pathetic, certain that Shang Jue must be gloating inwardly. A sidelong glance revealed Shang Jue's face, his slightly upturned eyes now wide and luminous under the streetlight, fixed intently upon him. Against his will, heat surged in Lu Yuxing's chest. Shang Jue, not pushed away, sensed a sliver of hope, no, more than a sliver. Something broader. Once, Hyang's few words had shattered his aspirations to dust. Now, it seemed as though those embers might yet reignite. Walking beside Lu Yuxing, he studied the cobblestones beneath his feet, pondering, would kissing him now be pushing my luck? Not just a little, but exceedingly so. What exactly is their relationship now? At best, they could be considered roommates. But since when do roommates kiss? Shang Jue's palms were slick with a clammy sweat, his fingers loosening slightly only for his hands to quickly grow numb with cold. The fleeting happiness he'd managed to grasp from that earlier embrace felt like an illusory castle in the air, precarious and unsubstantial. He remained on edge, terrified it might come crashing down at any moment. Under the influence of alcohol, Shang Jue slept fitfully that night, waking the next morning with a throbbing headache. He burrowed deep under the covers until late, lying motionless with his eyes closed, too lethargic to even bother with lunch. A faint tap against his bed frame roused him. He hadn't been asleep. Opening his eyes, he found Lu Yuxing standing by his bedside, watching him. Turning his head, Shang Jue was met with a strikingly handsome face up close, as if the warmth from last night's embrace had lingered until now. Lacking any appetite, Shang Jue murmured, "Then, Could you bring me some kanji? Thanks. He sat up, rubbing his face, and asked, did they go out to study? Liu made a sound of disdain, expressing his discontent with his meager meal. Would you like some glutinous rice balls? Shang Jue pondered for a moment before responding affirmatively. Lu Yuxing donned his coat and stepped out. His phone lay beside the pillow, displaying several unread messages from Wen Jiayue. Wen Jiayue, are you in the dormitory? Shang Jue. That's perfect. I am currently passing by the library on my way to the 7th dormitory. Would you like to come and collect it? At that moment, he recalled a few months prior when he had consoled Lin Yihan alongside Lu Yuxing, offering her his own cake. The disciplinary announcement regarding Tian Miao had been made public yesterday, and Lin Yihan had undoubtedly seen it. Upon receiving a token of gratitude, Shang Jue felt a weight lift from his heart, and his spirits began to brighten. He caught sight of the cake bag on the table and placed the items he held onto Shang Jue's desk. A faint smile curved at the corners of Shang Jue's lips as he uttered a word of thanks. Would they be able to finish the cake, the glutinous rice balls, and the porridge? Lu Yuxing's voice remained devoid of inflection as he spoke. His gaze gradually chilled, inch by inch. Shang Jue finally sensed it. The atmosphere in the room had shifted from when Lu Yuxing had left earlier. What had happened to him? The chilly breeze outside cleared my mind, making me wonder if you regret embracing me last night. Lin Yihan presented 2 boxes of cakes, likely including one for Lu Yuxing. He randomly selected a box and handed it over, remarking, hey, have you finished getting ready to head downstairs? Is it truly so difficult to utter the word no? At this moment, Shang Jue comprehended the situation, promptly silencing himself, his brows gradually knitting together. You still wish to toy with me, do you not? Lu Yu was incensed by his silence. Are you embracing me and toying with my feelings while accepting gifts from others? What do you take me for? Once is not enough. Must you toy with me yet again? Shang Jue pressed her lips tightly together, momentarily setting aside her explanations, and said, you are indeed still angry with me, aren't you? I acknowledge that deceiving you was my fault, and I sincerely apologize for my excessive actions. However, I truly did not anticipate such an outcome. He earnestly expressed, had I known you would suffer from amnesia for such an extended period, I would have certainly kept my distance from you, wouldn't I? Lu Yu opened his mouth, but was pierced by the word stay far away from you, leaving him utterly speechless. Shang Jue offered his apologies, but noticed the listener's expression darkening increasingly, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead in the frigid winter air. Am I to apologize while you refuse to listen? Shang Jue could no longer contain his feelings of grievance, exclaiming, did we not agree that you would not hold me accountable? Is this what you call not blaming me? Upon being provoked by him, Lu Yuxing could no longer contain his discomfort. Since the moment I awakened until now, have I ever blamed you? Have I uttered any words against you? You are now casting me a disapproving glance. Can I be blamed for that? You previously remarked, when have we ever been together? Is that not something worth discussing? Lu Yu took a deep breath. Was it that I did not wish to converse with you earnestly at that time? I intended to. Suddenly, he found himself at a loss for words. How else could he possibly articulate his thoughts? I long to hear your apology, to listen to your explanations, to be comforted by your sweet words. Beg me, plead with me to remain as your beloved, even if not through pleading, even if your demeanor were less than tender. But at the very least, you didn't even leave me a way out, immediately asking if we should break up. What exactly do you wish to hear me say? Lu Yuxing abruptly fell silent. Shang Jue placed the cake on Lu Yuxing's desk. This was given to you by someone else. Even if you don't want it, I can't keep it for you. Yet his apology, even if spoken, lacked sincerity. He wasn't merely upset over a cake. He was seizing the opportunity to vent deeper frustrations. He was exhausted by how Shang Jue's every move dictated his emotions, how he remained a plaything, clinging to affection without dignity. Now, after his outburst, the awkwardness only intensified, making him appear more like a fool picking fights over nothing. Lu Yuxing's anger turned inward, his temples throbbing. But Shang Jue's headache was worse. Stringing you along? Did you just accuse me of stringing you along? What could I possibly use to entice you now? Lu Yu, with a hint of irritation, remarked. You are well aware of the truth within your own heart. Shang Jue, with his composure strained, chose to endure the frustration and accepted the blame for the time being, saying, very well, let us say that I am the one who is ensnaring you. So, you truly believe I am luring you in, all the while accepting gifts and flirting with others? What do you truly take me for? You are well aware of my awareness. What exactly do I know? Lu Yuxing replied coldly, at this moment, I am utterly uncertain whether you are inclined towards men or women. Shang Jue, momentarily taken aback, could no longer contain his anger. Dare you claim that you were completely unaware? Since our high school days until now. Have you witnessed me being romantically involved or flirting with anyone? Even if you perceive me as merely toying around. Have I ever engaged in such frivolity with anyone else aside from you? As I have grown, the first kiss I ever shared with another was with you. Shang Jue turned his face away, yet the second, third, and fourth kisses were all with you as well. If you are willing, I shall be with you from now on, only you. Upon finishing his words, his face flushed uncontrollably, and his furrowed brow trembled with tension. Lu Yuxing remained silent, pressing his lips together, yet his eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance as the fireworks in his mind began to burst forth in grand display. No, he could not forget. Shang Jue raised his hand, pressing his palm against his forehead, and with a swift motion, swept aside his bangs. Then, feeling a wave of embarrassment, he let his hand slide down to cover his eyes, ultimately unsure of what to do with it. After expressing his feelings, only tension and awkwardness remained. He steeled himself to meet Lu Yuhang's gaze and asked, "Do you have a clearer understanding now of whether I prefer men or women, or who I like?" His face flushed under the scrutiny, causing him to retreat slightly, leaning against the cold metal ladder, hoping its chill would counterbalance the warmth on his cheeks. The two fell into a brief silence. Which one? He pondered. If you're unwilling, can we pretend those words were never spoken? Unable to rely on the ladder any longer, Shang Jue settled himself half-sitting, half-leaning on the edge of Lu Yuhang's desk. His long legs touched the ground as Lu Yuhang moved closer, nudging his knees apart, lowering his head until his nose brushed against Shang Jue's, their breaths intertwining. Heavy and tantalizing, as if they were on the verge of a kiss. Yet, to Shang Jue's dismay, Lu Yuhang remained still. Shang Jue felt a tightness in his throat. Lifting his chin to connect his lips with Lu Yuhang's, enduring a few gentle kisses. Lu Yuhang seemed particularly fond of his assertiveness, his entire body taut with excitement. His face and neck rapidly flushing crimson. When Shang Jue draped his arm over Lu Yuhang's neck, Lu Yuhang suddenly pressed down, kissing Shang Jue fervently. Initially, Shang Jue merely perched on the desk, but as Lu Yuhang pushed him back, he collided with a cake box, producing a sound of crumpling plastic. Lu Yuhang paid no mind, focused solely on kissing and caressing Shang Jue's waist. At first, Shang Jue didn't care either, lost in a haze of bliss. His mind filled with light, floating clouds. However, the box's discomfort became unbearable, and he feared the cake inside might be crushed. Gently, he lowered his fingers, which had been tangled in Lu Yuhang's hair, and pressed them against his partner's rolling Adam's apple, attempting to signal for a pause. Instead, Lu Yuhang found the gesture stimulating, thrusting his thigh insistently against Shang Jue, until a loud crack of plastic startled them both into stillness. Shang Jue twitched his lips, afraid to glance back. After a moment, he asked Lu Yuhang, "Can we still eat it?" Lu Yuhang wrapped an arm around him, peering behind him uncertainly, and replied, "It should be fine." He had finally realized that Shang Jue's earlier gesture was an attempt to halt their actions. He lifted Shang Jue, shifting him towards the center. Eager to continue Chapter 52, Matters Requiring Apology, Shang Jue gently pushed Lu Yuxing away from his chest. Lu Yuxing wrapped his arms around his waist, preventing any movement, and said, "I will be more careful this time." He then lowered his head once more, tenderly kissing for an extended period. After a long while, they finally parted, and Shang Jue, at close range, observed Lu Yuxing's flushed cheeks and moist lips. He suddenly felt a sense of discomfort and cleared his throat. Kissing a creature with memories felt distinctly different. Lu Yuxing warmly embraced him, the corners of his mouth curving upward in a smile directed at Shang Jue. Shang Jue found himself doubting whether the individual before him was indeed the same as the one from half an hour ago. He raised his hand to pinch Lu Yuxing's cheeks, playfully tugging at them, and recalled that he was still burdened with a pot on his back, leading him to question with mild irritation, "You say I lured you in. What exactly did I do to ensnare you?" Lu Yuxing hadn't anticipated Shang Jue bringing this up now, with his face being tugged by Shang Jue. He tilted his head slightly, but didn't break free. "I asked if your sexual orientation had changed, and you said it was never fixed to begin with. I spent ages trying to figure out which side you leaned towards, but then you went silent. Barely spoke to me for 2 weeks. Shang Jue explained, "Wasn't it final season? Had to study. You spend every day buried in books in the dormitory. How could I possibly concentrate?" Lu Yuxing seized the hand that had been pinching his face, pressed it down firmly, and took a steadying breath. "Last night, you pretended to be drunk, pouring yourself drink after drink, feigning intoxication, shamelessly calling me darling in front of the other 2 straight guys from room 323, brazenly demanding hugs. Did you truly believe my psychological defenses would crumble so easily? Yet he was dismissed with a single word from Lu Yuxing, fishing. He had never seen through it before. Lu Yuxing lowered his gaze in contemplation. Shang Jue, noticing his solemn deliberation, suddenly felt awkward and leaned in to plant a kiss on Lu Yuxing's cheek. Lu Yuxing stepped back, withdrawing to let him pass. Has it gone cold? I'll go heat it up, Lu Yuxing said, also reaching out to test the temperature. Never mind. It's still warm enough. Shang Jue opened the takeout box and scooped a spoonful of glutinous rice balls. The sweet sesame filling slid smoothly down his throat, awakening his appetite. After a few bites, he noticed Lu Yuxing leaning against his desk, watching his profile intently. Shang Jue set down his spoon and remarked dryly, "What? Standing guard over a prisoner?" As Lu Yuxing observed that he did not actively chase anyone away, he silently continued to linger beside his table. After consuming a bowl of congee and a serving of sweet glutinous rice balls, Shang Jue felt nearly satiated. Just as he was about to gather the utensils, Lu Yuxing swiftly assisted him in sealing the meal box, tidying up in a few deft movements, clearing the table, and inquiring, "Would you care for some cake?" Shang Jue had barely shaken his head when Lu Yuxing leaned in, cupping his chin and pressing their lips together. The tips of Shang Jue's ears burned crimson instantly. Between ragged breaths, he cursed hoarsely, "Damn it. At least let me rinse my mouth first." He reclined in the chair, while Lu Yuxing stood towering above, bending down to kiss him for over 10 minutes before the awkward posture grew uncomfortable. Lu Yuxing slid one arm beneath Shang Jue's knees and cradled his back with the other, lifting him effortlessly from the seat. Shang Jue was momentarily stunned by the sudden embrace. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined his 6-foot frame being swept up in a princess carry. Before he could gather his wits, Lu Yuxing shamelessly claimed the vacated chair and settled Shang Jue securely onto his lap. Shang Jue. The sensation beneath him shifted from cushioned upholstery to firm muscle, an indescribable peculiarity. After enduring it stiffly for mere seconds, he abruptly sprang away. Lu Yuxing's arms felt empty as he lifted his gaze. "What's wrong? This feels somewhat peculiar." Lu Yuxing inquired with puzzlement. "Is that so? What seems amiss?" Shang Jue contemplated briefly before suggesting, "Perhaps the positioning is incorrect. Why don't you try sitting on my lap instead?" Lu Yuxing tried to put himself in the other's shoes and felt something was indeed amiss. Hesitantly, he murmured, "I'm heavier than you. It must be quite a burden pressing down on your legs." Though his reasoning seemed sound, Shang Jue still sensed an underlying oddness. After lingering awkwardly for a moment, he moved over again, straddling with exaggerated bravado to appear more dashing. Glancing down at his posture, that peculiar discomfort persisted. From the moment Shang Jue settled into this position, Lu Yuxing's breathing became abruptly light and slow, so faint yet deliberately drawn out, as if suppressing something with immense restraint. He recalled Shang Jue's earlier words and adapted them silently to remind himself, "This is a chair, not a bed." Having finally steeled himself, Shang Jue leaned down and pressed a kiss to Lu Yuxing's lips. Shang Jue, hey, what now? Has the weariness set in after merely 2 hours?" No. Shang Jue thought it unlikely, and feeling somewhat fatigued, he decided to take a break. Lu Yuxing paid him no mind, nor did he lift his gaze. Instead, he fixated on the collarbone of Shang Jue before him. He recalled that there was a mole in that precise spot, perfectly positioned. Lu Yuxing slowed his breathing, forcing himself to turn his head aside, diverting his attention to Shang Jue's wardrobe. Shang Jue smiled and remarked, "Why do you keep staring at my closet? Is there something you fancy? I shall acquire a new item as a gift for you." Shang Jue, "Oh, merely a counterfeit then." Lu Yuxing, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Shang Jue seemed to seize an opportunity to redeem himself. "You see, I never intended to engage in such grand pursuits. My intention in mentioning this is merely to avoid further escalation of influence, is it not?" Shang Jue had been sitting rather uncomfortably to begin with, and upon hearing those words, he hastily retreated. Lu Yuxing rose and stepped onto the balcony, sliding the dormitory door shut behind him before opening the window to let the cold breeze wash over his back as he stood facing away. Left alone inside, Shang Jue hesitated to follow. A moment later, realization dawned, bringing up past grievances again. Could it mean he was upset with me once more? Lu Yuxing became Shang Jue because he had been neglected for too long. As Shang Jue brushed his icy skin against his cheek, he began to doubt his own judgment once more. "Lu Yuxing," he murmured, "are you still displeased with me for deceiving you?" Lu Yuxing was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend this sudden topic. His resentment towards Shang Jue had only surfaced on that fateful night when memories returned and truth unveiled, thereafter mostly directing his frustration inward. Shang Jue's expression softened slightly. Having already apologized at noon and passionately confessed his feelings, his defenses and sense of shame had thoroughly crumbled. Yet beneath it all, a suppressed grievance lingered, now finally surfacing with a petulant edge. I'm not making excuses for myself. He deemed it necessary to explain the motives behind his deception. When I received the call about your accident, I rushed across great distances without hesitation. Surely that counts for something, doesn't it? Lu Yuxing nodded slightly. Given the nature of their relationship at that time, even if Shang Jue wanted to intervene, he could have simply delegated the matter to Lu Yuxing and his team. There was no need for him to personally attend to it and watch over him throughout the entire night. During my period of amnesia, was I at least decent to you? Lu Yuxing cast a glance at him. Shang Jue had led him through the midterm, for which he remained grateful to this day. However, as their eyes met, both were reminded of the ultimate price that Lu Yuxing had paid. Shang Jue recalled this moment and suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Yet, Lu Yuxing closed his eyes and graciously responded with a soft mm. That note had been altered by Shang Jue later, to avoid being discovered in his deception by Lu Yuxing. Is it not reasonable for me to feel aggrieved when you bestowed upon me such an unpleasant remark? Lu Yuxing, who knew that despite your usual restraint and profanity, you would speak so of me behind my back. Shang Jue attempted to discern any trace of guilt on Lu Yuxing's face, yet after a prolonged gaze, he found no semblance of such an emotion. He furrowed his brow and said, "Could you at least express something? An explanation would suffice." Lu Yuxing's expression grew somewhat intricate. "For it was during high school that I overheard you cursing me in the restroom." Shang Jue immediately retorted, "Impossible. Silly dog." Lu Yuxing completed his statement. These two words had echoed in Shang Jue's mind countless times, yet he never anticipated hearing them from Lu Yuxing's lips. He parted his lips, intending to respond, but was rendered speechless by sheer astonishment, failing to conjure a retort for a considerable time. "When? Where did you hear that? I have no recollection at all." Shang Jue obediently closed his mouth, for the first time displaying such compliance before Lu Yuxing. "Damn, had I known, I wouldn't have brought it up." How did yet another matter requiring an apology arise? Chapter 53. What could possibly be considered serious? Shang Jue remained silent, but could not help but ask, "When?" Lu Yuxing lightly curved the corner of his lips, reminding him, "I just transferred to Haizhong a month ago and finished my first monthly exam, remember? At that time, he had not fully integrated into his new class at Haizhong. Regardless of sincerity or pretense, the goodwill Lu Yuxing received was undeniable. Moreover, Shang Jue had greeted him during their previous encounter, and despite Lu Yuxing's dismissive attitude towards his friendliness, Shang Jue graciously chose not to hold it against him. Reflecting on their first meeting outside of school, Lu Yuxing felt that perhaps his initial impression had been misjudged. Smoking, many young men indulge in smoking during their rebellious phase, which hardly counts as anything significant. Fighting, perhaps there was a reason behind it. What if the class monitor had actually been extorted that day? On the day the results were announced, the school had a holiday, and it just happened to be my turn for duty. While washing tools in the restroom, I encountered you inside. To say I stumbled upon you would be inaccurate. It was Lu Yuxing who saw him unilaterally. After the holiday, there were hardly any students left in the teaching building, and Shang Jue likely did not anticipate being overheard while speaking ill in the restroom. Haizhong's restroom featured a designated basin for cleaning tools, situated at the corner connecting the wash basin and the toilet. After finishing with the mop and turning off the tap, Lu Yuxing was about to leave when he heard a conversation emanating from the wash basin. One voice was unfamiliar to Lu Yuxing. "Sounding somewhat drowsy. I saw that transfer student from your class when I got my report card." The other voice, however, was quite familiar, always seeming to carry a hint of laughter. "How do you know it was him?" "He young, just as you said, tall and quite handsome. Like a protagonist from a novel." Naturally, when Shang Jue mentioned him, it was with a rather peculiar tone. Lu Yuxing felt a slight blush creeping up as he listened from behind the wall. It was not uncommon for him to receive compliments about his appearance, but he never expected Shang Jue, as a male, would praise another man's looks to his friends. Although it was an accidental eavesdrop, there was a hint of suspicion of him being a snoop. Just as Lu Yuxing was about to step away, he heard He Yong's next line, "But you said his nose isn't good looking. I think it's quite fine." Lu Yuxing paused slightly, slowly raising his hand to touch his own nose. "Quite fine?" Shang Jue scoffed lightly. "You didn't see that silly dog, ranking first in the grade. His nostrils practically pointing to the sky?" Lu Yuxing. He dropped his hand from his nose, deciding not to leave, instead remaining expressionless by the sink to continue eavesdropping. "He Yong. Oh really? Is he a turned-up nose? I didn't notice that." Shang Jue huffed, falling silent. Ever since Lu Yuxing had ignored Shang Jue's goodwill from the first day he transferred, he had been labeled as someone who looked down on others. Hyung, he has only been here for a month and has already taken your first place. All the attention is on him. Aren't you angry? Angry? Why? Do you think I can't compete with him? He spoke lightly, as if the position of first place was within his easy reach, dismissing Lu Yuxing, the transfer student, entirely. Hyung, being polite, chimed in a couple of times before heading into the inner restroom. As he crossed the boundary between the wash area and the toilet, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Lu Yuxing on the other side of the wall. The moment their eyes met felt like being caught in a chokehold. Not going in? Hyung murmured. Shang Jue was speechless. Why did you come to the restroom? Hyung replied in a whisper. I suddenly realized I'm not that urgent. Let us just go. Shang Jue calmly spoke. I have no recollection of that. But if you say so, then it must be true. Lu Yuxing leaned in and planted a kiss on his right cheek, his nose brushing against Shang Jue's dimple. Compared to Shang Jue's trivial complaints with friends, he was now more concerned about the reason behind Shang Jue's fight outside of school. Lu Yuxing hesitated, contemplating whether to voice his question at this moment. Shang Jue attempted to justify himself, saying, I was just chatting with friends. I never thought you would know. Lu Yuxing, then let us clear it up, shall we? Lu Yuxing did not wish to clear things up, holding on to Shang Jue's waist silently. During his quiet contemplation, Shang Jue's gaze swept over, scrutinizing the face he had admired for 3 years. Lu Yuxing's nose was perfectly straight. Shang Jue had always known that Lu Yuxing was good-looking, but it had merely been a mental notion. Even if someone was extraordinarily beautiful, if they were unlikable, they would be deemed unattractive. Now, he realized that his boyfriend was strikingly handsome, and even when he was expressionless, with lips sealed and not smiling, Shang Jue found himself quite fond of him. Hey! He gazed adoringly at Lu Yuxing's face, wanting to compliment him. But Lu Yuxing turned his face away, pretending not to hear. Shang Jue corrected himself. Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing was equally uninterested. Who? I haven't heard of him. You. Better stop. Lu Yuxing, why? You used to say it quite smoothly. Shang Jue. Wasn't he that to deliberately irritate you? And about last night, that was a special circumstance. Shang Jue retorted. If it were you, could you say it now? Lu Yuxing effortlessly demonstrated, baby. Lu Yuxing, baby, it's your turn. Shang Jue raised his hand to cover one side of his flushed face, having forgotten the original purpose of calling out to Lu Yuxing. Damn. Have you mutated behind my back? It felt as if an electric current surged from the spot Lu Yuxing had licked, sparks igniting at the nerve endings, rendering Shang Jue frozen in place. Lu Yuxing's actions were instinctive, and he too found them peculiar, yet he couldn't help himself. He lifted his lashes to gauge Shang Jue's reaction, seeing him startled, and had to pause, awkwardly pressing his lips together to feign innocence. After a moment, Shang Jue slowly retracted his fingers, staring at Lu Yuxing's innocent face, hesitating. He found it quite reasonable. If I can call you husband, what could be considered serious? Lu Yuxing felt at a loss under Shang Jue's gaze, which seemed to scrutinize him as if he were a pervert. So, he chose not to defend himself and leaned in for a serious kiss with Shang Jue. Chapter 54. You have me. As the two entered, Shang Jue was seated in his designated spot, while Lu Yuxing stood closely beside him, a chill creeping down their spines. Fortunately, they managed to avoid exposing the two iron-willed men to any unsightly scenes. The sight of Lu Yuxing appearing beside Shang Jue's bed was a rarity. Gu Jiqing cast a lingering glance at the pair, but preoccupied with his impending examinations, he refrained from inquiring further. The usual routine of the dormitory had been turned upside down. Gu Jiqing and Lin Shuiying, in a fervent bid to prepare for their exams, burned the midnight oil, while those who previously spent every waking hour in the library now loitered idly by other beds. Lu Yuxing remained still, resting his hand on the desk and leaning slightly to shield Shang Jue from view. With a hint of helplessness, Shang Jue managed to coax him away after a few minutes. Though their contact did not escalate further, the simple act of holding hands was enough to stir their hearts. With others present in the dormitory, conversation felt constrained. That night, both found themselves restless, not merely yearning for closeness, but also grappling with the unfamiliarity that accompanied their sudden shift in relationship. Having just defined their bond, they faced an undeniable awkwardness that loomed large, overshadowing their time together as lovers, which was dwarfed by the memories of their past enmity. Yet, the future stretched before them, vast enough that the days of conflict seemed insignificant in comparison. Meanwhile, two individuals, their hair tousled, concealed their true feelings beneath a facade. Lin Shuiying remarked. I have tickets for tomorrow evening. A voice inquired, what time? Lin Shuiying responded, and the young man exclaimed with delight. Almost there. Shall we go together? At just the right moment, they decided to share a ride. Shang Jue fiddled with the character card in his hand, glancing sideways to find Lu Yuxing watching him. Both were local. Shang Jue resided nearby, while Lu Yuxing was currently living in City A. Yet, the mere thought of the impending holiday stirred within them a profound sense of separation anxiety. They played together from after dinner until the gathering dispersed around 10 o'clock. And as the lively chatter of the dormitory faded into silence, Shang Jue turned on his desk lamp, feeling a wave of restlessness at the thought of the imminent farewell. He was not particularly adept at dealing with solitude, and this time felt especially challenging. Behind him, he heard the sound of Lu Yuxing pushing back his chair and rising to leave the dormitory silently. Shang Jue stared blankly at the door for a moment before snapping back to reality and glancing at his phone. Lu Yuxing had sent him a message. Let us go to Yunhu. Shang Jue tucked his phone away, deliberately delaying for 2 minutes before donning his coat and stepping out after him. Lu Yuxing had not gone far. He waited for him at the base of the dormitory building and smiled when he saw Shang Jue emerge. As Shang Jue caught up with him, they walked side by side toward Yunhu, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close, both enveloped in silence. Once they reached a secluded spot, their hands intertwined. The temperature of the late winter night was chilling, rendering the campus pathways and small pavilions, usually vibrant with warmth during the day, eerily desolate in the stillness of the night. By the edge of Yunhu, only two audacious souls dared to hide beneath the trees and share a kiss. The recent examinations had been relatively simple, and with other roommates present in the dormitory, Lu Yuxing had been stifled in his yearning. Despite his desire to go out early, he had refrained from interrupting Shang Jue, who was enjoying himself with friends. With his back against the tree, Shang Jue kissed Lu Yuxing, his words slightly muffled as he responded. All right, the absurdity of such a request being granted left Lu Yuxing both surprised and elated, prompting him to ponder how to explain this to his roommates. At that moment, Shang Jue leisurely concluded his thought. At most, 2 frozen corpses will be discovered tomorrow morning. Shang Jue had a knack for deflating the mood. In the midst of winter, Lu Yuxing felt his cheeks flush from the peel beneath his palm, lay a chilling coldness. Lu Yuxing shook his head in bewilderment, then pinched Shang Jue's cheek to take advantage of the moment. My face is completely frozen stiff, he murmured. We've only been together for a few days? I do not wish for you to be widowed so early. Shang Jue gazed at him with a heart full of compassion. Lu Yuxing felt the sting of ridicule, his ears burning with embarrassment, and he used his other hand to shield himself. Shang Jue, slightly troubled, remarked, I should probably stay off campus for a few days. Lu Yuxing inquired, haven't you reconciled with your family yet? Shang Jue came from a divorced and remarried family. Lu Yuxing had vaguely heard about it in high school, but none of their classmates knew the specifics. During parent-teacher conferences, Lu Yuxing remembered that the seat behind his was always empty. His own seat was often vacant too. Back then, his older brother was also too busy to attend every time. Fortunately, neither he nor Shang Jue gave anyone much cause for concern, so when their parents didn't show, the homeroom teacher never made an issue of it. Shang Jue fell silent again. You never say anything, never tell me anything. Startled by the sudden accusation, Shang Jue retorted, what did I do to upset you? You left me hanging, making me fret in vain. Time and again. Earlier, when Shang Jue had an allergic reaction, he stubbornly remained silent. On the night he escorted Qin Shuerong away, despite rushing over upon receiving Shang Jue's message, he still couldn't pry a single word of explanation from him. Left with no choice, he could only speculate blindly, exerting effort in directions he wasn't even sure were right or wrong. Shang Jue hesitated briefly before confessing the truth. I came out to my family, and my father was so furious he grounded me for 2 days. But by then, hadn't we already, his voice caught, broken up? Shang Jue cast him a sidelong glance. What breakup are you talking about? Weren't we never together in the first place? He was evidently still troubled by those words. Lu Yuxing said, that was spoken in anger. I apologize. Shang Jue snorted dismissively, knowing when to relent. Even if we've broken up, I still want to say it. He continued, you've already confessed everything to Shang Jue. I want to make amends. Lu Yuxing fell silent for a moment. I don't want you to repay me like this. Are you afraid I'll ruin my relationship with my family? Lu Yuxing, of course I'm afraid. He valued family deeply, thus apprehensive that Shang Jue might clash with his relatives on his account. Shang Jue fell momentarily speechless, initially reluctant to delve into the matter. Yet faced with Lu Yuxing's grave expression, he reluctantly unveiled a fragment of familial discord. My father has another son besides me, half a year my junior. Lu Yuxing froze, absorbing the revelation for 2 full minutes before his lips parted soundlessly. Gazing into Shang Jue's eyes, he sought earnestly to comprehend his lover's emotions, like one tree striving to fathom another. They stood so close, akin in flourishing foliage, sturdy trunks, and matching heights. From admiration to affection, the progression seemed predestined. Until the day love took root, curiosity inevitably bloomed, a longing to know what nurtured his growth. His scrutiny was too intense, too unguarded. Shang Jue, unsettled by such raw attention, instinctively turned away, only for Lu Yuxing to cradle his chilled cheeks between warm palms. Trapped like a cracked pistachio, Shang Jue's thoughts had already wandered thrice through a squirrel's den while Lu Yuxing's gaze remained unyielding. Exasperated, Shang Jue raised a hand to shield Lu Yuxing's eyes. The brush of lashes against his palm sent delicate tremors of ticklish warmth. When he withdrew, Lu Yuxing tactfully shifted focus. We're off campus. A hotel? Shang Jue's gaze flickered, a hint of guilt in his eyes. My home. Which home? The one I rented before. Lu Yuxing was taken aback. Didn't you say you wouldn't be living outside anymore? Shouldn't I leave myself an escape route? What if you asked me to vacate 323? Am I expected to sleep on the street with my suitcase? Moreover, having lived outside for a while, he had accumulated too many belongings. The pots and pans in the kitchen could not be taken back to the dorm and would have to be discarded. After coming out to his family, he could not conveniently place his things at a merchant's. Lu Yuxing, leave 323. He was incredulous. Do you truly see me as so unreasonable? I merely spoke off the cuff. Shang Jue explained. It's not solely because of that. My lease runs until March, just enough to get through the new year. If I were to terminate it now, I would need to find another place during the holiday. Shang Jue smiled, saying, let us ensure they have a wonderful new year this year. As Lu Yuxing listened to his light-hearted tone, his heart ached painfully. He pulled Shang Jue into his embrace, cradling the back of his head, and pressed gentle kisses to his cheek and the corners of his lips. I'm here for you, he whispered softly, as if making a promise. You have me. Shang Jue momentarily lost himself in thought, and after a while, his eyelashes fluttered twice in response. Chapter 55, Cohabitation time slipped away quietly in the stillness. It was time to leave. Shang Jue lifted his chin from Lu Yuxing's neck. Still immersed in the warmth of the confession that had been bestowed upon him, his lips pursed slightly, his demeanor relaxed, exuding an air of softness. Lu Yuxing, enveloped beneath his outer garment, felt a sudden rush of warmth coursing through his body. He relished the sight of Shang Jue in this state, so obedient that it made his heart swell. He encircled Shang Jue's waist and the curve beneath, lifting him as one would a child. Shang Jue's relaxed expression shifted abruptly, turning to one of shock. What on earth? What are you doing? Even his biological father has never embraced him in such a manner. He trembled with anxiety, and Lu Yuxing sensed it. The embrace took on a less innocent intention as he lifted Shang Jue slightly higher, deriving an inexplicable pleasure from the other's embarrassment. Shang Jue's elegantly sculpted neck rested near his lips, and Lu Yuxing brushed his nose against it, inhaling the scent before placing his lips upon it to kiss. Shang Jue gasped, drawing in a sharp breath, cursing under his breath. He felt as though the romance that had just begun to blossom within him was cruelly snatched away. After his outburst, he let out a soft hum, which drove Lu Yuxing to the brink of tolerance. He gently set Shang Jue down, took a step back, and loosened the collar of his outer garment. Shang Jue, startled, leaned against the nearby pine tree and asked, "What do you intend to do?" "You may not care about propriety, but I certainly do. I'm merely feeling warm." Shang Jue's eyes widened in astonishment. What nonsense is this person spouting in the dead of winter? However, it seems that Lu Yu is genuinely feeling the heat. Having left his jacket unbuttoned for quite some time, yet his body remained still, Shang Jue remarked, "Could it be that you are suffering from a hallucination caused by the cold?" Lu Yuxing questioned him. "Did you do this intentionally?" "Intentional? What intention? Are you feigning ignorance? Must I spell it out for you?" Shang Jue's words faltered mid-sentence, and he suddenly fell silent. His face flushed as he stammered for a moment, leaning in slightly. "That was merely a localized warmth. Who are you to compare?" Lu Yuxing smiled, the corners of his lips curving upwards. Fully aware that Shang Jue was not devoid of feelings, Shang Jue cast a glance into Lu Yuxing's open jacket. Catching sight of the alluring lines of his waist and hips accentuated by his inner attire, causing his gaze to flicker. He had seldom paid much attention to the male physique before, let alone ponder his preferences. At most, he experienced a fleeting sense of competition. However, upon realizing his shift in sexual orientation, viewing Lu Yuxing took on a different hue. With broad shoulders, a slender waist, and long legs, Lu Yuxing was undeniably captivating. Shang Jue was not entirely free from lascivious thoughts, even though Lu Yuxing was slightly taller than him. Aside from his larger stature, everything else about Lu Yuxing resonated well with Shang Jue's tastes. The only predicament was that Lu Yuxing likely would not be inclined to take on the submissive role. He shifted slightly away, inquiring of Lu Yuxing, "What about you? When will you be leaving? I am reluctant to depart. What about Shang Jue?" Shang Jue's heart soared with joy, though he merely responded with a calm mmm. Lu Yuxing stifled a laugh, choosing not to expose him. "Shall I stay here with you?" Shang Jue curled his lips slightly, feigning contemplation. "I shall give it some thought. Having an additional person at home does seem rather inconvenient." Lu Yuxing reminded him pointedly, "Half of that place belongs to me." "Well then, if you insist, shall I grant you ownership of the ceiling's half?" Lu Yuxing wanted to kiss him again. Maybe after Jiqing and the others leave. Shang Jue's nose and lips. His skin flushed crimson from the cold as if dusted with delicate rouge, yet his dark eyes shimmered with scattered flecks of warm radiance. After stumbling slightly over the uneven stone steps, Lu Yuxing finally couldn't restrain himself and murmured, "You're beautiful." Being called beautiful was a first in Shang Jue's life. His steps faltered, and he replied dryly, "I'm a man." Of course, Lu Yuxing hadn't mistaken him for a woman. He fished his phone from his pocket. "Let me take a picture?" Shang Jue curled his lips into a faint smile. "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. You dislike me photographing you." Lu Yuxing replied, "I can change." His unexpected compliance took Shang Jue by surprise. "Just like that?" he asked, slightly astonished. Lu Yuxing had little to say. This was how he behaved in front of Shang Jue. Precisely because during his amnesia, his boundaries had been repeatedly lowered, having done countless shameless things when his memories returned. He was nearly overwhelmed by a tidal wave of humiliation, almost fainting from self-reproach. Facing Shang Jue, he always seemed passive. Lu Yuxing attempted to resist, but to no avail. When it came to someone he loved, he couldn't help but want to please them. Seeing him relent so easily, Shang Jue's thoughts drifted unconsciously. Looking back now, even without his memories, this man had repeatedly yielded to him, his so-called boyfriend. Gentle, indulgent, utterly unlike the unyielding figure he had imagined. Could it be that in bed, he would be just as pliant? Shang Jue's cheeks flushed with warmth as he raised a fist to cover his lips in a feeble attempt at concealment. Yet those untimely thoughts continued to dominate his mind. Meeting Lu Yuxing's expectant gaze, he abruptly felt profound remorse for the indecent fantasies swirling in his head. In an effort to mask his guilt, Shang Jue offered compensatory affection. "Darling." Lu Yuxing blinked in momentary surprise before a soft smile curved his lips, pressing his own lips together. Shang Jue found himself unable to suppress his contrition. Would you mind if I called you something else?" "No." Shang Jue further inquired, "What about the wife?" Lu Yuxing truly hadn't anticipated this. It wasn't that he minded being addressed in such a manner, but the combination of Shang Jue's voice with that faintly bashful gaze inexplicably unsettled him. With reluctant acquiescence, he managed a response. This fellow's boundaries are truly fragile. Shang Jue mused inwardly. Composing himself with inexplicably complicated emotions, he uttered, "Go ahead, darling." Lu Yuxing aimed the lens directly at him. "Are you filming my face this closely?" Shang Jue gazed at the camera lens, nearly pressed against his nose, and instinctively recoiled slightly. However, the final image turned out surprisingly well. The frame captured Shang Jue with his face slightly tilted upwards, set against a dimly lit expanse of ice that was difficult to discern. A delicate smile graced his lips, and his features were exquisitely flawless. The glow of the street lamp enveloped only Shang Jue, as if he were adorned with a natural filter. He glanced at the picture nonchalantly. Devoid of any modesty, "Fortunately, I am photogenic." Lu Yuxing cherished the sight of the person on the screen for quite some time. It was merely a photograph. Yet he felt an unusual sense of satisfaction, a premonition that his album would soon be filled with images of Shang Jue. After a moment's contemplation, Shang Jue also snapped a photo of their shadows beneath the street lamp. His skills were even more rudimentary than Lu Yuxing's, and he failed to take a few steps forward, resulting in their tall figures being reduced to the appearance of turnip heads in the shadow. He sent the image to Heyang. "Heyang, where did you pick up those two kids?" Shang Jue clicked his tongue in disapproval. "Shang Jue, do you recall what I once told you? That if you never found true love, I would accompany you even in death?" "Heyang, I have a faint recollection." "Heyang?" "Shang Jue, I have someone in mind to share my final resting place skull." He sent the message, aware that his brother would take a moment to grasp its meaning, then tucked his phone away. Now that the exams were over, there was no need to adhere too strictly to the rules. After lights out, no one slept. The dormitory's occupants each went about their own affairs with quiet efficiency. The inquiries of Lu Yuxing swirled in Shang Jue's mind, leading him to regret his hasty rejection. Lu Yuxing, in the darkness, was washing up on the balcony, while Shang Jue turned his head to observe, unable to discern anything in the obscurity. He restrained himself from moving closer. In the following 2 days, Lin Shuiying and Gu Zhiqing successively left the school. He strode over and embraced Shang Jue with a kiss. Previously, Shang Jue would often wrap his arms around Lu Yuxing's neck while kissing, but for some inexplicable reason, he began to hold his waist instead. This alteration did not strike Lu Yuxing as particularly strange. After a moment of surprise, he soon dismissed it. After settling all his belongings, Lu Yuxing remained, waiting in the living room for Shang Jue to invite him to stay the night. However, since 2 days prior, Shang Jue had been preoccupied with thoughts of Lu Yuxing. After some time, Shang Jue poured a glass of warm water and handed it to Lu Yuxing, who accepted it contentedly. Once the holiday concludes, may I stay? Shang Jue was momentarily taken aback, fully aware of the implications behind those words. Cohabiting with Lu Yuxing was indeed a dream he cherished. Yet the prospect of constant togetherness left him with reservations. Have a good think about it, Shang Jue replied candidly. I fear I might become too forward with you. Lu Yuxing responded. I would welcome that. Chapter 56. You indeed make me. Lu Yuxing gazed deeply at Shang Jue and said, You may proceed. I am unafraid. Shang Jue awkwardly cleared his throat. Then I shall first tidy up your room. Room? The guest room is merely furnished with a mattress. Lu Yuxing feels somewhat dejected. Am I to sleep in the guest room? In the dormitory, at least he could turn his head and catch a glimpse of Shang Jue across the way. Moving here only erected more walls between them. However, Shang Jue didn't wish to rush their progress, and he understood that. Understood, yet couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. Shang Jue paused briefly before speaking again. Though if you don't mind, I have no objections to you sleeping in my room. Why should I mind? Lu Yuxing, I will sleep with you. He answered succinctly, and Shang Jue felt an unexpected joy, smiling as he replied, Sure. Lu Yuxing did not let him be preoccupied and instead tidied up the room, excelling in this task more than Shang Jue. In his own room, Shang Jue found himself unable to contribute much, only managing a few trivial tasks. After half an hour, there were traces of another presence in Shang Jue's bedroom. Lu Yuxing's clothes had made their way into Shang Jue's wardrobe. Their clothing styles were quite similar. Neither favored bright colors, yet Lu Yuxing's outer garments leaned towards warmer tones. Witnessing these changes, Shang Jue absent-mindedly tugged at Lu Yuxing's sleeve and remarked, Hey, have we only been together for a few days? A married couple living together couldn't be more intimate than this. Lu Yuxing remarked, For months. Does the previous time count as well? In my case, it certainly counts. Shang Jue promptly followed suit in expressing his stance. Naturally, it counts for me as well. He glanced at his watch, noticing how late it had grown. Lu Yuxing inquired, Shall we prepare for the evening ablutions? Shang Jue nodded, removing his watch and preparing to change his clothes, but then recalled something. You go ahead, darling. Previously, he had unreservedly accepted Lu Yuxing's care. But now Shang Jue consciously endeavored to shift his role. A subtle peculiarity flickered across Lu Yuxing's mind. Yet he deemed it unnecessary to engage in extensive discussion with Shang Jue over such trivial matters. Thus, he entered the room first. Upon emerging from the bathroom, Lu Yuxing carried with him a warm, mini fragrance. Shang Jue was drawn to this aroma, leaning closer and unabashedly expressing his fondness. Unable to suppress a smile, Lu Yuxing embraced him. In recent days, their embraces had taken place amidst the frigid 10-degree nights at Yunhu, but now they were finally enveloped in warmth. Lu Yuxing's hair was simply tousled, still damp, as Shang Jue offered, Shall I dry your hair? Lu Yuxing hesitated in bewilderment, wanting to decline. Yet Shang Jue had already disentangled himself from his embrace. Guiding Lu to sit by the bedside, Shang tested the hairdryer's temperature with considerate fingertips. As warm air tousled Lu's damp fringe, his senses dulled slightly. Yet the soothing sensation of Shang's fingers threading gently through his hair compelled him to lower his lashes, surrendering to this rare indulgence. Minutes later, Shang ruffled his hair playfully before retreating to the shower. Left alone, Lu sat tracing his now dry, fluffy strands upward, pondering if something felt amiss. A peculiar intuition nagged at him, though its source eluded him. By the time Shang emerged, the answer still hadn't surfaced. Wordlessly, Lu picked up the hairdryer, his ministrations for Shang flowing with practiced ease. Seated at the bedside, Shang's head barely reached Lu's waistline. Did you apprentice at a barber shop? He mused. Lu Yuxing, I once worked at a pet store, bathing cats and dogs, drying their fur. Lu Yuxing adjusted the hairdryer to a lower setting and smiled. It's true. Shang Jue listened as Lu Yuxing slowly recounted experiences he had never witnessed before, and it made him reflect on his own past. When Chen Xuerong was still around, his holidays were quite busy studying, practicing the piano, being dragged to various unfamiliar social gatherings. Later, after Min Hong entered the picture, his daily routine during breaks became a battle of wits with their family of three. It wasn't exactly easy. But compared to Lu Yuxing's life, his own had been far more comfortable. Shang Jue leaned back slightly, tilting his head to look at Lu Yuxing's face, and said, "If you hadn't been so annoying back then, maybe we could had a puppy love." For a moment, Lu Yuxing was sure whether to be happy about the mention of puppy love or disheartened by being called annoying. Puppy love. He thought of Shang Jue in high school, even more insufferable than the current version, and couldn't help but laugh. And then I'll support you until college. So you won't have to work so hard during vacations. Lu Yuxing was momentarily speechless. Shang Jue, what's the matter? If I were to be financially dependent on someone, my brother would probably beat me up. So what? Isn't spending money an inevitable part of romantic relationships? It is not as if one is being compelled to sell their body. With her hair now dried, Lu Yuxing switched off the hairdryer, gently massaging Shang Jue's delicate tresses while pondering for a moment. During your second year of high school, were you ever subjected to bullying? Certainly not. Who could possibly intimidate me? Before my first encounter with Class 7, I had glimpsed you once beyond the school gates, cornered by a group of individuals. Was it your younger brother who sent them to assault you? Indeed, despite his reluctance to admit it, Shang Jue confessed. I was indeed the one who acted unjustly in that matter. He chuckled, adding, if given another chance, I would still choose to betray. While Shang Jue felt a sense of ease, Lu Yuxing's expression gradually morphed into one of distress. He pressed his lips together, remaining silent for an extended period. A tumult of heartache, guilt, and affection intertwined within him, yet none of it bore the suffocating weight of regret. He recognized the enormity of his blunder. A mistake so egregious it was almost unfathomable. Unaware of the complexity of Lu Yuxing's emotions at that moment, Shang Jue attempted to clarify, did you not witness it? He should know that I didn't suffer any loss at that time. Lu Yuxing took a breath and said, I'm sorry. His tone remained calm, showing no anger regarding the matter. Lu Yuxing's reaction was entirely natural. Anyone passing by would harbor similar suspicions, and most would likely avoid the situation altogether. Although Shang Jue did not clearly see Lu Yuxing's face, he recalled the boy lingering at the alley's entrance, preparing to make a phone call, likely to report the incident or contact security. He did not turn a blind eye, allowing the ruffians inside to fend for themselves, which was very much in line with Lu Yuxing's character. I bear you no blame. Why do you wear such a long face now? Shang Jue rose and gently kissed the furrowed brow of Lu Yuxing, then reached out to grasp his cheek, playfully lifting the corners of Lu Yuxing's mouth. After being teased by him, the cloud of gloom on Lu Yuxing's face began to dissipate. Shang Jue parted his lips, intending to offer further comfort, but ultimately could not betray his conscience. Well, you indeed make me quite distressed. A moment of silence enveloped the air. Lu Yuxing hesitated, struggling to find a retort. Shang Jue chuckled. Don't start to dislike me while we're talking. Not at all. I could never find you displeasing, regardless of what you say. Emboldened by his acquiescence, Shang Jue instinctively reached to wrap his arms around Lu Yuxing's neck, but midway through the motion, he suddenly froze, his hands gradually sliding down to embrace Lu Yuxing's sturdy waist. He tilted his head to kiss him, retreating step by step, guiding him toward the bed. Observing Shang Jue's actions, Lu Yuxing found the experience novel and instinctively followed suit, their long legs occasionally entangling. Lu Yuxing felt a rush of warmth as their legs brushed together, his throat involuntarily rolling as he swallowed, the sounds of their kissing growing louder. As his knee collided with the edge of the bed, Shang Jue cast a sidelong glance and pressed down on Lu Yuxing's waist. The latter, momentarily distracted by Shang Jue's unexpected assertiveness, blinked slowly, his gaze slightly dazed as he regarded Shang Jue's subtly furrowed brow. Lu Yuxing sensed an unusual fervor in Shang Jue today, a vigorous enthusiasm that he found immensely appealing. Yielding to the other's strength, he relaxed his body and reclined back, a smile flitting across his eyes. Shang Jue effortlessly pinned him beneath him, the simplicity of the act almost surreal. He paused for a moment, locking eyes with Lu Yuxing's bright gaze. Indeed, a gentle push was all it took to topple him. Chapter 57. You shouldn't be able to sleep like this. Nothing was prepared at home, and Shang Jue felt it inappropriate to overstep boundaries on the very first day of Lu Yuxing's arrival. After sharing a tender kiss, He propped himself up with one arm, creating a distance between them, exposing the wide neckline of Lu Yuxing's attire. To Shang Jue's surprise, he noticed Lu Yuxing's face suddenly flush with color. The faint scent of mint lingered in the air, the fabric of the pajama soft to the touch. And Lu Yuxing's freshly washed hair appeared particularly fluffy. As Shang Jue gazed at him, he found himself thinking how endearing it was that such a grown individual could evoke such feelings. Lost in thought for a while, Shang Jue's intense gaze made Lu Yuxing feel somewhat uncomfortable. He wrapped his arms around Shang Jue, rolled over, and playfully nibbled on his collarbone, his head nuzzling against Shang Jue's neck. Shang Jue couldn't help but chuckle at the gentle teasing. Lu Yuxing lightly bit the mole on Shang Jue's collarbone, cautious not to be too forceful. After a moment, he lifted his head, a smile adorning his lips. Although he was not typically one to smile often, he found himself frequently grinning in Shang Jue's presence. The two remained intertwined, sharing affectionate moments for quite some time. Reluctantly, Lu Yuxing eventually rose, planting another kiss on Shang Jue's forehead before releasing him and heading to the bathroom. Shang Jue slowly toyed with the corner of the blanket, hesitating as he licked his lips. When Lu Yuxing stepped down from the bed, Shang Jue softly called out to him, "Hey." Lu Yuxing turned his head, about to correct the form of address. Shang Jue sat up, leaning lazily against the headboard, embodying the essence of someone in charge. "Shall I help you with that?" As Lu Yuxing's tongue nearly stumbled, Shang Jue patted the space beside him. After a prolonged moment, Lu Yuxing stiffly leaned over, attempting to affectionately kiss Shang Jue's cheek. It was his first encounter with such intimacy, leaving Shang Jue feeling somewhat awkward as he stole glances at him before his fingers finally rested on Lu Yuxing's abdomen. The tips of his fingers grazed the firm muscles of Lu Yuxing's lower belly, and even before any further action was taken, Lu Yuxing's breathing grew heavy. The muscles around his waist tensed, and he could no longer restrain himself. Instead of merely kissing Shang Jue's cheek, he opened his mouth to engage in a deep kiss. His breaths becoming more labored, and he emitted soft sounds of pleasure, unashamedly expressing his enjoyment. As Shang Jue listened to his inhalations, a warmth spread across his face. Initially, he felt quite awkward, having sensed the other's exaggerated reactions before. This time, confronted with the reality, he even felt a tinge of insecurity. Slightly embarrassed, he reassured himself that it was sufficient as long as it worked. Shang Jue alternated between using his left and right hands, yet both arms ultimately ached tremendously. In the middle of this, he contemplated voicing a complaint, urging Lu Yuxing on, but for the sake of dignity, he held back. "Darling." Lu Yuxing gazed at him with excessively bright eyes. Ultimately, Shang Jue could not contain himself. "You should take it easy." After wiping his fingers clean with the tissue, Shang Jue furrowed his brow as he pressed his cheek against Lu Yuxing's, questioning the very essence of life. Am I to endure this level of exhaustion from now on? As he pondered, Lu Yuxing turned him over and embraced him from behind. The waistband of Shang Jue's pants was tugged, and moments later, he suppressed a soft gasp, his waist trembling in response. "This fellow is rather considerate," Shang Jue mused, recognizing the importance of gratitude and reciprocity. The two lingered together until late into the night. Lu Yuxing, nestled against Shang Jue, remained insatiable yet felt too shy to ask for more. Shang Jue closed his eyes, attempting to drift off to sleep. But after half an hour, he remained wide awake. The presence of another person's breath beside him compelled him to alter his sleeping position, no longer able to lie still as he once did. Despite his severe insomnia, Shang Jue found himself devoid of annoyance. He reached for his phone on the bedside, lying on his side to browse, while Lu Yuxing held him, resting his chin on his shoulder, also peering at Shang Jue's screen. Shang Jue chuckled softly. "What are you doing? Have you come to inquire about my position before even tying the knot?" Lu Yuxing was delighted by the mere mention of marriage, letting out a suppressed chuckle that resonated against Shang Jue's back, as if the warmth of his chest had reverberated through him. In the various groups of a university, even during the holiday, meaningless notifications continued to sporadically emerge. Shang Jue swiftly glanced over, noticing that there were still discussions taking place in the Qibon group. Energized at that moment, he delved into the hundreds of messages, perusing them from beginning to end. Initially, only a few regular participants were engaged in conversation, but soon someone inquired if everyone was on holiday, prompting the group to come alive with chatter. Voices clamored for a gathering during the holiday, debating whether it should be before or after the new year. While there were those who echoed the sentiment, no one stepped up to organize the affair, and the conversation fizzled out. Shang Jue observed the number of active participants. It was quite a significant portion, with about a third of the members contributing to the discussion. Wang Yuanzhou, class leader's guardian. "Shang Jue, it's nearly 2 o'clock, and you are still awake?" Wang Yuanzhou, class monitor's godfather, Deskmate, something's off with you. Shang Jue chose to turn a blind eye. Lu Yuxing watched him finish posting, then reached over beside Shang Jue's pillow, retrieved his phone, and cast the first vote. Shang Jue glanced at it. He had voted willing. You're coming? Lu Yuxing, you naturally go for me. Does this mean you were going for my sake? Do you not cherish our class collective spirit? Not just for you. I would attend the Class 7 reunion whenever possible. That class held extraordinary significance in his academic journey, not merely due to the bonds forged through the Gaokao trenches together, but more so because its atmosphere was a rare oasis of harmony and ease within the pressure cooker environment of their elite high school. Those 2 years in Class 7 had been genuinely pleasant for Lu Yuxing. Satisfied, Shang Jue extinguished his screen and lingered in silence behind him. After a prolonged stillness, the figure at his back suddenly murmured in a low voice, "Class monitor." Damn. Shang Jue's hand jerked, nearly smacking himself in the face. Before his breathing could steady, Lu Yuxing called out to him again. Shang Jue feigned composure with a nonchalant hum, though his pupils remained fixed on his phone, his expression betraying an unnatural distraction. Lu Yuxing's hand, resting against his abdomen, slid downward a few inches. Shang Jue's face burned crimson in an instant. Still planning to sleep? The person behind spoke with a voice laced with amusement. You probably won't be able to sleep like this. Blame me? Is it really my fault? Lu Yuxing remarked. It's not like it's growing on me. Shang Jue tossed his phone aside, disregarding everything, and continued the competition of endurance with Lu Yuxing. The two of them did not awaken until noon the following day. Shang Jue stirred slightly earlier, and upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a captivating sleeping face. He observed for a few moments until Lu Yuxing's eyelashes fluttered, rousing him from slumber. After a few seconds of gathering himself, he met Shang Jue's gaze, and they both broke into silly grins. Having skipped dinner the previous night and now lingering until this hour, Lu Yuxing decided to rise and prepare something to satiate his hunger. What provisions remained in the house? There were several boxes of ice cream in the freezer. As for the refrigerator, Lu Yuxing had checked it just yesterday. Only some beverages and snacks remained. Venturing out to the supermarket now seemed unnecessarily troublesome, so he ordered a few meats and vegetables via his phone for delivery before getting up to freshen up. Emerging from the bathroom, he also carried out the laundry basket from last night to wash on the balcony. Shang Jue had initially intended to doze a little longer, but through half-lidded eyes, he caught sight of this scene and murmured, "Darling, just leave it. I'll take care of it." Lu Yuxing paid little heed, replying with a casual, "No need, go back to sleep," before busying himself. Shang Jue slowly closed his eyes again, only to gradually rouse moments later. He felt he ought to be more diligent than Lu Yuxing, otherwise, how could he let his partner endure discomfort after intimacy, tending to laundry and cooking alone? He rubbed his face and rose reluctantly. After washing up, he stepped onto the balcony where the washing machine churned noisily. In the sunlight hung 2 freshly hand-washed undergarments, their presence making Shang Jue's cheeks flush faintly with warmth. He leaned against the door, gazing at the dazzling sunlight at the end of the balcony. Although still quite young, he felt a fleeting sense of clarity, as if he could glimpse the tranquility of his future life ahead. Inside, Lu Yuxing was busy, while Shang Jue struggled even to lend a helping hand, learning by observing as he assisted. In their shared future, he would need to learn to cook as well. He was a novice in the kitchen, not a culinary assassin, but he could certainly manage to prepare simple dishes with a bit of practice. "What's the matter?" Shang Jue asked. "You stand there, and I can't help but want to embrace you." Shang Jue pretended sweetly, "Wouldn't that disrupt your flow? Should I step away?" "Not at all." The rice was simmering, and the pork ribs were stewing on the stove. Only 2 more dishes needed to be sautéed later. Seizing the few moments of respite, Lu Yuxing moved closer and wrapped his arms around Shang Jue. Chapter 58. It hasn't reached that extent yet. After lunch, Shang Jue assisted in tidying up the dishes and glanced at the messages in the Class 7 chat group. While he found himself in a dull standoff with a few fools in the group, Lu Yuxing made a phone call nearby. Without any warning, he called out brother to Shang Jue. Startled, Shang Jue turned to look at Lu Yuxing, momentarily thinking he was about to meet the parents. This thought somewhat eased Shang Jue's tension. He now felt a certain discomfort whenever he heard the name Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing noticed this subtle change and, after hanging up, inquired, "Are you afraid of meeting my brother?" Shang Jue nodded slightly. "Why? My elder brother is quite open-minded. Initially, Brother Xing entrusted me to look after you for a night, and now I've ended up taking care of you in bed." Lu Yuxing walked over and gently stroked his back, describing to Shang Jue what a kind and magnanimous elder brother Lu Yuxing was. "Don't be afraid," he reassured. "My brother loves me dearly, so he will naturally cherish the person I love." Shang Jue was deeply moved by these words, finding some solace in them, though his head still throbbed slightly. Moreover, during my amnesia, it was because of your presence that my brother felt at ease leaving me at school. He's quite fond of you. If anyone should be worried, it ought to be me. Shang Jue lifted his gaze, eyes filled with confusion. Lu Yuxing spoke softly. Your family. From Shang Jue's previous injuries, he had discerned the Shang family's stance on his coming out. He harbored no illusions of gaining their approval, nor did Shang Jue likely care for it. Yet, his heart ached for the burden Shang Jue carried, debts of filial piety, neither relinquished nor repaid. Lu Yuxing clasped Shang Jue's hand and drew him into an embrace, remaining silent for a long while. He wished for Shang Jue to associate the word home only with warmth, and he knew, with unwavering certainty, that he would make it so. By unspoken agreement, the two abandoned the topic. Shang Jue opened the poll he had initiated in the early hours. Though the results were still being tallied, nearly half had already expressed interest. Shang Jue began preparing for the gathering, selecting dates, venues, and restaurants, while Lu Yuxing offered suggestions beside him. By evening, Shang Jue had settled on a few possible dates and shared them in the group chat. The final decision landed on a day 2 weeks later. When Lu Yuxing returned home, Shang Jue was still deep in slumber. Treading lightly, he slipped into bed and, in the quiet of the early morning, pulled Shang Jue, who lay with impeccable posture, into his arms. They dated like any ordinary couple, discovering numerous delightful eateries near Shang Jue's home. Yet, the place they frequented most was the library, where they would lose themselves in books and studies for hours on end. On the day of the class reunion, Shang Jue wished to arrive early and traveled ahead with Lu Yuxing. He set their destination at an intersection 200 meters from the venue, agreeing with Lu Yuxing to part ways upon arrival. Their infamous rivalry in high school was too deeply ingrained in their classmates' minds, and Shang Jue feared their sudden closeness might shock their former peers. Shang Jue had no fear of coming out, but facing familiar faces was another matter. Lu Yuxing, at least, commanded enough respect to deter teasing, but Shang Jue knew the more boisterous among them would seize any opportunity to jest at his expense. Lu Yuxing raised no objections to his plan. Shang Jue walked straight ahead, while Lu Yuxing meandered leisurely in the opposite direction, circling the area twice before entering the private room precisely on time. Over 20 classmates had gathered, representing 2/3 of their former class. The seats around Shang Jue were already occupied, with Wang Yuanzhou, his fair-skinned, slightly plump high school desk mate, chattering animatedly beside him. Xiao Mifeng was also present. Having arrived 2 minutes before Lu Yuxing, noticing his prolonged hesitation, she waved him over. Academic God, there's a seat here. The couple who had previously announced their relationship on social media also arrived, instantly becoming the center of attention as soon as they entered, particularly the young man, who endured relentless teasing from head to toe. Shang Jue secretly sighed in relief as he sipped his water. The group, all students in their early 20s, soon shifted their playful banter from the couple to the broader topic of romance. What about our class monitor? Still single? Is it conceivable under the circumstances of the class monitor? All eyes in the private room turned towards Shang Jue, some gazes carrying faint traces of anticipation. After a moment of silence, Shang Jue spoke. I'm off the market now. What the hell? Why haven't you announced it publicly? Someone from our school? Shang Jue, Same school and major. Xiao Mifeng listened to Shang Jue speak, then turned to glance at Lu Yuxing beside her, his expression composed, even with a faint glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Her heart shattered instantly. The ship she had once rooted for had sunk, just like that. Academic genius. She asked Lu Yuxing, do you know when the class monitor started dating? We haven't gone out together yet, have we? We started talking in September. September? That early? She stood frozen, gazing blankly into the void. No. I helped the class monitor clarify the situation. So why is the academic genius coming to thank me? Xiao Mifeng couldn't resist stealing glances at Lu Yuxing's composed expression, his lips parting several times only to close again as curiosity surged wildly within him. With perceptive understanding, Lu Yuxing broke the silence first. Actually, not everything in that post was rumor. Xiao Mifeng's mind raced furiously to process this revelation, while across the room, several boys clustered around Shang Jue, clamoring nosily to see the photos. With resigned reluctance, Shang Jue produced the shadowy photographs he'd taken earlier. Is that a radish or a person you've captured? And that silhouette on the left, is that supposed to be you? Shang Jue, the one on the right. Why is your girlfriend's shadow slightly taller than yours? Shang Jue pauses. What about the front view? Show me the front view. There are no frontal photographs. For he harbors no affection for being photographed. Shang Jue instinctively lifted his gaze, colliding with Lu Yuxing's eyes. The latter offered him a faint smile. Shang Jue graciously raised the corners of his lips. Xiao Mifeng, Wang Yuanzhou, with his keen eyes, observed the interaction between the two and playfully hooked his arm around Shang Jue's shoulder, advising him, having graduated, why do you still provoke others upon meeting? At the age of 20, it is time for us to exhibit a semblance of maturity. Even if he were to dash over and plant a kiss on Lu Yuxing's lips, no one would suspect him of playing a prank. Xiao Mifeng's face was nearly crimson as she trembled and stammered, Scholar, you, and the class monitor. Suddenly, Xiao Mifeng clamped her hand over her mouth, stifling a scream that would have branded her a fool. She maintained this posture for a full 20 minutes, her mind racing with a myriad of animated expressions. Ultimately, she subdued her exhilaration and, in a hushed tone, uttered, 99. Lu Yuxing chuckled softly, of course. The gathering dispersed as twilight approached. Shang Jue opted to settle the bill, thus remaining until the end. In the private room, apart from him, only one other person remained, Lu Yuxing, who had spent the entire day seated in the corner opposite him. At last, he could approach openly and take his hand, asking, shall we visit the supermarket later? Have you figured it out? Shang Jue chuckled. My clothes are about to be pierced by Mi Feng's gaze. They did not take a taxi, but leisurely strolled, taking the subway, and when they neared home, they casually turned into a supermarket to shop. Lu Yuxing pushed the shopping cart, pondering what dishes to prepare for tomorrow. You may decide. Just buy 2 tomatoes. And I shall prepare a tomato and egg stir-fry. Shang Jue has been diligently learning to cook these days. While Lu Yuxing does not quite comprehend, I do not find cooking to be a hassle. There is no need for you to specifically assist me. Moreover, the dishes you prepare are truly unpalatable. Nevertheless, Shang Jue resolutely placed 2 tomatoes into the shopping cart. He cast a glance at Lu Yuxing and thought to himself that he should enhance his culinary skills, for there would inevitably come a day when they would prove useful. Lu Yuxing furrowed his brow and inquired, why? I have always been by your side. Why would you need them? Shang Jue's lips parted slightly. How could he possibly explain this? I express my reluctance to rise after our time together, as it would compel you to endure discomfort while preparing a meal. To articulate such a sentiment would imply that you are preoccupied with those matters daily. Lu Yuxing, do you truly believe I would leave? Isn't it true that we can't guarantee there won't be times when we'll be separated by distance in the future? Don't you agree? Lu Yuxing remained silent for a moment before speaking. There's no need to rush into learning it now. Shang Jue exhaled in relief. The sooner we start, the better prepared we'll be. Pushing the cart toward the checkout counter, they found the weekend evening crowd bustling, with queues forming at every register. Lu Yuxing steered the cart to the end of the line, while Shang Jue lingered beside him, his gaze drifting toward the small display shelf near the counter. Their eyes met. Shang Jue hadn't been entirely certain before, but now he sensed that Lu Yuxing might be considering it too. Lu Yuxing glanced at the packaging, then turned to Shang Jue, pressing his lips together briefly. He seemed to have something to say, not a refusal, but something unspoken. Shang Jue furrowed his brow slightly under his gaze. What is it? Lu Yuxing felt somewhat embarrassed and whispered into his ear, the size is a bit small. Shang Jue glanced at the words on the packaging. It was the standard size. Flushing slightly, he rubbed his nose, choosing to interpret Lu Yuxing's words as a compliment, and replied modestly, well, it's not quite to that extent, is it? A sudden pang of irritation struck Lu Yuxing, as if Shang Jue had just delivered a seemingly casual, yet profoundly cutting remark. Chapter 59 Stir-fried dog meat. No spice. Not quite to that extent. Lu Yuxing pressed his lips together and silently fixed his gaze on Shang Jue. Shang Jue, after receiving compliments. Shang Jue felt a lightness in his heart, and his voice grew cheerful. Shang Jue thought to himself, Lu Yuxing holds him in such high regard. Although Shang Jue felt pleased, he was well aware of his own worth. He pressed his forehead, intending to express that he truly was not as remarkable as portrayed. My dear. As the group advanced, Lu Yuxing moved forward with them. Ultimately, Shang Jue's words remained unspoken. He genuinely did not know how to articulate them. Well, if it's a large number, so be it. It's unlikely to come crashing down. During the checkout, Lu Yuxing remained silent, his eyes lowered, his profile exuding a subdued demeanor, appearing somewhat disinterested. Shang Jue, with his hands in his pockets, sensed the unease and felt a flutter of anxiety within. What's wrong? Has he regretted it? A few minutes after exiting the supermarket, Lu Yuxing took Shang Jue's hand and resumed his cheerful demeanor, concerned about Lu Yuxing's earlier unusual silence. Shang Jue couldn't help but glance at him, wondering if he was reluctant. Darling. Lu Yuxing turned his head, his bright eyes sparkling under Shang Jue's gaze. Oh. This fellow is eagerly anticipating. Shang Jue felt reassured. Upon reaching the 7th floor of their residential building, Shang Jue pushed the door open, and the two of them tacitly maintained their distance. Lu Yuxing held the shopping bags and began to put the items into the refrigerator. Shang Jue, feeling a bit sidelined, stood beside him and watched. Ultimately, Lu Yuxing held the small box in his hand, pondering what they should have for dinner. Shang Jue walked into the living room and said, "Not very hungry." Lu Yuxing gave a quiet hum, his lashes lowering as he followed, barely concealing the overly eager anticipation in his eyes. In matters like this, Lu Yuxing never took the initiative. He always left the choice of whether to proceed further to Shang Jue. But once given permission, he exercised his rights to the fullest extent allowed. Shang Jue, unusually tense, turned into the bedroom after reaching the living room. He glanced back, meeting Lu Yuxing's gaze. And for a few seconds, the two shared a tacit silence. Lu Yuxing trailed after him like a devoted hound, obediently led by an invisible leash. Setting down his glass, Shang Jue turned to face Lu Yuxing. He didn't even need to take another step. Lu Yuxing stood close enough that a mere tilt of his head would bring their lips together, blatantly tempting him. Shang Jue had intended to take his time preparing, but Lu Yuxing's warmth pressed too near, and at such proximity, kissing him felt almost instinctive. He reached out, wrapping his arms around Lu Yuxing, slowly brushing his lips against the other's before trailing down to his throat. Shang Jue's deliberate pace only fueled Lu Yuxing's impatience. Realizing tonight wouldn't follow the usual script, Shang Jue tugged at the drawstring of Lu Yuxing's sweatpants. The man was absurdly resistant to cold, wearing only thin trousers and a light shirt in the dead of winter. Finding little left to remove, Shang Jue's fingers hesitated at his own waistband. He licked his lips, nerves flaring, and instead moved upward to shed his top first. For the reunion, Shang Jue had worn a shirt beneath his sweater. Now, stripped of the outer layer, only the thin fabric remained, hinting at the elegant curve of his waist beneath. He leaned a shoulder against the wardrobe, head bowed, fingers working from the top button downward. The act unfolded like a mesmerizing performance. Lu Yuxing watched, transfixed, as inch by inch. Shang Jue revealed his collarbones, the pale expanse of his chest, the perfect lines of his frame composing a living portrait. Shang Jue kept his gaze down, focused on undressing himself, his flushed face framed between dark hair and the pristine white shirt. The sight held an inexplicable allure. Lu Yuxing had half a mind to assist, but found himself frozen, captivated. Shang Jue finally looked up at him. "I like it," Lu Yuxing murmured. Shang Jue paused, then decided it was just as well. Having some clothing left spared him a fraction of shame. He stepped closer, but before he could act, Lu Yuxing, seated on the bed, hooked a finger into the open hem of his shirt, his right hand settling firmly at the small of Shang Jue's back. Without fabric in the way, his fingers easily found the twin dimples at Shang Jue's waist. He noticed the tension coiled in Shang Jue's muscles, his body rigid with nerves. Lu Yuxing rubbed slow circles against his lower back, trying to ease the strain, but to no avail. Shang Jue was trembling, even sweating slightly. Lu Yuxing's arm tightened, pulling Shang Jue onto his lap. His excitement was palpable, his face flushed as if intoxicated, eyes alight with desire as they fixed on Shang Jue. Shang Jue's rationality burned away under that gaze. He leaned down and kissed him. Lu Yuxing's touch sent shivers down Shang Jue's spine, leaving him pliant and breathless. A soft moan escaped him, even as he thought he shouldn't be yielding so easily. Before he could dwell on it, he was swept into a daze, Lu Yuxing guiding him onto the bed. Lu Yuxing braced a hand beside Shang Jue's head, his right knee parting Shang Jue's thighs, his weight pinning him firmly. Shang Jue blinked, startled. Then, Lu Yuxing's fingers traced downward along the dip of his spine. A jolt of clarity shattered Shang Jue's haze. Amid the warmth, a sudden chill gripped him. His scalp prickled. Instantly alert, he seized Lu Yuxing's wrist, breath uneven as he demanded, "What are you doing?" He trailed off mid-sentence, retreating slightly with flushed cheeks that bore a trace of aggrieved frustration at being abruptly interrupted. "You're unwilling?" he murmured, the words laced with wounded vulnerability. Shang Jue has come to an understanding. The recent touch he experienced was merely a light encounter. However, the tingling sensation on his scalp has yet to subside. Shang Jue attempted to escape from Lu Yuxing's embrace, yet Lu Yuxing firmly restrained him, with his knees positioned on either side of Shang Jue's body, effectively confining him. Although there were words to be exchanged, Lu Yuxing was reluctant to let him go. Shang Jue shifted his body slightly upward and questioned, Do you assume that I am the one beneath?" A look of evident astonishment flashed across Lu Yu's face, as he clearly had never anticipated that Shang Jue would pose such a question. His expression took on a somewhat peculiar quality, more incredulous than that of Shang Jue himself. "Could it be that you consider yourself to be the one above?" A subtle silence enveloped the two. Yet the outcome of their predicament appeared strikingly evident, given the stark disparity in their physiques and stamina. Shang Jue bent his long legs, which Lu Yuxing had forcibly separated, in an attempt to curl himself against the bed frame, yet his efforts were in vain. With a mixture of emotions, he cast a glance at the person before him. Lu Yuxing's expression was equally nuanced, as the day's persistent sense of incongruity finally found its explanation. He gently pinched Shang Jue's abdomen. Recalling the words Shang Jue had uttered in the supermarket earlier that evening, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. Shang Jue noticed this and, feeling a twinge of displeasure, queried, "What do you mean by that? Do you think I'm not capable of being the top? My stamina may not match yours, but it's passable. Damn it, get off me." Lu Yuxing. Hearing his full name uttered, Lu Yuxing's breathing grew heavier. Normally, he longed for Shang Jue to address him with affectionate endearments. But in bed, there was something about hearing his entire name spoken in that voice, raw and commanding, that unraveled him. Shang Jue frowned. "Hey, Lu Yuxing." A shudder ran through Lu Yuxing as he turned his face to the side, jaw clenched. Tonight, no matter what, stopping was out of the question. Shang Jue, somewhat mollified by the reaction, let a faint satisfaction curl through him. Voice softened with indulgence, Lu Yuxing murmured, "Do you want to be on top?" "It can be quite exhausting up there," remarked Lu Yuxing. Though he didn't feel particularly fatigued himself, rather, he found it rather enjoyable. He understood Shang Jue's experience differed significantly from his own. Shang Jue averted his gaze. Exhausting indeed. Lately, his nights had been spent indulging Lu Yuxing's whims, and catering to this man's demands required considerable effort. "Are you certain you wish to be on top?" Perceiving his hesitation, Lu Yuxing cunningly imposed a deadline, a lifetime. A lifetime, once established, would dictate whether the ensuing decades would be spent in repose or engaged in 2 hours of push-ups each night. Shang Jue glanced at Lu Yuxing's arms and thighs. Noting their robust musculature, and truth be told, they were quite weighty. Surely, one could not suggest a reduction in their physique, could they? Lu Yuxing inquired once more, his tone insistent as he captured the other's tongue in a searing kiss, offering Shang Jue the perfect pretext to relent. This time, their encounter progressed far more smoothly, with Shang Jue complying until the very precipice of culmination. Lu Yuxing's fingers traced the taut tendon along Shang Jue's thigh, eliciting a shuddering gasp. Shang Jue pressed his palms over his eyes, as if shielding himself from the overwhelming sensations that threatened to consume him. For a fleeting moment, he teetered on the brink of oblivion, his senses frayed to numbness, his abdomen convulsing in helpless tremors. Slowly, agonizingly, he clawed his way back from the edge, his consciousness writhing in the throes of near suffocation before he finally surfaced, gasping for breath. Lu Yuxing lowered his head, obscuring Shang Jue's vision, his ragged exhales ghosting over the shell of Shang Jue's ear as his hips pressed forward with deliberate, unrelenting force. Shang Jue's breath hitched, his teeth sinking mercilessly into the hollow of Lu Yuxing's collarbone, an instinctive, desperate attempt to transfer his torment onto the other. The marks he left were deep, stark against pale skin, a testament to the night's relentless fervor. As the hours stretched deeper into the night, Shang Jue's teeth found purchase on the back of his own hand, only for Lu Yuxing to nudge it aside with a murmured plea, "Don't bite. I want to hear you." Later, when Lu Yuxing attempted to coax Shang Jue toward the shower, his lips trailed soothing kisses, his gaze lingering on the sheen of sweat glistening at Shang Jue's temples. Tiny rivulets traced the elegant contours of his face, pooling in the delicate hollow of his collarbone. Lu Yuxing's eyes followed the path of a single, glistening droplet before he abandoned Shang Jue's lips in favor of tasting the salt-kissed dip of his throat. A light sweat at the back of his head halted him. The condom, regrettably of subpar quality, left Lu Yuxing uneasy. Cradling Shang Jue's thigh, he inspected the aftermath with a frown. Some might have gotten inside. Shang Jue, eyelids heavy with exhaustion, only managed a drowsy, incoherent murmur in response. Lu Yuxing gathered him closer, murmuring against his skin, "Let's get you cleaned up." Shang Jue struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, yearning for a more merciful method of execution rather than this slow suffocation. The bedroom lay in utter disarray, yet Lu Yuxing merely cast a fleeting glance before surrendering to the inevitable. Enveloping Shang Jue in his embrace, he pressed tender kisses upon him until slumber claimed its victory. By noon the following day, Shang Jue awoke to the soothing sensation of gentle kneading along his waist. Lu Yuxing, diligently massaging his lower back, inquired softly upon noticing his consciousness, "Where does discomfort linger?" Shang Jue stirred drowsily, his handsome features contorting in discomfort. Lu Yuxing inquired once more, "Are you feeling unwell all over?" Shang Jue remained silent, exerting himself to turn over and sprawl across Lu Yuxing's lap, allowing the other to massage him. After a brief respite, he murmured, "I need to rest for a couple of days." Shang Jue pondered, then amended, 3 days. He extended his hand from beneath the blankets, only to find a shirt still tangled around his wrist, now thoroughly ruined. With a languid flick of his arm, he waved the crumpled fabric like a tattered flag. Lu Yuxing carefully disentangled the makeshift bracelet from Shang Jue's wrist, the fabric creased from the night's unrest. He gathered it into a loose bundle, cradling it against his chest as if it were a cherished ball of yarn. The usually troublesome creature now resembled nothing more than a well-rested, contented feline. "I bought some ointment," Lu Yuxing said, retrieving a tube from the bedside table. "But you should bathe first." Shang Jue shifted his legs, wincing as regret for last night's laziness surged through him. "I should have washed up then." Suppressing the discomfort and lingering soreness, he mustered the will to rise from the bed. Before he could step down, Lu Yuxing swept him into a bridal carry and headed toward the bathroom. Having tidied the bedroom, Lu Yuxing nudged his shoulder gently. When Shang Jue cracked his eyes open, he asked, "You didn't tea eat last night. You should have something now. What do you want?" "Stir-fried dog's mouth, without chili." "What?" Shang Jue remained silent, wrapping his arms around Lu Yuxing's neck and planting a tender kiss. Suddenly, Lu Yuxing found himself reluctant to rise from bed or prepare breakfast, choosing instead to embrace Shang Jue, inhaling his comforting scent with closed eyes. Regaining some vigor, Shang Jue animatedly listed 8 dishes he desired. Lu Yuxing quietly committed them to memory, resolving to prepare them over 3 separate meals, then rose to depart. Just as he turned, Shang Jue called out once more, "Oh, and about those 2 tomatoes, handle them as you see fit." Lu Yuxing paused. "You're not making scrambled eggs with tomatoes anymore?" After a few days, Lu Yuxing realized that the privilege of having Shang Jue blow-dry his hair had vanished, just like the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Chapter 60. The New Year's Eve sprite. After a couple of languorous days, Shang Jue's peculiar discomfort that had puzzled Lu Yuxing finally dissipated. He resumed generously embracing Lu Yuxing's neck during their intimate moments, no longer vying for household chores, but rather focusing on tasks within his capability. As his health improved, Lu Yuxing found himself reluctant to step outside. Having savored the pleasures of their relationship, he was eager to entice Shang Jue into bed whenever the opportunity arose. Shang Jue, shedding his shyness and competitive spirit, complied with him willingly, even taking the initiative at times. Their romantic fervor had just begun, and with their youth in their early 20s, Lu Yuxing could hardly resist the allure. After indulging in this whimsical affair for several days, Shang Jue grew concerned about the potential consequences of their fervor at such a tender age and decided to take a temporary pause. He contemplated preparing some festive goods for the new year, wandering through the supermarket several times, only to have Lu Yuxing dismiss every item on his shopping list with various, albeit flimsy, excuses. As the eve of the new year approached and the supermarket shelves gradually emptied, Shang Jue, exasperated, finally exclaimed, "Darling, you must leave me something to eat." Lu Yuxing remained silent. Shang Jue, perceiving his silence, understood the meaning behind Lu Yuxing's demeanor. With a sigh, Shang Jue murmured, "It's not quite appropriate." He let out a disdainful huff, questioning, "Why are you so clingy?" He comprehends the overly sensitive nature of Shang Jue. Thus he can somewhat discern what the other is contemplating. Shang Jue seems to struggle with the concept of harboring expectations. He is perpetually cautious, inclined to envision the worst possible outcomes. Lu Yuxing repeatedly assures him that Lu Yuxing would warmly welcome Shang Jue to their home for the new year. Yet Shang Jue remains skeptical. "Shang Jue, moreover, we have only been dating for less than half a year. Visiting your home seems rather premature." "Lu Yuxing, I do not perceive it as hasty. However, I wonder if such matters should not first consider my feelings." Lu Yuxing, feeling rather despondent, had no choice but to procure some New Year's goods. A few days before the eve of the new year, he and Shang Jue made dumplings together, storing them in the refrigerator, and prepared several meat dishes that could be preserved, allowing them to cool before placing them in the freezer. The dumplings crafted by Shang Jue were somewhat ragged, and after completing his own, Lu Yuxing promptly boiled the imperfect ones made by Shang Jue, the mismatched skins and fillings distinctly visible in the pot. Fortunately, neither of them minded. Shang Jue, having slept alone for 2 consecutive nights, was beginning to struggle with the adjustment. However, this state of affairs was to persist for at least another week, prompting him to pick up a book he had long neglected, spending his days at the nearby library to pass the time. On New Year's Eve, the library was closed. Shang Jue spent the day at home, initially intending to call Lu Yuxing, but recalling that Lu Yuxing would likely be quite busy, He settled for reading in his study until evening. As he worked, his phone remained nearby, reminiscent of the days when he was lost in thought at the school library, waiting for a message from someone on the other end of the line to interrupt his reverie. In the evening, the Spring Festival Gala began airing on television, and the New Year's Eve dinner at the Lu household was laid out on the table. Although the spread was modest, it was quite sumptuous for the two of them. Lu Yuxing instinctively took a photograph, only to look up and discover that his younger brother was also holding up his phone to capture the moment. Lu Yuxing had grown up before his eyes, and Lu Yuxing was well aware of his brother's aversion to being photographed. Not only did Lu Yuxing dislike being captured by others, but he also rarely took the initiative to document anything himself. With a knowing smile, Lu Yuxing remarked, "Are you sending that to your significant other?" Lu Yuxing nodded. "Our table is rather meager. With just 2 people dining, no matter how exquisite the dishes are, they cannot compare to those of others." Lu Yuxing pondered for a moment, then picked up a basket of small kumquats from the living room and placed a colorful platter of snacks on the table. It would enhance the visual appeal with a couple more dishes. Lu Yuxing. He obediently took another photo. Lu Yuxing, standing nearby, felt an urge to sneak a glance. After the initial shock of discovering his younger brother's homosexuality, curiosity about Lu Yuxing's partner inevitably arose. Lu Yuxing gazed at the photos on his phone, uncertain of how to share them. Lu Yuxing, thinking it still lacked abundance, suggested, "Shall I fetch a plate of sunflower seeds?" "No need." Bro Lu Yuxing pursed his lips. That fleeting impulse to share dissipated as quickly as it came, replaced by sober rationality. The thought of Shang Jue spending New Year's alone made him hesitate about sending those photos. He didn't want to share these trivial moments. What he truly desired was to hear Shang Jue's voice through a phone call. Lu Yuxing paused momentarily. "Then bring them along." Lu Yuxing fell silent again. A realization dawned on Lu Yuxing. They declined? No, he's concerned it might be moving a bit too swiftly. Lu Yuxing, haven't you two been dating for 2 years already? Or was it 2 years? How could that possibly be considered fast? Why are same-sex relationships often more conservative than heterosexual ones? Ordinary heterosexual couples would be preparing for marriage by this stage in their relationship. Yet here he was, utterly oblivious to what his own younger brother's partner even looked like. Lu Yuxing suddenly recalled that when he had lost his memory and came out to Lu Yuxing, he had relied on the fabricated story Shang Jue concocted. He took a silent sip of juice, inexplicably burdened by a strange sense of complicity with Shang Jue, as though their fates were intertwined. At midnight, Shang Jue sent Lu Yuxing a simple Happy New Year. Seated in his bedroom, Shang Jue stared at the message for a long while, hesitating over whether to make the call, when suddenly Lu Yuxing's video invitation flashed across the screen first. A faint smile touched his lips as he accepted the call, then reached over to switch on the small bedside lamp. The screen brightened, revealing Shang Jue rolling onto his stomach, cradling his phone against the pillow. The warm amber glow spilled over his features, flickering softly, weaving patterns of light and shadow that draped the moment in quiet intimacy. On the other end, Lu Yuxing was also in his bedroom, leaning against the headboard beneath the ceiling light, his entire face illuminated with clarity. Their faces, confined within the small frames of their screens, found each other impossibly beautiful. "Shang Jue, has brother Xing gone to bed?" "I too." Lu Yuxing's gaze became profoundly tranquil, as if he could connect with him through the lens. He uttered, "I wish to kiss you." Shang Jue buried his face into the pillow, feeling that their affection was indeed rather overwhelming. He chuckled softly for a moment, then lifted his head once more, sending a flirtatious and playful air kiss towards Lu Yuxing from a distance. Lu Yuxing reached out to catch it, yet his expression conveyed dissatisfaction. "Not like that." Shang Jue sighed in resignation. "This is the only kind I can offer. What else can I do? I shall send you 2 pieces of the mouth tomorrow." He furrowed his brow thoughtfully for a moment and said, "Send it via SF Express. Make it quick." Lu Yuxing reminded him, "Don't forget the tongue when packing." "I long to kiss that part." "Shang Jue, this fellow's responses are becoming increasingly risque." The two continued their banter for quite some time, and as Shang Jue propped his chin on a soft pillow, fatigue began to envelop him. He turned over, and Lu Yuxing understood that he wished to sleep. Sleep well. However, his slumber was not particularly tranquil. Perhaps it was due to the New Year's feast that Lu Yuxing had stored in the refrigerator. For he dreamed in the night of packing lips and tongues, only to awaken startled in the middle of the night. Once awake, he turned on the bedside lamp and sat up against the pillow for a few minutes, amused by the absurdity of his own dream. It was truly unwise to engage in such frivolous conversation before sleep. After regaining his composure, he slid back under the covers, preparing to continue his slumber. Just as the drowsiness began to envelop him once more, He heard a series of soft knocks at the door amidst the silence. The sound was faint and delicate. Yet in the stillness of midnight, the knocking at the door startled Shang Jue from his warm bed, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. He was taken aback. Instantly sitting up, after a brief pause, the sound echoed once more. Shang Jue pondered for a moment, suddenly realizing that the entity knocking at his door might not be the playful spirit of New Year's Eve. Could it be? No way, right? He slipped into his slippers and hurried out of the bedroom, peering through the peephole before promptly opening the door. Lu Yuxing stood at his doorstep, stepping inside and reaching to close the door. He longed to embrace Shang Jue, but the latter was clad too lightly, while he himself had just come in from the chilly outdoors, still feeling the bite of the cold. After a couple of seconds of hesitation, he stepped closer to kiss him. As he kissed, he shed his chilly outerwear, allowing the warmth of his sweater to brush against Shang Jue's delicate nightwear. You were the one who said you missed me. Lu Yuxing playfully shifted the blame onto him. My brother was resting, so I came out. Darling, you're being ridiculous, Shang Jue remarked, though his body betrayed him as he wrapped his legs around Lu Yuxing's waist. Lu Yuxing carried him toward the bedroom, feeling warmth envelop them both. Shang Jue inquired, Did you forget your keys? Why did you knock? I brought it, afraid that suddenly entering might startle you. At least it's a good thing. Shang Jue didn't have to mail his lips over. Instead, Lu Yuxing delivered himself in person. Shang Jue kissed him twice and inquired, On New Year's Eve, or rather, in the wee hours, isn't taking a taxi quite expensive? Lu Yuxing, more expensive than your courier fee. He chuckled. But the driver was quite delighted to receive my order. 3 people are happy tonight. You're the little New Year's Eve sprite spreading joy. From Lu Yuxing's home to University A, the taxi ride takes nearly an hour and a half. Shang Jue calculated the time and twitched his lips. Then shouldn't you be leaving now? Lu Yuxing, we can stay a bit longer. My brother won't wake before 7 at the earliest. On holidays, he tends to sleep in, sometimes lazing in bed till 10 o'clock. Sleeping in. You should leave some privacy for Brother Xing. Shang Jue's temple twitched, feeling absurd about this furtive behavior between him and Lu Yuxing. Was this really necessary? We reside in the same city, yet our encounters feel like a long-distance romance. Lu Yuxing chuckled softly, visibly fatigued from the considerable journey, too weary to change into sleepwear and unwilling to squander precious moments on trivialities. He nestled directly into Shang Jue's warm embrace, holding him close for an hour's respite. To traverse such distance merely to slumber and twine. Shang Jue found himself momentarily speechless. As Lu Yuxing drifted into deep slumber, Shang Jue's own drowsiness dissipated, leaving him to gaze upon the other's countenance until the alarm's chime pierced the stillness. With a swift motion, he silenced the disturbance, though Lu Yuxing stirred regardless. Uncharacteristically slow to rouse, perhaps from sheer exhaustion, he lingered in drowsiness for several minutes, eyelids fluttering in half-consciousness. Rarely did Shang Jue witness this vulnerable state. Typically, whenever Lu Yuxing burned the midnight oil, Shang Jue himself succumbed to deeper repose. The sight struck him as endearing, compelling him to tenderly caress the other's face and tousle his hair. Roused by the affectionate ministrations, Lu Yuxing tilted his chin upward in silent request. Shang Jue obliged with a fleeting brush of lips, prompting Lu Yuxing to rise. He smoothed the wrinkles from his attire and combed fingers through sleep-mussed locks before retrieving his discarded coat from the living room sofa. Shang Jue eyed him with mild concern. Tell me you want to be sneaking over at ungodly hours again in a few days' time? Lu Yuxing pondered for a moment before responding. How about the day after tomorrow? Though there's no need to come in the dead of night. My elder brother has plans with friends that day, so I could visit you during daylight hours instead. Chapter 61. I brought him back. When Shang Jue made his decision, he was resolute. However, as he donned his attire and prepared to set off, he began to worry whether his unannounced visit might be deemed impolite. Noticing his brother's unease, Lu Yuxing placed a call to their home, but unfortunately, there was no answer. Lu Yuxing had not anticipated that on the very first day of his holiday, he would receive an early morning call from none other than his younger brother. His phone was set to silent, a precaution taken to ensure a restful sleep during the festive season, yet the vibrant atmosphere of the new year had rendered him inexplicably alert. In the neighborhood, the setting off of fireworks was prohibited during the new year, yet a handful of exuberant children were already tossing firecrackers at the foot of the building in the pre-dawn light. Unable to fall back asleep, he decided to rise early. Tidying himself up before meandering around the entrance of Lu Yuxing's bedroom, contemplating that his brother was still slumbering and refraining from intruding, he ventured into the kitchen, preparing a light rice porridge for breakfast, when he was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. Lu Yuxing paused momentarily, momentarily mistaking the sound for the children's firecrackers landing at his doorstep. In a city, it was customary to pay New Year visits on the first day. Yet Lu Yuxing found himself at a loss, struggling to recall any remaining relatives. Stepping out of the kitchen, he adjusted his attire in front of the glass cabinet in the living room, smoothing his collar and donning a polite smile. He then turned the doorknob, only to be greeted by the sight of his younger brother standing at the threshold. After preparing himself in front of the mirror for an extended period, Lu Yuxing felt an unexpected sense of dismay. A torrent of complaints surged within him. When had this rascal slipped out? Why bother knocking when you have the key? Have you grown up learning to tease your elder brother? The mischievous lad, you early in the morning. At this moment, Lu Yuxing slightly opened the door wider, revealing Shang Jue, whose figure was partially concealed by the door. Lu Yuxing's voice abruptly ceased. Little Shang? Shang Jue was not as composed as in his previous encounters with Lu Yuxing, offering a slightly awkward smile. Brother Xing, Happy New Year. I've come to pay my respects. He stood rooted to the spot, dumbfounded for quite some time. His younger brother's partner was Xiao Shang. A person entered the house. The Lu family seldom had visitors, as the two brothers had been moving between cities over the years, hardly establishing any fixed social circles. While this spared them the trivialities of interpersonal relationships, their home was also relatively quiet. With a new member in the house, Lu Yuxing seemed particularly excited. Upon learning that Shang Jue hadn't eaten breakfast yet, he regretted not adding more ingredients to the plain congee he had just cooked. He rushed around, rummaging through the storage cabinets and refrigerator, as if wishing he could serve an imperial feast. Shang Jue then understood where Lu Yuxing's nurturing personality came from. Lu Yuxing had been right. Lu Yuxing welcomed Shang Jue's arrival warmly, even excessively so. The fact that Lu Yuxing's partner was Shang Jue surprised Lu Yuxing. But it wasn't an unpleasant surprise. Lu Yuxing wanted to prepare a lavish breakfast, but as it was nearing 9 o'clock, he reluctantly abandoned the idea of an extravagant spread. Shang Jue felt a little embarrassed by all the attention, but his mood inevitably brightened. Lu Yuxing tried to help in the kitchen, but was shooed away by Lu Yuxing. He only managed to remind him that Shang Jue couldn't eat seafood before being ushered out. Once expelled, Lu Yuxing took Shang Jue on a brief tour of the house, eventually leading him into his own bedroom. The room was decorated in shades of gray, yet Shang Jue didn't find it monotonous or dull. On the contrary, Lu Yuxing's room was far cozier than his aloof exterior suggested. A family portrait of four sat on the bedside table. This was the first time Shang Jue had seen Lu Yuxing's parents, and he couldn't help but think, no wonder both brothers are so strikingly handsome. In the photo, a youthful Lu Yuxing, still in his high school years, stood with his father's hand on his shoulder, smiling at the camera. Meanwhile, Lu Yuxing, much younger, was cradled in the arms of a gentle-faced woman. Even at that tender age, he wore a solemn expression, as if unwilling to smile. Shang Jue couldn't suppress a chuckle. As he studied the photo intently, Lu Yuxing approached from behind, wrapping his arms around Shang Jue's waist and pressing a kiss to the nape of his neck. Shang Jue then turned his attention to Lu Yuxing's desk, where the bookshelf displayed an array of trophies and medals, awards for cello competitions, outstanding student honors. Really? Unable to resist, Shang Jue added. Though I do possess a few more trophies than you. Approximately 1/3 more, I'd say. Lu Yuxing watched his smug expression, momentarily at a loss for words before finally conceding, impressive. At noon, the dining table was laden with an extravagant spread. Both men froze at the sight. Lu Yuxing cast a conflicted glance at Lu Yuxing's beaming face, uncertain whether to remind him that Shang Jue would be staying for several days, meaning this feast would inevitably result in 3 people eating leftovers. But Lu Yuxing was clearly in high spirits, so he refrained from dampening the mood. Beside him, Shang Jue sat with impeccable poise, exuding an air of reliability and grace in front of Lu Yuxing, even displaying a hint of that uniquely well-behaved demeanor reserved for elders. Lu Yuxing recalled how this same man had shamelessly flaunted his awards in his bedroom earlier, and the corner of his lips quirked upward in amusement. Shang Jue remained uncharacteristically well-behaved the entire day, leaving Lu Yuxing with an unfamiliar sense of dissonance. Watching him converse softly and laugh warmly with Lu Yuxing, he couldn't help but wonder if this was the same person who had clung to him like a child in the early hours, legs wrapped around his waist. He settled into the chair by Lu Yuxing's desk, kicked off his slippers, and drew his legs up, resting his feet on the seat. A pity Lu Yuxing's chair didn't swivel like his own. Lu Yuxing approached, dragged the chair closer to the bed, and turned Shang Jue to face him. As he sat on the edge of the bed, Shang Jue shifted his feet from the chair onto Lu Yuxing's knees. "So, would you like me to call you darling?" he murmured. "In front of Brother Shang? Well, you have overestimated my audacity." Lu Yuxing chuckled softly, leaning forward to grasp Shang Jue's lower back. In response, Shang Jue subtly shifted forward, allowing himself to be led to the bed. Lu Yuxing intended to kiss his neck, but Shang Jue gently pressed his head away. "You should go to bed early these days." "These days? All of them?" Lu Yuxing double-checked. Shang Jue nodded, whispering, "I'm afraid Brother Shang might overhear and be traumatized by our unconventional relationship." Lu Yuxing respected Shang Jue's concerns. Besides, having slept barely an hour the previous night, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. After turning off the lights, he wrapped his arms around Shang Jue from behind and drifted into a deep, undisturbed slumber. The next morning, Lu Yuxing left early to visit a friend during this rare holiday, a university classmate named Lu Xing, with whom he had maintained contact since graduation. Lu Yuxing had met the man a few times before, an aloof and solitary figure. He had initially been surprised that his brother had forged such a close bond with him. After setting down his belongings, Lu Yuxing prepared to leave again. Lu Yuxing frowned in bewilderment. "Brother Lu is asking you out this late?" Lu Yuxing responded with a brief acknowledgement and refrained from further inquiry. Once the others had departed, he turned to Shang Jue and revealed in a hushed tone, "It appears my elder brother has embarked upon a romantic entanglement." Shang Jue was momentarily stunned. "How could you discern such a thing?" he inquired. Lu Yuxing remarked, "When I used to frequent your residence last semester, I told Jiqing and the others I was going to the supermarket. Honestly, you should afford Brother Shang some privacy." Lu Yuxing then accompanied Shang Jue for an evening stroll to a nearby park adorned with resplendent decorations. Crimson lanterns illuminated the nightscape with dazzling brilliance. As they meandered along the pathways frequented by dog walkers, Shang Jue felt a nostalgic yearning stir within him. During his secondary school years, he had longed to keep a canine companion, yet Qin Shihuarong harbored trepidation towards such furry creatures, depriving him of the opportunity. Later in university, concerns about inadequate time for proper care further dissuaded him from revisiting this childhood aspiration. Upon encountering an exceptionally handsome German shepherd, Shang Jue found himself unable to resist the urge to approach the dog's owner, effortlessly employing his social skills to secure the delightful opportunity of petting the canine. Lu Yuxing, basking in his companion's charisma, also indulged in a few gentle scratches beneath the dog's chin. The two of them enjoyed this moment for a delightful 3 minutes before finally releasing the dog's owner. Observing Shang Jue's lingering gaze upon the shepherd's swaying tail, Lu Yuxing inquired, "Do you like dogs?" Shang Jue turned his head, meeting Lu Yuxing's bright, dog-like eyes, and replied, "Indeed." This prompted Lu Yuxing to ponder whether their current circumstances would allow them to responsibly care for a small dog. Regrettably, they were still a tad short of that capability. He suggested, "Perhaps we should adopt one after graduation." Chapter 62. My dear, do you not have any shame? Lu Yuxing and Shang Jue intended to escort him to the airport, but Lu Yuxing waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I am already 27. Do I still need someone to see me off for a flight?" As the two wished to express more, Lu Yuxing, with a suitcase in tow, adjusted his attire and took his leave. Lu Yuxing, with lowered eyes, pondered for a moment before saying to Shang Jue, "My brother has someone else who sent him." "Is that so?" Lu Yuxing led Shang Jue into his bedroom, where the window offered a clear view of the community entrance. Shang Jue gazed out, spotting a young woman clad in a black winter dress, her features obscured but her elegance unmistakable. After a few moments, he noticed Lu Yuxing approaching the girl-esque silhouette. One hand tucked into his pocket while he pulled a suitcase with the other, moving at a leisurely yet cheerful pace. Shang Jue remained silent. Lu Yuxing remarked, "She must be someone I met after losing my memory. In the past 2 years, my brother has frequently traveled abroad for work, spending only brief periods in a city." After the incident, Lu Yuxing couldn't bring himself to leave, staying in a city for several months, perhaps finally finding time for his romantic life. Shang Jue quietly drew the curtains, allowing Lu Yuxing a moment of privacy. Without further explanation, Lu Yuxing led them to Shang Jue's home, where he prepared a dinner. The apartment was filled with possessions belonging to Lu Yuxing and Shang Jue, prompting Lin Shuiying to form immediate suspicions upon entering. Gu Zhiqing remained oblivious until after the meal. They had lost 2 roommates, but gained a cozy weekend dining spot. When Lu Yuxing saw them off at the door, he mentioned, "I will be cooking every weekend. Feel free to join if you wish to change things up." He spoke without pretense, and Gu Zhiqing and Lin Shuiying reciprocated the openness, soon visiting every couple of weeks for a meal, and eventually bringing their own ingredients. Before long, Yang joined the group of those who came to dine. As the seasons changed from sophomore to junior year, Shang Jue and Lu Yuxing found themselves increasingly busy, immersed in both studies and their blossoming relationship. Together, they spent late nights working on papers, finding joy in each other's presence amidst the fatigue. With their academic abilities, they hardly worried about further education. Shang Jue contemplated whether to pursue advanced studies. Initially, when selecting a major, he had chosen the lesser of two evils between two unappealing fields, ultimately settling on the School of Science. He neither despised mathematics nor embraced it with fervor. His elders hoped he would one day take over the family business. Believing his temperament suited the commercial world, a notion he shared, albeit with reservations. After much deliberation, he resolved to continue his studies, granting himself a few more years to contemplate his future. For two individuals who had never fretted over exams, their greatest concern in love turned out to be the impending final exams. Typically, the second semester of junior year should be less demanding, yet a university, being a prestigious institution, combined with the mathematical department's rigorous standards, kept them perpetually occupied, navigating through a sea of mathematical problems without a moment's respite. Both Shang Jue and Lu Yuxing were firmly within the bounds of graduate school eligibility, making the final exams crucial. They could not afford to be careless. Regrettably, despite being in the throes of romance, they found their study schedule disrupted during the extensive review period leading up to finals. They reluctantly agreed to separate during the day and even sleep apart at night during the review week. Lu Yuxing sought a vacant classroom to work on problems, but his mind wandered, causing his accuracy to plummet from the usual 95 to barely passing. He closed his notebook and loosened the top buttons of his shirt. As a few students trickled into the classroom, Lu Yuxing, unable to endure the distraction any longer, gathered his belongings haphazardly and exited the classroom. On his way, he encountered a flower vendor, hesitating momentarily before the stall. The vendor, upon noticing his attire and polished appearance, smiled more genuinely. "Hey there, would you like to buy a bouquet for your girlfriend?" With a casual gesture, he pushed the most expensive pale pink roses from the front row of daisies priced at 9 yuan each. Lu Yuxing had little interest in flowers. Knowing that Shang Jue shared the same sentiment, he requested the vendor to wrap a small bouquet, a simple purchase from a street stall, encased in a layer of transparent cellophane, far less formal than those from a shop. Yet, cradled in Lu Yuxing's embrace, it appeared all the more unrestrained and pure. Upon arriving at the doorstep, Lu Yuxing raised his hand and knocked on the door. Within mere seconds, the door swung open from the inside. Shang Jue, dressed in crisp white attire and black trousers, stood by the doorknob, surprised to see him at such an early hour. Lu Yuxing's lips curled into an involuntary smile upon seeing the person. Without explanation, he casually thrust the rose in his hand into Shang Jue's embrace and stepped through the doorway. Shang Jue lowered his gaze to examine the flower pressed upon him, a first in his life as a man, receiving such a gift. After a moment's contemplation, he lifted his head with a smile, his voice laced with delight as it rose in a lilting tone. "For me?" Lu Yu noticed that he was in a good mood, somewhat surprised that Shang Jue would take a liking to it. He thought to himself, "It seems I can send more in the future." Shang Jue counted absently, wondering why it wasn't 99 flowers. 99 roses. A sky full of stars. Shang Jue planted a kiss on him, teasing, "Be careful with your frugality, or one day I might just leave you." He jested, then let go of Lu Yuxing, embarking on a quest to find bottles to arrange the roses. Lu Yuxing slipped into his slippers, standing in place for a moment, lost in thought, before sitting on the sofa to check his phone, his backpack still slung over his shoulder. With no vases at home, Shang Jue rummaged through the kitchen until he finally discovered a slender, transparent glass bottle, originally intended for storing spices and dry goods. He poured in half a liter of water, unwrapped the glass paper from the roses, and arranged them inside. A few blooms swayed gently in the air, infusing the home with a touch of fragrance. Upon finishing and emerging from the kitchen, he noticed Lu Yuxing still had his backpack on. Shang Jue approached him with a bemused expression and tugged at the strap of his backpack, saying, "Have you been studying too hard lately? What are you looking at?" Shang Jue glanced down at the food delivery app, his gaze lingering on a florist's page. He had selected several varieties of roses. The shopping cart counter precisely reaching 99 as it transitioned to the payment screen. With startled confusion, he questioned, "What are you doing?" While purchasing flowers. Lu Yuxing had just completed his payment. Shang Jue, realizing only moments later the jest he had made a few minutes prior, incredulously remarked, "Are you truly afraid that I would flee?" Lu Yu raised his head and chuckled lightly, saying, "I'm terrified." "Just kidding, Can't you tell? Shang Jue furrowed his brows. He wished to persuade him to cancel the order. After all, they were both men and too lazy to tend to a bouquet at home. With a slight shift in tone, he continued, there are so many flowers, it would be troublesome to clean them up once they wilt. Having already made the purchase, Shang Jue pressed his lips together in silence for a moment before stating, I won't run away. Lu Yuxing chuckled, I know, but it seems you rather like them. For a brief moment, Lu Yuxing was taken aback, momentarily forgetting about the flowers and the impending exam. After a week apart, both had missed each other dearly. And amidst the chaos, they inadvertently forgot their agreement and ended up sharing the master bedroom. Aware that there was an exam the following day, they refrained from any further actions. Lu Yuxing, lacking confidence before sleep, did not embrace Shang Jue. Eventually, the night fell into a deep silence. Yet Shang Jue found himself unable to sleep. Suddenly, the person beside him stirred. Shang Jue was initially taken aback, but soon closed his eyes, feigning slumber. Lu Yuxing, whether just awakening or similarly unable to sleep, leaned closer to him with a gentle motion, almost brushing against him. Even without opening his eyes, Shang Jue felt as though Lu Yuxing was intently gazing at him in the darkness. A smile threatened to break upon his lips. It was so dark that one could hardly discern even a face. He was uncertain how long he had been scrutinized when he felt a delicate touch at his waist. As if testing whether he was truly asleep, Shang Jue continued to pretend, and soon Lu Yuxing's actions grew bolder, wrapping his arms around his waist. Shang Jue steadied his breath. Lu Yuxing did not overstep. He merely propped himself up gently, his cheek brushing against Shang Jue's. Shang Jue could feel the warmth of his breath on his face. Then, he felt a gentle kiss at the corner of his lips, an intimate gesture devoid of any lewd implication, imbued with profound tenderness. During the summer of their junior year, both had made their own plans. Shang Jue secured a commendable internship in City A, while Lu Yuxing's destination was considerably farther. Although the process for graduate school recommendations had not yet commenced, Lu Yuxing had already established mutual interest with a potential advisor at their university, merely awaiting the formalities of the advisor selection process. His prospective mentor had presented him with an excellent opportunity for overseas study during the summer, lasting 2 months and perfectly occupying the entirety of their vacation. With more than a week remaining before their separation, both had begun to succumb to anxiety, tacitly declining other social engagements. In June, the sweltering heat of summer was already encroaching. After completing his final exam in the mathematics department, Shang Jue emerged from the examination hall to find Lu Yuxing waiting for him at the entrance. Shang Jue approached. Did you finish the exam early? Their examination rooms are at opposite ends of the corridor. Having just completed their tests, Lu Yuxing should not arrive so swiftly. With half an hour remaining, I find no desire to remain seated there, so I came to see you. The back door of the examination hall is ajar, allowing him to catch a glimpse of Shang Jue's silhouette. Shang Jue nods and remarks, 2 years ago, I would have perceived you as rather pretentious. What about now? Shang Jue strolled towards the less populated side, where the atmosphere felt somewhat pretentious. Lu Yuxing smiled lightly. As they emerged from the teaching building, a dry, warm breeze rushed toward them, carrying the sense of the surrounding earth and foliage. Within the campus, the two walked leisurely along the pebbled path, their hands unlinked. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Shang Jue turned toward Yun Lake. During winter, this area is seldom frequented, although the weather was warm now. Several students still gathered by the lakeside, sitting in small groups on the benches. After completing a circuit, they found no suitable spot for a kiss. Shang Jue sighed. Winter is indeed preferable. Lu Yuxing wholeheartedly agreed and quickened his pace towards home. Upon arriving, Shang Jue switched on the air conditioning in the living room and lay down on the sofa, facing the vent, savoring the vacation that followed their examinations. Lu Yuxing, unabashed, squeezed in beside him to enjoy the breeze, the 1-meter-wide sofa accommodating 2 elongated figures. Feeling the warmth radiating from Lu Yuxing, Shang Jue remarked, I've heard that facing the vent can lead to facial paralysis. Lu Yuxing remained unfazed. Oh, Shang Jue quipped, no wonder you were unbothered. You were already somewhat paralyzed. Weren't you? Is that so? Lu Yuxing turned his face towards him, his eyes crinkling with mirth. Suddenly, Shang Jue no longer minded the heat, melting into Lu Yuxing's embrace. At noon, the cake Shang Jue had ordered arrived. Lu Yuxing opened the door to retrieve it. The packaging was stuffed with ice packs, ensuring the cream remained perfectly intact. Without hesitation, Lu Yuxing unwrapped it, disregarding the complimentary candles entirely, and sliced a generous portion for Shang Jue. Shang Jue had always had a sweet tooth. habitually ignoring elaborate cake designs in favor of immediate indulgence, even on his own birthday. Emerging from the bathroom, he took one look at the scene and nearly fainted. "You just cut into it like that?" His tone was urgent. Sensing his mistake, Lu Yuxing rose to embrace him. "My apologies. Shall I arrange another?" Shang Jue smiled faintly. "Why apologize to me? I did not make a wish. I have no desires to express. Shouldn't I wish for something to accompany me throughout my lifetime?" "Lu Yuxing, I was already determined to spend my entire lifetime with you. Why would I need to make wishes?" "Shang Jue, what's the matter?" Lu Yuxing snapped back to reality, his heart pounding rapidly. Pressing his lips together tightly, he wrapped his arms firmly around Shang Jue's slender waist. "Make another wish," he murmured, "and I shall fulfill it for you." Shang Jue chuckled softly, amusement dancing in his eyes. "You want me to make a wish on your birthday?" "Indeed." Shang Jue feigned reluctance, saying, "Isn't that inappropriate?" "There is nothing inappropriate about it." Shang Jue replied decisively. "Then allow me to give it a try." Lu Yuxing responded with a hesitant, "Is that not permissible?" Lu Yuxing remained silent as he carried Shang Jue to the sofa, settling him onto his lap. His hand slid beneath the loose fabric of Shang Jue's trousers, gliding effortlessly up to the thigh. Shang Jue glanced down at Lu Yuxing's gradually flushed face. "I didn't mean this kind of above. Could you perhaps clarify the client's requirements before proceeding with implementation?" Lu Yuxing loosened the drawstring of his trousers, tilting his face upward as he nestled against Shang Jue for a considerable while. As Shang Jue felt the warmth enveloping his body, he inwardly cursed, swiftly altering his desires. He placed his hands on Lu Yuxing's shoulders and gently elevated his waist. Shang Jue moved slowly, while Lu Yuxing remained unhurried. He wished to prolong the moment, to remain entwined with the one he cherished, gradually savoring the passage of time. Lu Yuxing's gaze fixated on the softly swaying mole on Shang Jue's collarbone. He leaned in to nibble at it, yet, unsatisfied, he lifted his head. Shang Jue inquired, Lu Yuxing requested a kiss from him, saying, "Kiss me." Shang Jue found it difficult to breathe in this position, grasping Lu Yuxing's slightly damp hair and murmuring, "Darling, do you have no shame?" Lu Yu could only bow his head to kiss his chest. Shang Jue was startled by his nibbling, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear, cease the frivolous flattery." Lu Yuxing tilted his head back, while Shang Jue lowered his head to meet him in a kiss. The temperature in the air-conditioned room was not particularly high, yet when Shang Jue descended from Lu Yuxing, the cake on the table had still begun to melt slightly. By evening, after both had taken a refreshing shower, Lu Yuxing proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Shang Jue finally indulged in the cake. Chapter 63. The final departure on the eve of his journey. Lu Yuxing lingered with Shang Jue until late into the night. When it became impossible to delay packing any longer, he dragged Shang Jue to the shower, shamelessly demanding that the other dry his hair. Shang Jue, unwilling to argue with someone about to leave for a foreign land, endured the soreness in his muscles and obliged, even styling Lu Yuxing's hair into a side part with his own hands, though the stubborn strands defiantly fell back into place within minutes. As Lu Yuxing finally began packing, Shang Jue sat cross-legged on the bed, relaxing his body while scrolling through internship notifications on his phone, occasionally glancing up to observe Lu Yuxing's progress. Lu Yuxing folded several shirts, his gaze drifting toward Shang Jue every now and then. At last, their eyes met. Lu Yuxing strode over, wrapping his arms around Shang Jue's waist and knees, folding him into thirds as if attempting to tuck him neatly into the suitcase and take him along. Naturally, he failed. Shang Jue lay peacefully in the luggage, half his back pressed against the interior, for a brief, absurd moment. A tender smile curled at the corners of Lu Yuxing's eyes. "Can I take you with me?" Shang Jue showed him the internship notice posted in the group chat. "Your husband needs to earn money to support the family, so he can't leave." He was grateful he hadn't been idle before summer break and had secured an internship. Staying home alone would have been unbearable. Shang Jue scrambled up from the suitcase and neatly folded the few shirts Lu Yuxing had left unfolded on the bed. The luggage was arranged meticulously. Though Shang Jue couldn't quite replicate Lu Yuxing's precision, his belongings always aligned like perfect matrices. Outside, the night was deep and still. Seated in his swivel chair, Shang Jue gazed at the full moon suspended in the sky. The ache of separation was sharp, yet strangely, a greater sense of tranquility settled over him. With a wry smile, Shang Jue remarked, "Whether you leave or not, I'll still be eating company meals these 2 months." Lu Yuxing's lips curved helplessly. He'd never imagined he'd become this sentimental one day. His flight was scheduled for early morning, and Shang Jue set off early to see him off. When they arrived at the airport, only a faint glimmer of dawn touched the horizon. Inside, the terminal blazed with light, its glass walls framing the serene, dark sky outside, a stark contrast to the bustling departure hall. After checking in, Lu Yuxing returned to Shang Jue's side. Neither dared utter the word miss, afraid that once spoken, the flood of emotions would be impossible to contain. "I want a goodbye kiss," Lu Yuxing said. "I have dignity," Shang Jue retorted. Lu Yuxing chuckled, then pulled him into a tight embrace. "That's enough," Shang Jue urged. "If you miss your flight and stay, the happy one will be me." Lu Yuxing tilted his head, pressing a swift kiss to the curve of Shang Jue's ear before slowly releasing him and turning away. As his figure vanished around the corner, Shang Jue lingered, rooted to the spot, unwilling to leave just yet. He pulled out his phone, debating whether calling Lu Yuxing now would make him seem utterly foolish. The answer was affirmative. He glanced at his wristwatch and immediately regretted dismissing Lu Yuxing so hastily. Yet lingering a few more minutes would have been futile at most. They could have held hands briefly within the airport confines. A subtle contortion flickered across Shang Jue's expression, yet like an utter fool, he remained rooted, his gaze yearning toward the distance. In less than half a minute, a tall, familiar figure reappeared around the corner. His steps measured as he re-entered Shang Jue's line of sight. Lu Yuxing spotted him instantly, momentarily stunned. Then, quickening his pace, he strode forward, breaking into a light jog by the end. Life was being mended, piece by piece, by another soul. Shang Jue inhaled deeply, steadying the faint tremor within the depths of his being. When Lu Yuxing reached him, he wordlessly displayed his phone's illuminated lock screen. Not in such a hurry after all. There's still time. Shang Jue chuckled. "Because I'm just as ridiculous as you are." Lu Yuxing pressed his lips together, barely suppressing the smile tugging at their corners. He guided Shang Jue toward a secluded corner of the airport. "Darling." Shang Jue matched his stride, looping an arm around Lu Yuxing's neck and hopping lightly on one foot, graceful, almost like a dance. Lu Yuxing hummed in acknowledgement. For reasons beyond articulation, both their moods lifted inexplicably, the sorrow of parting dissolving entirely. They bypassed the seating area, instead gravitating toward a quiet stretch of glass-paneled wall with unspoken understanding. Leaning against a white pillar beside the glass, Lu Yuxing turned slightly, clasping Shang Jue's hand, then, abandoning all pretense, interlacing their fingers. Shang Jue bent one knee, tilting his weight with ease, his right shoulder resting against Lu Yuxing's left. The eastern sky had already begun to blush with the first strokes of dawn. The remaining time was just enough for them to witness one more sunrise together. End of text, Chapter 64, Alternate Timeline, Part 1. After enduring a grueling tower discussion in the general manager's office, Shang Jue emerged parched with thirst. Leaning against the wall to steady himself, he loosened his tie slightly before straightening up and heading toward his department. On this Saturday afternoon, the corporate building stood nearly deserted, with only 2 junior employees descending for lunch crossing paths with him. "Boss," they greeted hastily upon spotting Shang Jue. With a faint smile and a nod, he strode into his private office. The 2 newcomers, still green in their careers, couldn't resist stealing curious glances before finally pressing the elevator button. One murmured, "Is our boss really leaving?" Another person lamented, "Mr. Lin has had several discussions with the boss, expressing his desire to retain talent. It seems unlikely that he will leave." At merely 28, Shang Jue had ascended to the position of department manager, making him the youngest in the company. His departure at this juncture was unforeseen, leading the 2 to speculate that Shang Jue must have secured a more promising opportunity elsewhere. They exchanged sighs, pondering the future leadership of the department, their conversation only ceasing when the elevator doors finally opened. In the office, Shang Jue settled into his chair, gulping down 2 glasses of water before unceremoniously collapsing onto the desk for a few minutes. As he prepared to leave, the urgency of the day's end diminished. He opened his phone, scrolled past the work group, and clicked into his long-neglected QQ account. The high school alumni group had been particularly active lately, as it marked a decade since their graduation, with several members planning a reunion to celebrate the milestone. The 10th anniversary inherently carried a sense of nostalgia. Initially intending to stay home for just a day, Shang Jue found himself happily extending his visit to witness the gathering. After 10 years apart, everyone had pursued their own paths, and the number of attendees willing to partake in the reunion barely exceeded 20. Upon entering the private room, Shang Jue greeted the group and quickly scanned the room, noting the predominance of men, several of whom had noticeably changed in physique. Though his memory was sharp, he struggled to recall their names. Fortunately, among them was Wang Yuanzhou, who had maintained his figure. Shang Jue felt a wave of relief upon spotting him, smiling as he made his way over. Wang Yuanzhou stared at him in surprise for a moment. Shang Jue wondered if he had not recognized him. Glancing down at his own still flat abdomen, he felt an inexplicable sense of confusion. He playfully tapped Wang Yuanzhou's knee, saying, "Hey, surely you can recognize me, right?" Wang Yuanzhou shook his head, saying, "No, what I meant was..." Suddenly, someone interjected, "Oh, Professor Lu is here as well." As these words were uttered, all eyes in the private room turned toward the tall figure who had just stepped through the doorway. The man himself maintained an air of understated elegance, but Xiao Miefeng, who was pursuing his doctorate alongside him at University A and currently grappling with graduation anxieties, had vented his envy fiercely on social media upon hearing the news. This quickly spread through their former classmate circles. The room grew livelier, filled with murmurs of admiration and flattery. Shang Jue calmly sipped his steaming tea, his gaze steadfastly fixed on his own affairs, unwilling to spare a glance elsewhere. He and Lu Yuxing no longer walked the same path. Even if Lu Yuxing had ascended to the position of University A's president, Shang Jue's heart would remain utterly unmoved. What truly surprised him was that someone like Lu Yuxing would deign to attend such a mundane reunion. Having arrived late, the only vacant seat left was beside Shang Jue. Someone attempted to mediate by offering to switch places, but Lu Yuxing merely paused for a few seconds before striding over and settling down next to him. Shang Jue cast a sidelong glance, and the moment their eyes met, a faint regret flickered through his mind. Why has this man gained even an ounce of weight? Not only has he not gained weight, but he also bears a striking resemblance to his appearance 6 years ago upon graduating from a university, with the only discernible difference being a more mature and somewhat aloof demeanor. The loosely tied warm-toned scarf around his neck does little to enhance his approachability. Lu Yuxing, who had intended to merely glance at him, found himself unable to divert his gaze from Shang Jue's face, as his eyes reflected a surprise akin to that of Wang Yuanzhou. Shang Jue's transformation was quite significant. He appeared markedly thinner compared to their last encounter. With a somewhat polite fake smile, Shang Jue concluded the exchange of glances with Lu Yuxing and turned to Wang Yuanzhou, asking, "What were you about to say?" "I would like to inquire how you have spent these past 2 years," he said with a heartache. "Look how thin you've become." Shang Jue curled the corner of his lips. "Working overtime every day, drinking with a bunch of idiots. It's only natural to lose weight. Others grow fatter from drinking, yet somehow, you're the opposite." Wang Yuanzhou reached out to pinch his bony shoulder, remarking that the body is one's capital. Damaging it for a trifling sum is simply not worth the cost. "I understand," Shang Jue replied. Had he been born into the Shang family, he would have long since chosen a life of leisure. Shang Jue smiled, but refrained from further comment. Lu Yuxing possessed a pair of exceptionally bright eyes. When he focused intently on someone, his gaze became unnaturally piercing, leaving Shang Jue feeling quite uncomfortable. He raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Is there something on your mind, Professor Lu?" Yet, when this title slipped from Shang Jue's lips, he inexplicably detected a hint of mockery. Lu Yuxing, usually eloquent, found himself at a loss for words. He had never anticipated that accolades and titles would one day become subjects of derision. However, the fact that the one mocking him was Shang Jue rendered the entire situation rather justifiable. Their previous overt and covert rivalries, their competitive relationship, had dissipated after graduation. As they embarked on divergent paths, there would no longer be a victor or a vanquished between him and Shang Jue, which ultimately signified that, in Shang Jue's eyes, he would forever remain the loser. Any achievements he might attain in the future would pale in comparison before Shang Jue. Lu Yuxing came to terms with reality. Post-graduation, no matter how grand his accomplishments, he could never expect a sincere compliment from Shang Jue. "It's all right." Lu Yuxing averted his gaze from Shang Jue's somewhat pointed chin, wisely refraining from engaging in a verbal sparring match in front of him. In matters of wit, he would never surpass Shang Jue. "Wasn't Mifeng also staying at the school? Why didn't he come?" Shang Jue remarked casually. "She has been exceedingly occupied lately, unable to spare any time." With a nod, Shang Jue added a few more words. "You must be quite busy as well, I presume?" To attain the rank of associate professor, Lu Yuxing must not only achieve notable accomplishments in research but also balance teaching and community service. With an array of intricate and demanding criteria, one can only imagine the challenges Lu Yuxing has faced over the past 2 years. Shang Jue smiled and remarked, "Does Professor Lu still have time to attend the alumni gathering?" Shang Jue, with the utmost malice, speculated that Lu Yuxing must be thriving so well that he could afford to spare a moment amidst his busy schedule to flaunt himself. "Lu Yuxing, Irritated by Shang Jue's jibe regarding Professor Lu, discerned the ill intent behind his words and coldly replied, "Indeed. I came specifically to boast about my promotion to associate professor." After exchanging barbs, both men wore somewhat sullen expressions. Wang Yuanzhou, who had been listening to the entire exchange, felt quite speechless. They were no longer young. Yet their encounters still resembled their high school days, with the only difference being that their jabs had become somewhat more subtle. He hastily steered the conversation away from Lu Yuxing to divert Shang Jue, hoping to prevent any further escalation. As the evening drew to a close and the guests began to disperse, Lu Yuxing excused himself to visit the restroom. After washing his hands, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, momentarily lost in thought. There were actually quite a few students from Class 7 remaining in a city, and nearly every couple of years, they would hold a small reunion. He usually attended, for Class 7 held a special significance for him. Instead, it was the class leader, Shang Jue, who had taken the initiative to organize several gatherings during their university years. Since graduating, Shang Jue had left City A, and over the years, Lu Yuxing had not caught a glimpse of him at any gatherings of Class 7. As Lu Yuxing recalled Shang Jue's considerably slimmer figure, an indescribable feeling welled up within him. He bent down and splashed a handful of cold water on his face. Shang Jue nearly collided with Lu Yuxing. What a surprise. He paused for a few seconds before speaking. "You haven't left yet?" "Lu Yuxing, I just stepped away to the restroom." Lowering his gaze, he noticed Shang Jue's arm draped with his own scarf. "Perfect timing. I was just contemplating how to deal with your belongings." Shang Jue lifted his arm with visible disdain, gesturing for him to take it away. "Did I? During my university years, I would transfer the rent to you at the end of every semester." "Oh, deleted?" "Perhaps. Deleting it is quite normal. It is not a vacation, it is resignation." Shang Jue could not help but smile inwardly. This fellow is now Professor Lu. While he has just resigned and become a jobless wanderer, he does not feel any shame in resigning. But mentioning it would inevitably lead to a conversation with Lu Yuxing. Shang Jue preferred not to elaborate on the reasons, and thus remained silent. He originally intended to head to the subway station, but unable to endure continuing alongside Lu Yuxing, he halted and hailed a taxi by the roadside. Lu Yuxing furrowed his brow. "Are you stopping the car here?" "No." Shang Jue glanced at him. "I parked the helicopter here." Lu Yuxing took a soft breath. "You can't park in this area. You'll get fined." Shang Jue chuckled. "I said it's a helicopter. Helicopters aren't allowed either." Shang Jue's phone screen was still lit, displaying a ride-hailing app. Lu Yuxing noticed and asked, "You didn't drive here?" "No." Well, Lu Yuxing's reaction was rather subdued, which unexpectedly surprised Shang Jue, who was known for his incessant chatter. Since earlier, Lu Yuxing had been somewhat at a loss for words, a fact that did not escape Shang Jue's notice. As Shang Jue approached the roadside to hail a cab, he casually lit a cigarette for himself. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he glanced sideways, only to find that Lu Yuxing had not yet departed. After a moment of contemplation, he canceled the order he was waiting on and called out, "Hey." Upon hearing this summons, Lu Yuxing walked over. As he drew closer, he caught a whiff of the cigarette scent emanating from Shang Jue, which, to be candid, was rather unpleasant. Shang Jue appraised him from head to toe and stated, "If you have something to say, just say it." Lu Yuxing hesitated momentarily. He indeed had a question to pose, but had yet to determine how to articulate it. Observing his reaction, Shang Jue suddenly remarked, "Oh, you want to borrow money from me?" Shang Jue let out a light chuckle. "Given the nature of our relationship, wouldn't it be rather inappropriate for you to borrow money from me?" After speaking, Shang Jue pondered further. Had Lu Yuxing not been truly desperate, he likely wouldn't have sought to borrow money from him. With a slight curl of his lip and evident reluctance, he inquired, "How much do you need?" Lu Yuxing gazed at him silently for a few seconds before uttering, 20 million. Shang Jue nearly dropped the cigarette between his fingers, stunned. "What exactly are you planning to buy?" "The helicopter." "Shang Jue, Professor Lu, we all have pressing matters to attend to. If you have nothing of importance to discuss, kindly refrain from wasting my time." Chapter 65. If line, Part 2, Shang Jue remarked, "It's hard to say. I might leave tomorrow." Lu Yuxing pondered for a moment and replied, "Then let's converse tonight, shall we?" Shang Jue could not comprehend what there was to discuss between him and Lu Yuxing. "What could you possibly share with me?" "Lu Yuxing, let's discuss the matter of borrowing money." "Fine." 10 minutes later, Shang Jue followed Lu Yuxing into a nearby restaurant. They had consumed copious amounts of tea at the class reunion, and the delicate pastries served at the tea house were far from satisfying. After placing their order, Lu Yuxing picked up a small spoon meant for desserts, twirling it between his fingers like a pen for a brief moment. only to realize that such an action was rather impolite at the dining table, prompting him to set the spoon down. Opposite him, Shang Jue mentally calculated his savings, which were still quite substantial. He turned his gaze towards Lu Yuxing and inquired, "Is someone in your family unwell? Are you preparing to get married and need to buy a house? Or perhaps you're organizing a wedding?" "None of them." "What is it then?" "Do I have to guess one by one?" Shang Jue tapped the table lightly, then leaned back against the chair, exuding an air of affluence and arrogance. With a haughty tone, he remarked, "Hey, you're the one seeking to borrow money from me. Could you not be a bit more forthcoming in your request?" Rarely does one have the opportunity to assert oneself before Lu Yuxing, yet Shang Jue seized this moment with great aplomb. Lu Yuxing exhaled deeply, simultaneously wishing that he would never find himself in a position to borrow money from Shang Jue. He remained silent for a considerable time, contemplating how to phrase his thoughts without causing offense to Shang Jue. Clumsily, he initiated the conversation with a casual inquiry. "How have you been?" Lu Yuxing got straight to the point. "Do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup?" Shang Jue. "Has this guy learned how to insult people now?" "Psychiatrist," Lu Yuxing added. Shang Jue froze. "How could you? Do I appear that abnormal?" Shang Jue suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, his gaze locking intensely onto Lu Yuxing's eyes. "No, you seem fine," Lu Yuxing murmured softly. "What did the doctor say? Is the workload overwhelming?" Perhaps that was part of the reason. Shang Jue wasn't particularly inclined to admit before Lu Yuxing that his psychological state had been problematic for quite some time. He wasn't particularly adept at self-healing, often finding himself falling into new pitfalls while attempting self-consolation. Gradually relaxing, Shang Jue glanced at Lu Yuxing's grave expression and added a few more words. "It's not as severe as you imagine, otherwise I'd be hospitalized by now. Is this what you wanted to discuss with me?" Shang Jue nodded slightly, never expecting that one day he would receive concern from Lu Yuxing. He felt rather uneasy inside, even somewhat resistant, yet managed to maintain a composed exterior. Lu Yuxing inquired, "Have you decided on a new career path? Found your direction?" Lu Yuxing listened to his vague response and waited for quite some time, yet Shang Jue remained silent, clearly unwilling to engage in further conversation. Left with no choice, Lu Yuxing had to probe deeper himself. In what direction? Shang Jue hesitated for a moment, contemplating the idea of becoming a teacher. This notion had fleetingly crossed his mind upon graduating from university, representing one of the rare professions that had genuinely piqued his interest. Although he hadn't taken over the family business after graduation, his corporate ascent had been remarkably smooth, with annual bonuses and project incentives included. His current compensation comfortably reached 7 figures annually. Transitioning careers now would entail a substantial financial disparity. The leap from a 6-figure executive position to an educator seemed rather unconventional, bordering on the perplexing. Observing the faint sparkle in Shang Jue's eyes, Lu Yuxing inquired, "Have you obtained the teaching certification?" "Yes," came the reply. "Not planning to stay in City then?" Shang Jue spoke nonchalantly. "Staying is fine. Going elsewhere makes no difference." "Any objections from the family?" His eyes lowered slightly, showing little interest in the topic. "Probably not." "And what about a girlfriend?" There was none. Shang Jue was growing increasingly vexed. "Are you here for an interview or conducting a census?" he inquired with thinly veiled irritation. Liu swallowed the remaining question, his emotions quite complicated. He truly wished to inquire, "Why has no one intervened as you have transformed in this manner?" The waiter served the meal. Shang Jue, uninterested in further conversation with Lu Yuxing, focused intently on his food. Observing him eat in a seemingly normal manner, Lu Yuxing unexpectedly felt a peculiar sense of ease. He excused himself to the restroom and made a few phone calls. Upon his return, Lu Yuxing set his phone down and spoke. "I had a roommate in university who currently teaches at a university-affiliated high school. They are recently looking to hire new teachers. If you don't mind staying local, you might consider applying." Affiliated high school. Shang Jue choked slightly, clearly flattered by the compliment. A's affiliated middle school is among the elite, and even gaining admission to the junior high division poses significant challenges, especially considering his complete lack of experience. However, Lu Yuxing did not perceive Shang Jue's inexperience as a hindrance. Most students who study mathematics tend to delve deeply into the subject, often obsessing over intricate details. They are determined to thoroughly comprehend every formula and grasp the underlying principles. Shang Jue, on the other hand, though indifferent to mathematics, has an innate ability to discover the most straightforward methods to tackle exams. He understands which subjects necessitate a firm grasp of principles and which merely require practice to master the problem-solving techniques for achieving high scores. He is unreserved in abandoning courses that demand excessive time with minimal returns, opting instead for a passable grade. While his passion for mathematics is lacking, his aptitude for strategic thinking is inherent. In any profession he chooses, he would excel, especially in fields that pique his interest. A subtle smile graced Shang Jue's lips, feeling secretly elated by a simple remark. Lu Yuxing, observing his cheerful expression, was surprised that a mere truth could so delight Shang Jue. Shang Jue then inquired, "Which of your roommates are you?" Lin Shuiying remarked, "I believe I have his WeChat. Thank you. I will keep an eye out for job opportunities myself." When he first moved into dormitory 323, he had added Lin Shuiying's contact information, but shortly thereafter, he relocated. Lu Yuxing pressed his lips together. In the academic realm, the avenues for gathering such information were more abundant and accessible for him than for Shang Jue, yet the latter showed no inclination to utilize it. Even his willingness to assist seemed to require a sense of urgency. He chose not to voice any objections and stood up to settle the bill, having acknowledged the favor. This meal should have been paid for by Shang Jue, yet he was disinclined to contest it with Lu Yuxing. As they exited the restaurant, Lu Yuxing said, "Please leave me a phone number. It would be easier to contact you regarding other news from the affiliated high school." Shang Jue replied, "Don't you already have my WeChat? Didn't you mention that you might have deleted it?" "I was merely jesting." Over the years, Shang Jue had changed his mobile device several times. Yet the SIM card remained constant. He recited a string of digits, observing as Lu Yuxing input them. Coincidentally, Lu Yuxing too had retained his original number, that very SIM card from their high school days accompanying him through the years. Shang Jue's contact had been stored in his phone's directory for over a decade now. Both men gazed at the peculiar contact name displayed on the screen, a heavy silence descending between them. Shang Jue studied that distinctive annotation on the interface, his countenance revealing nothing. Lu Yuxing opened his mouth to explain, but the multitude of past excuses tangled into incoherence, leaving only a muted apology to escape his lips. With imperceptible movement, Shang Jue distanced himself by several inches, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smile. Professor Lu possesses remarkable self-restraint. Having lived for 29 years, Lu Yuxing experienced this sense of embarrassment for the very first time, his face flushed with an unmistakable awkwardness. Chapter 66, The If Line, Part 3, Standing to the Side. Shang Jue observed Lu Yuxing with a composed demeanor, patiently waiting for the warmth on the latter's face to gradually dissipate. Feeling disgruntled about being criticized in the contact list, Shang Jue couldn't help but empathize, as he himself had mocked Lu Yuxing in private on several occasions. "I'm sorry," Lu Yuxing muttered apologetically, his voice dry. Shang Jue offered a nonchalant smile, uninterested in resurrecting past grievances that would only serve to irritate him further. The atmosphere, which had only just begun to thaw in the restaurant, once again became delicate. Lu Yuxing never anticipated that he would be the one to disrupt the balance. He tightly gripped his phone, fully aware that Shang Jue did not hold him in high regard. Currently residing in a hotel, Shang Jue had saved the address in his phone. However, the hotel's name was rather convoluted, and he could not recall it clearly. Thus, he improvised a name. Lu Yuxing offered, "I seem to be heading that way. Let me take you there." As they approached a patch of tree shadows, Shang Jue lowered his head, concealing a faint smile at the corners of his lips, and did not refuse Lu Yuxing's earnest gesture. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Lu Yuxing settled into the driver's seat and searched for the non-existent hotel name in the navigation system. Unsurprisingly, no results appeared. He turned his head to glance at the passenger seat, where Shang Jue lounged like a lazy cat, casting a fleeting glance at the car's display and feigning surprise. "Found nothing? I may have misremembered. I spoke thoughtlessly about convenience, and now Lu Yuxing feels utterly humiliated tonight." He sighed inwardly, feigning nonchalance as he recalibrated his destination. "Your home is nearby. Why, then, are you still staying at a hotel?" The merchant's familiar relations are rather intricate, and Lu Yuxing holds a vague recollection from high school. He refrains from meddling in others' domestic affairs, merely responding with an acknowledgement and choosing not to pry further. The two maintained a silence thereafter, both feeling somewhat uncomfortable sharing the same space. Upon arriving at their destination, Lu Yuxing halted the vehicle outside the hotel and glanced sideways at Shang Jue. The latter, with his eyes closed, appeared to be dozing off. Yet he stirred awake after being observed by Lu Yuxing for a mere 2 seconds. "We have arrived," Lu Yuxing declared, his gaze subtly sweeping over Shang Jue's indifferent profile. He inexplicably sensed a suffocating sense of despair emanating from the other, starkly contrasting with the dignified and flawless Shang Jue he had once known. When he first encountered Shang Jue at the class reunion that afternoon, He initially attributed this feeling to an illusion caused by Shang Jue's considerable weight loss. Shang Jue was not destitute, yet he did not seem to be thriving either. Lu Yuxing struggled to articulate his emotions. It was neither pity nor mockery, and certainly not schadenfreude. He simply could not comprehend how it was possible that neither family nor loved ones seemed to take notice of this individual. The steadfast beliefs that had anchored him for a decade were suddenly shattered, leaving Lu Yuxing with an unfamiliar sensation. Shang Jue unfastened his seatbelt, expressed his gratitude, and stepped out of the vehicle. He stood on the stone steps and casually waved his hand at Lu Yuxing, a gesture that served as a farewell. The nonchalant and indifferent demeanor momentarily misled Lu Yuxing into thinking they might never meet again. Shang Jue found this perplexing, remarking, "I merely suggested it was a possibility." After a brief contemplation, he descended the steps, placed one hand on the edge of the car window, leaned down, and inquired, "Do you have any other matters to attend to?" Lu Yuxing closed his eyes momentarily, casting his face towards the window, and said, "I suppose I shall borrow some money from you." Shang Jue remained silent. After 2 minutes of negotiation, several tens of thousands of yuan were transferred from Shang Jue's account. The amount was neither insignificant nor trivial. He recalled that Lu Yuxing's family background should be quite stable. Otherwise, after moving out in his sophomore year, he would not have regularly sent him rent. A sum of several tens of thousands should not place the other in a predicament that necessitated borrowing from him. Shang Jue furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you truly lack this small amount of money? Is it only a few minutes? And the borrower has already become a master?" Shang Jue, feeling vexed, set down his hand that was poised to close the car door, pocketed his phone, and turned to leave. When one is in a state of discontent, they seem to possess an unexpected vitality. Lu Yuxing watched as Shang Jue disappeared into the hotel lobby, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Having spent several additional days in City A, Shang Jue had not given much thought to work. During his academic years, he was consumed by competitions and grades, and even after entering the workforce, he seldom found the time to travel. Suddenly confronted with an abundance of leisure, he found himself at a loss on how to spend it. The hotel he resided in was situated along the coast, and with winter just beginning, the daytime climate in City A remained pleasantly mild. During the day, Shang Jue would take a bag of snacks and stroll along the shoreline. When boredom struck, he would raise his hand, and the keen-eyed seagulls, several hundred meters away, would swoop down to beg for food. This flock of opportunistic seagulls somewhat lifted Shang Jue's spirits, although he occasionally felt a twinge of anxiety from his idleness. On the weekend, he was liberated from the clutches of He Company by He Yang, who took him out for a spin. After listening to He Yang's grievances about the myriad trivial troubles at work, Shang Jue found a sense of delight in his friend's misfortunes, which significantly brightened his mood. Noticing that Shang Jue had lost considerable weight, He Yang mistakenly attributed it to work-related stress and attempted to recruit him to He Company, a proposition that Shang Jue politely declined. Were he to join He Company, it would not be long before Shang Xinrong would come knocking, assuming the role of a concerned father. After ending the call, Shang Jue recalled the question Lu Yuxing had posed earlier. "Will you not stay in City A?" Staying is acceptable. It matters little where one goes. It matters little where one goes, for in City A, there is no one for whom he feels an emotional tether, save for the carefree He Yang, who likely has no one concerned about him either. Shang Jue mused that, if given the choice, remaining here might not be so bad after all. Chapter 67. If line 4, the Lu family, both high and low, share a common trait. They possess kind hearts yet indulge in trivial worries. Lu Yuxing, with a countenance that seems aloof, played the role of a father figure to his dormitory mates for 4 years during his university days. He called Shang Jue without concern for how awkward the excuse might sound. Unfortunately, his timing was poor, as Shang Jue was at the seaside at that moment. Lu Yuxing redirected his path to the coastal park, turning off the engine and parking the car. Shang Jue awaited him on a long bench. Upon spotting Lu Yuxing approaching from afar, he remained seated, only furrowing his brow as Lu Yuxing drew near and remarked, "Are you so free to seek me out? Or perhaps you have no friends in City A?" Liu turned his face away, ignoring him, thinking to himself, "Do you really believe I desired to come here?" As Shang Jue's condition improved, he was eager to distance himself from the situation. A bag of snacks lay beside Shang Jue. Lu Yuxing inquired, "Is this what you're having for lunch?" Shang Jue stood up, carrying a bag, and remarked, "It's for feeding the birds." While ordinary tourists would typically bring just a sausage, Lu Yuxing couldn't help but wonder whether Shang Jue was feeding birds or raising pigs, given the large bag he was holding. Shang Jue descended the steps connecting the park to the coastline, with Lu Yuxing trailing behind him. The area was not particularly crowded. The sea in City A lacked soft sandy beaches. Its waters were frigid, bordered by sharp rocks. A section had been artificially paved with pebbles, their vibrant hues strikingly beautiful. Yet the artificiality was too pronounced, creating a dissonance with the vast ocean. The two men walked forward over the stones. Shang Jue produced a bag of shrimp chips from his pocket, shaking it to create a delightful sound, a small relief from stress. Eventually, he tossed the shrimp chips to Lu Yuxing. After a brief moment of silence, Lu Yuxing accepted them, opened the package, and joined Shang Jue in indulging. Before long, seagulls within a kilometer radius were summoned, dozens flocking around them, circling in the air a few meters above. The two found themselves enveloped by the seagulls, creating a scene imbued with an inexplicable romanticism that seemed incongruous with their relationship, as if under a spell. In the end, Shang Jue gathered the trash, folded it neatly, and stowed it in a plastic bag, which he tucked into the pocket of his coat, saying, "I have an entrance exam at the affiliated school early next month. I need to focus on my preparations." Lu Yuxing inquired, "Are you not planning to leave?" "I am merely testing the waters." "Are you certain that I will be admitted to the affiliated school?" Lu Yuxing remained silent, but this was precisely what he thought in his heart. There was nothing Shang Jue couldn't accomplish. He had witnessed Shang Jue studying a major he disliked, only to graduate as the top student in his class. Diligence and talent. During their academic years, Shang Jue excelled in every aspect, appearing almost unnaturally flawless at first glance. Suddenly, the waves surged violently, crashing ashore and forcing both of them to retreat hastily, their pant legs inevitably soaked. Shang Jue turned his head, meeting Lu Yuxing's dark, luminous gaze, and found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Yuxing was deliberately showing concern, and Shang Jue was so blind as to feign ignorance. Yet, the discomfort of bearing his emotions to Lu Yuxing weighed heavily on him, leaving Shang Jue stifled and uneasy. Why did it have to be him, of all people? Shang Jue was truly reluctant to accept the favor. Pressing his lips together, he pondered whether he could simply behave like an ungrateful wretch. As Lu Yuxing observed Shang Jue's conflicted and resistant expression, he found himself perplexed by the intricate dilemmas that seemed to occupy Shang Jue's mind. Preoccupied with preparing for his written examination, Shang Jue remained undisturbed by Lu Yuxing's presence. The news regarding Shang Jue reached Lu Yuxing through Lin Shuiying. Previously, Lu Yuxing had conversed with Lin Shuiying over the phone, inquiring about the recruitment at the affiliated school, during which he had also mentioned Shang Jue's name. With a cheerful demeanor, Lu Yuxing remarked, "No, it's quite certain that he will be joining our mathematics group." Lin Shuiying couldn't help but express her astonishment. Their camaraderie from their days as roommates had spanned 2 or 3 years, and she was surprised that after all these years, their fates could intertwine once more. However, "Brother Lu, have you and Shang Jue reconciled?" Lu Yuhang pondered for a while, but could not ascertain what his relationship with Shang Jue truly was. It was not to be counted. A few days later, Lin Shuiying sent Lu Yuhang the announcement of the admission list, and Shang Jue's name was prominently featured among the entries. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuhang decided to send a message to Shang Jue. This marked the first time in 6 years since his graduation that he had initiated a conversation on Shang Jue's chat page. "Lu Yuhang, congratulations." There was no red exclamation mark following the message, and fortunately, he had not been blocked. Lu Yuhang stared at the expression for a few seconds before exiting the chat page and returning to his own affairs. Upon receiving the admission information, Shang Jue promptly began to prepare for his relocation. After 6 years of work and ample savings, he was not constrained by finances and set about searching for a residence near the school. There were only a few neighborhoods around a university-affiliated high school that boasted good environments. After surveying the available options, Shang Jue ultimately selected a house and efficiently moved into his new abode. The community boasted excellent security to avoid disturbing residents. Stray cats and dogs were chased away by the guards, taking refuge in the nearby park. When Shang Jue first moved in, he took a stroll and encountered several cats basking in the sun on the lawn. Seizing the rare opportunity, he stopped by a mall to purchase a small bag of cat food, reminiscent of feeding seagulls. He scattered a handful by a street lamp and sat on a bench across the way, waiting. After a few minutes, several cats approached to nibble at the food. A small stray corgi, wagging its tail, joined in, but it was swiftly swatted away by one of the cats and retreated, disheartened. After some contemplation, Shang Jue placed another handful at his feet. The cats, cautious by nature, did not dare to approach. However, the little stray dog was unafraid, scampering over to nibble at Shang Jue's feet. It was dirty, its back possibly afflicted by a skin condition, with patches of bare skin exposed. As it voraciously devoured a few bites, it suddenly shivered. Shang Jue was taken aback, noticing two long legs entering his line of sight. Halting in the middle of the path, he slowly lifted his gaze, meeting a face marked by astonishment. It had been half a month since he and Lu Yuxing had last communicated, in the vast city of A. He had not expected to encounter him during a casual stroll. Momentarily at a loss for words, he assessed Lu Yuxing's relaxed attire. Evidently someone who had ventured out for a stroll in the vicinity. Lu Yuxing hesitantly approached, sidestepping the munching stray dog. A university and the affiliated high school were not far apart, and coincidentally, the neighborhood Shang Jue resided in was conveniently close to both. Strikingly, their preferences in certain aspects were remarkably similar. Yet, Lu Yuxing dared not inquire further. The two exchanged silent glances for a while before Shang Jue finally broke the silence. You live nearby? Lu Yuxing nodded, at Hangzhou. Shang Jue, feeling a headache, rubbed his face, and Lu Yuxing understood his meaning. He similarly asked with a sense of discomfort, which building do you reside in? Building 7. Lu Yu's expression appeared somewhat displeased. I reside in Building 6. Shang Jue was taken aback. Am I next door? Lu Yuxing had indeed lent him a hand. Yet he turned around and took residence in the neighboring building, which feels somewhat like a betrayal of kindness. Lu Yuxing, how long have you been here? It has been half a month since I last saw you, for I have seldom ventured outside. The atmosphere has been eerily silent for an extended period. Are you suggesting that I should relocate? Shang Jue, I never said that. Lu Yuxing, slightly irritated. I purchased this house here. Shang Jue shifted the cat food beside him, clearing half a chair's space for Lu Yuxing. However, Lu Yuxing did not take a seat. Instead, he gazed down upon him and observed that Shang Jue remained just as slender as he had been a fortnight ago. He could not help but inquire. Is school proving to be challenging? Fortunately, Shang Jue found himself quite comfortable at the affiliated high school. The elderly gentlemen in the mathematics department, with their years of teaching experience, were rather endearing. After half a month of classes, he seemed somewhat influenced by the mischievous students in his class. His spirits noticeably lifted. It was rare for him to find a sense of belonging on this familiar land. The little stray dog obediently lay down before Shang Jue, who generously scooped another handful of cat food for it. Observing that his spirits were indeed in good condition, Lu Yuxing couldn't help but wonder, how exactly did Shang Jue manage his meals? His pig-rearing techniques were so practiced. Yet why hadn't he managed to put on a bit more weight himself? Chapter 68, If Line, Part 5, Louis stood opposite Shang Jue, poking at him for quite a while. His towering stature caused the little stray dog to flinch every time he shifted or spoke. The dog was filthy and emaciated, tugging at Shang Jue's heartstrings. Shang Jue, could you possibly take a seat? Please do not disturb others while they dine. Lu Yuxing then settled beside Shang Jue, both of them captivated by the corgi before them. The puppy, finally at ease during mealtime, licked its bowl clean and then sat expectantly, gazing up at Shang Jue. It was quite astute, aware that Lu Yuxing had no food in hand, and thus did not even glance away. Shang Jue, having never owned a pet, felt his heart soften under such a gaze, hesitating whether to offer it more food. Just as his right hand reached into the cat food bag, Lu Yuxing intervened. That's too much. The little dog does not understand hunger and fullness. Thus, Shang Jue reluctantly withdrew his hand. With his right hand now carrying the scent of cat food, he rested it on his knee, cautious not to soil his trousers. Seeing that he would no longer feed it, the little stray dog remained, suddenly leaping onto Shang Jue's shoe in a playful manner. He had always harbored thoughts of having a pet. As a child, he was not permitted, and as an adult, he faced numerous constraints. In his previous job, he was occupied from dawn till dusk, barely able to take care of himself, let alone a pet. Sighing, he turned to Lu Yuxing, seeking advice. Have you ever owned a dog? Lu Yuxing shook his head. He had long harbored the desire to keep a cat. Yet, much like Shang Jue, he had been exceedingly busy in recent years. The demands of school occupied his entire attention, leaving him unable to devote himself to caring for another small creature. How ineffectual. Shang Jue regretfully pinched the fluffy ears of the corgi. Lu Yuxing stood nearby, quietly observing the joyous interaction between them. He yearned to reach out and touch the dog's ears, but doing so would require him to move slightly closer to Shang Jue, which he felt would be rather awkward. Thus, he restrained himself, content to admire with his eyes. After a considerable time, he lowered his gaze and caught sight of his watch, startled by the passage of time. Shang Jue responded absent-mindedly with a non-committal After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yuxing inquired, which floor and room number are you in at Building 7? Residing in the neighboring building, it was only courteous to inquire about the apartment number. Shang Jue provided his room number, and out of politeness, Lu Yuxing reciprocated with his address. Shang Jue feigned acknowledgement, barely registering the information, as their paths were unlikely to cross. His composed demeanor was complemented by soft strands of hair, gently swaying in the breeze, appearing more delightful than the texture of a corgi. Lu Yuxing glanced at his hair before turning away. Perhaps having spent his initial phase at the affiliated high school, Shang Jue no longer confined himself to his room. He ventured outside whenever he could. Lu Yuxing surveyed the surroundings and immediately recognized the little creature that Shang Jue had previously petted. Its coat had become 2 shades cleaner since their last encounter, and the patches of fur that had been sparse were beginning to fill in, as it frolicked exuberantly at Shang Jue's side. However, it was rather diminutive, nearly the size of its owner's shoes, and as Shang Jue took a step, the little one had to sprint with all 4 short legs to keep pace. Lu Yuxing was taken aback by Shang Jue's newfound vigor. Had the vaccinations been administered? Lu Yuxing inquired about the journey. Shang Jue nodded and casually attended to his skin ailment. As Shang Jue paused to speak, the corgi, brimming with energy, whirled between Shang Jue's legs, tangling its leash several times around his right leg. Shang Jue did not intervene, maintaining a calm demeanor as he allowed the corgi to amuse itself, exhibiting an extraordinary level of composure. Lu Yuxing hesitated to voice his thoughts. With Shang Jue's approach to pet rearing, it was only a matter of time before the corgi became spoiled. Have you decided on a name? No. How do you usually refer to it? Shang Jue pouted slightly, making a soft sound. While he maintained a serious demeanor, Lu Yuxing found it amusing. Struggling to suppress a smile, he crouched down to temporarily set the shopping bag aside. The puppy, initially startled, soon revealed its amiable nature and began wagging its tail, leaping toward Lu Yuxing after receiving a few gentle pats. The leash tangled around Shang Jue's leg pulled a bit tightly, prompting him to lift his foot and painstakingly free himself from the entanglement. His movements were rather clumsy, causing Lu Yuxing to glance up. As Shang Jue focused on the dog in Lu Yuxing's hands, his gaze remained directed downward. Their unexpected eye contact revealed the warmth in their expressions, leaving both momentarily stunned. Shang Jue awkwardly averted his eyes and decided to release the leash he held. Lu Yuxing, momentarily distracted while playing with the dog, eventually straightened up, picked up the leash, and handed it to Shang Jue. After taking a few steps, Shang Jue called out to him from behind, "Professor, you forgot something." With thoughts scattered in various directions, Lu Yuxing began to gather his belongings one by one. The bag in his hand felt quite heavy, filled with fresh meats and vegetables. Shang Jue noticed that the quantity seemed excessive for a single person, leading him to speculate that Lu Yuxing might not live alone. Perhaps he was expecting guests? Shang Jue felt a flicker of curiosity, but did not inquire further. Before long, the doorbell rang, and he went to open the door. Standing outside was a man of average height dressed in casual attire, holding a bag that emitted a delicate rustling sound. It was Lin Shuiying. He brought over 2 pounds of fresh shrimp and, catching the aroma wafting from within the house, remarked, "Lu Ge, have you already begun cooking?" The room was suffused with a delightful aroma as Lin Shuiying strolled through the kitchen, surveying the sumptuous spread that was ample enough for 3. He held a bag of shrimp, regretting that he hadn't mentioned his purchase to Lu Yuxing beforehand. Having frequently indulged in Lu Yuxing's hospitality, he felt guilty for continually imposing, so he had taken to bringing his own ingredients. Yet, unexpectedly, this time it seemed to have caused an inconvenience. Lu Yuxing glanced over and remarked, "It would be a shame to let them freeze. Let us cook them together. Will there be too much left over?" "It is possible." Lu Yuxing has already taken a knife to cut open the shrimp's back. After processing a few in the sink, he turned his head and asked, "Are you in the same group as Shang Jue?" Lin Shuiying was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, we share the same office." Lu Yuxing responded with a soft acknowledgement. He also resided in Hangzhou. He inquired, "Which building does Teacher Xiaoshang live in?" "Teacher Xiaoshang?" Upon first hearing the title Lu Yuxing, I was reminded of Shang Jue and found it curiously fitting. Lin Shuiying explained, His students privately refer to him in this manner. Perhaps Shang Jue appears rather youthful. I am merely 29 years old. Why must I be addressed as Old Lin?" Lin Shuiying lamented with a shake of her head. Lu Yuxing remarked, "Building 7? Isn't that just next door?" Lin Shuiying couldn't help but murmur with emotion, "Fate." Lu Yuxing paused. Fate. The word was too profound, leaving Lu Yuxing momentarily speechless. Lin Shuiying glanced at Lu Yuxing's expression and hesitantly ventured, "I wonder if Shang Jue has had dinner yet." "No, he just finished walking the dog." Lin Shuiying was slightly taken aback. "Oh." After a brief silence, he tentatively asked, "Then, Should I invite Shang Jue over? Brother Lu, would you mind? As one matures, the grievances of the past, even if unresolved, should allow for a dignified meal together, shouldn't they? Lu Yuxing spoke with a casual tone. I have no preference. Chapter 69. If Line, Part 6. At the entrance of his home, Shang Jue was taken aback to see a colleague from school who invited him to visit Lu Yuxing's house. He could hardly fathom that Lu Yuxing would whimsically extend an invitation for him to join for dinner. Lin Shuiying's face radiated with warmth. Since both he and Shang Jue attended a university, their frequent conversations upon arriving at the affiliated high school had fostered a certain camaraderie, and Shang Jue had benefited from Lin Shuiying's kindness. Initially, he attempted to decline the invitation, but Lin Shuiying's enthusiasm proved insistent. As his stomach growled in protest, Shang Jue hesitated before ultimately deciding to accompany him. Upon arriving at Lu Yuxing's residence, the floor and door number, which he had previously disregarded, now etched themselves into his memory. After entering, he greeted Lu Yuxing with a polite nod, masking his own awkwardness with a facade of composure. The aroma of home-cooked meals wafted through the air. Having grown accustomed to takeout and dining out, Shang Jue had not savored homemade dishes in ages. He wrinkled his nose, speculating that Lu Yuxing must possess considerable culinary skills. After sampling a chicken wing, his initial appraisal of not bad transformed into quite good. With Lin Shuiying present, Shang Jue engaged minimally with Lu Yuxing at the dining table, exchanging only a few pleasantries to maintain a veneer of cordiality. Mindful of not embarrassing himself in front of his colleague, after adding shrimp to their meal, the three managed to clear their plates. Lin Shuiying, evidently a frequent visitor, deftly assisted with the cleanup post-meal, switching on the television in the living room, where the sounds of the sports channel served as background ambience. Approaching 30, he showed no inclination to abandon gaming, promptly opening his phone to start a match. He played without headphones, the voice on the other end booming with vigor. Shang Jue overheard the individual inquiring if Lin Shuiying was at Lu Yuxing's house. Just then, Lu Yuxing emerged from the kitchen, greeting Lu Yuxing. Shang Jue recognized the name, recalling that he was Lu Yuxing's dorm mate. The tone of their conversation suggested a long-standing friendship. His phone vibrated in his pocket, revealing a message from a student with 2 images of math problems. Although it was a non-working day, Shang Jue welcomed the interruption, grateful for the newfound companionship that came with his transition into teaching. The second image depicted a problem of competition-level difficulty. He retreated from the lively living room into the dining area, sending 3 lengthy voice messages, frowning slightly as he felt his verbal explanations fell short. He then returned to the living room, asking Lu Yuxing for paper and a pen. Like Shang Jue, Lu Yuxing kept his study and leisure spaces distinctly separate. Rarely working in his bedroom, he led Shang Jue to his study, which was impeccably organized, simple and clean, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. Upon entering, Shang Jue felt as though he had stepped into a geometric realm. The study, seldom visited, contained but a single chair. As Shang Jue took a seat, Lu Yuxing handed him paper and a pen, standing nearby to observe as he swiftly pinned down the derivation process. Originally intending to leave, Shang Jue turned on the desk lamp, casting a warm glow that accentuated the angles of his face, which appeared gaunt, yet highlighted the delicacy of his features. Lu Yuxing glanced for a fleeting moment, his gaze drawn to the translucent fabric of Shang Jue's shirt that hinted at the contours of his slender physique. The sight caused him a twinge of discomfort. If Shang Jue were his child, he would undoubtedly ensure he ate 3 hearty meals a day. When Shang Jue paused, he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yuxing, expecting him to leave after providing the supplies, yet he remained, looming like a supervisor. Was he concerned I might pilfer his belongings? He mused, snapping a picture of the derivation to send to the student, deeming the problem worthy of discussion. While mentally storing it for future reference, Lu Yuxing inquired, "Aren't you eating shrimp?" To which Shang Jue replied, "I'm allergic to seafood. Tonight's is river shrimp." Lu Yuxing clarified. "Oh," Shang Jue said, "I can't differentiate, so I'll skip it altogether." Lu Yuxing nodded in acknowledgement. Having yet to comment on Lu Yuxing's culinary skills, Shang Jue finally seized the opportunity, expressing, "Your cooking is quite commendable." After speaking, he pondered how such words might seem insincere. Thus he tempered his tone with a more genuine compliment. He contemplated adding a note of gratitude, but the sight of Lu Yuxing rendered him momentarily speechless. Lu Yuxing thought to himself, "Well, it's certainly better than your self-sufficiency." In the silence that followed, a lively thank you emoji from the student illuminated Shang Jue's phone. He tucked the device away, switched off the lamp, and concluded his tutoring session. Rising, he returned the chair to its rightful place and exited the study. Just before opening the door, Lu Yuxing spoke up. I usually cook on weekends, sometimes during the week as well. You're welcome to drop by if you're free. Shang Jue turned to him, a mix of confusion and surprise evident in his expression. For Lu Yuxing, simply articulating such an invitation felt like an immense concession. He lowered his gaze, uncertain how to convey his intentions more clearly, grappling with whether clarity was even necessary. Between them, a thawing of past grievances seemed improbable. Yet maintaining a rigid distance felt equally unfeasible. He found himself in a conundrum. Since encountering Shang Jue at the class reunion, Lu Yuxing had been embroiled in a protracted internal struggle, oscillating between the choice to extend a friendly hand or uphold his pride and keep his distance. He was perplexed to discover that he had developed a tendency to meddle in others' affairs, primarily due to Shang Jue's transformation over the past 6 years. The once fervent pursuit of excellence had seemingly devolved into a state of resignation. Come over for dinner. Lu Yuxing added 2 more words for clarity. Shang Jue retorted, Are you treating me like a dog? Lu Yuxing replied. The absurdity of actively inviting someone to dinner left Lu Yuxing feeling exasperated, unable to tolerate Shang Jue's sardonic response. Fortunately, a moment of clarity emerged as he recalled he still owed Shang Jue money. Shang Jue exhaled in relief, laughing. I almost thought you had feelings for me. Lu Yuxing felt grateful to have found a way out of his predicament. He glanced at Shang Jue and said, I'm not desperate enough to resort to that. Furthermore, he added, and what if I did have feelings for you? He detected a hint of survival in Shang Jue's tone. He was worrying unnecessarily, as Shang Jue appeared to be avoiding him at all costs, which naturally irked Lu Yuxing. Shang Jue's eyes sparkled with mischief, a smile gracing his lips, revealing dimples as he jested. Lu Yuxing felt momentarily stifled, questioning whether his phrasing had been overly dramatic. Observing Lu Yuxing's hesitation, Shang Jue playfully blinked at him, the light casting a glow upon his androgynous features, prompting Lu Yuxing to open his mouth. Noticing Lu Yuxing's apparent loss for words, Shang Jue shrugged and sauntered outside. He leisurely unwrapped a package, his little corgi bouncing at his feet. As he playfully engaged with the dog, he pondered the reason behind Lu Yuxing's sudden invitation. Aside from the whimsical notion, no other plausible explanation seemed to surface. Was it possible he felt pity? Shang Jue scooped the corgi into his arms. While he felt uneasy, Lu Yuxing's culinary skills were indisputable, and the pretext of borrowing money provided them both a graceful exit. Logically speaking, he should decline the invitation, yet the chicken wings were undeniably delicious. Ultimately, it still felt unwise to accept. The next day, Lu Yuxing delivered a box of leftover pastries. When Shang Jue was out, Lu Yuxing hung the box on his doorstep before departing. The pastries, freshly baked with a secret recipe, surpassed the offerings of most confectionery shops. Being neither greasy nor overly sweet, even slightly superior to those from Grandpa Kin's bakery. Opening a shop could easily turn into a signature venture. That evening, the century egg and lean meat porridge was cooked to perfection, and the fruits served after dinner were strawberries brought by Shang Jue. Shang Jue quietly savored his porridge at the table, while Lu Yuhang's gaze lingered on the crown of his head, a smile creeping onto his lips as he observed. However, Shang Jue only visited once, and thereafter, he never took the initiative to come again. The weather grew colder by the day. Winter was indeed a season conducive to weight gain. Shang Jue, rejuvenated by the youthful atmosphere of the school, found his spirits lifted. And as he gradually acclimated to his work, he was able to leisurely enjoy his weekends. Much like the corgi he was raising, he too had gained a few pounds over the months. The corgi not only grew in size but also matured significantly, having outgrown Shang Jue's shoes, thriving under his care. And its bright-eyed demeanor was a testament to its well-being. During weekend walks, Shang Jue often encountered Lu Yuxing, primarily due to their similar mealtimes and daily routines. Initially, he intended to send the corgi to a boarding facility for a week, but upon arriving at the shop, he realized the destination was not the usual veterinary clinic. The corgi remained unusually calm throughout the journey, settling down in the cage, its eyes glistening with tears, perhaps fearing abandonment. He led the corgi to Building 6 of Hangzhou, lingering outside Lu Yuhang's door for a considerable time before finally knocking. I had already begun its holiday, yet Lu Yuxing had been at school until just 2 days prior. Shang Jue arrived at the perfect moment, catching Lu Yuxing at home. When the door opened, Lu Yuxing noticed the dejected pair at his doorstep, especially Shang Jue, who wore a troubled expression, the corners of his eyes tinged with red. Shang Jue scratched his nose with his finger, hesitating for a moment before mustering the courage to ask, "Could you do me a favor? The school has a training session out of town next week. and I would like it to stay at your place for a few days. Lu Yuhang, taken aback by the request and unsure if something was amiss, ushered them inside, refraining from asking any questions until he understood the situation. Once inside, after Shang Jue explained the circumstances, Lu Yuhang relaxed. The corgi, sensing a change in ownership, sat obediently at Lu Yuhang's feet. Despite its young age of 5 months, it had grown quite robust and was beginning to resemble a small barrel. Previously heavier than it was now, Lu Yuhang had often suppressed his urge to comment on its weight during their walks together, repeatedly thinking, could it be fed a little less? He had once witnessed the corgi's charming antics, where a simple roll and a soft whimper would cause Shang Jue to relent and offer it a treat. Lu Yuhang suspected that if Shang Jue were to find a partner in the future, he would likely indulge them in a similar manner. He believed Shang Jue would not make a good parent, as he would undoubtedly spoil his children. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Yuhang had mentioned the corgi's weight to Shang Jue a month prior, and luckily, Shang Jue was merely soft-hearted enough not to lose his composure. After Lu Yuhang's reminder about the corgi's health, Shang Jue controlled its food intake and extended their walks by half an hour each day. Not being particularly active himself, Shang Jue had inadvertently improved his own fitness while attempting to slim down the corgi. Fortunately, there had been noticeable progress. The corgi's physique was much healthier this month. Recognizing Lu Yuhang, the corgi wagged its tail at his feet. Although it desired to seek affection from Shang Jue, it mirrored its owner's awkwardness, turning its back to him. Shang Jue's mood gradually lifted, and he playfully nudged its rear with his shoe, teasing, "Why aren't you crying now? Are you pretending to be pitiful? You clever little rascal?" Lu Yuhang offered, "Leave it with me. I will take care of it." Shang Jue nodded in agreement, expressing his gratitude with a cool tone. "I'll bring over the rest of its things later." With his head hung low, Shang Jue appeared somewhat lackluster. Lu Yuhang, unable to bear the sight, hesitantly placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Had it been during their high school days, he would never have imagined that the person seated behind him would one day find himself with tear-filled eyes alongside a small dog. Chapter 70. The line of the following day, he rose early to leave City A. During the week of training away from home, Shang Jue received daily photographs from Lu Yuhang featuring a trash can, images of it eating, playing with a ball, and sprawled out asleep on the floor. Each day, Lu Yuhang reported its activities. Shang Jue pondered this curious development, surprised at how they had cultivated such a harmonious neighborly relationship. One particular photo depicted the dog, seemingly contrite and curling its paws, likely having misbehaved. Upon inquiring, he learned that the creature had pilfered half a bag of jerky from the cabinet and rummaged through 3 trash cans. Previously, Shang Jue had trained the dog well at home, but now it was wreaking havoc at Lu Yuhang's place. In the past, he might have found amusement in causing Lu Yuhang irritation, but now he felt a sense of embarrassment. "Lu Yuhang, are you willing to let it be?" "Not quite. But one must maintain appearances." "Lu Yuhang, would you mind if I taught it a thing or two? It seems to have lost weight," Shang Jue remarked. Not in the sense of being starved, but it had acquired a certain sleekness akin to a well-trained police dog, its short legs appearing surprisingly elongated. Shang Jue weighed the trash can and noted it had lost a pound. Lu Yuhang explained, "I take it for morning runs. Coupled with the cold weather, it loses weight rapidly." "Shang Jue, can you keep up with it?" "Though its legs are short, it moves swiftly with all 4 limbs." Lu Yuhang smiled subtly, remaining silent. Yet Shang Jue detected a hint of mockery in his expression. Given that Lu Yuhang had cared for his dog for an entire week, Shang Jue allowed the teasing, accepting calmly, "I'm simply getting older and can't keep up with a dog. Is that fair?" Lu Yuhang bluntly countered, "You're just too lazy to move." He had witnessed Shang Jue's leisurely strolls with the dog, slow and languid. With a little more effort, he surely wouldn't be outpaced by a short-legged corgi. In the kitchen, Lu Yuhang was initially preparing a meal. The water in the pot was still bubbling, but he had been delayed by Shang Jue's presence and returned to the kitchen now. Over time, pets tend to mirror their owners' personalities, and this one was quite well behaved. Upon seeing him awake, Lu Yuhang spoke, "I made too much for dinner. If you're hungry, you can have some." "Shang Jue, Lu Yuhang." He had never encountered such forced politeness, and Shang Jue was taken aback. He sat up, hesitating over whether to eat or not. The atmosphere around him instilled a sense of unease. The darkened sky, the soft blanket, the enclosed warmth of the room, and the presence of both a dog and another human, even if that human was a man. Shang Jue anxiously bounced his legs slightly, acutely aware of his growing inclination to succumb to the comfort of this environment. If he were not human, he might very well choose to hibernate in this room. It felt too secure. There's a thermos in the kitchen, Lu Yuhang mentioned. Drawing boundaries was becoming increasingly difficult. He struggled to accept kindness without feeling the need to reciprocate. Having experienced it once, he was left contemplating how to repay it. Yet at that moment, he could not fathom how to do so. Shang Jue wished to give himself a break. Perhaps he could forego repayment altogether, he thought sadly. The trash can had accumulated too much, so Lu Yuhang accompanied him to dispose of it. The house was quite tidy, likely due to Shang Jue's short stay. With mostly simple furnishings. Shang Jue shook his head, responding no. Lu Yuhang already had an inkling. Shang Jue had been left to his own devices for years, suggesting familial issues. Two individuals, one recently passed his 29th birthday, and the other soon approaching 30, both remarkable among their peers yet solitary during the festive season. Left to ponder how they had ended up in such circumstances. Shang Jue was not one to engage fervently in matters of romance. Yet as he searched his mind for another topic, he found none. It seemed absurd to ask Lu Yuhang how large his wedding ring would be. He placed the dog-s bed in a corner and turned to scrutinize Lu Yuhang's face, finding no faults. Haven't you considered finding a girlfriend? Lu Yuhang, too busy. He did not oppose the idea of establishing a family, but his focus had always been on research. He believed himself ill-suited for romance, having often been labeled as too dull and cold, and his students tended to regard him with a measure of trepidation. He had a reasonable capacity for tolerance. But romance required more than mere forbearance. It demanded compatibility, or else it would become a torment. Shang Jue chuckled. What does being busy have to do with it? If you find the right person, you could make time for a date even if the sky were to fall. Lu Yuhang offered no comment. What about you? I haven't thought about it. Shang Jue looked at him, acknowledging his own shortcomings, as you should know. What do you know? Lu Yuhang's expression was complex, despite his reluctance to admit it, from the moment he transferred schools in his second year. He had observed that Shang Jue was always the most popular one in the crowd, the center of attention in high school, and later, the pinnacle of prominence in university. Poor? He questioned Shang Jue's self-perception. Shang Jue perceived the surprise in Lu Yuhang's demeanor and exclaimed, Do you think I'm a good person? Lu Yuhang turned his face away. I never said anything of the sort. Shang Jue fell silent for a moment. Many admired him for his outward charm, looks, or personality. Yet he mused that once someone established a close relationship with him, they would discover that he appeared to be a perfectly ordinary boyfriend, struggling even to save himself. The self-loathing and loneliness of his youth clung to him for too long, becoming deeply entrenched, and he feared that his flaws would be exposed before another, opting instead to sever the possibility of further abandonment. It was unfortunate that his soul lacked the grandeur. He simply wished to quietly hide away, feeling too weary to shield another from life's storms. Lu Yuhang, waiting for a response that did not come, finally spoke. However, this is how I feel. Shang Jue was initially taken aback, then unabashedly replied, I think I'm quite a good person too. Shang Jue added, in that sense, I have more experience than you. Lu Yuhang paused, a subtle emotion flickering within him, tinged with a hint of jealousy. He asked, Care to share your wisdom? Just as Shang Jue was about to respond, Lu Yuhang felt that twinge of jealousy intensifying and quickly added, Perhaps not. Shang Jue chuckled, saying, How about I lend you the trash can for a few days? It can stay with me for New Year's Eve. Fine. As it wasn't his own pet, Lu Yuhang was not particularly attached. What about the New Year's dinner? Shang Jue pondered for a moment, having never considered this question before. He usually kept things simple during the new year, eating whatever was available at the supermarket. After all, the essence of the new year was to reunite with family. Gathering together was what mattered, and celebrating alone seemed rather tedious. He suggested, Perhaps we could buy some tang yuan. They eat dumplings here. You're not from around here, are you? Can you make tang yuan? Just buy the frozen ones. Lu Yuhang was at a loss for words, sensing in Shang Jue's casual tone a blatant disrespect for tang yuan. Eating a bowl of frozen tang yuan for New Year's Eve dinner sounded rather dismal. He remarked, Can't you spare your dog for New Year's Eve? Shang Jue was taken aback by Lu Yuhang's audacity. How could he possibly ask for that? Lu Yuxing, perhaps you could join me. It's merely a matter of making a few more dumplings. Shang Jue. Lu Yuxing. What a feeble excuse. It's utterly ridiculous, riddled with flaws, akin to a reason merely tacked onto a gaping hole. Both of them were nearing their limits of endurance. In his embarrassment, Lu Yuxing lowered his gaze to the ground, while Shang Jue, equally flustered, raised his eyes to the stark white ceiling. It was rather pleasant. Neither encumbered the other. What on earth does he intend to do? Shang Jue pondered, thoroughly perplexed. He cast a sidelong glance at the window, cloaked in the dark of night, and beheld his own cold silhouette, noticing a faint smile playing upon his lips, which took him by surprise. He hadn't realized he was smiling at all. Lu Yuxing let out a soft sigh, so subtle it went unnoticed. What am I doing? Lu Yuxing. Just stay at home. I'll go fetch the dog. Will you still lend it to me on New Year's Eve? Yet he caught sight of Shang Jue, whose exquisite face bore an enigmatic smile that was neither mocking nor derisive, but rather an expression of something else entirely. A relaxed and languid amusement that Lu Yuxing could not comprehend. Sure, I will lend it, Lu Yuxing said, steeling himself as he looked at Shang Jue, silently inquiring if he wished to accompany him. After a moment's contemplation, Shang Jue provided his answer. Between the options of frozen tangyuan and handmade dumplings, he ultimately chose the latter. Chapter 71. During the festive season, a brief reconciliation transpired between the two individuals. In truth, a semblance of peace had lingered for several months. Yet they remained unable to overcome their past grievances, each unwilling to concede. On New Year's Eve, feeling somewhat embarrassed to arrive empty-handed, Shang Jue procured 2 boxes of almond cakes a few days in advance and, accompanied by his dog, made his way over at noon. Lu Yuxing, preoccupied with his tasks, had neglected to eat lunch and, upon opening the boxes, indulged in a few pieces. The unique bitter fragrance proved to be quite addictive. He casually offered some to Shang Jue, who wrinkled his brow in distaste, rejecting the offering due to its dry and bitter nature. Only then did Lu Yuxing realize these treats had been specifically intended for him. He placed the 2 boxes of almond cakes into an empty cabinet. Although Lu Yuxing did not have a habit of snacking, he had nonetheless designated a space near the refrigerator for storing treats, which mostly contained a few emergency chocolates. He stared into the dark abyss of the cabinet for a while, feeling an inexplicable sensation. He pondered how Shang Jue had discerned his taste preferences, akin to having sensitive intelligence seized by an adversary, unsettling him. A chill ran down Lu Yuxing's spine as he popped another almond cake into his mouth. 2 grown men celebrating the new year together, yet their relationship was not devoid of underlying tensions, rendering the atmosphere somewhat peculiar. Fortunately, a trash can sat between them, serving as an awkward mediator. Shang Jue could not contribute to the cooking, so he took on the role of a makeshift porter, ferrying dishes from the kitchen to the dining room while Lu Yuxing tidied up the final touches. As the last dish simmered, Lu Yuxing turned off the stove and glanced towards the dining area. Shang Jue lounged against the dining table, one leg lazily bent. The trash can sat in front of him, tongue lolling, drooling at the aroma of the sumptuous meal. Shang Jue watched as a glistening droplet of saliva dripped from the trash can's tongue onto the floor, prompting him to toss a dumpling into the air at an awkward angle. The trash can leapt up to catch it perfectly, and Shang Jue, with a nonchalant expression, gave it a thumbs up in appreciation. Lu Yuxing merely observed in silence. He speculated that Shang Jue likely employed a similar encouraging style of education with his students. A soft chuckle escaped him, but he quickly stifled it, adopting a serious demeanor. The New Year's Eve dinner unfolded in a hushed silence, the 2 men exchanging little conversation, resembling 2 strangers inadvertently sharing a table in a restaurant. This was the most subdued and least warm New Year's Eve dinner Lu Yuxing had experienced in his 29 years. However, he had invited Shang Jue over with no expectation of a lively celebration. The silence was palpable, prompting Lu Yuxing to suggest, "Shall we move to the living room?" Shang Jue acquiesced, and together they relocated the dining table to the living room, turning on the television to fill the silence with the cheerful sounds of the Spring Festival Gala. After the meal, both men felt a sense of lethargy, the festive spirit making them sluggish. Even the trash can was affected, curled up on the table, its chin resting on its paws, appearing drowsy. Shang Jue, mustering some energy, rose to clear the table, feeling it was only natural for the non-cook to tidy up the kitchen. Lu Yuxing followed suit, and for once, they worked together harmoniously, efficiently cleaning up the aftermath in the kitchen. The trash can dozed off beside the sofa, and Lu Yuxing remarked, "You forgot about the dog." Shang Jue turned to him and replied, "Didn't we agree that I would lend it to you tonight?" Lu Yuxing had completely forgotten about that arrangement. Shang Jue hesitated for a moment, falling silent for several seconds. After a while, Lu Yuxing heard his soft voice, tinged with curiosity. "What do you gain from inviting me over?" Shang Jue inquired almost as if sighing, genuinely seeking an answer. Lu Yuxing's lips moved, but he could not articulate a coherent response. He watched as Shang Jue opened the door to leave. The sound of the door closing startled the trash can awake. It scampered over, joining Lu Yuxing in looking at the closed door, letting out a low whine that sounded almost like a pitiful sob. However, upon seeing its face, Lu Yuxing realized it was not as forlorn as it seemed. Regardless of whether the trash can comprehended him, Lu Yuxing continued to convey his thoughts, saying, "Don't act so pitiful. He'll come to pick you up tomorrow." Despite their previous bond as its caretaker for a week, the trash can did not appear frightened. After being rewarded with a piece of jerky, it settled down contentedly. As Shang Jue exited the building, a gust of cold air made him shiver, instantly awakening his drowsy senses. Fortunately, the two buildings were close together, and he quickly stepped into the warmth of the next building just as the chill threatened to penetrate his skin. With his eyes wide open, he found himself inundated with thoughts, all pertaining to Lu Yuxing. Initially intending to sort through them, he found himself lacking the energy to do so. After a sumptuous New Year's meal, Shang Jue felt his nerves relax, and exhaustion soon overtook him. Despite the absence of the trash can's company, he quickly succumbed to sleep, unbothered by feelings of loneliness. During the festive season, auspicious days clustered together, and Shang Jue noticed that most of his and Lu Yuxing's social circle were of marriageable age. In the past few days, numerous engagements and weddings were announced on social media. As two single men, they had unknowingly contributed to countless gifts over the years. Lin Shuiying, his girlfriend from graduate school, announced her engagement on the 5th day of the new year, with the wedding set for May. Lu Yuxing finished one box of almond cakes and opened the second. Shang Jue had spent nearly a week mooching off Lu Yuxing's New Year meals, just as most working professionals were preparing to return to work. Due to their respective careers, apart from occasional school duties, both Shang Jue and Lu Yuxing still enjoyed a week off. On the 8th day, Lu Yuxing prepared lunch for both of them as usual, but midway through, Shang Jue sent a message indicating he would arrive later, telling him not to wait. The message was sent in haste, with no follow-up. Lu Yuxing remembered that Shang Jue was not on duty that day. It was only the 7th day of the new year, and the school would not assign tasks to teachers at such a time. After knocking on the door and waiting for a while, Lu Yuxing almost believed Shang Jue was not home when the door finally opened. Shang Jue appeared, drenched, with his shirt soaked from his chest to his waist. Lu Yuxing paused for a few seconds, his first instinct prompting him to ask, "Did the water pipe burst?" "I'm just bathing the dog." Lu Yuxing was taken aback for a moment, suppressing a smile that threatened to emerge, feeling somewhat awkward. Shang Jue slowly added, "For the dog." Lu Yuxing, exercising tremendous restraint to avoid making a sarcastic remark about Shang Jue's labored breathing, stepped inside, removed his coat, and hung it on the hook by the door. Having worked part-time at a pet shop near his school, he was more experienced in bathing dogs than Shang Jue. Lu Yuxing naturally headed towards the bathroom, treating it as if he were in his own home. Shang Jue, not wanting him to enter, followed closely behind, attempting to prevent him from entering. "It's enough to soak me. What are you doing here?" Lu Yuxing ignored him and opened the bathroom door, spotting the trash can inside. In contrast to Shang Jue's disheveled appearance, the trash can's front legs were merely wet. Initially intending to mock him with his gaze, Lu Yuxing found himself distracted by the skin tone subtly visible through the soaked fabric, causing him to avert his eyes first. Shang Jue, surprised by Lu Yuxing's lack of taunts, was momentarily taken aback. Lu Yuxing shifted his focus away from Shang Jue, rolled up his sleeves, picked up the shower head that had fallen, and crouched down to tend to the trash can, which still had dry, fluffy fur. Shang Jue was unaware of Lu Yuxing's relevant experience, seeing him as only a semi-professional. He noticed that the trash can became obedient once it was in Lu Yuxing's hands, not resisting as it was placed into the spacious bathtub, docile as the shower head sprayed water over it. After all, it was his own dog. Shang Jue crouched beside Lu Yuxing, watching as the latter reached for the shower gel, and instinctively took the shower head from his hands. Lu Yuxing began applying the gel from the back of the dog, methodically working his way to the tail, carefully creating a lather. Despite the fact that the dog was not his own, he had come to lend a hand, momentarily disregarding the steaming feast laid out on the dining table. He gently grasped the little hind paw of the dog, his expression unintentionally revealing a touch of tenderness. Shang Jue caught sight of this and was suddenly captivated by the demeanor, staring intently at Lu Yuxing's profile for a considerable while. On New Year's Eve, he had asked Lu Yuxing what his intentions were. Now, Shang Jue had found the answer. Understanding that the unreasoned care shown to him over the past few months stemmed solely from the fact that this person was inherently gentle. Thus, witnessing a foolish individual struggling with emotional turmoil, past grievances could be temporarily set aside, even prompting an urge to provoke. Upon realizing this, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. Had Lu Yuxing exhibited less aloofness in his expressions, he likely would not have remained single for nearly 30 years. Surely, there should have been a moment of celebration in his social circle. Shang Jue's lips tightened, and he finally cast his gaze downward. The person he had detested for over a decade. He now found himself reluctantly acknowledging their admirable character, sound personality, and remarkable kindness, radiating brilliance from within. A wave of negative emotion surged within him, and Shang Jue sensed impending trouble, as if he were being overshadowed by Lu Yuxing on a psychological level. After all, they had once been rivals, and being pitted left Shang Jue feeling uneasy, subsequently realizing his own lack of discernment. A tumult of emotions intertwined, ultimately culminating in a sense of helplessness and awkward despondency. Shang Jue furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on Lu Yuxing's profile, as if attempting to pierce through him with his stare. When Lu Yuxing turned his head, he caught Shang Jue's eyes slightly widened. Both corners of his mouth turned down, intently observing him. His gaze was unwavering, and his expression appeared soft and deflated. Suddenly, the dog let out a yelp, its hind leg twitching, splashing water onto Lu Yuxing's face. Chapter 72, The If Line, Part 9. Water splashed onto Lu Yuxing's face, leaving a few droplets of foam on his cheek. With both hands occupied, he found it inconvenient to wipe them away. Shang Jue hesitated, torn between the desire to assist and the concern that such an act might convey a hint of intimacy, which felt rather peculiar. However, Lu Yuxing did not put him in a difficult position. He simply turned his face aside and nonchalantly rubbed the foam onto the shoulder of his shirt. He had not expected to emerge unscathed before entering. This garment was bound to get dirty. Inside the bathroom, apart from the sound of the showerhead and the occasional noise of the trash can shaking off droplets of water from the fur, an unusual silence enveloped the two of them as they each grappled with inexplicable emotions, working in silence. After washing the trash can twice, Lu Yuxing dried it with an absorbent towel, while Shang Jue entered with a hairdryer and a pet comb, combing and drying the fur against the trash can. 20 minutes later, it transformed into a fluffy and pristine receptacle. Feeding the trash can after its ordeal, both Shang Jue and the dog felt utterly exhausted. Glancing at Lu Yuxing, whose shirt sleeves were also wet, Shang Jue could only express gratitude, momentarily at a loss for words. After much internal deliberation, he found Lu Yuxing's face more agreeable, his charisma shining brightly. Yet, outwardly, Shang Jue would never dare to acknowledge this in front of Lu Yuxing. After changing out of his drenched clothes, the two exchanged a glance, seemingly returning to a state of untroubled coexistence. Leaving the dog at home, Shang Jue followed Lu Yuxing to Building 6. Although the meal had cooled, it was still edible, so he refrained from reheating it. As he ate, he mentally calculated the multitude of favors he owed. There was also a local specialty for Shang Jue, but regrettably, it coincided with his duty at school that day. Lin Shuiying contemplated whether to wait until the semester resumed to give it to Lu Yuxing. Lu Yuxing, bewildered by Shang Jue's indecision, wondered, why not just leave it here? I can take it to him tonight. It was astonishing that two individuals who could not share a dormitory before now actively sought to deliver items to each other's territory. Lin Shuiying was pleasantly surprised, glad that the previously contentious relationship between them had taken a significant step forward. As the semester resumed after the new year, Shang Jue and Lu Yuxing entered work mode in succession. Lu Yuxing had an early morning meeting that he had delayed for too long. As soon as the insurance company representatives arrived, he hastily called for a car and rushed off to school. Upon returning to Hangzhou, he coincidentally encountered Shang Jue emerging from Building 7 with the trash can in tow. Lu Yuxing remarked, I was rear-ended this morning, and my car is in for repairs. Shang Jue froze, scrutinizing him with evident concern. Lu Yuxing intended to reassure him that he was unharmed, but seeing Shang Jue's expression intrigued him. He held back until Shang Jue stumbled over his words, asking if he was injured, at which point he simply nodded and replied, I'm fine. What happened? Lu Yuxing recounted the entire incident, initially providing a brief explanation. As he continued, he noticed Shang Jue's brow furrowing deeper, prompting him to elaborate further. He explained how the at-fault driver refused to accept responsibility, getting out of the car not only to deny wrongdoing, but also to blame Lu Yuxing for his driving. He had arrived late to the meeting, leaving his students waiting for nearly 20 minutes. Ultimately, Lu Yuxing resolved the issues himself, deftly silencing the other driver with just a few words. By the time he reached the school, he had already apologized to his students. Nevertheless, the frustration stemming from the unexpected incident lingered, and although Lu Yuxing maintained a calm demeanor throughout the day, a hint of the day's grievances seeped into his voice as he spoke to Shang Jue. Shang Jue pondered for a moment before gently patting Lu Yuxing's shoulder as a gesture of comfort. To an outsider, it might seem perfunctory, but within the context of their relationship, it was a rare display of thoughtfulness. Lu Yuxing felt a bit better after that reassuring touch. There's the subway. I can give you a ride. It's just a matter of 10 minutes, he suggested. Lu Yuxing declined. No trouble. Shang Jue echoed. Not a bother. The same phrase conveyed two different meanings. In the past, Shang Jue would have refrained from meddling. Yet now he eagerly sought an opportunity to repay his debt to Lu Yuxing. His overt eagerness was difficult to refuse. After a moment of consideration, Lu Yuxing nodded in agreement. In the span of their brief conversation, the day's concerns dissipated. Once Shang Jue confirmed that Lu Yuxing was indeed uninjured, he relaxed and chuckled lightly. However, his amusement quickly transformed into a teasing remark. Why do you always find yourself embroiled in such incidents? Must be a karmic connection from a past life. It wasn't the first time Lu Yuxing had been in an accident. Lu Yuxing was at a loss for words. Eventually responding, am I to blame? No, I simply mean you seem prone to misfortune. Lu Yuxing was momentarily taken aback, suddenly reminded of his parents who had passed away many years ago. After a long pause, he murmured in acknowledgement, a faint smile gracing his lips. Shang Jue was momentarily bewildered by this unexpected smile, shrugging and turning his face away to avoid the contact of their gazes. The two then settled on a time to depart the following morning. Their schedules were similar, so there were no concerns about waking up early. The next morning, Shang Jue escorted Lu Yuxing to a university, dropping him off at the entrance. Early in the morning, the campus was predominantly occupied by faculty members residing off campus, with students being a minority. As Lu Yuxing exited the passenger seat, he encountered two familiar faces, lecturers from his department, and offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Lu Yuxing was less perceptive than Shang Jue regarding the expressions of others, and momentarily, he could not grasp the meaning behind their gazes. He turned his attention to Shang Jue's car, which had merged into the flow of traffic, stirring an indescribable feeling within him. Frowning slightly, he suppressed these strange thoughts and strode confidently through the campus gates. Shang Jue, exempt from evening classes, finished his afternoon lectures and prepared to head to a university without having eaten dinner, fearing he might arrive late. He set off directly after class, only to find Lu Yuxing had delayed his arrival. When Shang Jue parked his car, he received a message from Lu Yuxing explaining that he had been held up and that Shang Jue need not come to pick him up, likely thinking he had not yet departed from the affiliated school. Surveying the familiar campus, Shang Jue was pleasantly reminded of the snow-covered scenery at a university, which filled him with tranquility. After exiting his vehicle and wandering aimlessly through the campus, he noted the changes that had occurred over the years. However, the transformations were not so drastic that he could no longer recognize his surroundings. He passed by the small pavilion lined with bubble tea and snack shops, noticing that a few establishments he remembered as mediocre had closed down, replaced by several chain stores. Spotting a familiar shop, he joined a queue of students purchasing snacks. In a playful spirit, he lined up behind them, ultimately buying a serving of crispy potato to satisfy his hunger. With his snack in hand, Shang Jue made his way to Yunhu Lake, finding a bench to sit on as he gazed at the thick layer of snow blanketing the frozen surface. Enjoying the view while eating. The temperature was unbearably low, and after finishing, he lingered for a while, but soon found it difficult to withstand the biting cold of the northern night. Particularly, Yunhu Lake lacked any form of shelter, resulting in a desolate atmosphere after the lunar month, only to regain its liveliness with the arrival of spring warmth, making it even colder than other locales. As he felt his knees growing numb, he received a message from Lu Yuxing, stating he would arrive in 10 minutes. After contemplating for a moment, Shang Jue decided to wait at the foot of the science building. He rose, disposed of his trash, and walked toward the building. The path was largely deserted until he reached a section where the streetlight was out, plunging the area into sudden darkness. Unintentionally glancing around, he spotted a peculiar shadow among the towering trees, standing out conspicuously amidst the tall pines. He was suddenly startled, his body involuntarily trembling. After regaining his composure, Shang Jue took a closer look and discovered that the shadow was merely two individuals locked in an embrace. The two students seemed to have noticed him as well, yet they exhibited no signs of embarrassment and remained still. As he walked along the path, he found himself unexpectedly confronted with the youthful exuberance of their affection. Shang Jue quickly stepped away, inwardly lamenting the decline of societal decorum, while simultaneously marveling at the remarkable vitality of these young individuals in their 20s. To venture out to Yun Lake for a kiss on such a frigid day, truly, they possessed an impressive resilience to the cold. Chapter 73. If line 10, a colleague, with a cheerful smile, inquired, "Why the rush today?" Lu Yuxing was known for his efficiency, yet he always appeared composed and unhurried. rarely exhibiting any signs of haste. "Someone's here to pick me up," he replied, quickening his speech in his eagerness. "He has been waiting for me for almost an hour." "Oh, haha, it must be your significant other." Lu Yuxing abruptly halted, having been so hasty that his knee lightly collided with the desk. His colleague chuckled knowingly, saying, "You found a girlfriend after the new year? With your qualities, it's quite strange to be single for so long." In that moment, Lu Yuxing recalled the ambiguous glances exchanged with those two colleagues he had encountered at the school gate that morning. They likely shared the same misunderstanding. Although Shang Jue was still waiting for him, Lu Yuxing chose to take a brief moment to clarify. "He asked my neighbor, a male. My car is still being repaired. He asked just someone who lives nearby and offered to give me a ride." "Oh, so it's a guy," his colleague remarked, retracting his curiosity. "Is he also at our school?" "No, he is a teacher at the affiliated middle school." "Waiting for such a long time indicates a close relationship," his colleague mused. Lu Yuxing opened his mouth to respond but hesitated, realizing he could not adequately explain. He settled for a simple and left the office. The elevator descended agonizingly slowly. Opting for the adjacent staircase, Lu Yuxing received a message from Shang Jue, indicating he had arrived at the bottom of the College of Science. He hastened his steps. Shang Jue stood beneath a street lamp, clad in a black overcoat, likely to ensure he was visible in the darkening evening. Lu Yuxing paused momentarily, an inexplicable emotion causing him to slow his pace. As he stepped into Shang Jue's peripheral vision, Shang Jue lifted his head, his cheeks and nose tinged with red. His expression cool and devoid of warmth, likely due to the cold. He remained silent, merely watching Lu Yuxing approach. A flurry of thoughts raced through Lu Yuxing's mind. He is waiting for me. He is waiting for me to finish work. The person he awaits is me. Such a simple fact, yet why did it warrant such contemplation? Lu Yuxing ruminated over this uncomplicated reality repeatedly, as if he might uncover some deeper meaning. Shang Jue was waiting for him to finish work. Such a trivial matter, so small it seemed almost insignificant, yet why was it worthy of concern? With each step growing slower, Lu Yuxing's mind whirled with thoughts, struggling to comprehend the reason behind his excitement, his blood coursing with warmth. Yet he could not articulate any rationale. By the time he finally drew near, Shang Jue set aside his phone and lifted his chin, straightening against the lamppost. His posture shifted from one of waiting to one of greeting. "It must be your significant other picking you up." Lu Yuxing's mind drifted to this remark, and he exhaled softly, feeling somewhat unsettled. He sensed that he was not in the right frame of mind to gaze at Shang Jue for too long. Lu Yuxing directed his eyes around, as if seeing the scenery beneath the College of Science for the first time. A few trees, as old as the institution itself. Their sturdy trunks dusted with snow, surrounded by stone benches, the snow atop them cleared by the duty staff earlier that afternoon. Shang Jue, feeling somewhat invisible, stood in a daze for a moment before stepping closer to Lu Yuxing, extending his hand to hover 2 centimeters from Lu Yuxing's nose, fingers splayed and shaking slightly. Lu Yuxing questioned. Shang Jue lowered his hand and replied coolly, "I apologize. I thought the aftereffects of your car accident had caused you to lose your sight and not see me." He had waited for Lu Yuxing for an hour in such dreadful weather, only to be met with this lackluster response. "You could at least offer a few pleasant words." "Why didn't you sit and wait?" Lu Yuxing asked. Shang Jue glanced at him, saying, "Cold butt." The picturesque scene shattered into fragments, and Lu Yuxing smirked slightly. "The building is warmer," he suggested. Shang Jue responded, "Didn't you say it would only take a few minutes? I didn't feel like going inside." With that, he walked alongside Lu Yuxing. "Sorry, I was called to an impromptu meeting." Lu Yuxing explained the reason for his tardiness. This minor detail was not particularly significant to Shang Jue, but Lu Yuxing's failure to express himself promptly left him feeling somewhat displeased. "Thank you for waiting for me. I'll make a point to be on time in the coming days," Lu Yuxing assured him. Shang Jue adopted the dignified demeanor he had exhibited when Lu Yuxing had borrowed money from him, nodding like a grandmaster. With a few extra centimeters in height, Lu Yuxing lowered his eyelashes and discreetly allowed his gaze to linger on Shang Jue's calm profile. Shang Jue no longer wore the perpetual smile of his student days. He was the same person, but far more reserved. Once, Lu Yuxing had found Shang Jue's affability insincere, always cheerful and easygoing with everyone. Now, he realized there was nothing wrong with that demeanor and, in fact, he wished Shang Jue would smile more often. His gaze became somewhat furtive, yet he lingered too long, making it difficult for Shang Jue not to notice. After a moment, Shang Jue turned to meet Lu Yuxing's eyes. "Is there something on my face?" Lu Yuxing thought flowers would hold little allure for Shang Jue, so he rephrased, "Is there something on my face?" It seemed he scrutinized more closely than his students during class. Avoiding the question only made Shang Jue feel awkward. After exchanging a few words, it felt as if he had ruined the atmosphere. Shang Jue, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "I'm not the one sneaking a peek." Chapter 74. If line 11. Upon arriving home, Shang Jue promptly replenished the food bowl, but before he could take the dog for a walk, he hurried downstairs to meet Lu Yuxing. During the work week, their meals were typically resolved at school, but today was unexpectedly filled with incidents, leaving them both hungry as 8 o'clock approached. Cooking would take too long, so they decided to dine at a restaurant together. It was getting late, and they hadn't ventured far, merely wandering along a street adjacent to Hangzhou. There were numerous casual dining establishments surrounding them, and any random choice would suffice. However, as Shang Jue passed a Chongqing hot pot restaurant, the enticing aroma of spicy beef tallow overwhelmed the sense of the other eateries. On this snowy evening, the allure of hot pot was irresistible, and Shang Jue couldn't help but gaze longingly inside. Yet, it was rather late, and even with swift eating, they would still spend a couple of hours there. Noticing the subtle excitement flickering across Shang Jue's face, Lu Yuxing inquired, "Hot pot?" Shang Jue hesitated momentarily but ultimately succumbed to the tantalizing scent. "I don't have anything planned tonight," Lu Yuxing asserted, feeling it was only right to spend time with Shang Jue after he had waited so long. Shang Jue stepped inside, lured by the fragrance. Since Lu Yuxing didn't relish spicy food, hot pot held little allure for him, particularly as many clear broth bases were often lackluster, akin to tasteless stews. However, the flavors at this establishment were surprisingly delightful. They divided their tasks, with one focusing on the spicy pot while the other quietly dipped items in the clear broth, avoiding any interference. After devouring a significant portion of the spread, Shang Jue found himself growing drowsy, his body gradually relaxing amidst the bubbling sounds of the red broth. Having snacked on a portion of crispy potato beforehand, he set down his chopsticks earlier than Lu Yuxing, propping his chin on his hand as he gazed at the rising steam from the pot. Lost in thought about how their relationship had evolved to a point where they could share a hot pot together. After a few minutes of aimless contemplation, Shang Jue allowed his mind to empty, deciding to let things unfold naturally. Upon exiting the restaurant, both were enveloped in the lingering scent of hot pot, yet neither seemed to mind. Lu Yuxing's car had finally been repaired after over a week, allowing Shang Jue to conclude his role of chauffeur. As Lu Yuxing resumed driving, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the experience, having grown used to waiting for Shang Jue after classes. March ushered in a gentle warmth, and the climate in City A became increasingly pleasant. Shang Jue and Lu Yuxing became adept at visiting each other's places, and on a few occasions in March, Shang Jue was assigned to assist Lu Yuxing. One morning, he handed the keys to Lu Yuxing, parked the car, and went to Building 6 to retrieve the keys from him. After knocking and waiting a moment, Lin Shuang opened the door, and both were taken aback upon seeing one another. "I'm here to collect something from him," Shang Jue explained. Lin Shuang nodded and said, "Lu Gu is in the study. A student is on a video call with him and should be done shortly." Shang Jue settled in the living room to wait. Lin Shuang had found a new confidant and seized the opportunity to vent to Shang Jue about the difficulties of booking a hotel for the wedding and the challenges of finding a wedding planner. His fiancée, he was no better off, having spent 2 weekends selecting a wedding dress and agonizing over flower arrangements for the ceremony. Shang Jue listened passively, having little interest in love and marriage, and his disinterest only deepened. 10 minutes later, Lu Yuxing emerged from the study, and upon seeing Shang Jue seated on the sofa, he instinctively retrieved the keys from the cabinet and handed them over. "Thanks," Shang Jue replied. Lin Shuang observed the two with mild astonishment. While Shang Jue and Lu Yuxing might not have sensed any change in their dynamic, Lin Shuang, as an outsider, could clearly perceive that the physical distance between them had narrowed significantly. Though one couldn't label their relationship as overly intimate, the way they exchanged keys without their fingers brushing against each other suggested a perfectly maintained distance. Too far would feel unfamiliar, too close would be too intimate. It was as if they were treading a delicate line, where a mere inch forward or backward could transform their relationship into something entirely different, leaving one feeling apprehensive. Shang Jue tucked the keys away, initially intending to leave, but then glanced back at Lin Shuang. He had just heard about the hotel booking issues for the wedding, and it seemed he hadn't finished speaking. Leaving now felt inappropriate, so Shang Jue settled back on the sofa, intending to hear Lin Shuang out. However, Lin Shuang had likely discussed this topic with many others lately, and, upon being interrupted by Lu Yuxing, had forgotten his earlier train of thought. his frown lifting as he smiled. Am I overreacting? It's not that terrifying. I thought I might scare you both away from marriage. The remark carried a hint of ambiguity. Shang Jue raised the corner of his mouth, finding it amusing. It almost sounded as if he and Lu Yuxing were contemplating marriage. Lin Shuiying continued, especially you, Shang Jue. Shang Jue, still preoccupied with the ambiguous comment, appeared momentarily bewildered. Lin Shuiying chuckled. You're quite the catch in the high school division. Every teacher I know with a daughter of marrying age has inquired about whether you're seeing anyone. Shang Jue merely smiled, remaining silent. It wasn't just Lin Shuiying asking. He had faced numerous inquiries himself. Being single felt like a transgression, as if he were being hunted down by countless celestial beings. Having dealt with it so often, he found it increasingly irksome. Now, just hearing Lin Shuiying mention it made him want to leave with the keys, feeling apprehensive about the topic. If only everyone were as emotionally oblivious as Lu Yuxing. Shang Jue mused, glancing toward Lu Yuxing, only to unexpectedly catch his gaze. Lu Yuxing seemed equally surprised, his expression somewhat dazed. Shang Jue averted his eyes, dismissing the peculiar sensation that arose within him. Lu Yuxing escorted him to the door, which was unusual. Typically, Shang Jue would leave without ceremony. They saw each other daily, so there was no need for such pleasantries. Shang Jue keenly sensed the shift, his gaze meticulously scanning Lu Yuxing's face in search of any clues. Lu Yuxing maintained his usual expressionless demeanor, but his lips were pressed together, giving a slightly tense impression. Shang Jue felt a strange heaviness in the air, and his own emotions inexplicably mirrored Lu Yuxing's gloom. What is going on? Why is he acting like this? Shang Jue pondered, unable to fathom the situation. It was of no concern to him whether Lu Yuxing was in a good or bad mood. I'm leaving, Shang Jue stated. Uh-huh, Lu Yuxing replied. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm leaving. Uh-huh. After hearing Lu Yuxing's 3 consecutive affirmations, Shang Jue let out a light snort, shoved his hands into his pockets, and coldly turned to leave. Lu Yuxing watched him go, lingering at the door until Shang Jue's figure vanished into the elevator before slowly lowering his gaze, hesitating at the entrance. From high school until now, Shang Jue had always been quite popular. Graduating from a university, he became a teacher, possessing a car, wealth, and good looks. Lu Yuxing had previously dismissed these attributes, as if measuring one's accomplishments against arbitrary standards. He reflected on the image of the slender Shang Jue who had once dozed in his passenger seat 6 months prior, and now the Shang Jue waiting at the base of the law school for him to finish work. He recalled the times in high school when Shang Jue sat behind him, laughing so hard his shoulders shook as he buried his face in his arms. Shang Jue remained vividly etched in Lu Yuxing's memory, surprising even himself. This is likely the after effect of having fixated on Shang Jue as a rival for far too long. The consequence of battling fiercely for the top position against Shang Jue a decade ago is that, 10 years later, his memories are rather saturated with thoughts of him. Lu Yuxing's gesture of knocking at the door came to a halt. Chapter 75. The next morning, Shang Jue sent a message to Lu Yuxing, inquiring about any necessary purchases, which essentially meant asking the cook what ingredients to buy. After completing his shopping, Shang Jue carried a heavy bag into Building 6. Lu Yuxing's list was not as extensive. Half of the items were those Shang Jue had bought for himself. After knocking on the door and waiting for 2 minutes, he was finally greeted by Lu Yuxing. Upon seeing Lu Yuxing's expression, which mirrored the somber demeanor he had exhibited the previous evening, Shang Jue hesitated for a moment, thinking to himself, after a night's rest, what could possibly still weigh so heavily? With a troubled mind, Lu Yuxing seemed distracted, failing to engage in conversation with Shang Jue, and soon retreated to the kitchen. Throughout this exchange, there was a notable lack of eye contact. Left alone in the living room, Shang Jue felt somewhat bewildered by Lu Yuxing's unexpected coldness, a treatment he had not experienced in quite some time. His concern from last night had shifted onto himself. He rubbed his face, took a moment to gather his thoughts, and approached Lu Yuxing to offer assistance. No need, came the curt reply. With those 2 words lingering in his mind, Shang Jue drifted aimlessly out of the kitchen, stepping out of Lu Yuxing's line of sight, gradually coming to a halt. He had a tendency to overthink, a trait that had persisted since childhood and had only deepened as he approached his 30th year. Was he being despised? Had Lu Yuxing's vague responses last night stemmed from sheer annoyance? The moment this thought flashed through his mind, Shang Jue felt a chill run down his spine. A pang of bitterness welled up within him as he gritted his teeth, bewildered by the sudden surge of emotions. How could 10 minutes of neglect spiral into such chaotic thoughts? Though these musings went unnoticed by anyone but himself, Shang Jue lightly slapped his cheek and found himself lost in thought, staring at the corner of the room. He focused intently on the base of the wall, reflecting on his overdependence on Lu Yuxing, a dependency bred from prolonged care. In truth, Lu Yuxing owed him nothing. Even if he truly found him bothersome and chose to ignore him, Shang Jue had no grounds for dissatisfaction. He understood this rationally, yet emotions proved difficult to rein in. Furrowing his brow, his growing agitation became increasingly hard to dismiss. He recalled Yang, that foolish friend, who, during times of emotional turmoil, would withdraw for days on end. With over a decade of friendship, Shang Jue had never taken offense at being overlooked by Yang. Yet with Lu Yuxing, he could hardly bear the slightest hint of neglect. Facing a wall of introspection, Lu Yuxing was left wondering, what had he done wrong? Shang Jue turned to observe him for a moment before slowly admitting, I rely on you too much. At this, Lu Yuxing's hand trembled slightly. Thankfully not while holding a plate. Shang Jue continued, if you ever find me bothersome, please just tell me. Our friendship, it should endure, right? The notion of enduring friendship held a certain weight for both of them, implying a vulnerability that required overcoming psychological barriers to express. It was quite surprising for such words to escape Shang Jue's lips. Yet, who truly wished to maintain such a perplexing bond? Lu Yuxing replied, when have I ever indicated that I was displeased? From the moment I walked in, weren't you giving me hints? As Shang Jue scrutinized his expression, he wondered, was it truly my fault? Not at all, he replied, nodding and feigning nonchalance as he shifted his gaze away. He felt somewhat foolish for overanalyzing the situation. After all, everyone had their own moods. Did Lu Yuxing never experience moments when he felt uncommunicative? Lu Yuxing was aware that his demeanor had been excessively frosty that morning. Though he hadn't anticipated that Shang Jue would pick up on it, he had not intended to distance himself. His mind was simply overwhelmed with thoughts related to Shang Jue, and he felt the need for space to sort through them. Struggling to fabricate an excuse, he said, I have a bit of a headache. Perhaps I'm coming down with a cold. After hesitating, Shang Jue took a couple of steps closer and placed his hand on Lu Yuxing's forehead. Initially, his temperature felt normal, but within a few seconds, it began to heat up. Lu Yuxing's long eyelashes fluttered down as his breathing unconsciously slowed. He had never experienced such intimate contact with Shang Jue before. Logically, he should have recoiled, yet in reality, as Shang Jue's hand reached out, his heart raced, rendering him immobile while Shang Jue brushed back his hair, his fingertips grazing the brow bone. The sound of his heartbeat was deafening. At 29 years of age, having spent countless sleepless nights over one person, the answer was painfully clear. Yet Lu Yuxing preferred to deceive himself, unsure how to acknowledge his feelings. Furthermore, what could he realistically expect to gain from Shang Jue? Turning his head away, Lu Yuxing evaded Shang Jue's hand. It was a simple gesture, yet it felt burdensome to execute. After a moment, he finally managed to explain, no, it's just a headache. Feel free to lean on me. What wrong can come of it? I never said you couldn't. It was I who invited you over in the first place. An hour later, Shang Jue managed to prepare 2 edible dishes and stood before Lu Yuxing's bedroom door, gently knocking twice. The door was not fully closed, and his light touch caused it to open slightly. Inside, Lu Yuxing was slumped over the table, seemingly unaware that he had dozed off while seated. After a moment's hesitation, Shang Jue quietly entered, observing Lu Yuxing for a while as he contemplated whether to wake him. Ultimately, he decided against it. He stealthily moved a few steps to the side, positioning himself next to a large monstera plant by the window, gently pinching one of its broad leaves. The foliage was a vibrant green, showing no signs of yellowing. It was evidently thriving. This fellow truly had a talent for nurturing life. If Lu Yuxing had not become a professor, he would have made an excellent zookeeper or gardener. A spontaneous smile crept onto Shang Jue's face. Lu Yuxing's home was several stories taller than Shang Jue's in Building 7. Though their chosen residences shared many similarities, including a few window views. Shang Jue stood in Lu Yuxing's bedroom, peering out the window. While the sights were reminiscent of those from his own home, they felt distinctly different, offering a broader perspective. It was a different experience altogether, Shang Jue mused. Beyond his own small abode, he now had a second refuge in the world. He recognized that he was gradually improving, both mentally and in terms of daily life. These transformations were not solely due to Lu Yuxing, yet Lu Yuxing played a significant role in this evolution. Shang Jue was inherently grateful, content with finding a foothold. His expectations had multiplied threefold. The room was enveloped in silence as he released the monstera leaf and leaned against the windowsill, fixating on Lu Yuxing's profile for what felt like an eternity. In addition to gratitude, he also understood the importance of cherishing precious moments. Such valuable things were worth holding on to with all his might. As he toyed with his fingers, he resolved not to repeat the anxiety of the day. Quietly, he moved a chair from the study and settled at the opposite end of the table. Lu Yuxing stirred awake to the sound of pages turning, feeling a bit dazed, as though he had been asleep for a long time. Lu Yuxing lifted his head and caught sight of Shang Jue sitting beside him, casually using the potted monstera from his bedroom as a footrest while engrossed in a book, having already flipped through numerous pages. At that moment, Shang Jue turned his head and looked over, leaving Lu Yuxing inexplicably uneasy under his gaze. A week later, when his remaining glimmer of hope shattered upon spotting Shang Jue at the airport transfer point, the bustling crowd around him felt overwhelming. He informed Shang Jue that he needed to be picked up, yet to his surprise, Shang Jue had arrived. As Lu Yuxing approached, pushing his suitcase, his steps quickened, his blood coursing with warmth, while an almost desolate joy bubbled up from deep within him, confirming his impending doom. Upon reaching Shang Jue, Lu Yuxing feigned calmness, adopting a neutral tone as he softly inquired, "What brings you here?" "Since it's the weekend, I have nothing on my agenda," Shang Jue replied, extending his hand as if to take Lu Yuxing's luggage. Lu Yuxing released his grip on the suitcase, but instead of handing over the handle, he turned away, pretending to hesitate for a moment before stepping forward and enveloping Shang Jue in an embrace, as if the latter had initiated the request for a hug. The delicate boundary between them was disrupted by Lu Yuxing's gesture. He gently closed his eyes, while Shang Jue, taken aback by the sudden embrace, raised his chin, with a stray lock of Lu Yuxing's hair brushing against his ear, carrying a faint scent of mint. His hand, initially intended to give a playful pat, settled softly on Lu Yuxing's shoulder. After a brief pause, he remarked, "I was actually asking for the suitcase." Lu Yuxing naturally released him and apologetically said, "I'm sorry. I misunderstood." Shang Jue, in a show of magnanimity, chose not to hold his lack of understanding against him and playfully beckoned him with a gesture. The suitcase was light, containing only a few thin garments, hardly necessitating assistance. Lu Yuxing handed the suitcase over to Shang Jue, who then took it and walked ahead. His supple waist subtly outlined beneath his coat, the long legs moving gracefully within loose trousers, creating an impression of lightness. As they navigated through the crowd and exited the arrival hall, Shang Jue slowed his pace and turned to look back. Lu Yuxing discreetly lifted his gaze from Shang Jue's silhouette to meet his eyes. "What is up?" Shang Jue asked. "Nothing much. You seem a bit down. Didn't this trip yield much?" Lu Yuxing, attempting to conceal his elation at seeing Shang Jue again, miscalculated and let his excitement be interpreted as discontent. He paused before cautiously responding, "It was all right." Ultimately, reflecting on the realization of his affections for someone, Lu Yuxing softly amended his statement, "It was a great gain." Chapter 76, If Line 13. Worse than being moved by someone is realizing that one has developed feelings for them. Lu Yuxing, after this journey, suddenly gained clarity. Feeling neither close nor distant from Shang Jue, perpetually unable to find the right balance. Ultimately, the only path forward seemed to lead to a dead end. So Lu Yuxing chose to feign normalcy, deceiving even himself. There were changes, too. He now found it impossible to maintain eye contact with Shang Jue for more than 3 seconds, lest he inadvertently reveal his true feelings. Shang Jue also received an invitation to Lin Shuiying's wedding, which was sent out by the mathematics department teachers from high school. All those without travel plans carved out time to attend. After some discussion with Lu Yuxing, he decided to forego driving his own car and simply rode along in the passenger seat of Lu Yuxing's vehicle. On the day of the wedding, the two left early and met at the base of the building, both attired in well-tailored black suits. It was a rarity to see each other in such formal attire, and they took a moment to appraise one another with a certain curiosity. Shang Jue wore something lighter, as his relationship with Lin Shuiying was merely that of colleagues. He only needed to show up for dinner at the venue, not requiring the formality that Lu Yuxing embodied. His suit jacket remained unbuttoned, revealing a white shirt beneath, with a hint of collarbone visible, exuding a casual elegance. Upon arriving at the wedding hotel, they parted ways. Lu Yuxing joined Lin Shuiying as a friend, while Shang Jue was whisked away by several teachers from the mathematics department. After wandering around the hall, he found himself seated at the banquet table with a group of older gentlemen. The age difference between him and his companions was significant, with the most seasoned among them being a distinguished teacher whose experience could be counted on one hand. Shang Jue, known for his amiable disposition towards elders, endured a steady stream of teasing and light-hearted mockery throughout the evening. Initially, the conversation revolved around teaching matters, but once the bride walked down the aisle and exchanged vows with Lin Shuiying, the focus shifted entirely to her. Shang Jue anticipated that, in a matter of moments, these older gentlemen would begin discussing marriage and children, especially given the traditional views of the senior teacher towards contemporary ideals such as singlehood and the dink lifestyle. Concerned that the conversation would inevitably steer towards him, he swiftly poured himself another glass of wine, downing several in quick succession, leaving him with the sole responsibility of smiling and nodding in agreement. After all, he wouldn't need to drive today, having consumed a fair amount. Shang Jue's cheeks flushed slightly, leading those around him to conclude that he was inebriated. He had always held his liquor well since high school, often drinking with Chan Shuerong, and his social interactions in the workplace had further honed his ability to maintain composure even after numerous drinks. At that moment, he felt completely sober, capable of tackling 2 sets of mathematics problems. As the evening drew to a close and guests began to disperse, Lu Yuxing lingered a bit longer before emerging. Suddenly, someone bumped into Shang Jue's knee. He opened his eyes to find Lu Yuxing leaning down, gently tapping his knee. He shifted slightly, sitting up a bit to evade the gentle assault. Observing Shang Jue's flushed face and catching a whiff of the alcohol on him, Lu Yuxing knelt beside him, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "How much have you had to drink?" Lu Yuxing. Shang Jue stood steadily, though the prolonged sitting had made his rise somewhat sluggish. Lu Yuxing, having made his assumptions, was convinced that Shang Jue was tipsy. "What are you doing drinking so much at someone else's wedding?" he asked, unease creeping into his voice as he placed a supportive hand on Shang Jue's waist. Sensing the momentary stiffness in his back, turning his head, Shang Jue looked at Lu Yuxing, bewildered, and helplessly replied, "I'm not drunk." Lu Yuxing paused, silently releasing him. However, as Shang Jue stepped out of the reception area, he unexpectedly tripped over the floral threshold. To Lu Yuxing, this was a clear indication of a drunken man stubbornly insisting he was sober. He sighed and moved closer, gripping the fabric of Shang Jue's waist. Shang Jue, choosing to embrace the notion of being tipsy rather than admitting he was sober, Shang Jue let Lu Yuxing lead him, as he was escorted all the way to the car. On the drive back to Hangzhou, Shang Jue gazed at the red tail lights of the vehicles ahead, lost in thought as he sat comfortably in the passenger seat. Perhaps influenced by the wedding, he found himself reflecting on the marriages of those around him.